Clearly, I'm a worthless bootlicker. Yet, I unexpectedly bound with the godly tycoon wolf system. Not only did it make the white-stocking school beauty cry and beg to bear my child, it even made the popular female anchor fly over to meet me in person. Even a big star with millions of fans wants to officially announce our relationship. However, at this moment, I looked at the information panel that suddenly appeared in front of me. The wolf system binding is complete. When spending on goddesses with a charm value of 90 or above, use wolf coins for settlement. When the relationship with the goddess becomes intimate, after recharging, the wolf coins spent on her will be fully refunded, and receive strategy rewards. Normally, exchange wolf be at a rate of 1:10,000. Upon hearing this, my eyes lit up instantly. A 1:10,000 exchange rate. Doesn't this mean my assets remain the same while the prices in Xia country decrease by 10,000 times? Just as I was still fantasizing whether to buy a Ferrari or a Lamborghini first, the system reminded me again that wolf coins can only be used on goddesses. With this statement, my beautiful dream was instantly shattered. Wow, you can only spend money on goddesses with a charm value of 90 or above to cash out. This is more than just being a wolf. It's practically the Wolf King. However, at this moment, a sweet voice disturbed my thoughts. I looked up and saw those beautiful eyes wrapped in fishing nets passing by me. At this moment, an information panel popped up, showing Chen Shuyan, 20 years old, 169 centimeters tall, charm value 97, and 0 charge times. Seeing this panel, I couldn't help but marvel at how amazing this system is, being able to know others' basic information. It can even show the number of charge times. So I took out the photo of the goddess I'd been obsessing over for 2.5 years and used the system's function. Li Baixue, 20 years old, 172 centimeters tall, charm value 80, and 128 charge times. I looked from top to bottom and saw the 128 charge times. I widened my eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? We were high school classmates. I've been pursuing Li Baixue since high school, but Li Baixue's attitude towards me has always been lukewarm, giving me the illusion that I could be with her if I tried hard enough. Never did I expect to be played by someone like her. The emotional system, you were right to scold me earlier. I am just a licking dog. I had no choice before. But now, I have a choice. I want to be a war wolf, the wildest war wolf. So I went straight to the campus belle Ma Jelly, reached out my hand, and was about to strike up a conversation with her. Ma Jelly raised her charming lips slightly and gently raised her hand, asking, "Who are you? What do you want with us? I would like to invite you to dinner." Upon hearing this, Ma Jelly didn't hide the disdain in her eyes, looked me up and down, and asked, "Where do you want to take me to eat?" I tilted my head in thought for a moment, then replied, "Let's go to Golden Phoenix." Upon hearing this, Ma Jelly and her friends exchanged meaningful glances. A chuckle escaped. Hong Yao Yao sarcastically remarked, "Do you know the minimum spending at Golden Phoenix? You probably came over to bluff without understanding. When it's time to go, you'll come up with an excuse to switch to a regular restaurant, right? Your way of striking up a conversation is so cliché, buddy." Those words made me feel uneasy deep down, but I still suppressed my anger and ignored Hong Yao Yao. I continued to ask Ma Jelly for her contact information. "Let's exchange WeChat first. If you're willing, I can take you there tonight." Ma Jelly looked at my calm face, her bright eyes flickered, and she handed over her WeChat. "Anyway, I won't lose out. If the other person turns out to be just a loser, I can always block and delete them later." Just as Ma Jelly finished agreeing and was about to ask for my name, her phone suddenly rang with a transfer notification. She joyfully went back to the home screen, only to discover that I had transferred 10,000 yuan, much to her surprise. Ma Jelly looked at the man in front of her in disbelief, unable to speak for a long time. "What's going on? We just met, don't even know each other's names, and the other person has already earned me 10,000 yuan. Sensing something amiss, Hong Yao Yao asked with concern, "Judge, what's going on with you?" Marjorie handed over the phone. Upon seeing it, Hong Yao Yao looked even more shocked, her eyes bulging like copper bells. Her mouth opened wide enough to fit an apple, looking like she had never seen the world before. She held the phone and sternly asked, "What are you doing?" I shrugged lightly, showing a nonchalant expression. "It's just a gift for meeting you, or you can call it an acquaintance fee." Upon hearing that, Marjorie quickly took the phone and processed the payment, afraid the other party might change their mind. Then he reached out his hand to me and said, "Hello, I'm Marjorie. You can call me Jia." Not only did his face change quickly, but his attitude also did a complete 180-degree turn. Although I really wanted to speed up like in short videos, raise my hand to toss my hair, and slap Marjorie's face, considering the importance of first impressions, I restrained that thought. I shook Marjorie's hand with no expression on my face, speaking in a cold tone, Suchen. Initially, Marjorie thought the other party, based on their appearance and demeanor, was a poor loser. But now, with the extravagant gesture and sophisticated aloofness, isn't he the perfect young master? Beside them, Hong Yaoyao watched with envy. Wasn't she trying to strike up a conversation with both of them at the beginning? How come Marjorie got a red packet and he didn't? Feeling noticeably unbalanced after the comparison, she quickly put on a cute expression and sweetened her voice. Shengij from that family, while speaking, even opened his own QR code and handed it over. Upon hearing this, I turned my head and left. Hong Yaoyao was instantly stunned, watching the gradually receding figure. He stomped his feet, feeling both angry and anxious, but had no way to deal with it. I'm not stupid. The game rule is to spend money on a 90-point goddess to settle with war wolf coins, but he, Hong Yaoyao, is only 85 points. Moreover, just now he was mocking me, then turned around and asked me to pay with a mocking face. His cheek is really thick. I thought beautifully as I returned to the dormitory. I lay on the bed to pass the time. Soon it was afternoon, and I also arrived at the female dormitory building. Not long after, a crisp sound echoed in the corridor, followed by two smooth, white-stockinged long legs appearing in front of me. The person who came was indeed Magali. She had light makeup on, combined with her good foundation. It was like adding the finishing touch to a painting. When he saw my casual attire, including faded jeans, his eyes hesitated briefly, but quickly filled with a smile. I waved to him. Magali quickened her pace and jogged down to me, hastily pulling me into her arms. You're so punctual. Let's go. Feeling the sudden warmth and softness on my arm, it was like being struck by an electric current, making my whole body tingle. Just met and this Manhwa is already so valuable. As we were walking out together, a petite girl appeared before me, and I asked in confusion, why are you here too? Marjorie also seemed slightly surprised by Hong Yaoyao's appearance. It seems she also doesn't know why she followed. Hong Yaoyao exudes a pure desire style, pure and alluring, wearing a pink dress. The dress is embroidered with delicate flower patterns and adorned with a few cute kittens. It's a super short skirt, barely covering enough length, to the extent that while walking, sometimes half a circle is exposed. It easily sparks one's imagination. In the past, I would have been captivated by such a sight. But after the system scan, I was shocked by the over 500 charging times. Hong Yaoyao held the hem of her skirt with both hands, gently swaying her body coquettishly. What's wrong, brother? Didn't you invite us to dinner together? Goodness, I didn't even give you my contact information, and you're thinking I'd invite you to dinner? It's just wishful thinking. I didn't continue to explain but hailed a taxi instead. Since you're here, we can't just drive others away. Otherwise, how will the goddess misunderstand? She might think we can't afford it. Marjorie followed me into the back seat, and right after, Hong Yaoyao also jumped in. I'm caught in the middle of a double-sided squeeze. Theoretically, having beauties on both sides should be a good thing, but that girl has been a biochemical mother over 500 times. As a good man who has never been in a relationship, I absolutely cannot accept someone like that in my heart. The car quickly drove into the city center and stopped at a magnificent restaurant. This restaurant is not only high-end, but also a well-known restaurant in Minchang, which has turned it into a snack street among high-end restaurants, catering to the tastes of bosses from all walks of life. If it were Hong Yao's first time at this thick glass, she would stare fixedly at the luxurious decorations inside, as she usually didn't even have the courage to approach the door of the shop. As one of the well-known goddesses in the school, Ma Jelly had the chance to come here once, but the person who invited her at that time was a poor loser pretending to be a wealthy second generation. After getting off the car, Ma Jelly naturally took my hand, and as soon as we stepped into the restaurant, someone warmly welcomed us. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Do you have a reservation? The woman in front of us is dressed in a service uniform. Her face was full of smiles, and she had a small badge on her chest, with the name Waiter Wang Yanhong Reservation. I had no idea that you needed a reservation to eat at this kind of upscale restaurant. I awkwardly shook my head, admitting that I forgot, but then quickly asked if it was too late to make a reservation now. Seeing my urgent and embarrassed expression, a faint smirk appeared at the corner of Wang Yanhong's mouth, almost imperceptible. As soon as they arrived at the door, Wang Yanhong noticed them and speculated that they didn't have a reservation. In his heart, he thought he was just going through the motions with them, making up an excuse to forget, but now, the situation was developing just as he had imagined. Sir, this won't do, you can only come back next time for a meal, remember to make a reservation. Since the last incident, Ma Jelly's heart has been shadowed. Feeling uneasy, he swallowed nervously, gripping my hand tighter. Can I pay more to reserve a table? Look, there are still many empty tables here. After hearing this, Wang Yanhong's smile became even stronger, wanting to curse me as a country bumpkin in her heart, but restrained by the fact that this was work. He could only patiently continue to explain, "This has nothing to do with whether there are empty tables. This is our rule, you must make a reservation if you want to eat here." I wanted to continue talking to the woman in front of me, but was helplessly interrupted by Ma Jelly behind me. He gently pulled my arm and whispered, "Let's go, let's not eat here, let's go watch a movie." Seeing Ma Jelly's uneasy look, I had no choice but to agree. Only Hong Yao Yao was still reluctant to leave. "Are we leaving? I heard the food at this restaurant is delicious, such a pity." Just as we were about to leave, a concerned voice came, "What's going on?" I turned to look, a woman in uniform walked over, with a very charming appearance, not losing to Ma Jelly beside her. There's an added touch of mature charm, with a name tag that reads General Manager Susan. Wow, we've got a strict one here. I took a deep breath, almost drooling. We wanted to dine here, but forgot to make a reservation. Susan asked with a professional smile, "Sir, is this your first time dining here?" I nodded, "Yes, it's our first time. Normally, I don't need reservations at other restaurants, so I'm not familiar with the rules here." Susan's sharp eyes flickered as she made an exception. "Guests are always welcome, especially first-time visitors. We should be more accommodating. Plus, our promotion wasn't clear, making it our fault that guests don't understand the rules. How about this? I'll reserve a table for you with my authority, but you'll need to pay in advance before your meal." Alright, I didn't even hesitate before agreeing. Seeing himself about to make an exception again, Wang Yanhong couldn't help but tug at his sleeve, reminding Susan, "The company requires reservations for dining." Susan turned around, lowering her voice, "Rules are set, but people are flexible." Wang Yanhong looked at Su Chen's shabby clothes, wanting to say more. Stared back by Susan directly, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and serve the guests." Wang Yanhong reluctantly pouted, his face stiff, placing the menu on the table. "Here is our menu, take a look." Looking at his disdainful expression and contemptuous tone, I felt speechless. Did I do something to offend him? Why can't his attitude be better? As I opened the menu and saw rows of densely packed words, my head instantly felt overwhelmed. This isn't ordering, it's clearly hypnosis. I directly handed the menu to Ma Jelly. "You order." Ma Jelly studied foreign languages, so naturally she could understand the dishes on the menu. Learning from past mistakes, she ordered while informing me of the prices, afraid of exceeding my budget. Hearing the prices of 3 to 5,000, I didn't even bat an eyelid. "You don't have to read them out to me, just order whatever." My carefree appearance, along with the words "rest assured," gave Ma Jelly a great deal of courage, as if she had taken a tranquilizer. He no longer hesitated, "This one, that one, and this one." After taking back the menu, Wang Yanhong announced the total price of this meal, 187,600 yuan. "How do you plan to get rich?" The smile on Wang Yanhong's face grew even stronger. His question didn't seem like an inquiry, but more like a mockery. "This meal costs over 180,000, nearly equivalent to his 2 years' salary." He wanted to see how this poor boy would pay for it. Looking at the numbers on the invoice, I felt deeply moved. This high-end restaurant isn't as expensive as I thought from TV dramas. With so many dishes, it's only a little over 180,000. After hearing this number, Ma Jelly's eyebrows visibly raised in surprise. His English is good, but his math skills are terrible. Just a simple addition of a few dishes already has his head spinning. He leaned in close to my neck and asked softly, "I'm sorry, did I order too much?" I gently tapped his hand, casually took out my phone, scanned the QR code on the table, and as soon as I finished speaking, the bill showed 187,600 yuan. Wang Yanhong stood here motionless. I gently nudged her arm. "What's wrong? Hasn't the money arrived?" Wang Yanhong regained her composure, quickly put on a smile, and said, "All right, I'll go arrange the kitchen immediately." Taking advantage of the opportunity while the dishes are being served, Hong Yao Yao took the initiative to strike up a conversation. "Brother Shang, what is your major?" I completely ignored him, not even turning my head. Seeing no response, Hong Yao Yao persistently reached out her hand. "Brother, look how small Yao Yao's hand is, let's compare." But in return, there was still nothing but indifference. Feeling frustrated with this unequal treatment towards Hong Yao Yao, I couldn't understand how a man could completely ignore her when she's not lacking in any aspect. The dishes were quickly brought one by one. I considerately wiped the cutlery with a napkin and handed them to Ma Jelly. Hong Yao Yao eagerly awaited for me to hand her the tableware, but I simply glanced at her and asked, "Aren't you eating?" After speaking, I stood up, intending to take away the emperor crab in front of Hong Yao Yao. This scared her, causing her to quickly protect her food with both hands. After experiencing his own superpowers, Wang Yanhong transformed into a close attendant, sticking by my side without leaving an inch. After a satisfying meal, as it was time to part ways, Wang Yanhong approached with a black box, respectfully presenting it to Mr. Su. Please rate me. I took the black box, which had options from 1 to 5 stars, and the ability to provide feedback and complaints. I smirked maliciously and said, I'll give it back to you after rating. After Wang Yanhong took back the black box and glanced at it, he was nearly scared unconscious. Not only did I give him the lowest rating of 1 star, but I also wrote a 100-word feedback essay and pressed the complaint button. This was the punishment for his condescension. According to company regulations, this month's salary is basically gone, and there's even a possibility of stripping off this uniform. Wang Yanhong was anxious in his heart, but helpless. He could only force a fake smile, and with a trembling voice, he asked, Sir, did you make a mistake? I firmly replied, No, this is my evaluation of you. Wang Yanhong's heart instantly cooled halfway, so he had no choice but to bring out his trump card. Perhaps it was indeed my fault for not providing good service beforehand. Let's exchange contact information. When you have time in the future, can I compensate you? After saying that, he took out his phone and raised his eyebrows at me. From his expression, everyone understood what he intended to do. Although she did have a certain level of attractiveness, with a good figure and a decent number of recharges, it was considered quite normal. Moreover, she could get a small compensation for free without spending a penny. It had to be admitted that Su Chen was somewhat tempted when she proposed the conditions, but he quickly calmed down, realizing that his goddess was watching nearby. If he really agreed, what would that make of him? He could only reluctantly let go of the opportunity that was right in front of him. Su Chen bluntly pushed the phone back, took Ma Jelly's hand, and turned to leave. Let's go. Oh. Ma Jelly regained her senses. She thought Su Chen would definitely exchange contact information with that girl, but she didn't expect him to refuse so decisively. Could it be that he didn't just want to play around with her, but genuinely wanted to date her? Used to seeing the casual manipulation of emotions by the second-generation rich, encountering someone so dedicated made her feel a small sense of anticipation. Ma Jelly's favorability plus 5. Oh. Favorability can increase like this too. Seeing the increase in favorability, Su Chen silently felt relieved that he had done the right thing. Wait, please stay. Hearing the voice behind him, Su Chen turned around to see Susan approaching. Mr. Su, are the dishes at the restaurant still to your liking? They're okay. Susan's long eyelashes fluttered as she slightly bent over, presenting a red box with both hands. This is a gift to thank Mr. Su for visiting our restaurant, please accept it. Su Chen took it and opened it to find a gilded necklace inside. Hanging from it was an exquisitely carved phoenix made of agate. Just by the looks of it, it seemed quite valuable. Su Chen glanced sideways and noticed Ma Jelly staring at it intently. Do you like it? Ma Jelly nodded heavily. I like it. Let me put it on for you to see. The necklace matched well with her off-white dress, adding a touch of elegance. Susan even had a full-length mirror brought over. Ma Jelly's favorability plus 5. As for Hong Yao Yao, she could only stand by dryly watching. Susan had been in the workforce for 9 years after finishing high school, working in a managerial position. Her keen insight had long made her aware that Ma Jelly was the main target of Su Chen's favor, and the short girl was just a third wheel, with Su Chen seeming quite averse to her. Whoever pays is the boss. Susan only needed to take care of Su Chen's feelings, so she had prepared only one gift. Seeing Ma Jelly's favorability increase, Su Chen felt very happy. In TV dramas, if the big shots are very happy after a meal, they would give a tip. Haven't you heard the saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do? So Su Chen decided to be generous. After confirming with the system that he could use wolf coins for tips related to his goddess, he decisively offered to tip Susan. However, Susan declined. Mr. Su, please don't mind. First-time guests at our restaurant always receive a fine little gift. Besides, our service was indeed not attentive enough. How could we ask for your tip again? Upon hearing this, Su Chen immediately retorted, No, I am very satisfied. Mr. Su, could you do me a favor? A favor? You can tell me first. Susan pulled Wang Yanhong up from behind, gently patting her back to signal her to lower her head. I would like to ask you to withdraw her complaint. This young lady is indeed a bit immature. I apologize on her behalf. With that, Susan slightly lowered her head. No, you don't have to do this. As the saying goes, a kind word turns away wrath. Besides, he had already let go of his anger. So Su Chen didn't dwell on it and withdrew the complaint. Wang Yanhong quickly bowed and sincerely spoke the first true words of the evening. Thank you, boss. As they parted ways at the door, Susan asked Su Chen for a way to stay in touch. She mentioned that for future meals at the restaurant, they could contact her in advance for reservations, allowing her to make arrangements beforehand. Imagine a goddess in uniform, both knowledgeable and beautiful, wouldn't you be moved? Su-chen had actually been wanting her contact information, but had not found the right opportunity. After all, having one more goddess meant one more chance for cashback and rewards. Since she had practically offered it herself, what reason did Su-chen have to refuse? Susan, knowing they didn't drive, thoughtfully called a taxi for them. Her level of service was top-notch, undoubtedly setting the standard in the service industry. It's no wonder she became a general manager, while others remained mere service staff. Watching the car gradually disappear into the night, Wang Yanhong excitedly grabbed Susan's hand. "Sis, thanks a lot." Susan gently patted her shoulder. "It's nothing, just be more observant in the future. Observe more, don't just judge people by appearances, don't underestimate others just because the boss doesn't dress up well. You know the big shot from the construction company next door, Gao Chicheon, right? When you dine here, he just wears an ordinary jacket, so don't judge solely based on looks." Wang Yanhong lowered her head in shame. "Okay, Susan. Go back to work, and handle any walk-in customers the same way as today if they don't have reservations." After finishing up, Susan let out a sigh. She found a secluded corner, lit a cigarette, but didn't smoke, letting it burn quietly at her fingertips. Her thoughts dispersed with the rising smoke. Adult troubles were plentiful. She carried a load of debts, technically her late husband's, who had left this world carefree long ago. The restaurant owner was her late husband's good friend. Out of obligation and her exceptional management skills, she was appointed as the general manager to run the restaurant. Initially, he was respectful and considerate, giving her face everywhere, following the principle of never deceive a brother's wife. However, as time passed, her late husband's friend, the restaurant owner, began to have inappropriate thoughts about Susan. It gradually shifted from never deceive a brother's wife to no mercy for a brother's wife. Initially just verbal harassment, using lewd jokes to tease and even insult her. Susan always played dumb to get through it. But recently, it escalated to physical advances, constantly hinting at sleeping with her. Naturally, Susan refused, so the boss, in a fit of anger, set high sales targets for her, failed to meet them, and she had to leave. So, when the boss wasn't around, she discreetly broke the rules. As for Su-chen, with his low-key attire, excessive humility, and innate smiling tiger demeanor, she had pegged him as a hidden second-generation official, which was why she was willing to go all out to please him. The necklace she claimed was worthless actually cost over 100,000. Half of that money had to come from her pocket, making it a risky gamble. The car stopped at a mall, and Su-chen led Ma Jelly out of the car, heading straight into the mall. Despite Su-chen's clear attitude, Hong Yaoyao still followed, unwilling to give up. Although Su-chen was a straightforward man, he understood that girls typically enjoyed shopping for clothes, makeup, and bags. So, after inquiring with the mall's staff, he headed directly to the most expensive cosmetics store on the first floor. Ma Jelly felt a bit nervous herself, but when she saw Su-chen's calm demeanor, she gained some confidence. "Hello, sir, madam, welcome." There were two people in the store, but only one sweet-looking girl greeted them. Standing behind the counter, the short-haired woman with permed hair clearly saw Su-chen enter, but she just glanced at him before lowering her head to continue playing with her phone, not even greeting him. Why are these people so ostentatious? Do they only think someone can afford their products if they come in wearing designer clothes? Hyunor warmly brought over 2 cups of hot water, considerately suggesting Su-chen sit on the sofa to rest while she could assist Ma Jelly. Name, Hyunor. Age, 22. Height, 163. Weight, 48 kilograms. Charm, 84. Favorability, 10 charging times. 2. Su-chen accepted the hot water with thanks but didn't sit down. Instead, he looked at the array of bottles and jars on the counter and casually picked up a clear glass bottle. The short-haired woman playing on her phone behind the counter saw this, her expression changing, and a hint of impatience showing on her face. Quickly getting up, she walked towards Su-chen. "Hey, the samples on the counter shouldn't be touched casually. This bottle of Glass A essence costs 3,000. She thought Su-chen would be at a loss. Unexpectedly, Su-chen shook his head and said, "So cheap. Bring out the most expensive cosmetics in your store. I won't settle for anything under 10,000. This statement left Kai-fan dumbfounded. Seeing her standing still, Su-chen spoke again. "No? Then let's go to another store." Yes. Kai-fan realized she might be dealing with a big shot and disregarded her image, hurrying over in her high heels. "Sir, as per your request, I have prepared our top package from the counter. Cream, eyebrow gel, lipstick, all included." Kai-fan respectfully bent over, handing over the bag with both hands, totaling 38,370 yuan. After receiving the bag, Su-chen lightly shook it. "Wow, this stuff that weighs only a few pounds costs 38,000, more expensive than gold." Since Ma Jelly entered, her eyes had been sparkling, akin to a guy entering a sneaker or gaming console store. Upon hearing the words top package, her eyes shone even brighter. But at the thought of 38,000, a sum that could be a down payment for a house in a third or fourth tier city, would Su Chen be willing to spend it? However, finally encountering a real second-generation rich, she wanted to try her luck. Brother, this package is very effective, especially for whitening and skin care. She embraced Su Chen's arm, shaking it continuously, even her voice turning sweeter. Su Chen felt his bones turning soft. With a warm feeling surrounding his arm, a rush of blood surged to his head, making him feel exhilarated. At the peak of his youth, how could he suppress this strange feeling? Almost instinctively, he used his other hand to hold Ma Jelly's waist, pulling her close to him. Ma Jelly hummed softly, her cheeks slightly flushed but not resisting. Due to their similar heights, a unique fragrance exclusive to young girls kept entering Su Chen's nostrils. Coupled with her delicate hair constantly brushing against him, Su Chen couldn't help but sneeze. Achoo! When Su Chen slowly raised his head again, he was met with a vast expanse of snow-white skin. Ma Jelly was wearing a deep V-neck dress, the neckline particularly low. Combined with her already hot figure, it created an almost irresistible effect. Su Chen stared in astonishment, his eyes fixed on her. At such close proximity, Ma Jelly naturally noticed his fiery gaze. But she didn't feel he was beneath her. Instead, she was pleased because it meant she had piqued Su Chen's interest. Ma Jelly not only let her hands hang down but also actively tiptoed. The pure white snow intensified, accompanied by a rich and fragrant scent. Su Chen's expression became even more excited, reaching a state of absent-mindedness, completely forgetting he was still outside. A strong impulse surged in his heart, wanting to pounce on it. Just as he was about to act on it, a flattering voice interrupted him. Boss, if you're satisfied, we can make the payment now. Kaifan squeezed in with the POS machine, blocking Su Chen's path. Useless, with no foresight at all. Money, 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 all about money, you'd die if I'm 2 minutes late. Su Chen had to briefly leave the warmth to take out his bank card. When is a man most suave? Undoubtedly, when making a payment. Goodwill from Ma Jelly plus 28. After making the payment, Kaifan handed him a form. Boss, could you please fill this out? She pointed to the salesperson's section and said, please fill in my name, Kaifan. Su Chen picked up a black pen. Suddenly, the pen stopped on the paper. Su Chen raised his head, a hint of a wicked smile playing on his lips. Kaifan suddenly felt uneasy, forcing a smile. Wah! What's wrong? Su Chen pointed to the girl standing at the door and asked, what's that girl's name? Kaifan waved at Hyunur, come here, the boss is calling you. Hyunur hurried over, manager, what's up? Boss, someone called you over. Kaifan looked at Su Chen with questioning eyes. But Su Chen ignored her and, after glancing at Hyunur's name tag, swiftly wrote a few big words on the paper. Then, he smiled and handed the form to Hyunur. Hyunur took the form in a daze, completely out of the loop. Kaifan snatched the form and, seeing the 3 big words Hyunur on it, her smile instantly turned into shock. Holding the form, she asked, Boss, did you write the wrong name? My name is Kaifan. Her expression was neither crying nor laughing, quite ugly. Su Chen disdainfully smiled, capped the pen, and threw it on the table. I didn't make a mistake, you just misunderstood. I bought it because of her attitude in serving customers, you just ran an errand. Despite harboring resentment, Kaifan dared not show it at this moment, afraid of offending Su Chen, this overbearing sugar daddy. She had been a store manager for 3 years, and the customers who bought cosmetics here, except for those pretending to be rich, were all high-ranking officials. But she had never encountered someone like Su Chen, dressed so low-key yet acting decisively and generously. In less than 3 minutes after entering the store, he spent 380,000, breaking the store's spending record. This meant he definitely had extraordinary strength, just hiding it and not showing off, absolutely someone she couldn't afford to provoke. Although she missed an opportunity, as long as she provided good service, there would definitely be more chances. After realizing this, Kaifan quickly nodded and bowed, yes, indeed. By the way, boss, may I ask for your surname? Could you leave a phone number so I can contact you when new products arrive? Su Chen was confused by her unusual attitude. He thought he could have a good argument with her and then complain about her. Unexpectedly, she took the initiative to make amends, but Su Chen's anger had not subsided, and he also included the interrupted beauty treatment bill in her account. Don't call me mister. I still prefer you to boldly call me hey as you did earlier. Kaifan awkwardly smiled, helplessly clasping her nails with both hands. Hee hee, I didn't know the rules before, please forgive me, boss. In a moment of carelessness, she even damaged the freshly done manicure. If you don't know the rules, go learn them. What kind of manager are you? Kaifun was harshly reprimanded by Su Chen. Feeling guilty, she obediently closed her mouth. Su Chen opened his pen cap again, wrote down his phone number, and handed it to Yi Yuner. Yi Yuner's eyes lit up, knowing she had gained the favor of a benefactor. After receiving the note, she bowed deeply and said softly, "Thank you, boss. Look, that's what you call good service attitude." Although Yi Yuner's charm didn't reach goddess level, Su Chen was quite satisfied with her. She had a good figure and a pleasant appearance that made people feel comfortable at first sight. It's just a pity that pursuing her would cost him a lot of money. He would have to wait for the cash back from the war wolf coins in the future. As he turned to leave, Su Chen finally noticed Hong Yaoyao's presence. Since entering the mall, she had been silent, her presence greatly diminished, like air. She looked at Ma Jelly's bag with dry eyes, filled with endless longing. Well, since she seemed remorseful and no longer causing trouble, Su Chen couldn't embarrass her too much. He turned and asked, "I've spent so much money at once, are there any small gifts to give away?" Yi Yuner hesitated for a moment, then replied, "Yes." A small bag was handed to Hong Yaoyao. Although just a gift, her smile remained bright. It seemed that the gift was quite substantial. Su Chen gently placed his hand on Ma Jelly's slender waist. Seeing no resistance, he gradually relaxed and pulled her into his arms. His dream had always been to stroll through the mall holding a girl like this. Now he not only achieved that but with a girl of goddess level. Seeing the envious glances around, Su Chen couldn't help but feel satisfied and proud. "Darling, shall we go look at handbags next?" "Sure." Ma Jelly was pleasantly surprised. She had already spent over 500,000 tonight and was going to spend more. Of course, this was what she wanted. She glanced at the boy beside her. He was a handsome boy. The more she looked, the more attractive he seemed. "Muah!" Ma Jelly unexpectedly planted a kiss on Su Chen's face. Su Chen was stunned, his hand lightly touching the spot where he was kissed. "How dare you ambush me? I'll kiss you too." Just as Su Chen was about to kiss her back, Ma Jelly slipped out of his arms like a little rabbit. She turned back, covering her mouth as she laughed, her eyebrows curved, full of charm. It was as if she was saying, "Come on, come and chase me." "No running." Su Chen licked his dry lips, turning into a big bad wolf chasing after her. She ran, he chased, she couldn't escape. After a few steps, Su Chen caught up to Ma Jelly and pulled her into his arms. Su Chen intended to retaliate by kissing her cheek. Unexpectedly, the mischievous little rabbit in his arms was very restless. Su Chen missed and ended up kissing her directly on the lips. Ma Jelly's pupils dilated for a moment. She didn't expect Su Chen, who seemed honest, to be so bold. However, she didn't resist but stood still like a statue. When Su Chen's lips touched her soft red ones, it seemed to unlock a skill automatically. Having never kissed before, he kissed Ma Jelly until she was breathless. Rolling, stirring. Ma Jelly gradually got into it, closing her eyes and enjoying the moment. Hong Yaoyao standing behind felt a pang in her heart. Oh no, now she's really like a third wheel. She patted her chest, reassuring herself in her mind, it's okay, there will be another chance. Rich people are fickle. She and Ma Jelly were not the same type of girls. When Ma Jelly gets tired of playing, she can take advantage of the situation. In the future, there will be no need to laboriously fish and cast nets on various dating apps. After a long while, the two reluctantly parted their heads. A few silver threads hung between their mouths, reflecting light in the air. "Ah, ha!" Ma Jelly gasped weakly. His strong kissing technique had actually made her legs a bit weak. Ma Jelly's favorability +2, Ma Jelly leaned half of her body against Su Chen's chest, looking up at him with a coquettish gaze. Those soul-stirring eyes. Su Chen felt his throat getting even drier, wishing he could just take care of her right there. Ma Jelly's favorability had now reached 80, almost ready for withdrawal. He asked the system, once the goddess's favorability reaches 90, will the withdrawal be immediate? Yes. It seemed he needed to hurry up and spend more time, preferably spending all of his 289 million war wolf coins on Ma Jelly. "Darling, let's go buy a bag now." "Okay." Ma Jelly suddenly turned around. "But before shopping for bags, let's buy some clothes first." Su Chen nodded lightly, sure. Since he was going to give her a gift anyway, it didn't matter what he bought, as long as it increased favorability. In their conversation, Su Chen was pulled into an Armani store by Ma Jelly. Instead of picking clothes, Ma Jelly stood there examining Su Chen from head to toe. Su Chen felt uneasy under her intense gaze. "WH. What's wrong, aren't you picking clothes?" Ma Jelly nodded gently, "I am, of course." Then, she directed the salesperson to take down clothes from the racks. A set of clothes from head to toe, pants, shoes, and even shorts were all handed to Su Chen. Just as he was puzzled, Ma Jelly spoke again, "And Shang, you shouldn't always dress so low-key. This is just a little something from me. try it on quickly. Su-chen finally realized that when she said she wanted to buy clothes, it was actually to buy them for himself. Su-chen, who had never received a gift from a girl before, felt a wave of emotion in his heart. Okay. Coming out of the fitting room again, a somewhat youthful man walked out. Su-chen wore a casual shirt on top, with a subtle and noble color, soft and textured fabric. The shirt's collar was slightly open, revealing his strong chest and delicate collarbones, resembling an elegant prince. The pants on his legs were well tailored, with smooth lines, perfectly outlining his long legs. Finally, a pair of height-increasing sneakers made Su-chen almost 185 meters tall, instantly making him feel much taller, finally having a slight height difference with Ma Jelly. Indeed, clothes make the man. The messy bird's nest hairstyle from before had now turned into a starry night sky, exuding a great atmosphere. It had to be said, women have good taste, especially beautiful women. Ma Jelly rested her chin on her hand, nodding in satisfaction as if appreciating a piece of art she had created. Not bad, I'll take this set, let's pay. The saleswoman walked over with a computer and calculated the bill in front of everyone, totaling 13,000 yuan. Phew, that's really expensive. Spending over 10,000, Su-chen genuinely felt sorry for Ma Jelly. Judja, I appreciate the thought behind this outfit you're giving me, but let me pay for it. If Su-chen paid, it would only be a few cents, but if Ma Jelly paid, it would be the full 13,000. No need, I promised to buy it for you, how can I go back on my word? With these words, Ma Jelly stubbornly took out a bank card and handed it over. In fact, Ma Jelly's family was not wealthy, but after receiving a 10,000 red envelope from Su-chen yesterday, she could still afford the 13,000. At this moment, the system promptly reminded, the host must not engage in malicious solicitation. Malicious solicitation includes buying gifts for the goddess and then having the goddess give them to oneself. Su-chen instantly settled down and stopped persuading. Where would he get the money now? It was enough to push it off symbolically once. Playing with fire could lead to trouble if he couldn't handle it. Su-chen's attire at this moment made Hong Yaoyao, who was standing at the door, stare wide-eyed. Truth be told, wearing this Armani outfit gave him a touch of a young master's demeanor. Although Ma Jelly had been happy and touched all evening, buying clothes was not a simple act of impulse. It was a calculated move for her future days. It wasn't just about letting others give, she also needed to give back appropriately to make the other party feel valued. While she couldn't guarantee a lasting relationship, at least this approach would make the other person feel comfortable and respected. Suddenly, a sweet voice came from the door. Wait. Hong Yaoyao hurried over with quick steps, taking out a bank card from her doll bag. Judja, let's split it. I also want to show a little appreciation to Shang. It seemed that those with money didn't need to spend it themselves. There would naturally be a bunch of people eager to pay the bill to please them. No. Hong Yaoyao was surprised that her once closest sister refused her. Ma Jelly's face darkened silently. She knew what Hong Yaoyao was up to, trying to appear generous. Using a small amount of money to move hearts was something Ma Jelly couldn't allow. Finally encountering a real second-generation rich, how could she just step aside? Especially when Su-chen not only had money but was also willing to spend it to make her happy. He was good-looking too. If there was a system to rate Su-chen, his score would probably not be lower than 85. With such a handsome, wealthy, and considerate boyfriend, who wouldn't be moved? Ma Jelly continued, Yaoyao, if you really want to show your appreciation, you can buy another gift separately. This way, you can show your sincerity and let Anqing receive another gift, killing two birds with one stone. Why split with me? Okay. With the word said, Hong Yaoyao naturally couldn't insist further. Thinking about having only a few hundred yuan left in her account, she quietly took back the card and retreated silently to the door. After settling the bill and preparing to leave, Ma Jelly turned around to find that Su-chen hadn't followed but was standing there looking embarrassed. Concerned, she asked, what's wrong? Su-chen hesitated for a moment, fidgeting with his pants. Finally, he spoke slowly, you underestimated my size, these shorts are too small and uncomfortable. Ma Jelly's eyes involuntarily shifted downward as she listened. Her face blushed, she touched her forehead and turned away. Miss Sales, please help him exchange for a larger size of shorts. Upon hearing this, Su-chen quickly exclaimed, wait, 2 sizes larger. Hearing the commotion, Hong Yaoyao couldn't help but turn around and look. Her throat felt dry, and she swallowed a few sips of water to moisten it. After a while, they finally walked out of the Armani store. After the recent incident, the three walked in silence for a long time. Eventually, Su-chen broke the silence. Judja, when it comes to buying bags, do you girls like that L? Hong Yaoyao behind him reminded, LV. Yes, LV bags. Judja, do you want one? I'll take you to have a look. Hearing this, Hong Yao Yao's eyes widened. But all she could do was scream in her mind, yes. How many girls can resist the temptation of LV handbags? Ma Jelly raised her eyebrows slightly and said, really? Those bags are very expensive. Seeing the man in front of her being so good to her, she couldn't help but remind him, they range from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, even up to $1 million. When Su Chen heard the prices, his eyes lit up. What a good feeling. He must buy more, invest a little more, and get more cash back. Alright, let's buy that one, it's worthy of our Jejia. Ma Jelly didn't expect him to agree so readily. She suddenly felt her legs go weak and relaxed, leaning against Su Chen. Sensing her unusual reaction, Su Chen tightened his hold around her waist. Joy came too quickly, making her feel light all over, as if she were dreaming. Could this be real or just a dream? Ma Jelly couldn't help but pinch her own cheek. Although it was just a casual gesture, Su Chen was deeply touched by this small action. He couldn't resist pinching her tender face. So elastic, so soft. Then Su Chen opened his palm and looked at it. There was no white powder as rumored online. It showed how high quality this goddess was. Even without makeup, she already surpassed the peak of ordinary girls after makeup, and looked even more natural. As they entered the boutique, a sales assistant warmly approached them, lightly touching their hands and slightly tilting her head down. Sir, madam, welcome to Louis Vuitton. How may I assist you? Luxury sales assistants generally use the abbreviation SA instead of titles. These sales assistants not only have high education but also require high emotional intelligence. Seeing the handsome young man and the charming girl with designer clothes and exquisite necklaces, the SA smile became even warmer. Ma Jelly replied, we'll just look around by ourselves for now. Of course, madam, take your time. Just let me know if you need anything. Ma Jelly had learned a lot about LV handbags online, but today was her first time in a boutique. Can I try this on? After a brief pause, the SA replied with a smile, of course, please feel free. Excitedly looking at the wall of handbags, Ma Jelly ran towards a matte red classic bag. She couldn't wait to put it on and twirled in front of the mirror. Anqing, how does it look? Is it nice? Su Chen was busy recharging his gaming currency and didn't even lift his head, replying directly, it looks good, buy it. This statement startled everyone in the room. Ma Jelly approached Su Chen and gently tugged at his sleeve, reminding him, this bag is expensive, it's 10,000. 10,000? It's $10. Su Chen put down his phone and gazed affectionately at Ma Jelly, saying, even if it's expensive, I'll buy it as long as you like it. Ha! Ma Jelly's cherry lips slightly parted, unable to say a word, her eyes filled with admiration. Jejia, do you want to see if there are other bags you like, and we can buy them together? Ma Jelly gasped in surprise and asked, really? Su Chen nodded naturally, of course. Goodwill from Ma Jelly +2. Upon hearing their conversation, the SA's eyes sparkled, and she immediately approached them. We've recently received a new style of bag at our counter, very affordable, just over 300,000, and we have it in stock. Su Chen nodded, okay, show it to us. Soon, the new bag was on Ma Jelly's back. She held it delicately, her eyes full of affection. How does it look? Nice, right? Su Chen was clueless about these handbags, and he couldn't see any difference between this model and the classic one. But he still smiled and replied, looks good, let's buy it. Anyway, as long as he could spend the money, it was fine. The main thing is that the goddess is happy, and I am happy too. Win-win. Jia, take another look and see if there's anything you like. Ma Jelly hugged the handbag tightly and shook her head quickly, no. She was afraid that asking for more would ruin her image in Su Chen's eyes, making him think she was a very materialistic woman. Actually, it's already great that you can buy me that classic handbag, especially now that there's a new one. I'm starting to feel a bit embarrassed. Ma Jelly held onto Su Chen's arm tightly, swaying from side to side. Su Chen could clearly feel the softness on his arm, and a rush of blood surged to his head instantly. No wonder kings have short lives since their heads are always congested. It would be strange if nothing happened. This couldn't go on. What would he do when little Su Chen woke up? This was a shopping mall. It would be embarrassing if things went too far. Since we're not buying, I'll go settle the bill. With a swift swipe of the card, the payment was made without a hint of hesitation. 40,000 spent in the blink of an eye. Goodwill from Ma Jelly +5. Just as they were about to leave, Hong Yao Yao tried her luck again. Brother Shang, what about mine? Look how well behaved she is, not disturbing you at all. Shouldn't you reward her a bit? Wait, are you asking directly now? Su Chen turned and asked, sis, are there any free gifts? SA smiled and shook her head politely, then bowed. I'm sorry, sir, there are no free gifts with the 2 handbags you purchased. Su Chen turned back, shrugged, you heard, no freebies. You. Hong Yao Yao suddenly felt insulted. But there was nothing she could do, so she could only stomp her foot helplessly. She couldn't exactly hold a knife to someone's neck and demand they buy her handbags. Jia, let's go. Su Chen's address gradually became more intimate. He skillfully wrapped his arm around her slender waist and strode out the door. People around couldn't help but cast envious glances at them. Ah, truly a match made in heaven. Next, the three of them wandered around the mall for a while. They bought some eye-catching clothes and got their nails done. 3 hours flew by in an instant. In the past, he would have been exhausted halfway through accompanying Li Baishua on a shopping trip. He would have been yawning non-stop, unable to make it to the end. But tonight, Su Chen still felt excited, his whole body tingling. After all, with such a beauty by his side, pleasing to the eye, and being able to hold her in his arms, how could he feel tired? As the night grew late, the mall wasn't open 24 hours, and it was time to clear the area. The three returned to the neon-lit street. Watching the scattered pedestrians, Su Chen suddenly remembered that the dormitory gate at school would close in 5 minutes. It was a good 10 kilometers away, and even if he flew there now, it would be too late. Looking at Ma Jelly, who was silent and looking down, Su Chen didn't know what to do. They definitely wouldn't be going back to the dormitory. Tonight, they would most likely stay in a hotel together. How could he express this appropriately without coming off as frivolous? Ma Jelly occasionally glanced curiously at Su Chen. Why was this guy so quiet? As a man, shouldn't he take the initiative to speak up? Ahem, she cleared her throat, and Shang, the dormitory gate is probably about to close. Let's quickly find a hotel to stay in, otherwise, we might not get a room if we're late. Oh, okay. Su Chen snapped out of his thoughts and ended the internal struggle. Because this is the city center, and also a prime location, there are plenty of hotels and inns around. However, the prices are not affordable at all, but they are still fully booked. After inquiring at more than a dozen places, all were fully occupied, not a single room available. It's understandable, with tourist attractions nearby and a university town. Young people are energetic. They prefer not to sleep in dormitories, which is understandable. After asking a few more places, finally found an inn with a room available. Good news, there is a room. Bad news, there is only one room. The good news within the bad news is that the room is a double room with 2 beds. Sharing a room with the goddess is a great opportunity at hand. Unfortunately, a third party is involved, making it complicated. Su Chen had to persuade Hong Yaoyao to find another room herself. He rarely smiled at Hong Yaoyao. Yaoyao, can you find another inn by yourself? This double room, 1 bed for you and 1 for Jeja, just right. Ma Jelly also chimed in intentionally or unintentionally. Yes, Yaoyao, try to find another room, you might find a single room with a big bed. But Hong Yaoyao adamantly refused, intent on ruining their plan. I don't want it. This alley is dark, I dare not walk alone. What if there are bad people? Besides, Jeja and I are good sisters, used to sleeping in the same dorm. We can't sleep separately. Shang, you are tall and strong, you should be the one to find a new inn. Playing the card of sisterhood, I won't have it easy, and neither will you. Su Chen was left speechless by her words. During the conversation, 2 more young couples entered the inn. Seeing that they were of similar age and seemed to know each other, Su Chen guessed they were students from the nearby university town. Boss, do you have any more vacant rooms? After glancing at Su Chen, the innkeeper slowly exhaled smoke and replied, yes, there is one last double room left. Yang Hao's face lit up. Hey, that's perfect. The 4 of us, 2 beds, not only cost-effective but also a chance to chat together. Su Chen immediately understood what he meant. No, you're really bold. Have you asked your girlfriend how she feels? Looking at the innocent girl the boy was holding hands with, she seemed at a loss after hearing his words. Su Chen knew she was inexperienced. If he let this happen, he would feel guilty. Su Chen patted the innkeeper's hand. How much for the room? I'll take it, here's the money. Yang Hao immediately became unhappy. He pulled Su Chen's arm. Hey buddy, don't you have any eyes? Didn't you see I was about to book this room? Su Chen was amused by his rude behavior. He disdainfully patted the arm that had just been pulled, as if it had touched something dirty. Don't call me buddy, my buddies wouldn't bully innocent girls. Also, we were here first, and I asked about the price first, so who lacks vision? Yang Hao realized that the other party was mocking him, openly and subtly, so he raised his fist ready to strike. His good friend behind him also didn't want Su Chen to ruin their plan and joined in. But Su Chen remained calm, crossed his hands behind his back, and smiled at them. Come on, hit me. Go ahead, the more the merrier, I happen to be thinking of changing cars lately. The 2 men looked at each other. Su Chen's fist remained suspended. Yang Hao had only intended to scare Su Chen, but he didn't expect him to be so composed in the face of danger. For a moment, he didn't know how to proceed. Cough cough cough. Yan Hao kept hinting at his girlfriend behind him. Unfortunately, she was inexperienced and didn't understand his intentions. Yang Hao had to come up with excuses on his own. He shrugged his shoulders. It's because I recently injured my shoulder, otherwise I would definitely show you. At this moment, the innkeeper finally spoke up. Since no one is willing to give in, how about this, you can bid for the price of this last room. Su Chen instantly caught on. Crafty old man, playing dirty. Isn't this just like the story of the snipe and the clam fighting, benefiting the fisherman? Taking advantage of others' weaknesses. And Yang Hao actually foolishly agreed. Hey, I think it's a good idea. The innkeeper's gaze shifted to Su Chen. Seeing the fatigue on Ma Jelly's face, Su Chen decisively agreed. Great. The innkeeper smirked with black teeth. Original price is 200, let the auction begin. I bid 405 for this room. Yang Hao offered almost double the original price. Su Chen, not wanting to see his arrogant face any longer, decisively raised his bid, 1,000. The inn hall fell silent in an instant. The two couples widened their eyes, disbelief written all over their faces. The innkeeper's cigarette fell from his mouth onto the table, sparking tiny flames. On the other side, Ma Jelly and Hong Yao Yao showed no reaction, as if they were used to it. Seeing Yang Hao's face turning uneasy, the innkeeper quickly grabbed Su Chen's hand, fearing he might back out. Alright, deal. You're ruthless, just you wait. I'll let you off this time, but next time we meet, I'll make sure you regret it. While cursing, Yan Hao walked out with his girlfriend. But the girlfriend broke free from his grip, pointing angrily at his face. I never expected you to be this kind of person, we're through. With that, she ran out of the door alone. Ching Ching, listen to my explanation, Ching Ching. After glaring fiercely at Su Chen, Yang Hao hurriedly chased after her. The girl finally woke up. This could be considered as earning some good karma and doing a good deed for herself. Su Chen smiled with satisfaction. Boss, it's time to pay up. The innkeeper nudged Su Chen's arm, urging him impatiently. Su Chen transferred 250 yuan to him directly. When the innkeeper heard the notification sound of wealth treasure received 250 yuan, his face immediately turned anxious. Boss, did you press the wrong button? This amount doesn't seem right. Su Chen looked at him with a wry smile. What's wrong with that? You originally asked for 200, I'm giving you 50 more, isn't that good enough? The innkeeper became more agitated. But you just bid 1,000, that's the right amount. Su Chen smiled disdainfully. This boss not only didn't stand up for himself but also tried to take advantage. Giving an extra 50 was already generous, and he still complained? Alright, how about this, call those 4 people back and see if they're willing to pay 500 now. If they are, I'll give it to them. You. The boss was speechless for a moment. He was furious but helpless. After all, it was late, and who knows if there would be more people coming. 1,000 was indeed unrealistic, making a little extra profit was good enough. After realizing this, the boss finally took out the key. Fine, here you go. With the key in hand, they finally had a place to rest. As they took off their shoes, Su Chen felt like his soul was about to leave his body, as if he had shed all his fatigue and constraints. He gently stretched his toes, feeling the long-lost freedom and comfort. As the socks were taken off, a cool sensation spread from the soles of the feet, instantly enveloping the whole body, prompting a deep breath as if even the soul had been purified. Ah, refreshing. Suddenly, the room fell silent. Su Chen sensed something amiss and slowly opened his eyes. He noticed both of them pinching their noses, casting accusing glances at him. He awkwardly chuckled, walked a lot today, so my feet sweated a bit. Sorry, I'll go wash up now. Su Chen tactfully headed to the bathroom. 15 minutes later, Su Chen emerged from the bathroom with a towel around his waist, drying his hair with a hairdryer, saying, I'm done, who's next to shower? It was something he often said in the dorm, but why did it feel strange saying it in this hotel? Hiss. Upon reflection, it did feel a bit odd, but he couldn't pinpoint why. Ma Jelly and Hong Yao Yao exchanged a glance. That glance seemed to hold 1,000 words and a strong scent of gunpowder? They both almost simultaneously stood up, eager to squeeze into the bathroom. Su Chen looked at them puzzled. Was it necessary? Just taking turns to shower. At that moment, Ma Jelly's long legs gave her an advantage. With a few strides, she rushed into the bathroom and quickly locked the door. Soon, the sound of water dripping inside was heard. Each drop didn't sound like it hit the tiles but rather landed in Su Chen's heart, stirring ripples. He couldn't help but sneak a peek at the bathroom. It was then he noticed the bathroom was semi-transparent. Though blurry, he could make out the outlines. If that was the case, then wasn't he just? Su Chen jumped onto the bed, covering his face with a pillow, laughing freely. Why did it feel a bit exciting? Just then, taking advantage of Madame Zhengtong being absent, Hong Yaoyao swiftly launched an attack. Brother Shang Yaoyao knows you've had a tiring day. Are your shoulders sore? Let Yaoyao give you a massage. Oh, this little potato was quite perceptive. After a day of walking, carrying everything, his shoulders and neck indeed felt a bit stiff. However, he didn't need her help. He would ask Ma Jelly later to help him, then he would have an excuse to massage her in return. It would enhance their relationship, wouldn't it be better? If he let this little potato help now, and Ma Jelly came out, wouldn't it lead to misunderstandings? Su Chen didn't want to take risks that could complicate matters. Hong Yaoyao tried to get on the bed but was ruthlessly pushed off by Su Chen. No need. He lay on the bed, placing his feet wherever she tried to climb. TSK. Hong Yaoyao helplessly frowned and had to give up. Soon, the sound of water in the bathroom ceased, and the door slowly opened. Moonlight filtered through the half-closed curtains, casting a glow at the bathroom entrance, illuminating Ma Jelly's hazy and enchanting figure. Having just showered, she was draped in a soft white towel, resembling a delicate cloud gently encircling her graceful curves. The edge of the towel swayed lightly with her steps, subtly revealing her smooth skin and exquisite contours. Water droplets glistened in her hair, eyes shimmering with moisture like a clear spring, bright and transparent. A faint blush adorned her face, the post-shower glow enhancing her beauty, akin to a blooming lotus. Ma Jelly smiled faintly at Su Chen, then elegantly walked towards him. With her movements, the towel slightly loosened, unveiling her slender and fair legs, resembling exquisite jade pillars. Su Chen was so excited that he jumped up from the bed and sat up straight. Ma Jelly sat down beside him, and Shang Ji, can you help me blow dry my hair? Sure. Su Chen eagerly agreed. The air was filled with the faint scent of her body wash, fresh and charming, making Su Chen feel refreshed. He couldn't help but say, Jia, you smell so good. Ma Jelly blushed a little more at his words and gently coquettishly said, you're annoying. A beautiful woman was so close in front of him. Su Chen couldn't help but sneak a glance at her. Due to the loose positioning and bath towel, Su Chen caught sight of a large expanse of her milky white skin at a glance. Su Chen's gaze was involuntarily drawn, unable to move his eyes away. He felt his heart racing, as if a warm current was surging through his body. Ma Jelly noticed his unabashed gaze but just smiled gently. Her smile was like the warm sunshine of spring, warm and bright. She reached out and gently brushed the hair by her ear. This action caused her bath towel to open slightly. ////omega/// Su Chen felt his cheeks burning hot. Unable to contain the desire in his heart, he gently pushed his palm. Ma Jelly cooperatively fell back on the bed. Su Chen didn't hold back either, pouncing on her. Just as the two were about to ignite a passionate flame and indulge in intimacy, a discordant voice shattered the harmonious atmosphere. Ahem. Hong Yaoyao on the next bed coughed as if she had the flu. The ambiguous atmosphere was thus disrupted. Ma Jelly turned her head awkwardly. Su Chen could only stop there. After a moment of silence, Su Chen spoke, Yaoyao, we've all finished bathing, you're the only one left. Go wash up quickly. Ma Jelly echoed, yes, hurry up and wash. What if there's no hot water later? Hong Yaoyao flashed a barely noticeable mischievous smile. If there's no hot water, I won't wash. Besides, I don't have new clothes to change into. If I wash, what should I wear? Ma Jelly replied, it's okay, you can wear mine. Hong Yaoyao shook her head while getting into bed and covering herself with a blanket. Forget it, I'm tired anyway. Besides, those clothes were bought for you by Shangij. I can't afford to wear them. By the way, if there's nothing else, could you turn off the light? Yaoyao wants to sleep. Truly a light bulb with reversed wiring, not shining when it should and shining when it shouldn't. Su Chen sighed helplessly. With a click, the room plunged into endless darkness. The bed in the double room was not large, only about 1.5 meters wide. Su Chen and Ma Jelly were almost lying close together. The room was eerily quiet, with even the faint sound of breathing audible. In such a drowsy environment, Su Chen found himself wide awake. His muscles were tense with excitement, some even in a state of stiffness. Suddenly, Ma Jelly turned over. She pulled Su Chen's arm into her embrace, like holding a doll. Because both were lying honestly in bed, the feeling was completely different. Su Chen turned slightly and saw that Ma Jelly's eyes were closed. Was she asleep? Just as Su Chen was puzzled, his arm was pulled down again. No, if he endured it any longer, that stiff muscle would definitely cramp from exertion. Su Chen tentatively asked, Jia, are you asleep? Ma Jelly's eyebrows trembled lightly like butterfly wings, her throat rolling up and down. Finally, he opened his mouth slowly and said, Come. A harmless parasite surged to his head, fighting for control of his brain. At this moment, Su Chen had completely lost control of his brain, momentarily losing his sanity. Hong Yao Yao was about to fall asleep, but she was awakened. She turned incredulously to the side. The moon was rising on the treetops, and a few beams of moonlight gently streamed in through the window, falling on Su Chen's bed. The constantly swaying shadows, rhythmic sounds coming one after another. Hong Yao Yao covered half of her face with a blanket, her eyes filled with complexity. She never expected that the two of them would directly communicate martial arts movements in front of her. It seemed that as long as there was love in their hearts, anywhere could be a stage. What made her even more desperate was that similar sounds suddenly came from upstairs, even louder. Hong Yao Yao's eyes gradually turned fearful, feeling as if she was being surrounded. Even though Su Chen had lost control of his brain, he also heard the commotion upstairs. This moment sparked a competitive spirit between men. Listening to the increasing noise, Hong Yao Yao helplessly covered her head with the blanket, but it was futile. At that moment, she seemed to have figured something out. Oh no, she realized she was also a part of their game. Meanwhile, a man in room 502 gasped for breath as he put down the skipping rope in his hand. Wiping the sweat off his forehead with a towel, he continued to listen to the commotion downstairs and exclaimed, "TSK. He won this match. It seems that the masters are indeed among the common people. Tomorrow, I must personally pay a visit." The next morning, Su Chen groggily opened his eyes. Seeing Ma Jelly snuggled in his arms, he smiled satisfactorily, closed his eyes again, intending to doze off a bit longer. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, rhythmic knocks sounded at the door. Su Chen didn't want to bother. Hong Yao Yao had been kept awake all night by the noise and had only closed her eyes close to dawn. She was sleeping soundly now, even snoring softly. But the knocking grew louder. Ma Jelly in his arms murmured softly, and Shang, could you please go and see who it is? Stop them from knocking. Su Chen sighed and reluctantly sat up from the bed. Coming, stop knocking. He casually put on a pair of shorts and slippers before opening the door. Isn't checkout at 12? It's only a few hours past, why are you? When Su Chen fully opened his bleary eyes and saw the simple-looking young man in front of him, he realized he wasn't the innkeeper and became furious. Who are you, and why are you incessantly knocking on our door so early in the morning? Bai Xia chuckled foolishly and apologized. Sorry, I was just too eager to seek your advice, I'm really sorry. Seeking my advice? Su Chen scratched his messy hair, not understanding what he was talking about. Seeing Su Chen's puzzled expression, Bai Xia introduced himself. Just call me brother. I'm Bai Xia, I stayed in the room above you last night. Su Chen became instantly alert. What do you want? Bai Xia scratched his head awkwardly. I just said, I came to seek your advice. Bro, I heard all the noise you made last night. Su Chen coughed awkwardly. Heard? Heard what? Isn't that a normal thing? To be honest, after hearing it last night, I secretly started a little competition and tried to match you. Bai Xia looked slightly sad as he hung his head. But I lost completely, a total defeat. Upon hearing this, Su Chen suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of superiority. He couldn't help but stand with his hands on his hips and chuckled a few times. Actually last night wasn't my full potential, just 70% of my skills, he said. Then, he placed his hand on Bai Xia's shoulder and comforted him. Don't be too sad, talent is crucial after all. But as long as you, work hard, one day you will reach the level I was at last night. Bai Xia's eyes lit up with determination upon hearing this. Alright, bro, can you teach me how to improve endurance and frequency? Your frequency last night was really fast. I've never seen such a fast frequency before, endurance was okay. Confused face? Teach? Never seen such a fast frequency? Su Chen's face twitched, unable to speak. Seeing no response from him, Bai Xia suddenly knelt down on one knee, hands clasped together. Bro, please, just teach me a little, I really want to improve. Su Chen was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out. Teach? Come on, don't do this, I'm scared. He quickly helped Bai Xia up. Looking at Bai Xia's fiery eyes, Su Chen sighed. Actually, I'm just a beginner too, last night was my first attempt. Bai Xia's face showed disbelief upon hearing this. He stared intently, making Su Chen feel uncomfortable. Really bro, I'm not lying to you. If last night wasn't my first time, then may thunder strike me dead. Bai Xia gave up and left in disappointment. Su Chen sighed in relief, wanting to close the door and go back to sleep, but a hand reached in and got stuck in the door. Unexpectedly, Bai Xia pulled a sudden turnaround. Bro, I've been clear, do you have anything else? Bai Xia held Su Chen's hand tightly, earnestly requesting, Bro, let's exchange contact information. We can learn from each other, share techniques. If you're willing, we can even train together and progress together. Not just learning and sharing techniques with a bro, but even training together? What kind of special interest is this? Su Chen couldn't take it anymore and pushed him out the door. He shouted angrily, Get out! Get out now, or I'll kill you. Bai Xia looked at the door with a face full of grievances, not understanding why the other person reacted so strongly. After knocking a few more times, he finally chose to leave. Su Chen patted his chest with lingering fear. Pervert, too much of a pervert. I didn't expect someone who looks so honest and simple to have such a dirty mind. Suddenly, he realized that Bai Xia had held his hand just now. Ha! He quickly rushed to the bathroom to wash his hands. As Su Chen crawled back into bed and embraced his lover, he suddenly realized, oh, he had caught Ma Jelly's attention. Well, she was his woman after all. Su Chen silently vowed that if he met him again, he would definitely teach him a lesson. As noon approached, the three of them took a taxi back to school. After all, Su Chen still had classes in the afternoon. After this night's date, Ma Jelly's favorability had reached 87. He had also charged her up, more than once. 7 times. Su Chen's back was still a bit sore. In one night, he had spent a whole million on Ma Jelly. He was about to cash in a huge sum of money, just one final push away. The thought excited him. After a simple lunch, Su Chen hurried to the classroom. Unfortunately, he was still late. Su Chen bowed slightly. Sorry, teacher, I was just in the bathroom, got delayed for a few minutes. Teacher's son took off his glasses, glanced at it, and asked, classmate, what's your name? Su Chen thought he was going to deduct his credits, so he quickly said some good words to plead for mercy. Professor Sun, please don't deduct my points, give me a chance. Before Su Chen could finish speaking, a deep and muffled voice interrupted him. No need to ask, we are looking for him. Several tall strong men appeared out of nowhere and surrounded Su Chen. They all had a conspicuous red ribbon tied around their arms, with the school emblem on it. It seemed like they were all from the student union. The leader was a man just over 5 feet tall, with a face full of acne and pockmarks. He was almost as tall as Hong Yao Yao. So when he spoke, he had to slightly raise his chin to meet Su Chen's eyes. So you're Su Chen, right? Please come with us. Before he could react, Su Chen was lifted up by several strong men and escorted out of the classroom. Su Chen was dumbfounded in an instant. What, is being late a crime now? Are they going to extort money from me too? His feet kept kicking in the air. What are you guys doing? After leaving the classroom, Feng Tao's face quickly darkened. Su Chen was taken to a utility room, which was the student union's interrogation room. Besides a pile of miscellaneous items, there was only a table, 2 chairs, and a desk lamp inside. The henchmen had clear assignments, some stood guard outside the door, and some stood behind Su Chen to prevent him from escaping. It seemed like they had done this kind of kidnapping many times before. Su Chen was finally let go. He looked displeased at Feng Tao, filled with countless doubts. He hadn't offended anyone from the student union or caused any trouble, so why was he arbitrarily brought here? Feng Tao squinted his eyes slightly and then looked down at his own clothes. Damn, what a nerve, daring to wear the same clothes as me. Strip him of his clothes. As soon as he said that, 2 strong men behind Su Chen moved forward. One held Su Chen's shoulders, and the other started undressing him. The brand new shirt was thrown to the ground. Damn it, I can't stand you losers like this. Pretending to be tough, buying this kind of low-quality stuff. Feng Tao jumped on it and stomped a few times. Because the fabric was too slippery, he ended up falling flat on his face. Watching the ridiculous scene, Su Chen tried hard to bite his lips, his chin trembling. He had received professional training. No matter how funny it was, he wouldn't laugh unless he couldn't help it. Some henchmen, apparently not professionally trained, actually burst into laughter. Feng Tao struggled to get up, hysterically shouting, "What are you laughing at? Is it funny?" He leaped up and started hitting the knees of those henchmen. After teaching the henchmen a lesson, Feng Tao turned slowly, approached Su Chen again with a grim face, and asked, "Did you just laugh?" Su Chen immediately put on an innocent expression. "I didn't laugh at you, I just thought of something funny." Seeing the other party in a half-believing state, he quickly changed the subject and asked, "What do you guys want with me here?" Feng Tao's face darkened, and he threw a phone at Su Chen. Su Chen picked up the phone and saw that it was the photo of himself and Chen Shuyan hanging on the confession wall. He didn't understand what the other party meant until he saw the profile picture in the upper right corner, and a meteor flashed through his mind, suddenly realizing. This profile picture was deeply ingrained in Su Chen's memory. Feng Tao stood in the middle, surrounded by his henchmen. The person taking the photo must have been super tall, compressing everyone in the picture. The 6-foot-tall strong man appeared to be 5'7" in the photo, not to mention Feng Tao. In comparison to the people around him, he was almost like a dwarf. Su Chen was still puzzled at that time, wondering why someone would use such a tacky internet picture as their avatar. It turned out that it wasn't an internet picture after all. Case solved, it was indeed the little handsome from the comments section. He was indeed good at naming, being both small and handsome. He had once mentioned wanting to track down Su Chen in person. Su Chen had thought it was just a joke, but he didn't expect him to actually show up. Su Chen smiled and placed his phone back on the table with a grin. "I was just daydreaming at that time, nothing more," he said. Feng Tao snorted coldly. "I don't care if you were daydreaming or in heat, I just don't like you and I'll make you suffer for looking at my precious one." He gestured with his finger, and the surrounding henchmen picked up their weapons, forming a surrounding position as they closed in. "Don't accuse me of bullying you," Feng Tao threw the phone back. "You're calling someone now. Within half an hour, whoever comes, and after half an hour, it's on you." Su Chen calmly took the phone handed to him, pressed a few buttons, and then looked up to confirm. "Really, can I call anyone?" "Anyone? Are you sure? Stop the nonsense. Are you going to make the call or not?" Feng Tao reached out to snatch the phone back. "I'll make the call, I'll make it." Su Chen quickly dialed the number. Soon, the call was answered on the other end. "Hello, this is the Changhong District Public Security Bureau in Mincheng. How can we assist you?" Su Chen immediately began to play the victim. "Bro, I've been caught and locked up in a dark room at school. I'm about to get beaten up." "Sir, are you in trouble right now?" "Yes, and they even called you a useless person, saying they always see you walking around with your tail between your legs." Feng Tao's face changed, and he reached out to slap Su Chen. "If you're going to make a call, just make it, don't ruin my reputation on the streets." However, his arm was too short, and he ended up cutting himself while leaning over the table. Su Chen deliberately shouted, "They've started to attack, send help quickly." 20 minutes later, one of the henchmen responsible for keeping watch at the door rushed in, looking panicked. "Bro, it's bad." The henchman shouted in alarm, startling Feng Tao, who accidentally cut himself while trimming his nails. "You're the one in trouble, your whole family is in trouble, I'm doing just fine." "Bro," the henchman was almost in tears, "there are a lot of police and teachers outside all of a sudden." Feng Tao's face changed instantly as he realized it was a trick by Su Chen. You have no honor. What honor do I have to talk about with you thugs? Besides, you're the one lacking honor, inexplicably tying me up here for no reason." Su Chen sat there smugly with his legs crossed. Feng Tao's face turned liver-colored, and he grumbled, "I've really tied myself to a living troublemaker." Su Chen looked disdainful. No, I don't have a troublemaker like you, don't try to make yourself look good." You. Feng Tao couldn't find a retort and moved to strike again, only to be restrained by his henchman. "Calm down, bro, if we retaliate now, we'll be admitting guilt, let's get out of here quickly." One henchman hoisted him onto his shoulders, and they started running. "Ha, you think you can still fight me like this?" Su Chen dusted himself off and casually slipped out the back door. Without substantial evidence, they couldn't touch Feng Tao and his crew, so Su Chen decided to settle this score privately. A gentleman takes revenge, it's never too late. The time had come, and he had exacted his revenge. After all, it was Feng Tao's phone used to make the call, so Su Chen got up, dusted himself off, and prepared to leave. By now, more than half of the class had passed, so there was no point in staying. In addition to his new clothes being ruined, Su Chen felt so depressed that he decided not to go. He took out his phone and made a call. "Gangsy, let's go out for some barbecue tonight." After the person on the other end agreed, Su Chen received a message. It was from a friend he met through a pesticide game before, with a super sweet voice. "I'm not a fox, are you free now? Can you play a few games with me?" Since he had nothing else to do, Su Chen agreed and went back to the dorm to comfortably play games. However, Su Chen's attention was not on the game at all, he was engrossed in chatting with that friend. He always felt that her voice was remarkably similar to a female celebrity he liked. But this friend was exceptionally mysterious. She was willing to add Su Chen on WeChat, but refused to reveal her name, and even blocked Su Chen from her moments. It seemed like she was deliberately hiding something. Su Chen was full of curiosity about this friend. The most bizarre thing was that she would often hang up in the middle of a game. It seemed like she was always busy, and could only play games in her spare time. In the third round, she hung up again. "I'm not a fox, I have to go first, sorry." Before Su Chen could even respond, a message popped up saying she has left the game. With no one to play with, Su Chen didn't feel like playing anymore after that round, so he started watching a drama. He began following the popular series Hunt for Water, a story of a showdown between a police officer and a drug dealer. The male actor playing the drug dealer was a seasoned performer. His acting was so immersive and realistic. Su Chen was captivated, not daring to fast forward even for a second. But when the camera focused on the protagonist, the heart-wrenching performance made Su Chen unable to press the fast-forward button. He could only watch with a furrowed brow and tears in his eyes until the end. Unconsciously, the sky gradually darkened. Su Chen stretched lazily, loosening his stiff body. Seeing that it was almost time, he decided to set off first. After finding a barbecue restaurant, Su Chen immediately sent the location to Zhao Gang. Just as the barbecue was served, a familiar figure appeared at the door. Su Chen smiled and waved at him. "Gangzi, over here." The figure at the door paused for a moment, then hurriedly ran towards Su Chen. "What's up? Did something good happen? Did you win the lottery? Or did your dad stop pretending? Today you're so generous, even willing to treat me to barbecue." Su Chen poured a glass of wine with a smile. "Good things are about to happen, but I called you out for dinner today mainly to borrow some money from you." As soon as Zhao Gang heard about borrowing money again, he quickly put down his glass, cursed under his breath, and was about to leave. "I knew you wouldn't be up to any good. I shouldn't have come in the first place." Su Chen quickly grabbed his shoulder and held him back. "Don't leave, I only asked you for money because it's urgent." Zhao Gang turned back, looking at him helplessly. Yes, you always have urgent matters, every day. Last time, and the time before that, you still haven't paid me back. In short, I absolutely won't lend you this time, no matter what you say." Brother. Su Chen held Zhao Gang's hands, looking pitiful. "This time is definitely the last time, and I'll be able to pay you back soon, even tenfold." Seeing that Zhao Gang was still unmoved, Su Chen raised 3 fingers above his head. "I swear, if I deceive my good brother Zhao Gang, may thunder strike me down and kill me." As soon as he finished speaking, a purple light flashed outside the door, followed by a loud bang. Bang! The towering tree at the entrance of the barbecue restaurant made a dull sound and collapsed with a thunderous crash, scattering branches and raising a cloud of dust. Only to see a charred crack on the trunk, the bark peeled off instantly, revealing the charred wood inside, with the smell of burning lingering in the air. The clear night sky was instantly covered with dark clouds, and raindrops started to fall lightly. Before long, a torrential rain began. Su Chen calmed down from the shock and patted his chest in relief. "Anyway, I've made my point clear, so tell me, are we brothers or not? Will you lend it to me?" With the words spoken to this extent, Zhao Gang sighed heavily and took out his phone to transfer the money. "Well, I'm out of luck, there won't be a next time." Su Chen nodded repeatedly. All right. Brother, rest assured, consider this money as your investment in me. I guarantee you'll reap the benefits." Zhao Gang snorted, shook his head, and sat down to eat skewers. "Anzi, don't spend money on women in the future. Spend it on yourself, go enjoy. Isn't it nice to soak your feet once in a while? That Li Bai Shui is really not a good deal, take my advice, okay?" Su Chen raised his glass for a toast. In one gulp, he swallowed all the past pains alone. "Gangzi, I have cut off contact with her. Bro, things are different now, I'm mature and clear-headed." Zhao Gang chuckled disdainfully, his voice involuntarily rising by 8 degrees. "You, mature?" After exchanging a glance, they burst into laughter, unable to calm down for a long time. Su Chen put his arm around Zhao Gang's shoulder. "Gangzi, no matter what, we will always be good brothers, right?" Zhao Gang pushed away the hand on his head, jokingly scolding, "Where do you think you're touching, treating me like your son?" After a few laughs, the air suddenly fell into an inexplicable silence. Looking at Su Chen's serious expression, Zhao Gang couldn't resist him in the end. All right, you will always be my good brother, is that enough? What's gotten into you today, being so sentimental?" Su Chen's face flashed with a hint of cunning. "Changing faces, huh, buddy? I don't want that, I want you to always be my son. Father and son united, the benefits are endless. Zhao Gang, UF** king. Incomprehensible, after 3 rounds of drinks, the jokes had all been exhausted. Su Chen then brought up the main topic. "Gangzi, there's a guy in the student union, short in stature, about 1.50 meters, do you know who he is?" Zhao Gang burped, slumped in the chair, contentedly picking his teeth with a toothpick. "You're probably talking about the student union president, Feng Tao, right? What's up?" Su Chen nodded, secretly noting down the name. This grudge must be avenged. "Nothing, just saw him recently and felt curious, just asking." After a few more drinks, Su Chen suddenly received a text message from Ma Jelly. "I'm so bored, can you come and keep me company?" Faced with the invitation from the goddess, Su Chen began to feel conflicted. On one side was his brother, on the other was the goddess. Since ancient times, it's hard to have both love and friendship. How should he choose? In the end, Su Chen chose to go and accompany the goddess. However, it wasn't because he coveted women or valued them over friends. It was considering the goddess's favorability, which was closely related to cashback and strategy rewards. These strategy rewards were crucial for Su Chen now, as they were essential for his revenge. Money was also important to him, as only the money in hand was real. Returning the cashback sooner would bring peace of mind, without having to worry every day about pleasing the goddess. Su-chan stood up and patted Zhao Gang's shoulder from behind. Gangzi, I have something urgent to attend to. You take your time drinking, I'll leave first, bro. Reluctantly, Zhao Gang held onto Su-chan's hand. We finally came out for a small gathering. Why leave so soon? Stay a bit longer and eat more. Su-chan struggled to break free from his grip. I really can't, it's urgent. I'll treat you to a good meal next time, he said. Zhao Gang sighed helplessly. Alright, just be careful on your way there. Got it. Su-chan silently retied his shoelaces, crouched slightly, assuming the starting position for a 100-meter race. Oh, Gang, remember to settle the bill before you leave, he added. Zhao Gang abruptly stood up, turned around, but Su-chan was already nowhere to be seen. Su-chan, you. He wanted to chase after him but was stopped by the barbecue stall owner at the door. The red-hot tongs were less than 20 centimeters away from Zhao Gang's head. Luckily, he managed to stop in time, avoiding a free burn. The bald boss, with tattoos on his shiny head, glared fiercely and said, Kid, I've been watching you for a while. Are you trying to skip out on the bill? Nervously, Zhao Gang swallowed hard, forcing himself to calm down. Pointing to the grill, he stuttered, I am not trying to leave without paying. I just want to order a few more skewers. Then, give me 3 more portions of chicken wings, chicken racks, and sausages, he added hesitantly. The barbecue boss eyed him suspiciously. Zhao Gang slowly backed away. Back at his seat, he smiled innocently at the boss, looking at the table full of skewers and beer on the floor. Zhao Gang felt his heart ache, his wallet was weeping. It hurt. This couldn't be wasted, it was his hard-earned money. This meal alone would cost at least 200 to 300, plus the money he lent Su-chan, leaving him with just over 300 bucks. It was over, he was going to be broke this month. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he quickly pulled out his phone. Hey, Ajay, are you free tonight? Let's go out for barbecue. It's been a while since we hung out. We must have a good drink tonight. Since Majeli wasn't with him, Su-chan couldn't use his ride-sharing credits. He found a shared bike and leisurely rode towards the agreed bar. Suddenly, he felt a creepy presence behind him, as if someone was following him. After observing carefully, Su-chan confirmed his suspicion. Indeed, an Audi Q5 had been tailing him. In this day and age, someone's still playing the tracking game. Let's see who it is, he thought. Su-chan slammed on the brakes, bringing the bike to a halt. The Audi Q5 also stopped. The window rolled down, revealing a pretty face. Su-chan remembered this face vividly. It was the face of a goddess, forgetting it was rare, not dreaming about it was even rarer. Miss Susan? Susan nodded and quickly got out of the car to approach Su-chan. Mr. Su, what a coincidence. Su-chan smiled in response, yes, quite a coincidence. She looked at the shared bike with a strange expression. Mr. Su, why are you riding this? Su-chan didn't catch her drift at first and chuckled. What's wrong with riding this? Riding a bike isn't that hard to learn. Oh, you don't know how? If you want to learn, I can teach you. Susan's face changed instantly upon hearing this. Her sales and clients were crucial to her. If her sales didn't meet the target, she'd either be fired or harassed by the boss. So, keeping these big spenders happy was essential. Susan considered Su-chan an important customer and was waiting for him to return for more business. Since he offered to teach her, she couldn't refuse. But as she touched the handlebars and glanced at her short skirt, a hint of hesitation crossed her face. Riding the bike would definitely expose a lot. After a few seconds of brainstorming, Susan finally chose to refuse. No, Mr. Su, I'm not dressed appropriately today. Let's do it next time. It dawned on Su-chan that she was wearing a short skirt. He patted his head, smiling apologetically. Oh, sorry, I didn't notice. I'm really sorry. Su-chan clasped his hands together, bowed in front of him to express his apology. Susan quickly returned the gesture. Mr. Su, it's okay, please don't worry about it. Then she asked, Mr. Su, where are you headed? Let me give you a ride. Well, it's okay. Riding a bike is convenient, eco-friendly, and good for exercise. I'll just ride my bike. Su-chan initially intended to accept Susan's invitation. But getting a free ride and cycling 2 kilometers for a date, isn't that foolish? However, considering Susan's goddess-like status, raising her favorability to 90 could yield returns, and reaching 100 could earn him a strategy reward understanding women's hearts. Why not take advantage of such a good opportunity? To maintain a good image of adhering to male virtues, Su-chan decided not to disclose his destination to her. People who go to bars are often stereotyped, even if he's just going there to relax and have a drink. He didn't want to leave the impression of a playboy on her, so he had to decline. Susan understood that the wishes of these big bosses could not be forced, so she didn't say much more. All right, Mr. Sue, come visit the Golden Phoenix another day when you're free, I'll arrange some good wine for you. Suchin smiled, nodded at her, and waved goodbye. Drive safely. As the 2.0T turbocharged engine roared, the white Audi Q5 gradually disappeared at the end of the street. Suchen continued pedaling hard towards the direction of the bar. Sitting in the driver's seat, Susan took a moment to reflect on what had just happened while waiting at a red light. How could someone who spends hundreds of thousands on a meal at the Golden Phoenix lower their status by riding a shared bike? Susan had been in management for many years and had received countless second-generation rich individuals, but she had never seen anyone act so low-key. Unless... Suddenly, Susan's eyes lit up as if she had caught an important clue, and her furrowed brow gradually relaxed. A faint smile of relief appeared on her lips. So that's it. Coupled with Su Chen's friendly smile, Susan became more convinced that he was a second-generation official. Moreover, this official position must be significant, or he wouldn't need to be so discreet. Suddenly, a few honks sounded from behind the car. It turned out the traffic light had turned green. Susan regained her composure and calmly stepped on the gas. About 10 minutes later, Suchen finally arrived at his destination. The sign here emitted a suggestive pink glow, and two tall foreign men stood at the entrance, most likely the bar's security. The place was bustling, with a queue forming to get in. The men and women who came were mostly dressed in fashionable attire. Suchen also noticed a mysterious organization with F426 printed on their clothes. They looked very young and inexperienced, almost like high school students, but they were often surrounded by 2 or 3 girls. Are girls nowadays into relationships with younger guys? After waiting for about 5 minutes, Suchen finally reached the front. Just as he was about to step in, he was stopped by a security guard. The bald security guard's face showed no expression. Looking at the outstretched hand, Suchen was filled with doubt. During school days, I often heard my English teacher say that foreigners like to hug and shake hands when they meet. Do I have to greet them first? Suchen grabbed his large hand and then gave him a hug. The bald security guard was stunned. Then, hesitantly, he gently pushed Suchen away, a blush appearing on both their cheeks. Suchen, Sigma, degree winky face, why are you blushing? Didn't you ask me to greet you? The bald security guard finally dropped his aloof act and said, ticket. Do we need a ticket to enter? Suchen suddenly remembered that Ma Jelly seemed to have sent him a QR code before, but he was busy pedaling his bike at the time and didn't ask. Could that QR code be the ticket? Suchen opened his phone and handed over the QR code. The bald security guard also took out his phone and scanned it. After confirming the information, he returned the phone to Suchen and even stepped aside to let him pass. After receiving the phone, Suchen noticed a string of numbers in the input field. He turned to look at the bald security guard, his face full of confusion. The bald security guard raised his right hand to his ear and made a hand gesture of 6. His mouth moved as if saying something. Suchen imitated his lip movements and quietly said, "Call me B. Call me, baby." The bald security guard, afraid Suchen didn't understand, blew him a kiss. Ha! Suchen was so scared he didn't even look back, quickly diving into the bar. Inside the bar, it was even more chaotic. The ambient lights on the ceiling kept spinning, casting colorful neon lights that danced in the darkness like stars in the night sky. The air was thick with a mix of alcohol and perfume, and the deafening music surged like a tide. On the bar counter, colorful glasses sparkled enticingly as bartenders skillfully mixed drinks, their fingers swiftly moving between bottles and glasses. On the dance floor, people swayed to the music, their bodies moving in rhythm, some wildly tossing their heads without any order. In the corner on the sofa, several couples or friends cuddled together. If you looked closely, you could see they were being intimate. All these unfamiliar sights were stimulating Su Chen's nerves. At 20 years old, this was his first time inside a bar, and it was far crazier than he had imagined. Su Chen stood there blankly. It wasn't until Ma Jelly ran up to him, waving her hand, that he snapped out of it. What's wrong with you? I've been calling you for ages, and you didn't respond. Sorry, it's too noisy and dark here, I didn't notice. Ma Jelly took Su Chen's hand and said, come on, our bar counter is over there. When they returned to the bar counter, they found 2 men sitting on the sofa. Su Chen looked at Ma Jelly. She quickly explained, I don't know these 2 men. Just as they were puzzled, one of the men on the seat whistled and raised his eyebrows at Ma Jelly. Hey, babe, I've been watching you for a while over there, you look really hot, and this silly one next to you is your brother, right? My brother and I want to share a table with you guys, let's have some fun together. As he spoke, he got up with a smirk and approached Ma Jelly, extending his arms for a hug. Su Chen stepped in front of the man in one swift motion. The man's smile froze, and he angrily shouted, you brat, what do you want? Don't push your luck. Su Chen was startled by his angry shout. The other man on the seat also stood up, grabbing a bottle of alcohol. Feeling the strong aura from the two men, Su-chen hesitated to retreat. But now was the time to prove his abilities. He couldn't back down in front of his goddess. Su-chen pretended to be calm and waved to a marketing guy not far away. The marketing guy with a big smile on his face ran over. "What's up, bro? Do you want to add some drinks? These two are causing trouble at our reserved table. Do you care about that?" The marketing guy looked up and was glared back at fiercely by the man. He forced a smile. Bro, for scattered seats like yours, there isn't a fixed position actually. I suggest you guys communicate with each other." After saying that, he tried to slip away. Su-chen called him back. "Hey, what kind of reserved table can avoid disturbances?" The marketing guy raised his head slightly and thought for a moment. "We have a large reserved table over there." Su-chen followed the waiter's direction and noticed that it was just a slight change in position, with the table being a bit larger. "There's also a VIP reserved table on the second floor, but the minimum spending there is higher. If you feel disturbed, we have private rooms on the third floor here." Su-chen was about to ask for a private room but then thought about the many beautiful women in the bar and decided to see if there were any goddesses around. Besides, being high up gives a better view. This advantage shouldn't be wasted. "Please help us switch to the VIP reserved table, thank you." At these words, the marketing guy's eyebrows raised in surprise, and his service became more enthusiastic. "Sure thing, bro, this way please." The marketing guy pushed the two people blocking the way aside. For them, whoever had money was the boss. If they were the boss, they had to serve well. Su-chen held Ma Jiali's hand as they walked up the stairs, and he made a face at the two people. There were security guards at the stairs, so he wasn't afraid of the two thugs coming up for revenge. Downstairs, the two watched, feeling frustrated but powerless. Because they couldn't afford the upstairs expenses, even the lowest spending would cost them a month's salary. On the second floor, the view was indeed much broader. Just a slight glance down allowed a view of the entire first floor. The reserved tables here were few, and the tables were large, almost more than twice the size of the downstairs large reserved table. The marketing guy cheerfully held the menu and said, "Bro, take a look. But let me remind you, there's a minimum spending for this reserved table." Su-chen asked, "How much is the minimum spending?" The marketing guy gestured with his thumb and index finger, 8,888. The menu was thin, only 2 pages long, but the drinks listed were expensive, with none priced below 3 digits, and the set menus starting at over 1,000. Su-chen seriously doubted their marketing tactics. Different levels of customers had different menus prepared for them. The most eye-catching items on the menu were the small dragon set and the big dragon set. He had no idea about these things and asked, "What are these two dragon sets?" Ma Jiali patiently explained, "These two are the small king set and big king set commonly found in bars. Both are top champagne sets. The small dragon has 3 bottles of different colored top champagne, while the big dragon set has 5 bottles of top champagne, plus a bottle of the black gold edition top champagne." Top champagne? Su-chen vaguely remembered hearing about it online, having some impression. "So, how does this top champagne taste?" "Well," Ma Jiali shyly shook her head, "I haven't tried it, so I'm not sure." The marketing guy, seeing Su-chen's interest in the dragon sets, instantly perked up and began to explain, "Bro, this top champagne is something wealthy people love to drink. It's not something ordinary folks can afford. The taste is very delicate, with a fresh fruity aroma when you first taste it, as if you're in a summer orchard, followed by a subtle hint of vanilla and spices gradually emerging. Take a sip of that thing, oh la la." Watching the sales guy's ecstatic expression, Su-chen suddenly became interested. Just hearing his introduction made his mouth water. "Bro, how about we order a little dragon combo to try?" "Sure, let's have both the big dragon and little dragon sets." The sales guy thought he misheard, his face full of disbelief. He thought Su-chen would only order a little dragon combo or maybe just a bottle of Black Ace to try, never expected him to be so extravagant. The big dragon set costs 88888, and the little dragon set costs 58888, totaling nearly 150,000. Just ordering like that, what kind of financial strength does he have? Su-chen handed him a dragon card, a type of bank card in Huaxia, and asked, "What are you waiting for?" The sales guy finally snapped out of it. Oh. He hurried down the stairs to prepare. While waiting, Su-chen noticed that the table next to them was the mysterious F426 organization he encountered at the party outside before. Unlike Su-chen's table, theirs was almost full, with over 20 people, and the male-to-female ratio was 1:3. Gotta admit, this F426 organization had some power. However, he used the system's scanning function to scan the girls at that table. Unfortunately, none of them had a charm value higher than 85, and most of them were not young, some even over 30. What's the use of quantity? Quality is what matters. Su Chen's hand on Ma Jelly's waist tightened a bit. Suddenly, the music in the bar changed style, with a very fast rhythm. Move and beat, move and beat. The bass speakers started booming. Snap! The lights in the bar went out instantly. When they came back on, all the spotlights were on Su Chen's table. Su Chen was caught off guard by the bright light. In a daze, he saw a long line of girls walking towards him. Su Chen squinted hard to see. Wow, a dozen bunny girls. They wore cute bunny ears on their heads, black tight dresses, and even had bunny tails behind them. These adorable bunnies swayed their hips, holding signs and trays as they circled the second floor. Finally, they arrived at Su Chen's table. Everyone in the bar was captivated by this display. At that moment, the MC's voice suddenly shouted, "Congratulations to our boss for ordering a big dragon set and a little dragon set." Scream. Then, on the huge LED screen on the first floor, a Su character occupied the top spot. Instantly, the dance floor was packed, and the scene boiled like water on fire. The atmosphere exploded, screams echoing everywhere. Downstairs, countless women threw flirtatious glances at Su Chen. He noticed all of this. Su Chen stood up proudly and waved his hand. For the first time in 20 years, he became the center of attention like never before. "Brother, can we have a drink with you?" The bunny girls surrounded him, completely ignoring Ma Jelly beside him. Ma Jelly was even squeezed to the edge of the sofa. These bunny girls were generally good-looking, not quite goddess level, but none scored below 87. They were very proactive, each wanting to snuggle into Su Chen's arms to secure a favorable position. Because the boss's favor was their main source of income, Su Chen, being alone, couldn't handle so many people at once. You all, don't squeeze, I can't breathe." The girls tactfully got off Su Chen. Ha! Su Chen breathed heavily, his face turning red from the pressure. He adjusted his pants, crossed his legs, and cleared his throat. "You can leave, I already have company, no need for you." Immediately, pleas for mercy arose. "Brother, let her stay, she can play musical instruments, especially good at playing the flute." "I can play the flute too, and I also do yoga." "Brother, I'm really good at yoga, I can do all the poses." The bunny girls in front of him began to flirt and vie for a chance. Faced with the tempting scene, Su Chen turned his head away, ignoring them. Seeing the boss unmoved, they had no choice but to behave. Oomph, what a killjoy. "Yeah, hey, could it be that the boss is not interested in that one?" Their chattering reached Su Chen's ears, making him embarrassed. Not doing anything is not an option, right? Su Chen really wanted to push that girl down now to prove his strength, but reality told him he couldn't do that. The sales guy came back upstairs and saw the girls had all left. He hurried to Su Chen's side, handing back the VIP card. "Boss, are you not satisfied with these girls? Shall I bring another group for you?" Su Chen shook his head. "You have nothing to do here, just leave, I have things to do." The sales guy glanced at Ma Jelly, who was sulking with her head down, and instantly understood. He lightly slapped himself on the face a few times. "Bro, I was ignorant, I didn't realize you and the lady were." Su Chen waved his hand. "It's really nothing, you better leave now, if you don't, then I will blame you for real." "Alright, got it." The sales guy quickly scurried away. Seeing everyone gone, Su Chen dropped the act, smiling as he hugged Ma Jelly. "Darling, don't be angry, I've sent them all away." Ma Jelly crossed her arms and replied, "No, I'm not angry about this kind of thing. You ordered 2 dragon combo meals, those people came to please you, it's normal." Then, she muttered under her breath, "Who told you to be so rich and handsome?" Although she said that, her words were filled with a hint of jealousy. The bunny girls had left, but another group arrived. It was the group of ladies from the next table. "Brother, are you alone? Let us sisters accompany you for a few drinks." A slightly older woman with heavy makeup on her face threw a flirtatious look at Su Chen. What was happening tonight? So many people wanting to please him. Is this the charm of money? But they were really short-sighted. Those cute bunny girls didn't even stay. Did they think they were better looking than them? Su Chen held Ma Jelly tighter in his arms, almost pressing her against him. "Sorry, I already have someone with me. And I'm not alone, this is my girlfriend, Jeja." As soon as he said that, Ma Jelly looked up at him in astonishment. In her impression, wealthy people rarely invest genuine emotions, it's all just a show. So she had always treated Su Chen as a fling or a friend to set off fireworks with. She never expected Su Chen to be serious, let alone openly acknowledge their relationship. A strange sense of warmth welled up in her heart. Ma Jelly's favorability +1, seeing the increase in favorability, Su Chen felt secretly pleased. However, the 30-year-old woman in charge still refused to leave, even comparing herself to Ma Jelly. "Handsome, what's so good about your girlfriend? Isn't she just a pretty face, nothing special?" If you ask me, it's best to find a girlfriend who's a bit older. You see, older sisters are caring and know how to treat others. Most importantly, older sisters have rich experience. They can handle everything and take good care of you. The eldest sister raised an eyebrow at Su Chen and casually reached out her hand towards his thigh. So, handsome young man, let us older sisters take good care of you. Smack! Su Chen swatted her hand away. Both nearing 30, why can some still be goddesses while others end up as greasy aunties? Seeing her ignorance, Su Chen's face turned cold instantly. Let me make it clear, I don't like older sisters or aunties, you should go hang out with those kids. With that said, the leading eldest sister stood up abruptly, pointing her index finger at Su Chen. You. Her lips trembled, unable to speak. After glaring at Su Chen for 2 seconds, she turned angrily, let's go. With that, they headed downstairs. This made the little brothers on the sofa anxious. They hurriedly got up to follow. Hey, don't leave. Hey, can the little brother accompany you for supper? I'm really hungry. So, save where you should, spend where you must, sweep the road, and peaches in the bar. Even if you are the god of eating, so what? You still pale in comparison to my dragon feast. After this commotion, the barrier in Maijia Li's heart dissipated. She suddenly pinched Su Chen's arm. You rascal, how dare you say I'm your girlfriend? When did I agree to that? Su Chen was momentarily stunned, then chuckled and scratched his head. I was just trying to reject them. Did you want me to buy them drinks? I don't want that. Maijia Li smiled sweetly, playfully punching Su Chen's chest with her delicate fist. You're quite the smooth talker. Su Chen opened the spade and poured it into a flute glass. He offered a glass to Maijia Li. Come, let's have a toast, shall we? Maijia Li's face lit up with joy. She bit her lip and took the glass. The drink was indeed smooth on the palate, with a hint of fruitiness. Although not as harsh as white wine, it was still strong, with an alcohol content of 39 degrees. After a few drinks, Maijia Li seemed a bit tipsy, her cheeks starting to flush. Suddenly, she rolled over and ended up on top of Su Chen. Holding onto his waist tightly, she pressed her face against his chest. Then, realizing something was off, she gazed directly at Su Chen. Su Chen felt a bit uneasy under her seductive gaze. Ahem. Anyone in this position would be tempted. You should get up. There are many people watching. After Su Chen's reminder, curious gazes from all around turned towards them. Everyone wanted to see what the boss looked like and if they had a chance to impress. Despite Su Chen's attempt to push her away, Maijia Li held onto him tightly. She leaned in slowly towards Su Chen's head, gazing at him affectionately. Her once bright eyes now had a thin mist over them, appearing somewhat dreamy. It seemed like a pink heart inside was continuously expanding and contracting. Her delicate features drew closer. Just as Su Chen was about to say something, her soft lips pressed against his, silencing him. Gradually, he too got caught up in the moment, getting into the mood. Su Chen's body, which was originally tense, slowly relaxed as he closed his eyes and savored her affection. Just as Su Chen was lost in the kiss, Maijia Li suddenly interrupted, leaning close to his ear. Shang, I really want. Now, Su Chen's expression turned somewhat fearful. Here? Yes. Maijia Li nodded heavily, taking the initiative to grab his arm and pull him towards her body. So hot? Su Chen felt a warm heat and sticky fluid in his palm. No wonder she was so proactive today, she must be a bit drunk. His tolerance for alcohol was really poor, even worse than his own. Su Chen withdrew his hand and sniffed. Truly a goddess, even her sweat smells good. Just as Su Chen hesitated, Maijia Li was already prepared. By the time Su Chen came to his senses, it was too late. He could only gently support Maijia Li's waist and follow her rhythm. The bar was still lively, the noisy music completely drowning out other sounds. Half an hour later, Maijia Li collapsed exhausted in Su Chen's arms. Goodwill from Maijia Li +1, her forehead was dotted with sweat beads, her face flushed, panting as if she had just finished intense exercise. Su Chen's face showed a hint of fatigue, his eyes dim. After all, he hadn't fully recovered from the 7 times last night. Many things urged him to quickly obtain the strategy reward, strong body and soul. After all, this thing could double his physical fitness. By then, not to mention 7 times in one night, even 15 times or 30 times would be no problem. The only concern might be tool wear and tear, but that's a story for another time. The two lay quietly for a while. Maijia Li's eyes gradually regained their sanity as she calmly got up to straighten her clothes. Luckily, she was wearing a skirt, which was convenient. She began to neatly arrange the spades on the table and started taking photos. After about 10 minutes of shooting, she finally found the right angle. She raised her phone again to take a photo with Su Chen. Su Chen grinned and made a victory V sign. But just a second before pressing the shutter, Su Chen suddenly reacted and quickly got up. Shang, what's wrong? It's nothing, I just don't really like taking photos because I don't look good in them. Ma Jelly hugged his neck and raised the phone again. How could that be? My Shang is so handsome, how could he not look good in photos? Su Chen took a step back, smiling and waving his hand. Really, I can't accept it. Okay. Ma Jelly pouted, silently put away her phone, no longer insisting. Su Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he was afraid that this would affect him, making it more difficult for him to pursue other goddesses in the future. As the sugar daddy, it was naturally better to keep a low profile. To avoid suspicion, Su Chen immediately hugged Ma Jelly's shoulders and gently coaxed, "Alright, let's take photos next time when I dress up nicely, so you'll look better in them too. Since the photos are taken, let's continue drinking." Okay. Su Chen looked at the crowded dance floor downstairs, eager to join in the fun and increase his chances of interacting with beautiful girls. But considering that if he went down, Ma Jelly wouldn't stay alone upstairs drinking, she would definitely come down with him. And she was not only a goddess but also his current lover. Su Chen couldn't bear the thought of her being teased by others. So, he had to dismiss the idea. Time flew by, and it was midnight. The bar was getting more crowded, with mostly handsome men and beautiful women coming in. It seemed like the party was just getting started. And the quality of looks and figures was noticeably better than a few hours ago. The standards had increased several times. But both of them had already drunk quite a bit. Ma Jiali could barely stand steady, leaning on Su Chen for support. Pressing the bell on the table, the sales guy immediately rushed over. He knelt down smoothly, then rose up to bow 90 degrees one by one. "Bro, please feel free to give orders." It seemed like the commission should be substantial, with the service quality skyrocketing, just a step away from kowtowing. Su Chen pointed at the table, "Please take care of these spades for me, or if you want, just take them." Gift? The sales guy was surprised. The bar indeed had a policy of giving back drinks. Drinks returned by customers are usually cashed in by the boss at a certain percentage for the staff. However, it's usually the big boss who gives drinks to those hostesses or female sales staff. Giving drinks to a male salesperson, this was a first. After all, he wasn't a gigolo but a rough man. There were a total of 10.5 bottles of Spades A on the table, not counting the half bottle. He could still get over 10,000 in commission. Plus, both dragon sets sold tonight were his sales, earning him over 20,000 this night. This was already more than he had earned in the 3 months he had been there. The sales guy tightly held onto Su Chen's thigh, unexpectedly bursting into tears. "Bro. Oh no, Dad. From now on, you are my sworn brother's real dad." He tremblingly handed over his phone. "Dad, my name is Neo Bai, you can call me Little Neo, or Neo Z is fine too. Can I get your contact information? In the future, when you buy alcohol here, I promise to get you the lowest price. When you give the word in the future, I promise to be there at your beck and call. Every word will be answered, every sound will echo." Neo Bai? Your dad is quite Neo Bai too. Su Chen took out his phone, scanned the QR code, and coldly said, "Forget about discounts, in the future, you will sell to me at market price, not a penny less." Neo Bai was stunned for a moment, but being used to all kinds of people, he quickly understood. The rich care most about face, he must think that giving discounts is a slap in the face, that's why he didn't allow it. Yes, the thinking of the rich is indeed unique. "Okay, bro, oh no, okay, Dad. I promise to sell to you at the highest market price, not a penny less." In fact, Su Chen was thinking that he would come back to the bar in the future, most likely with a goddess. If he got discounts here, wouldn't his cashback be even less? If the system didn't prohibit maliciously raising prices, Su Chen really wished he could sell a bottle of wine for millions, even tens of millions. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, lightly kicked his butt. "Hurry up and get lost, I'm leaving too." "Okay, Dad." He immediately hugged his knees, curled up and rolled towards the stairs. He couldn't go back to school again, so he had to stay in a hotel again. To avoid being harassed by the security guard at the front door again, Su Chen chose to leave through the back door. But unfortunately, the security guards worked in shifts. At midnight, the bald security guard was assigned to the back door. When Su Chen saw the familiar big bald head, he couldn't help but swallow hard, burying his head as low as possible and blending into the crowd to leave. However, the security guard, who checked the gate every day for suspicious individuals or minors, had developed a sharp eye. He immediately recognized Su Chen squeezed at the edge of the crowd. "Hey, my sweet." Upon hearing the voice, Su Chen thought to himself, "Not good." Turning around, he saw the guard rushing towards him. With a sense of urgency, Su Chen shouted loudly, "Neo Bai." Unexpectedly, every word had a response. "Dad, I'm here." Before the person arrived, his voice preceded him. As soon as the voice fell, he burst out of the door. "Worth it. This wine was worth giving away. The bull tightly held onto the fat waist of the bald security guard, his eyes blazing with anger as he communicated in a mix of Chinese and English. "You don't want to touch my father." Turning his head, he shouted to Su Chen, "Dad, run." With his distraction, Su Chen quickly slipped away. This time they were lucky, there was a room available at the hotel next to the bar, and it happened to be the last room with a big bed. However, it was on the 5th floor, and the hotel didn't have an elevator. Thanks to the help of the receptionist, Su Chen was able to make it upstairs tonight. "Thank you, Ong." Su Chen took out 5 bright red 100 yuan bills and handed them to the receptionist. Since expenses incurred with the goddess could be settled with war wolf coins, Su Chen was generous with his spending. The receptionist seemed a bit shy holding the money, her face turning red. "It's okay, you deserve this, please take it." After a brief hesitation, the receptionist shyly looked up at Su Chen and finally accepted the money. After laying Ma Jiali on the bed, Su Chen quickly fetched a basin of hot water. He wet a towel and carefully wiped her body. Suddenly, a hand rested on his. "Shang, I feel so hot." Ma Jiali's eyes half opened, her long eyelashes casting deep and hazy glances, with a hint of alcohol on her breath. Su Chen gently stroked her forehead. "Be good, wear your clothes, or you might catch a cold." "Don't, I can't sleep like this." Ma Jiali tossed and turned in bed, acting coquettish. All right. Su Chen couldn't resist her and obediently followed her wishes. With a pull of the bow, the buttons opened, and a gentle tug on the skirt hem completed the task. It must be said, skirts are convenient. As Su Chen covered her with a blanket, Ma Jiali unexpectedly pulled him towards her, causing him to hit the bed edge, losing his balance and falling on top of Ma Jiali. Their lips met perfectly, like a spaceship docking with a space station. Ma Jiali initiated the attack, like taking something out of a bag. Although the atmosphere was very ambiguous, Su Chen was completely unresponsive, like a block of wood. Ma Jiali's favorability rating had reached 89, just 1 point away from cashback. Although success was within reach, it wasn't what Su Chen wanted. He wanted to spend millions on a luxury car for Ma Jiali, so he could get more cashback later. Being good to the goddess meant being good to himself. Once the withdrawal threshold was reached, the system would immediately provide cashback. That's why Su Chen had no reaction, fearing her excitement might break the 90-point limit. Then he would lose millions for nothing. Ma Jiali thought she wasn't being proactive enough, so she wrapped her arms around Su Chen's neck, her beautiful legs entwining around his waist like a python, twisting and turning in his arms, like a beautiful snake. But Su Chen pushed her away. "Jia, calm down." Seeing his unusual reaction, Ma Jiali looked puzzled and confused. Normally, he would be all over her, so why was he suddenly reserved? Pretending? Let's see how long you can keep it up. Ma Jiali continued her strong attack, hugging him from behind, her hands reaching into his hot chest, her enchanting eyes fixed on him. Su Chen immediately stood up from the bed, adjusted his collar, and cleared his throat. "Jia, how about we call it a night? I just want to sleep peacefully." Ma Jiali was stunned. Suddenly, she seemed to understand something and a contemptuous smile appeared on her face. "Humph, you men are all the same. Why are you crying now?" Seeing 2 tears streak down Ma Jiali's cheeks, Su Chen reached out to wipe them dry, but she slapped his hand away. "Don't touch me." Affection from Ma Jiali-1. Su Chen was dumbfounded in an instant. How could the affection level still drop? The score plummeted from 89 all the way down, only stopping at 84. Looking at Ma Jiali's expression, she was as cold as ice, with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Su Chen felt a chill down his spine. However, after being a licking dog for 4 years, he had some experience in dealing with girls and knowing how to please them. Although girls might say no or don't touch me on the surface, deep down, they hoped for immediate action. Su Chen quickly stepped forward and held her tightly in his arms. "Darling, don't be like this. I'm just a bit tired and need to rest." At first, she was as difficult to handle as a pig waiting to be slaughtered. Suddenly, Ma Jiali raised her head abruptly, determination flashing in her eyes. She bit down hard on Su Chen's wrist, her teeth sinking deep into his flesh. Su Chen's body stiffened, but he didn't release the embrace. Instead, he held her tighter, silently enduring the pain. Ma Jiali's lips pressed against his skin, her heartbeat pounding like a drum. She felt a warm liquid trickle from the corner of her mouth, tasting metallic and sweet. It was Su Chen's blood. Ma Jiali quickly released his wrist, looking up at him with a mix of shock and regret. "I'm sorry, Her voice choked up, unsure of how to express her feelings. Su Chen furrowed his brows, but there was no hint of blame in his eyes. He lowered his head and softly said, "It's okay, I know you didn't mean it. It doesn't hurt at all." And Shang. Tears welled up in Ma Jiali's eyes again, crystal droplets spilling over, leaving wet trails on her rosy cheeks before falling onto her chest. Her shoulders trembled with sobs, sounding utterly aggrieved. Are you just playing with me? Now that you're bored, you don't want to touch me anymore, right? Su-chen was taken aback, never expecting her to think that way. Although his initial intentions were shallow and complex, over time, he had developed genuine feelings for her. She was the first woman to offer him warmth and embrace, akin to his first love. They had only been together for a short while. How could he grow tired so quickly? He slowly raised his index finger and thumb, forming an O shape. Under Ma Jelly's puzzled gaze, Su-chen lightly flicked her forehead. Silly girl, what are you thinking? If I were bored, would I take you to a bar or bring you to a hotel? Ma Jelly was taken aback. Had she misunderstood him? Su-chen continued, baby, why would you think I'm just playing around with you? Ma Jelly's eyes glistened with tears as she bit her rosy lower lip lightly. Fueled by alcohol, she poured out everything that had been on her mind. Before meeting Su-chen, Ma Jelly had been involved with a wealthy second-generation man and had a physical relationship. Just when she was basking in happiness, the wealthy man disowned her. He tossed her a wad of money and said, so the goddess everyone admires is just like that. Su-chen knew about the incident that shocked her. However, he never expected her to be so honest and open with him. Ma Jelly avoided his gaze, and shine, will you mind? Su-chen gently wiped away her tears and patiently reassured her, it's all in the past. You are my dearest darling, how could I possibly mind? Affection +1 from Ma Jelly, great, finally some warmth. Oh, Su-chen smiled bitterly and continued, to be honest, I was once deceived by a scheming woman too. She treated me like a dog, and I foolishly licked her boots for 4 years. Ma Jelly gradually stopped crying and began to listen intently to Su-chen's story. Just then, a knocking sound came from outside the door. Who could it be at this late hour? Ma Jelly wrapped herself in a blanket as Su-chen went to open the door. Click! The door was slowly pulled open, revealing a slender figure of a young girl. Front desk? While Su-chen was still puzzled, Yu had already made her way into the room. Brother, that lady should be asleep, right? She smirked mischievously, lightly tapping Su-chen's chest with her hand. Brother, you're quite the player, sneaking around in the room in front of that lady, so thrilling. Remember to pay extra after it's done. As she spoke, she walked over to the bed on her own. Suddenly, Ma Jelly, hidden under the blanket, threw it off and grabbed Yu's hair tightly. Her voice was filled with anger. No wonder Shang didn't touch me tonight. It turns out you, little vixen, stole his attention. Startled by the sudden attack, Yu felt intense pain on her scalp, momentarily losing her composure. I'm almost bald, and you dare to pull my hair? She retaliated without backing down. And so, the two women ended up in a hair-pulling match on the bed, refusing to let go. Not satisfied with just pulling hair, they started pulling at each other's clothes. Su-chen was at a loss for a moment, standing dumbfounded on the side. Turns out, women fighting could be quite entertaining. Seeing their actions escalate, Su-chen quickly rushed forward, pulling Ma Jelly away and holding her tightly in his arms. Jia, calm down. Calm down? Ma Jelly turned to Su-chen and roared, you called for a prostitute right in front of me. How do you expect me to stay calm? Do you want me to watch you too as well? Yu's face darkened instantly upon hearing this. Hey, who are you calling a prostitute? I think you're the one, your whole family are prostitutes. You country bumpkin, I'm a sleep companion, got it? Ma Jelly sneered, oh, so now the industry even has its own terms? You argued logically, dirty-minded people, even your thoughts are dirty. We're just responsible for accompanying the boss to sleep, ensuring the boss gets high-quality rest. She crossed her arms, glanced at Ma Jelly, unlike some people, who use the girlfriend title just to get paid for their services. Ma Jelly was momentarily speechless, eventually admitting defeat. Finally, Su-chen had a chance to intervene. With an innocent face, he said, stop arguing, it's all just a misunderstanding. Miss, why did you come into our room for no reason? I never requested such a service from you. Yu reached into her chest and pulled out 500 yuan bills. Here, isn't this what you gave me? Su-chen nodded, yes. Yu looked smug, then it settled. In business, trust is key. Payment must be followed by service. Su-chen, Omega, Ma Jelly angrily turned away, full of rage. You jerk, you admitted it yourself and still tried to deceive me. It's not. You want to argue? Before he could explain, a chill ran down his spine. The next moment, Su-chen's body was struck as if by an electric shock, stiffening and collapsing in agony, hands tightly clutching his groin, his face turning pale as a sheet, a look of extreme pain on his face. It looked very painful, and Yu couldn't even bear to look at it. TSK, serves you right for bringing your girlfriend along and seeking excitement outside. Ma Jelly quickly put on her dress, grabbed her bag, and prepared to leave. Jia, don't go, I really am innocent. Seeing this, Suchen endured the intense pain and slowly crawled out. In the corridor, he found Ma Jelly standing still. She clenched her fists, muttered to herself, "Damn it, it's not my fault, why should I leave?" After thinking it through, she strode back into the room, stepping over Suchen. Bang! With a loud noise, Suchen was shut out of the room. He was completely dumbfounded. What kind of operation was this? He came to persuade someone, but ended up being kicked out. Everything was turned upside down. Unwillingly, he turned around and climbed back to the door. After a few knocks, the door unexpectedly opened. "And you, little troublemaker, get out too." Before Suchen could react, a pair of high heels stomped on his hand, and Yu was pushed out. Goodwill from Ma Jelly -1, goodwill from Ma Jelly -1. Suchen almost fainted from the pain. It hurt not only physically but also emotionally. His goodwill plummeted back to 75 overnight. Yu looked apologetic as she said, "Boss, I'm sorry. It's fine." Being stepped on like that, the pain in his groin seemed to lessen. Suchen leaned against the wall and stood up unsteadily. "Boss, since things didn't work out, here's your money back." Yu took out the 500 yuan from her chest, wanting to return it, but Suchen didn't take it. Because if he did, wouldn't it confirm the accusation of seeking thrills with money, making it harder to explain to Ma Jelly later? He forced a smile and said, "This money was meant as a tip for helping someone, it's just a misunderstanding on your part." "Oh, I see." Realizing her mistake, Yu felt guilty and embarrassed, sticking out her tongue. "Bro, I'm really sorry for causing your girlfriend to misunderstand and getting you kicked out." Then, she seemed to have an idea and brightened up. "Bro, why don't you stay in my dorm tonight?" Suchen quickly shook his head in refusal. "No, it's not necessary, I'll find somewhere else to stay for the night." He limped downstairs with the help of the handrail. Unable to use his werewolf coins, Suchen chose not to stay in another hotel but opted for a cheaper option, a cybercafe. The seats here cost only a few yuan per hour, and 25 yuan could cover the whole night. How could he go online without some happy water and instant noodles? After preparing the noodles, Suchen found a corner to sit down. After the commotion earlier, he couldn't sleep a wink. He wasn't in the mood for computer games, so he absent-mindedly opened his phone and started watching live streams on Douhai. It was well known that Douhai had many beautiful women. Yes, an idea slowly unfolded in Suchen's mind. The gloom in front of him dissipated instantly, and he became spirited again. With the internet so developed now, finding a goddess online was a piece of cake. Why bother with offline troubles? Moreover, getting the contact information of these online goddesses was very easy. A few small gifts and you could add them on WeChat, a few big gifts and they could fly nationwide. So convenient, isn't it? He started browsing through each live stream room carefully. He found that each female streamer possessed stunning beauty, with almost no exceptions. Their exquisite features were captivating, every glance and smile tugging at the heartstrings. There isn't an unattractive one among them, with sweet words and a constant cooing sound. The attire of these female anchors is equally eye-catching, extremely sexy and provocative. Some wear cheongsams with high slits up to the waist, others wear tight yoga pants, some wear super short skirts paired with colorful stockings, or use a red leg garter clasped around smooth legs. It's easy to make male viewers impulsive, with their minds clouded by desire, trying to control their bodies to send gifts and compete for the top spot on the leaderboard. But things don't seem as beautiful as he imagined, the world is not as innocent as he thought. When the system's scanning function is activated, it's like taking out a demon-revealing mirror, exposing these internet demons completely. The system's scan reveals people in their most natural state. All the skin smoothing, face slimming, leg elongating effects are nullified. Technology is defeated by technology, undergoing a downgrade. The high-value young ladies who were just dancing energetically instantly reveal their true forms, turning into a middle-aged woman with sallow skin, short stature, and a swim ring around her belly. Originally dancing without any coordination, now she looks more like she's going crazy in place. Name: Shen Chuli. Age: 49. Height: 155. Weight: 70 kilograms. Charm: 55. Likability: 0. Charging times: 988. Suchen was almost about to spray out the instant noodles in his mouth in shock. An ordinary middle-aged woman, through the platform's black technology, was forcibly transformed into a 178 centimeters dance teacher. The introduction on her profile is even more outrageous. 25 years old, professional dance teacher, a Porsche-eligible teachers fan welfare group, a helicopter ride, a national carnival flying 10 carnivals can be developed, // What's more, the popularity of this live broadcast room is not low, with thousands of online viewers. The unsuspecting crowd is still licking and flattering in various ways. 36 Love Lily, AAA building materials king. Lily is really getting more and more charming. I'm burning up all over, can't resist it. I'll come over to see you when I have enough money. 27 Love Lily, I'm not going to the foot bath shop, that's right, I can only type with one hand all night, so annoying. 48 Love Lily, my wife is the greatest. Lily baby, have you received the bird's nest I sent you? It's from my wife's family, costs over 2,000 per box, it would be a waste if my wife eats it. 48 Love Lily, my wife is the greatest, I heard it's very beautifying, so I immediately sent it to you, hee hee. Shen Chunli drew a heart in the air with both hands, winked at the screen, and blew a kiss. Received it already, Mua this is too terrifying. Shuchen, who doesn't usually watch live broadcasts, was completely stunned. Shen Chunli welcomed the new blood in the live broadcast room casually. Welcome happy little Soso to the live broadcast room, click on the free light in the upper left corner. She has been playing on the internet for many years, brother, she has experienced everything from chopsticks to fighting tigers. She is one of the pioneers of live broadcasting, and the scale back then was much larger than it is now, with many classic videos circulating. She has a deep understanding of the live broadcasting industry. Generally, there are only two possibilities for a first-level account like Shuchen's. The first possibility is a freeloader, who never sends gifts or likes but is always at the forefront of interaction. They persist in freeloading all year round, with extremely strong willpower. They focus on gaining a sense of participation without spending money. The second type is a big shots alternate account, used to occasionally check out other bloggers. Chen Chunli's cold attitude made her believe that Shuchen belonged to the second category. These big shots have high spending power and vanity. As long as you please them, they will likely send some gifts. This happens to be her strength. Oomph, watch me empty your wallet. Chen Chunli pouted and started dancing with double ponytails in front of the camera. Little brother X, do you like watching your little sister dance? Sister can also transform with a light sword, the kind that can't be sent on this platform. Do you want to see? The comments section was filled with people eager to watch. Yes. Su Chen couldn't bear to watch and quickly turned off the system's recognition function to catch his breath. No need, I'm not interested in older ladies. Chen Chunli was slightly stunned, her body instinctively stiffened. Her first reaction was that her high-tech filter had malfunctioned. Disregarding the live broadcast effect, she quickly checked her live stream on another phone. Fortunately, the self in the live stream was still radiant, the familiar and charming Lily. Chen Chunli breathed a sigh of relief and continued to plead in a friendly tone. Oh, brother, you're really funny, ha. Little sister likes humorous brothers the most. If brother flashes a Porsche, sister will invite you to join the exclusive fan group, where you can see what brother wants to see. What does he want to see? Long furry pants or dark abalone? Just the thought made Su Chen feel nauseous. Sorry, I really don't like older ladies. After saying that, Su Chen smoothly exited the live stream. His index finger slid up lightly, continuing his search for the goddess. The nausea he had just experienced would surely be compensated by finding a truly beautiful female anchor tonight. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to sleep, afraid that when he closed his eyes, he would see the deliberate coquettish and cute appearance of an older lady. However, this path was not as smooth as he had imagined. After browsing through dozens of live streams, he couldn't find anyone with a charm score exceeding 85 points. Even those top anchors, whatever sisters, or little somethings, were in a sorry state, completely subverting the image of a goddess. Instead, those live streams with less than 4 digits of viewers, seemingly ordinary small anchors, had slightly higher scores. It seemed that they didn't lose in looks but in tactics. His once excited mood gradually calmed down. Just as he was about to give up, suddenly, a cute and beautiful round face caught his eye. Her face was as delicate as a painting, fair skin exuding a natural blush, as if the peach blossoms were just blooming shyly. Her small and exquisite mouth, cute nose, and especially her unusually large eyes seemed to attract all gazes. A beauty mark adorned the corner of her eye, adding a touch of lovable charm. Her shiny black short hair, slightly curly strands playfully framing her ears, like a lively elf jumping around. Some strands of hair casually fell in front of her forehead, adding a touch of innocence and cuteness, with a hint of silliness. Her outfit was unique, unlike the other girls, as she wore a loose martial arts uniform. It looked like a taekwondo uniform, but even looser, with a larger collar. Despite wearing a loose uniform that seemed casual, it couldn't hide her impressive figure, still revealing her graceful posture. Despite this, her whole image gave off a sense of innocence, cuteness, freshness, and elegance. It made people can't help but want to get closer and find out more. Name, Gao Yuan age, 21 height, 168 weight, 65 kilograms occupation, college student / member of the Sioux City women's judo team features, judo charm, 95 favorability, 0 charging times, 0 strategy reward, time reversal consumed amount, 0, heaven rewards those with perseverance, and Suchen finally found his goddess. Excited, Suchen finished his bowl of noodles in one go. The strategy reward was actually time reversal. Suchen thought he was seeing things and couldn't help but rub his eyes. Back in time, after use, it can reverse the passage of time, allowing one's consciousness to return to the past, up to any moment up to 5 days ago. The strategy reward is too generous and powerful. This girl must be conquered. It seems that the strategy reward should be random, not closely related to the charm value. After all, the strategy reward for the goddess with the highest charm value encountered so far, Chen Shuyan, is just something like Shadow Agent. However, at that time, Suchen did not carefully check the explanation, but he felt that it should be something like summoning a bodyguard. There are not many people in the live broadcast room, only 2 digits, and people are constantly leaving one after another. It's really lively with scammers, and the goddess is in a pitiful state. Welcome, happy little Soso, to my live broadcast. Please kindly follow. When the goddess speaks, you must follow attentively. Plus 10 favorability from Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan was slightly surprised that someone actually wanted to listen to her. She quickly followed the live broadcast script she learned yesterday and said, "Brother, join the fan club. It's only 1 cent." Unfortunately, Suchen ignored her because he was busy recharging. 1 cent is not enough to please the goddess. Seeing him silent, the light in Gao Yuan's eyes dimmed slightly, and she continued to popularize judo knowledge for everyone. Suddenly, someone in the quiet comments section posted a comment. 60 I don't eat beef. Host, take off that ugly clothes now, change into a skirt and dance for me. If I enjoy it, I'll gift you a helicopter ride. How about that? This person is at level 60. To reach this level, you need to spend at least 1.8 million. He looks very confident, not like someone who would deceive others. If it were another host who saw this, they would definitely be delighted and act immediately. But Gao Yuan's face stiffened, looking very embarrassed. Sorry, brother, I can't dance. But I can perform some judo moves for you, how about that? After speaking, Gao Yuan stood up on her own and took out a dummy prop. However, she was soon mocked by another person. 32 Sofa lazy dog, who wants to see you throw that dummy? Big brother asked you to dance, don't you understand human language? Sofa lazy dog, is the money not enough? I'll chip in for a sports car, then you can dance, right? Gao Yuan looked very aggrieved. Brother, it's not about the money, I really can't dance. Sofa lazy dog, if you can't dance, why are you even live streaming? I see you're just greedy, trying to act coy to raise the price of gifts. I've seen plenty of people like you. Gao Yuan looked at the words on the screen, feeling very at a loss, not knowing how to respond for a moment. She just wanted to promote judo culture and earn some pocket money. Why is everyone so hostile? Finally, a lurking fan couldn't stand it anymore and stood up to refute. 17 softness overcomes strength. Little Mimi, our Yuan really can't dance. Why are you speaking so rudely? Little Mimi, if you want to see the host dance, you can switch to another host, no one is stopping you. Sofa lazy dog, oh, the host hasn't said anything, and you want to drive me away? I don't eat beef, lighting up a fan sign, and you think you're a dog, right? The owner hasn't spoken, and you want to bark a few times? The two sides argued fiercely in the comments section. Those two people were very vulgar in their insults, escalating from this incident to personal attacks, and even to insults towards parents. I don't eat beef, you poor ghost must also want to watch, but you don't have money to spend. Now that I'm spending money for everyone to watch together, you better shut up and watch quietly. Sofa lazy dog, yeah, say one more word, and I swear we can trace your home through the internet. Stop arguing, stop it. Gao Yuan's voice was soft and weak, lacking persuasiveness. No one wanted to listen, so she could only frown in distress. The others in the live stream, seeing these two with such high status, suddenly lost their confidence to speak. In the end, the brave girl who stood up to speak for the host couldn't win against them and could only resentfully leave the live stream. Su Chen recharged his Dohai coins and scrolled through the chat records. His brow furrowed slightly. It was obvious that this sofa lazy dog and I don't eat beef were definitely in cahoots. They were covering for each other, forcing the host to comply with their demands. Gao Yuan clenched her lower lip. Some anger could be seen, but she couldn't explode in front of the camera. I don't eat beef, stop pretending. I've even loosened my belt, give you another sports car and hurry up, it's urgent. Just as this was said, a helicopter descended from the sky, accompanied by the sound effects of whirring. Upon seeing the special effects of the gifts, Gao Yuanyuan's expression subtly changed, her tightly furrowed brow loosened slightly. She was a personal broadcaster, receiving a 50% commission on gifts. With 2 helicopters and a sports car, she would earn over 300 yuan, much more than her part-time income for a day at school. And it was just dancing, twisting a few times in front of the camera, shouldn't be a big deal. Gradually, Gao Yuanyuan's heart began to waver, and her hands slowly reached towards her collar. At this moment, the previously calm comments section suddenly stirred. Happy little Suo, hold on. Gao Yuanyuan stopped, staring blankly at the screen. I don't eat beef? Luo Hao angrily threw the cigar in his mouth on the ground and stomped on it a few times. Damn it, just finished cursing one, and now comes an ignorant little brat. Suddenly, a pink light flashed across the screen. Colorful beams of light descended from the sky, intertwining to form a dazzling light curtain. Then a huge neon sign appeared, with the words Carnival boldly written on it, along with the iconic Dohai logo. In the center of the screen, a pink cartoon block world unfolded, surrounded by crystal-clear piano keys in a circle. Beneath these rotating piano keys was a massive stage. Around the stage, several small round people dressed in Peking opera costumes were busy playing drums and gongs. This magnificent and dazzling effect belonged exclusively to Dohai's most expensive gift, the Carnival. Valued at 3,000 yuan. Gao Yuanyuan was completely stunned, unable to take her eyes off the screen. For a moment, she even forgot to thank. She had been live streaming for a week, with hardly anyone sending gifts in the past few days, maybe just lighting up a fan lamp. Yet today, in less than half an hour of streaming, she had earned over 1,000 yuan. Due to the large gifts, more and more people flooded into the live stream. It even broke through the 3-digit mark, a rare occurrence. The comments section instantly erupted. Grass-eating tiger, brother is awesome. So cool. Nowhere without brother is lonely. I knew those two were unpleasant. Just because they have a little money, they act so arrogantly. Some even added fuel to the fire. Naturally unsmiling yet I don't eat beef, buddy. What are you waiting for? Fight back. Luo Hao sneered as he looked at the screen. It's just a carnival, are these people really that excited? When the special effects ended, Gao Yuanyuan gradually came to her senses. She quickly bowed, thank you, happy little Suo, for sending the carnival. Goodwill from Gao Yuanyuan plus 20, the words were fine, but her posture looked a bit strange. After bowing, she slightly parted her legs, assuming a poised stance. What, you want to fight again? Immediately, Gao Yuanyuan realized and awkwardly stuck out her tongue. Sorry, I just had a muscle memory moment. At this moment, Su Chen also made his request. His chat bubble was no longer blue but had turned into a prestigious yellow color. It stood out prominently in the comments section. Happy little Suo, make me a moderator, I'll clean up the trash in the group. When Luo Hao saw this message, anger surged within him once again. Worth 20%. He knew that when Su Chen mentioned trash, he was referring to him. Luo Hao lit another cigar. You want to play, huh? I have plenty of time to play with you. His fingers swiftly tapped on the screen. Suddenly, various unique special effects emerged from all directions. A dazzling light tore through the sky on the screen, soaring into the clouds. Following that, a huge rocket roared out from the bottom of the screen, spewing fierce flames as if to set the entire live broadcast room ablaze. 5 such rockets flew out. Along with castles, carriages, airships, any gift worth thousands, he displayed them all. The total value was close to 23,000. Gao Yuanyuan widened her cardcaptor Sakura-like eyes once again, gasping in disbelief. 5 rockets plus a fantasy castle plus. How much money can I make from this? She couldn't even count anymore. The boiling comments section instantly fell silent, all marveling at the boss's lavish spending. Gao Yuanyuan already had easily blushing cheeks, like a faint blush at sunrise. At this moment, her face was even rosier than usual, like a ripe apple, bright and enticing. Her chest rose and fell rapidly. If the phone volume was turned up, you could even hear her breathing. And her proud figure seemed to appear and disappear with each breath. Luo Hao smugly crossed his legs on the leather sofa, taking a deep drag of his cigar. Do you have what it takes to compete with me, Luo Hao? I love beef. Give me the moderator or give it to him, you better think it through. This statement immediately escalated the tension in the room. Seeing the boss starting to exert his power, his little follower immediately started provoking. Sofa White Dog, at Happy Little Suo, are you pretending to be cool? Why so silent? Stand up and speak. Sofa White Dog, what a joke, daring to act like a big shot with my big brother. Do you have any good stuff to show off? A group of people enjoyed the spectacle. Old K, at Happy Little Suo, brother, things have come to this point, can you bear it? Wild Boar Knight, at Happy Little Suo, screw him. Of course, some people were thinking rationally. Soft-hearted woman, don't listen to them. At Happy Little Sua, don't go overboard. Be careful not to go broke this month. After seeing this message, Gao Yuanyuan seemed to have figured something out. Before Suchen started sending gifts, his level was only 1. He didn't talk much, just sent a question mark and the line, "Make me a moderator, I'll help you clean up the trash." It was evident that he didn't usually send gifts or engage much, simply lurking in the live broadcast room. So he was most likely just an ordinary worker, earning 3 to 4,000 a month, living in a cheap rental, eating 10 yuan boxed meals. He might even be a garbage collector or a disabled person due to an unfortunate accident. And to prevent further harassment, he had directly used all his savings. Yes, it must be like this. The more Gao Yuanyuan thought about it, the more it made sense, and she immediately became anxious. Brother Sua, Gao Yuanyuan really appreciates your gifts, but please don't send any more. Do not act on impulse and spend all your savings just for me, Yuan, it's not worth it. As Yuan spoke, her lively eyes became moist, seemingly deeply touched. On the screen, Suchen's expression was like this, confused face, completely baffled by her inexplicable words. What impulse? What all your savings? Did he naturally give off a poor vibe? I don't eat beef, stop saying these things, quickly get the administrator for me, I'll kick him out, then you won't have to worry, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Suchen was initially irritated by those 2 clowns, but upon hearing Yuan's misunderstood advice, he simply smiled. The real show was just beginning. Happy Little Sua, friendly reminder, high energy ahead. Friends without sunglasses, remember to put them on, or lower the brightness of your phone. After posting this message, Suchen put down his phone. He cracked his fingers, twisted his neck, and prepared himself. He then vigorously tapped the screen. Happy Little Sua, send out a Carnival X1, Happy Little Sua, send out a Carnival X2, Happy Little Sua, send out a Carnival X3. The most showy way to show off, of course, is to directly send gifts. And this is currently Suchen's most cost-effective method. How much does it cost to send a carnival to a goddess? $3. Then let's start with 100. Just the money for an overnight stay at an internet cafe plus instant noodles. The viewers in the comments section had never seen such a scene in a room with only a few hundred people. The abnormal data fluctuations directly alarmed the technical staff behind the Douhai platform. Boss, it seems like a big shot has entered this room with less than 4 digits. He's been sending carnivals, he's sent over 20, and he's still sending. The leader pushed his glasses and said seriously, give this room a flow of 10,000 first, if the effect is good, then bring in 50,000 more. Within the Douhai app, thousands of people swiped up to watch videos every second. At the same time, many viewers stumbled upon Yuan's live stream room, and upon seeing the screen full of special effects, they couldn't help but click in. The number of viewers skyrocketed, rapidly breaking 1,000 in a few seconds, almost reaching tens of thousands. The comments section was lively, but all were overwhelmed by the effects of the gifts. 1,005, 3,000, 4,005. Who said money doesn't fall from the sky, isn't it falling now? Yuan's expression became blank, gradually opening her tender pink lips, her eyes becoming mesmerized. Luohao was shocked, and the sofa leech suddenly panicked. The sofa leech, whose real name was Xia Hongbin, was Luohao's little follower. He hailed from Zhuan, and was skilled at typing on the keyboard. When playing games, if he couldn't beat his opponent, he would start trash-talking. His words would leave the opponent in tatters, their mentality shattered. So Luohao recruited him. Now, Xia Hongbin quietly deleted all the little essays cursing Suchen from the input bar. He wasn't stupid, someone who could afford to send so many carnivals was definitely not someone to mess with, certainly not someone like him who could easily be provoked. Maybe this person's influence was even greater than his boss's. If he angered them, it would be game over. Everyone was just out to make a living. Since the boss hadn't spoken, he would just watch and wait. No, it's been too long since I exercised my Qilin arm, my speed can't keep up. Suchen shook his sore fingers. Not satisfied, he jumped onto the chair and continued tapping the screen. Happy Little Sua, send out a Carnival X88, Happy Little Sua, send out a Carnival X89, Happy Little Sua, send out a Carnival X90. The viewers in the live stream room spontaneously started counting. Yuan widened her eyes, holding her breath. Happy Little Sua, send out a Carnival X100. 42 seconds, 100 carnivals, successfully sent out. Suchen slumped in the gaming chair, his fingers still twitching. Regressed, looks like I need to step up my training. But now that I have the War Wolf system, I don't need to train myself anymore. This is so annoying. Received favorability plus 30 from Gao Yuan, drink. Gao Yuan suddenly glared angrily, looking like she was ready to face death. With her angry shout, The innocent dummy beside her was slammed heavily to the ground with a submarine throw. This was followed by a shoulder throw, guillotine drop. All sorts of sharp moves that could defeat an opponent in one move were executed. The previously boiling comments section suddenly quieted down. 5 seconds later, the comments section became lively again. Invincible Dragon Warrior, is this girl always like this? Gaming Prince, I don't know, I just happened to pass by and saw someone spamming carnivals, so I came in for some fun. Xiaolan Zeze, me too, I clicked in when I saw the screen full of carnivals. Must eat prawns, could it be that the pro sent too many gifts, she couldn't handle it and went crazy directly? Slow Wolf Lover, this is too amazing, who performs these things in a live stream, it's so awkward. Sigma Man, it's their right to perform, watch if you like, if not, leave. Sigma Man, sent a heart X1. Luo Hao, who was feeling a bit depressed, instantly perked up and quickly typed to join in the mockery. I don't eat beef, haha, spamming 100 carnivals just to hit on a girl like this, you idiot. Su Chen was also startled by Gao Yuanyuan's actions, but she remained steadfast in her position. Happy little Sua, yes, I like girls like this, I'm willing, it's none of your business. Gao Yuanyuan looked at the teasing comments on the screen, and her passionate blood gradually faded away. She quickly put down the training dummy in her hand, standing in place at a loss. She just wanted to share her best and most proud skills with everyone, to help those who are learning judo, or are interested in judo, to take a shorter path. I'm sorry, I didn't know everyone disliked this so much. Su Chen quickly comforted her, it's okay, if they don't like it, it's fine, I like it. Happy little Suwa, even if everyone leaves, I will stay here to send you carnivals. After seeing this message, Gao Yuanyuan smiled through her tears, revealing her cute little fangs again. Brother, you're so annoying, wealthy fish. Boss is domineering, boss is mighty, boss is always right. Wild Boar Knight 23, boss, do you need a son? Even a dog is fine. Cindy wants to sleep, brother, I messaged you, check it out quickly, there's a surprise. Lily who loves traveling, brother, which city are you in? Can you share your location? I want to travel to your place. Bear King Chang, I also love traveling, brother, do you like bears? Seeing the big shot speak, everyone quickly changed the topic and started flattering. The whole live stream room became lively again, except for one person who felt very uncomfortable. Luo Hao's eyes turned chilling, his expression immediately darkened. After all, he was the little overlord in the county town, always showing off in front of others, never allowing others to show off in front of him. Today, he was unexpectedly played, becoming a stepping stone. Su Chen had successfully played a wave, but he had somewhat miscalculated. However, those 100 carnivals were worth about 300,000. This amount of money was not much, within his means, he could easily earn it back, but he didn't want to spend it on this seemingly foolish and suddenly violent silly sweet in front of him. His original budget was about 20 to 30,000. He wanted to ask out this seemingly feisty student girl to try something different, but now with Su Chen in the way, this idea was hard to realize, and that over 20,000 would just go down the drain. I don't eat beef. I get it now, you two are a dog couple, ganging up on me, right? I don't eat beef, you like pretending, huh? Just wait and see. With that, Luo Hao stormed out of the live broadcast room. Xia Hongbin, as a follower, saw the boss leave and immediately followed. Su Chen didn't care at all about his harsh words, but Gao Yuanyuan was very concerned. Her cheeks puffed up with anger. Why do you curse us as dogs when clearly you've been insulting people here all along? So you're the dog. Su Chen saw an opportunity to take advantage and quickly agreed, yes. We are a pair of immortal lovers, with a great relationship. Brother, you. Gao Yuanyuan's cheeks instantly turned red, but she couldn't quite get angry. The comments section started to stir at this point. I'm not here for nothing. Oh, boss is mighty, successfully winning over the host, congratulations. Still the same, boss has given you so many gifts, shouldn't you show some gratitude, host? He Tomshue, exactly, you have to show some appreciation. Xiao Zhang doesn't stay up late, how about a dance? Quickly dance for the boss. Gao Yuanyuan looked at the colorful barrage and felt conflicted. The other party had sent tens of thousands of gifts in an instant, and she really should show some appreciation. But the problem was, how should she show it? She wasn't like other girls who could sing and dance, as all her years were spent on judo. But it seemed like people didn't like judo, so she hesitated, nervously clutching the hem of her judo uniform. Just then, Luo Hao re-entered the live broadcast room. I don't eat beef, dare to come for a PK? Gao Yuanyuan had never done a PK before, and coupled with her bad impression of him, she directly refused. I'm not interested, find someone else. But Luo Hao was not giving up, he was determined to make both of them embarrassed tonight. I don't eat beef. What, are you scared, or is your dog boyfriend scared? Faced with this blatant provocation, the comments section exploded, urging Gao Yuan to accept the challenge. Wolf's Way, host, accept it quickly, I can't bear to watch. Joke, fight. Isn't the big boss supporting you? What are you afraid of? Crazy brother, exactly, and we are here too. I can help with some likes or something later. Moon, add me, I'll cheer for the boss. Gao Yuan wanted to kick him out and end this farce quickly, but she found that the opponent's level was too high, and she couldn't do it. PK? Interesting. When it came to receiving gifts, she had never been afraid of anyone. As long as she was the goddess here, Su Chen had nothing to worry about. Happy little Suwa, Yuan, do you believe me? His message was very eye-catching, and Gao Yuan could see it at a glance. She almost instinctively replied, of course, I believe you. Happy little Suwa, then let's fight, we're not afraid. These 6 simple words gave her a great sense of security. After hesitating for a few seconds, Gao Yuan finally agreed, okay, I accept the PK. Seeing this, Luo Hao revealed a triumphant smile. Because the host he invited was no small figure, considered a top anchor in a certain field, with a fan base of millions. Each live broadcast had over 100,000 viewers, and gifts were flying everywhere. That's why Luo Hao had such a confident attitude. I don't eat beef. Alright, you wait, I'll go recruit some people. Soon after, Gao Yuan received a request for PK. She accepted it. In the blink of an eye, a woman with bright hair and exaggerated makeup took up half of the screen. Her face was pale, as if powdered with lime, with a sharp chin and a fierce expression. As soon as she entered, she started cursing in a heavy local accent without any politeness. Damn it, so it's you little vixen who disrespected my boss. I'm cursing at you, why are you hiding? Girl, what strength do you have? Just sit down directly for me. Why aren't you studying properly at your age? Do you still want to seduce my boss with that dry body of yours? It's ridiculous, my boss would be interested in you. Gao Yuan showed a terrified expression. A naive girl who had never seen such a scene before was clearly frightened. Su Chen quickly reminded her to mute the voice from the other side. Gao Yuan had never engaged in a PK battle before. After trying several buttons, she finally managed to silence the other side. However, it took some time, and some people in the live broadcast room couldn't bear to listen to such unbearable words and left. Despite the opponent's makeup, beauty, and high-tech cover-ups, as long as Su Chen used the demon-revealing mirror, all demons and monsters would be exposed. Name, Xiao Luo age, 45 height, 160 weight, 70 kilograms charm, 50 favorability, 0 charging times, 766. Wow, the live streaming platform was almost dominated by middle-aged women. Clearly 45 years old, but with the help of various props, she managed to present herself online as if she were around 23. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Before the battle began, Su Chen left the live broadcast room and went to observe the other side. Happy little Suwa left the live broadcast room. Suddenly, the comments section became unsettled. Sleepless grass. What if the boss saw that the other party is a big anchor and ran away? Quick call to the admin. How is that possible? Maybe the boss just had a phone issue, exited and re-entered. Arno, what are you thinking? The boss's phone can't have issues, right? I think he just ran away. People were discussing one after another. Most of them believed that Su Chen ran away because he was too scared. After all, the opponent's strength was indeed too powerful, so it was understandable to run away before the battle began. With so many viewers, who knows how many big sponsors were supporting them from behind. Although there was anxiety in the live broadcast room, Gao Yuan's eyes were unusually firm. As soon as Su Chen entered the live broadcast room, Xiao Luo noticed him, because Luo Hao had sent her a WeChat message, explaining the ins and outs of the matter. To be able to attract 300,000 viewers in less than a minute for an unknown small anchor, the power behind this was immeasurable. She wanted to please him, so she greeted him with the brightest smile. Hello, boss, welcome to Luo's live broadcast room. Muat. In Su Chen's view, the one acting cute towards him was an extremely greasy fat woman. Those dark blue thick lips suddenly came close to his face, scaring him so much that he quickly turned off his phone screen, almost spitting out the instant noodles he had just eaten. Forget it, let's turn off the scanning function first, I can't bear to watch this. After reopening his phone, Su Chen explained his purpose. Happy little Suwa, it's boring to just have a one-on-one, how about adding a punishment? Seeing the message on the screen, Luo Hao snorted coldly and quickly typed a few words on the keyboard. I don't eat beef, alright, what's the bet? Su Chen's shrewd eyes flickered, his lips slightly curved upwards, revealing a mischievous smile. Happy little Suwa, if I lose, you can control me online and offline, but if I win, your anchor has to turn off the beauty filter. As soon as this was said, the comments section on the other side exploded. It was well known that many female anchors were dead under the spotlight. Turning off the beauty filter was a major taboo, almost like asking for their lives. But Luo Hao felt that none of this mattered. Because he had video called his little Luo Luo before, and in the video call, Xiao Luo Luo looked similar to her live broadcast. So he naively thought that she looked like that in real life. He underestimated the power of modern technology. I don't eat beef, no problem, but I have a request. Happy little Suo, go ahead. I don't eat beef, the bet should involve not only you but also your girlfriend. Su Chen pondered for a moment and replied, no problem. The main reason he was so confident was mainly because of the support of Warwolf coins. Also, Gao Yuan is not his girlfriend. Even if he accidentally lost the PK in the end, he could get away with it without affecting her. Watching the chat between the two, Xiao Luo Luo looked somewhat embarrassed. She cleared her throat and started using a softer tone to plead, Brother Hao Hao, it's not fun to turn off the beauty filter, let's change the bet. If I lose, I'll send everyone some photos or videos. I don't eat beef, what are you afraid of? What's there to fear about turning off the beauty filter? Besides, you know my skills, right? Seeing his biggest sponsor say this, Xiao Luo Luo obediently kept quiet. Besides, Luo Hao indeed had power. He went from being a small streamer with only a few thousand fans to having 1 million fans now, thanks in part to his help. The preparation time ended, and the PK began. 2 bars, one red and one blue, appeared at the top of the screen. Gao Yuan was on the blue side. At this time, Su Chen had not returned to the live room yet. Many people started to criticize, and even a group of internet trolls came in, mindlessly spewing negativity. Aminos, waited for so long, the boss still hasn't come back. What's there to watch, let's go. Ba Gu, where are you going? It's fun to watch a small streamer being bullied here, isn't it, ha? Extreme Two-Faced Turtle, TSK, it looks even uglier here, can't compare to my little Luo baby at home. Love is hard to come by Violet, exactly, even with the beauty filter on, it's just like this, turning it off would make her an old witch. Yao Yuan furrowed her brows slightly, what are you guys talking about? I didn't even turn on the beauty filter. Love is hard to come by Violet, still pretending, try waving your hand quickly in front of the camera. Gao Yuan did as she was told, but the camera remained the same. Her innocent and cute face remained unchanged, without any space distortion. But the viewers didn't care whether she had it on or not, they believed what they wanted to believe. Love is hard to come by Violet. Oh, you little influencer, using such advanced technology, just turn it on, it's no big deal, being dishonest is too much. But I really didn't turn it on. Gao Yuan was so anxious that she was about to cry, her eyes filled with tears, the crystal tears swirling in her eyes, as if they could fall at any moment. Her gaze gradually darkened, and she couldn't help but start to doubt. Did Su Chen really bail out at the last minute? Thinking back, she shouldn't have agreed to this PK in the first place. She cursed herself in her heart. Gao Yuan, you're so stupid. How could you believe a stranger just because of a moment of impulse? Now, not only was she being punished by the big streamer, but she was also being scolded by so many people. Soon, the red side sent several big gifts over. On Gao Yuan's side, people were chattering, not sending any gifts at all. The health bar was quickly depleted. The opponents kept sending gifts, 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. They were coming in aggressively, showing no mercy. In no time, the total value of the gifts reached 1 million. Finally, Su Chen returned. Happy little Suo entered the live room. Greek god of sarcasm, everyone, look, the boss is back. Happy little Suo, sorry, just recharged. As soon as he entered, Su Chen apologized first. PK was promised by himself. After walking for so long, she must be very anxious in her heart. The gloom on Gao Yuan's face disappeared, and her smile returned. The god of wealth said, the boss is tough, this will be interesting. Amino said, I knew the boss wouldn't run away. You bunch of idiots dare to slander the boss. Amino said, at Happy Little Suo, I don't know if you have a son, but my father died early. If you don't mind, I would like to take care of you in your old age. Looking at the overwhelmingly red health bar, Su Chunfeng took a deep breath calmly. The next moment, he jumped onto the gaming chair, his facial muscles bulging, his expression fierce. I'm going in. This roar startled the people nearby, even those with headphones could hear the commotion. Many curious glances were cast his way. Who is this guy, is he crazy? What's he yelling about in the internet cafe in the middle of the night with a broken phone? Oh, you don't understand, he's just playing around. Don't pay attention to him, be careful not to get beaten up. Crazy people don't take responsibility for hitting others. Su Chen focused intently on tapping his phone, completely oblivious to the complaints around him. Happy Little Suo, send out Carnival X11, Happy Little Suo, sent out Carnival X12, Happy little Sua, send out Carnival X13. Either don't give gifts, or only give Carnival gifts. The blue side's health bar not only revived but also pushed ahead significantly. Luo Hao stared at his phone with a dark expression, muttering to himself, "Humph, finally starting to exert some force, huh?" Head value 60% gradually. Another group of people flooded into Gao Yuan's live broadcast room. All of them were marveling at Su Chen's lavish spending. Listening to the wind and rain, who is this anchor? Why does he look so unfamiliar? But this boss is really willing to spend money. Teacher Coke, boss, I'm also a cute little cat, can I be your pet? Sigma Man, newcomers don't need to be too surprised. Before the PK, this boss has spent 100 wazis. The live broadcast room was chaotic, with gift effects all over the screen, and comments constantly refreshing, making it hard to keep up. Xiaoluoluo, watching the overwhelmingly red health bar, shouted loudly, disregarding her image, and became a tough beggar. Brothers, husbands, move your precious fingers, quickly save Princess Luoluo. She shouted with a red face, clearly about to climax. After all, this battle was a matter of life and death. In the two live broadcast rooms, only Gao Yuan remained calm and composed. She stood there with her slightly open pink lips, her eyes vacant, not moving at all, because she didn't know what to do. And Su Chen didn't say anything either. Happy little Sua, send out Carnival X100. This time, he only took 38 seconds. A full 4 seconds faster. Practice proves that more practice makes a difference. Sending gifts like crazy to the anchor can improve your speed. Crazy hint. So far, the blue side has 3 million waves, while the red side has 2.5 million waves, leading by a full 500,000 waves. It's worth noting that on the blue side, only Su Chen is sending carnivals, while on the red side, there are nearly a dozen people fighting. Su Chen paused, taking a short break. He left the live broadcast room and ran back to the opposite live broadcast room. This time, there were no more rumors of Su Chen running away on the blue side. The screen full of gift effects stopped, and Gao Yuan could finally chat with the netizens. Many people began to question whether she and Su Chen were in a romantic or lover relationship. Gao Yuan denied it all. Everyone, don't get excited, I just met him today. We should be considered friends. After all, someone who gives themselves so many gifts must appreciate themselves. If you still claim to be strangers to others, it would be disrespectful. Piglet Arong, how is that possible? Who would give 300,000 worth of gifts to a good person they just met on the first day? Round not round, Sigma Man, look at the nameplate, I've been a loyal fan for a long time, I can testify, and to correct you, so far it's a total of 600,000. On the other side, happy little Sua, what's going on with you guys? Ran out of money to send gifts? Do you want me to sponsor you a bit, so you don't lose too badly? Xiaoluoluo noticed that the other party's strength was not simple, quickly put away her aggressive attitude, skillfully brought out a little Luoyin to tease. Okay, brother, don't send gifts to that little fairy opposite, okay? After the PK is over, we can exchange contact information and send you some benefits. Luo Hao stared at his phone with a cold, terrifying light in his eyes. I don't eat beef, no need, just get lost. He wanted to kick Su Chen out of the live broadcast room directly, but found that he couldn't do it. With these 200 carnival gifts, Su Chen's level had already reached 61. The yellow speech bubble frame turned into a flashing pink-purple border, and even the entire font increased in size. With more gifts, naturally, more privileges. Ironically, Su Chen was indeed sending gifts as she wished. A little heart. Didn't spend a penny, grabbed a lucky bag. Because Xiaoluoluo was too focused on teasing Su Chen, she didn't notice the message Luo Hao sent. Suddenly, she felt humiliated, her eyelids twitched, but she still forced a smile. Smiling so much that the corners of her mouth almost reached her ears. Thank you, brother Muat Su Chen, you. Even if the system's scan was turned off, that face with the disguise removed was deeply imprinted in Su Chen's mind. He ran back to the blue team's live broadcast room at lightning speed to continue sending gifts. The number of people sending gifts in the red team's live broadcast room gradually decreased, leaving only Luo Hao working hard in the end. Everyone could see that this PK was actually a showdown between Su Chen and Luo Hao, and the opponent's strength seemed like an endless sea. He could even control the situation, keeping the wave value slightly ahead, creating an illusion that as long as you work hard, you can surpass me. Others felt it wasn't worth it, and one by one, they threw in the towel and sat back to watch the show. Su Chen's move completely angered Luo Hao. 100% on top. He directly took out the startup fund his father gave him, 200 million. He went all in and plunged into the sea of shaking. His eyes were bloodshot, there was no turning back. Seeing the opponent launch another strong attack, Su Chen also bravely met it head-on. The speed at which both sides sent gifts was evenly matched, the health bars seemed frozen, not moving at all. If you observed closely, you could see the numbers soaring above. Seeing that only Luo Hao was sending gifts, Xiao Luoluo felt like she didn't need to encourage herself to work hard. So she simply sat down and daydreamed with Gao Yuan Yuan. Human stamina is limited after all. Su Chen's hands were already sore. But now he had entered the final sprint stage, with only 3 minutes left. He had to push harder to break through the current situation. Suddenly, Su Chen's peripheral vision caught sight of a person sitting diagonally behind him. That person was holding something resembling a drill, but with a spherical head, not a drill bit. This thing seemed to be called a fascia gun, vibrating at a fast frequency, and it was said that female anchors loved this thing because it could relieve pain and bring joy. While frantically tapping on his phone, Su Chen slowly moved closer to the person. Even though the room was a bit stuffy, this person was dressed impeccably, wearing a duckbill cap with only a pair of clear and bright eyes visible. In the midst of the intense battle, there was no room for Su Chen to slack off. Without even lifting his head, he hurriedly spoke, "Buddy, can I borrow your fascia gun?" The man hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose silence, silently handing the fascia gun to Su Chen. "Thanks, bro." Su Chen took the fascia gun and then picked up a cola from the table, tossing it generously to the man. "This bottle of joy water is untouched, please have it." However, the man did not reach out to take it but instinctively dodged it. Su Chen, focused on using the fascia gun as a gift, paid no mind to it. The man gently picked up the fallen cola from the ground, carefully dusted it off. Slowly lifting a corner of his mask, he revealed a cherry-like mouth, taking a sip of the cola delicately. In that brief moment, a hint of tenderness and contentment shone in his eyes. As if savoring some earthly delight, he even smacked his lips to taste it again. With the blessing of the fascia gun, the situation once again turned overwhelmingly in one direction. The blue health bar surged like a mighty army, successfully breaching the red team's imperial city. Qiluoluo, who was calm and composed before, could no longer stay calm. She immediately sprang into action, continuing to fight vigorously. Luo Hao was full of disbelief. His speed was so fast that he left afterimages. How could the opponent be faster? 10, 9, 1. When the countdown reached 0, the PK battle came to a complete halt. The blue team, with 45 million waves of value, completely overwhelmed the red team's 20 million waves of value. Received favorability points from Gao Yuan Yuan plus 10, winning the first PK battle. Gao Yuan Yuan jumped up and down excitedly. So PK battles are this fun. Luo Hao lost. He lost thoroughly. It wasn't due to financial resources, he had only used 1 million out of the 5 million. He lost in speed. Although his fingers, which had served many female anchors, were fast, Su Chen had the cheat code on his side. No wonder female anchors liked the fascia gun so much, it really worked. Su Chen once again entered the opponent's live broadcast room. "Happy little Suo?" This single question mark was in response to Luo Hao's question mark when he first entered the live broadcast room. It wasn't very damaging but extremely insulting. Afraid that he might not see it, Su Chen sent several more question marks in a row. "Happy little Suo? Happy little Suo? I don't eat beef, stop sending messages. I admit defeat, tell her to turn off the beauty filter." Oh, quite a man of his word. Su Chen replied with a thumbs up emoji, satisfied. His request was also a public service. "I don't eat beef, hurry up and turn off the beauty filter, I have things to do later." Although Qiluoluo saw the message, she deliberately didn't reply. Instead, she continued to interact with a pitiful expression. "Brothers, husbands, why aren't you showing some support? Little Luoluo was beaten up badly today. So sad, should we send some more gifts to compensate for her? Otherwise, Luoluo won't talk to you tonight, and the welfare group won't update." Humph. As soon as she finished speaking, the gifts in the live broadcast room started pouring in again. However, they were all small gifts worth a few dollars. Luo Hao furrowed his brow. Did she lose her mind, or were his words no longer effective? After copying the message, Luo Hao began to spam the chat continuously. The huge purple speech bubble was impossible to ignore. Seeing this, Qiluoluo wanted to close the live broadcast room and escape. "Brothers, husbands, we'll end the broadcast here tonight, little Luoluo is going offline." But at that moment, an unexpected phone call came in. After seeing who was calling, she tremblingly pressed the answer button. It was none other than Luo Hao. "Did you not hear what I said? Why is it so difficult for you to turn off the beauty filter?" Xiao Luoluo, suppressing her panic, coquettishly said into the phone, "Brother Luo husband, can we change the punishment? As long as it's not turning off the beauty filter, any other punishment is fine." Luo Hao was not one to have a good temper. He had been pushed to the limit by Su Chen's provocations 3 times tonight. Xiao Luoluo's deliberate disregard and repeated excuses were like adding fuel to the fire, making him unable to wait any longer. I'll say it one last time, I don't want to hear more. Quickly turn off the beauty filter for me. You know my methods, otherwise. Luo Hao gritted his teeth and let out a harsh threat. Xiao Luo was startled, couldn't help but swallow hard, her brain working rapidly. She truly understood Luo Hao's power. Many haters and obstructive female anchors had been dealt with by him personally before. It wouldn't be difficult for him to deal with her, even if it meant resorting to doxing, he would eventually find her. Instead of being caught red-handed, it was better to admit the mistake proactively. Then, she could exit the live streaming industry and stay far away from it. After all, the money she had earned through the welfare group and various gifts in these days was enough to let her live the rest of her life comfortably. Okay, brother, but Luo has a small request. Impatiently, Luo Hao said, speak quickly, if you have something to say it. Could you send me a comforting little red envelope? What the? Luo Hao raised his phone high, as if he was about to smash it in the next second. But he held back, after all, he was the main loser in this PK. A little girl asking for a red envelope for comfort seemed somewhat understandable. Fine, I've sent it. Hurry up and accept it, then turn off the beauty filter, I have a meeting at the construction site later. Xiao Luo quickly accepted the red envelope, almost bursting into laughter. As long as she turned off the beauty filter, this WeChat account would be useless. It was filled with fans, and she would be cursed at every day in the future. She decided to transfer all the money out and then delete the account altogether. After doing all this, she walked slowly in front of the camera. Su Chen was getting impatient by now. Why was it so difficult to turn off the beauty filter? Smiling one moment, crying the next, did she think she was an actress? Brother, darlings, send gifts. Xiao Luo was going to turn off the beauty filter. Her move was indeed clever. Even the lurking freeloaders in the livestream couldn't help but come out and send a few gifts to show support. After a few more minutes of delay, everyone in the livestream couldn't wait any longer. Being strung along like this was truly uncomfortable, and many people had come just to see her turn off the beauty filter. Alright, don't rush me, I'll turn it off now. Xiao Luo glanced at the backstage. She had made nearly 2 million tonight. It was time to come clean and run away. Thinking about those creepy men who had been fooled by her all day, they would definitely be furious when they saw her turn off the beauty filter. Xiao Luo couldn't help but smile happily. She could also disgust everyone a bit. Her original intention of playing online was to get back at those men who wouldn't even spare her a glance in real life, or even look down on her. When the beauty filter was turned off, the once pale face on the screen became unrecognizable, full of pits and holes. The classic internet celebrity melon-seed face lost its original contours, becoming bloated and unsightly, as if the flesh on the cheeks was about to overflow. The oversized eyes were now covered by heavy fat, appearing lifeless and dull. The high nose bridge flattened after the filter disappeared, as if a pile of mud was hanging on it. The audience in the live stream room seemed to have been muted, and for a moment, there was silence. Luo Hao's eyes widened in disbelief for a few seconds, and his phone slipped to the ground with a thud. The next moment, the comments section exploded. Crayon Shinchan, who are you, and why are you here? Clown you are, I get it, this is a magic trick turning a person into someone else. This creepy old lady must be an actress. It's time to turn little Luo back now. Gotham Comedian, show, the program effect is at its peak. Gu Jiaoren, I've loosened my belt, and you show me this? I'll get sick from the scare and it won't end well for you. Those poor fans were still unwilling to accept reality. At this moment, a scruffy middle-aged man living under a bridge watched the screen, chuckled for a while, then started shouting strangely while running around with his phone. If there were passers-by, he would approach them with his phone raised. Ha, her name is Xiao Luo, she's my wife, ha. Oh, another crazy one. Because the connection was still on, the comments section on Gao Yuan's side also erupted. Xiao Luo turning off the beauty filter was indeed a showstopper. Viewers flooded into both live streams. This wave also brought a huge surge of traffic to Gao Yuan. It took Luo Hao more than 10 seconds to come back to his senses. He smashed his phone to pieces with one foot, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Fortunately, he had planned ahead and had bought gifts for Xiao Luo early on. He had extracted her address. At that time, Luo Hao had thought of nurturing their relationship first and making a move when the time was right. So finding her wasn't difficult, especially since the Luo family had a background in the dark industry. Xiao Luo quickly closed the livestream and started packing her clothes to run away. Unfortunately, it was too late as Luo Hao's men were already on their way. This ridiculous farce finally came to an end. At this moment, Gao Yuan's livestream had over 50,000 online viewers. Everyone was quietly watching Su Chen continue to shower her with gifts. Gao Yuan was a bit puzzled. Didn't the PK end? Why was Su Chen still vigorously sending gifts? Could it be that he wanted to buy her with this money? In TV dramas, rich people are either eccentric or in their twilight years. Gao Yuanyuan couldn't help but feel a bit scared, and she cautiously reminded, "Brother Suasua, the PK has ended, you don't need to send more gifts." Su Chen casually replied, "It's okay, I know. I am not cheating, boss, you sent so many gifts, why are you still calling him brother? You should call him daddy." Gao Yuanyuan hesitated for a moment. "This doesn't seem right. Happy little Sua, then you should call him master." Master? Su Chen was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that a casual joke would lead to her timidly calling him that. This title seemed to energize Su Chen, and his actions became more vigorous as he sent another 100 gifts. His speed broke through to less than 30 seconds. After a few seconds of confusion, Gao Yuanyuan realized she had spoken out loud. Her delicate face turned as red as a ripe tomato. However, she thought that this title was better than calling him daddy directly. The gifts were sent, but the goodwill didn't increase at all. It seemed that her inexplicable kindness had made her suspicious. At this point, the backstage had received over 99 plus private messages. Brother, can you come and support me next time I go live? I'll treat you to abalone super cilantro lover. Brother, I'll send you my location, come over to my place, I have cows, I can feed you milk. These were not innocent words. Su Chen directly closed the private message channel on the backstage. Since the fascia gun was not needed, he returned it. Brother, thank you. The man was completely engrossed in playing games, not noticing Su Chen at all. So he placed the fascia gun on the table. As he turned to leave, Su Chen casually caught a glimpse of the man's game ID. I am not a fox. Why does it seem familiar? It feels like he has seen it somewhere before, but he couldn't recall. Don't rush everyone, Yuanyuan really can't dance. Gao Yuanyuan's sweet voice interrupted his thoughts. Su Chen quickly sat back in his place. Just as he had barely started lurking, the comments section started teasing again. Everyone urged Gao Yuanyuan to dance to liven things up. They didn't send gifts, but they were more active in their requests than anyone else. But Su Chen also wanted to see her dance. After all, her innate qualities were there. If she changed her loose robe to a crop top with jeans or a tight skirt, just a little shake, probably few in the live room could resist. Happy little Sua, dance a bit? She received thousands of carnival gifts that night, and this was the only request so far. It doesn't seem unreasonable. Gao Yuanyuan took a deep breath and finally decided to go for it. She searched online and started learning on the spot. The video instructions were simple: hold hands behind the head, with a charming expression. You can bite your lip or throw a flirtatious look, then twist your waist and hip at the same time. After watching it repeatedly, Gao Yuanyuan felt she had learned enough. Blushing, she asked, "Can I not change clothes?" The comments section unanimously replied that it was not allowed. The robe was so loose, it wouldn't be interesting without changing clothes. After a brief thought, Su Chen typed on the keyboard, "You can, but you need to tie a belt or rope around your waist. It would look better that way." He knew well that for shy girls like Gao Yuanyuan, it was better to guide them step by step rather than expect them to do it all at once. Gao Yuanyuan thought for a moment and felt it was okay. She put down her phone, obediently followed the instructions, and tightly fastened a belt around her waist. With just this belt, her impressive figure was fully displayed. Those two impressive assets were now clearly visible to everyone. As an athlete, she exercised daily, maintaining a good physique. Not too thin, not too fat. Although she was a judo athlete, her waist was slender. With wide hips and a narrow waist, her figure resembled a pear. It was what people called a pear-shaped figure naturally without any stretching. As the DJ music played, Gao Yuanyuan raised her hands behind her head, opened her arms wide, and began twisting her waist and hips from side to side. Due to inertia, the cute little rabbits on her clothes also bounced happily with the rhythm. Encouraged by the crowd, her movements became more exaggerated, and her face grew redder. The sound of her heartbeat echoed in her ears. Even though she was clothed, this posture made her feel ashamed. Her innocent appearance combined with her flirtatious movements left everyone typing with just one hand. It was what people often called a contrast, with a tremendous impact. The group of freeloaders unexpectedly started showering her with gifts to encourage her to continue dancing. Following that, everyone strongly suggested she turn around. Turn around? Oh. Gao Yuanyuan didn't think much and obediently did as told. This way, she didn't have to face the camera, making it more natural. The initially stiff movements gradually became more fluid. After twisting for about half a minute, Gao Yuanyuan couldn't bear the psychological pressure. She quickly sat back in her place, covering her blushing face with a towel. Su Chen felt a bit parched, feeling like he wanted more. She was very satisfied with her performance and typed in encouragement, "You're doing great, very talented, you can learn some new moves next time. Yao Yuan was happy to receive recognition and excitedly nodded, thank you. At this point, everyone's interest was piqued, and they actually lined up neatly. Looks good, love it, let's have another one. Looks good, love it, let's have another one. Gao Yuan looked very embarrassed. Suddenly, a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. Master, do you want to continue watching? Gao Yuan blushed, biting her delicate lower lip as she asked. Su Chen was somewhat surprised, not expecting her to hand over the decision-making power to him. This proved that she had already established a basic level of trust in him. Su Chen, as a young and passionate man, had the same thoughts as everyone else, but he found himself unexpectedly desiring to possess her, not wanting to continue sharing this beauty with everyone else. Happy little Sua, it's getting late, I'm going to sleep, you should rest after the broadcast. Gao Yuan looked at the time and realized it was late at night. Due to the excitement of the PK just now, she had forgotten the feeling of fatigue all at once. The comments section was filled with wails. Su Chen jokingly typed, "This is premium content, you need to become a member to access it." Yuan Mengdai, boss, you're being so unfair, hiding good stuff and not sharing it with your brothers. Happy little Sua, other things can be shared, but not the wife. Gao Yuan wrinkled her cute little nose and coquettishly said, You don't talk nonsense, who said I'm your wife? Happy little Sua, no need to say, of course it's you. Happy little Sua, wife, it's late, go to sleep quickly. Normally, she would definitely resist to the end and not let the other party take advantage. But there was an early morning tomorrow, and if she didn't sleep now, she might not be able to get up. Humph. The live broadcast suddenly went black, indicating it had ended. Su Chen quickly sent a private message. Gao Yuan, who was brushing her teeth, heard her phone ring and quickly picked it up to check. After seeing the profile picture and ID, she directly turned off the screen. But as she lay in bed, she couldn't help but start thinking about Su Chen uncontrollably. This person was really strange, so generous, humorous in speech, and always considerate of her. Apart from liking to take advantage of her a little, she couldn't find any other faults. She couldn't fall asleep the more she thought about it. She increasingly wanted to explore that mist and lift the veil of mystery. She grabbed the phone on the bedside table. Ding! The phone vibrated. Su Chen, rubbing his eyes sleepily, couldn't help but yawn again. Giving gifts really drained his energy. He never expected to fall asleep while waiting for a message. He opened his phone and saw a message from Wan. Wan was the strange female netizen mentioned in the note to Su Chen before. Wan, have you rested? I finally have time to play the game, want to join me? Su Chen had just rested for a while, feeling very energetic now, so he agreed. This time when he entered the game, she unexpectedly turned on the microphone. Let's go down the road together, you play Ash, I'll support. Her voice slightly surprised Su Chen. It was at least 90% similar to his favorite female star, Young Wanner. It felt like your idol was really playing games with you. Her nickname also had the character Wan, could it be the same person? Hey, can't you hear my voice? Su Chen came back to his senses and quickly responded, I can hear you, I can hear you. Love, let's go. Wan was slightly stunned, not understanding why the other suddenly said these things. But without much thought, they started the game directly. Because they were using a team microphone, the other members of the team couldn't hear their conversation. Wow, this Ezreal's damage is ridiculously high, it stings a bit. Don't worry, I'll heal you up. Good healing. They continued to lane and chat leisurely. The opponents were playing very defensively, focusing only on farming minions and not engaging. Both sides kept their distance, creating a harmonious atmosphere in the rift. The top and mid lanes had lost one defensive tower each, while the bot lane tower hadn't even lost a layer of its armor. The healing from the support was more than enough, not even requiring them to recall for health. Su Chen felt the noise from the other side was distracting, always hearing a blurry male voice in the background. He asked, where are you right now? Is your boyfriend with you? A bell-like laughter came through the headphones. I don't have a boyfriend, I'm at the internet cafe right now. Yang Wanner turned her head to look behind her. There is indeed a guy behind me, seems like he's also playing League. As night fell, the residential area was quiet, with only occasional insect chirps and the distant sound of vehicles breaking the silence. In this peaceful night, the light from one household seemed glaringly bright. The sporadic cries shattered the surrounding stillness. Inside the room, Xiao Luo was tied up and hanging from the ceiling. Her plump body swayed with the ropes, appearing fragile and helpless. A tall figure stood before her, holding a thick whip in his hand. His expression was stoic, but his eyes blazed with anger. Crack! With a swing of his arm, the whip cut through the air with a sharp sound. It struck the meat wall hard, producing a crisp noise. Xiao Luo's clothes were torn into shreds, her hair disheveled. Her bloated body was covered with crimson snakes, her face as pale as paper. Under the relentless whipping, her body trembled, her face contorted in pain. "Honey, please spare me, I won't dare again next time." Crack! Another lash. This one hit Xiao Luo's mouth, turning her thick lips into sausages. Luo Hao's face showed a look of despair never seen before, as if he had eaten something foul. "How dare you still call me honey, you really want to die, huh? Woo woo, woo woo." Xiao Luo couldn't speak, only shaking her head frantically. Luo Hao's blood pressure was skyrocketing, feeling a headache coming on. He couldn't believe he had spent millions on this fat pig. How could he show his face in the future? He dropped the whip, sat on the sofa, and lit a cigarette in silence. Xiao Luo breathed a sigh of relief, secretly happy, thinking the torture might end here. Only those close to Luo Hao knew this was the prelude to his decision to get rid of someone. As the cigarette burned out, Luo Hao exhaled the last puff of smoke and gave the final execution order. "Go buy a pot first. No, your top priority now is to find Chinese cabbage and vermicelli, understood?" "Yes." "X4A pot? Chinese cabbage, vermicelli?" Xiao Luo instantly understood. They were going to sit down and have a meal together, make peace. It seemed apologizing proactively was indeed the right choice. Rich people sure had their ways. "Woo woo." Xiao Luo twisted her body to face Luo Hao, giving him a grateful look. Luo Hao happened to meet her gaze. Those pea-sized eyes seemed to hold countless emotions, even a hint of flirtation. After a moment's pause, he picked up the small whip again with determination. "Don't torture me with that expression, just be a decent human being." Luo Hao grabbed his hair in despair and spotted a box of beer in the corner. He soaked the whip in beer and then wildly danced with it. Not only could he disinfect while whipping, but also marinate it for flavor. Just as dawn broke, the silence of the internet cafe was gently shattered by the first rays of sunlight. The sunlight seeped through the cracks of the glass windows like fine golden sand, quietly sprinkling on the cold ceramic tiles of the internet cafe. Ah! Ha! Su Chen was awakened by the sound of keyboards clacking and teammates cursing around him. He struggled to open his eyes and check the time. It was exactly 8 o'clock. He put down his phone, intending to rest his eyes for a while. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Damn! Su Chen quickly lifted his head from the desk, reopened his phone, and found that Ma Jelly had not only sent him numerous messages but also called him over a dozen times. However, in order to focus on the game, Su Chen had put his phone on silent. Coupled with playing games late into the night, he fell asleep right after logging off. So, he missed all the calls. Not replying to the goddess's messages for an hour was already a serious offense, let alone Su Chen's current situation. He hurriedly called back. Although he managed to connect, the other party hung up in less than a second. Realizing something was wrong, Su Chen quickly checked Ma Jelly's goddess card. The favorability rating had plummeted to 65. After working so hard for several days, he was back to square one overnight. This was unacceptable, that over 1 million could buy a house. Su Chen couldn't bear to see the roasted goose slip away from his grasp. He continued to make calls while grabbing his coat and rushing to the door. "Okay, I'll rush back to the set now." Bang! Without paying attention, Su Chen accidentally knocked someone over. The person he knocked down happened to be the strange man who had lent him the fascia gun last night. Su Chen quickly helped him up. "Bro, I'm sorry, are you okay?" He should have apologized for accidentally knocking someone down. However, he was almost out of time to even have a meal, but he still gritted his teeth and asked, "Buddy, do you want me to take you to the hospital for a checkup or something?" Seeing the other person shake his head, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. "Alright, buddy, I have something to do, so I'll leave first." Su Chen smiled and straightened the man's collar, apologizing again, "I'm really sorry." After leaving the door, Su Chen pinched the air in confusion. Strange, why are his pectoral muscles so developed, but still soft? He ran all the way to the hotel entrance. Is the girl I came with last night still upstairs?" Su Chen asked breathlessly. Yu crossed her arms and looked up at the ceiling without saying a word. It was obvious that she was still angry about last night. Seeing her unwillingness to answer, Su Chen went straight upstairs. "She's already gone, I kept track of the time for you, she left around 7. "Okay, thanks." As Su Chen reached the door, Yu blurted out explosive news. She didn't leave alone, there was another man with her. At these words, Su Chen felt like he had been struck by acupuncture, frozen in place like a block of wood. Oh no, was he robbed? He never expected such a thing to happen to him. Su Chen suddenly felt an itch on his head, as if something was about to sprout. But when he calmed down and thought carefully, Ma Jelly was both materialistic and had her own temper. Before being with Su Chen, she had only been with one person. How could she easily give herself away? Could it be out of spite towards him? No, That shouldn't be it. Or was she forced into it? Su Chen's pupils dilated several times in an instant. The possibility of this seems a bit higher. So, when Ma Jelly called herself in the middle of the night and sent text messages, she was actually asking for help from herself, but he missed her perfectly. Although they had only been together for a few days, their feelings for each other were also based on money. But at least she helped Su Chen complete his transformation from a boy to a man as his first teacher. Determination and resolve flickered in Su Chen's eyes. He clenched his fists tightly, his veins bulging. Jia, don't be afraid, I'm coming to save you. Su Chen made up his mind and, for the first time ever, extravagantly hailed a ride for himself. He was well aware of the golden 48-hour window for rescue. Therefore, he had to quickly figure out the situation and if it was as he suspected, immediately call the police. After getting off the car, Su Chen rushed to the dormitory building without stopping. Seeing Su Chen sweating profusely, the dormitory auntie, Zhang Saixia, asked with concern, "What's wrong? Why the rush?" Auntie, I want to go upstairs to find a girl named Ma Jelly." In response to this request, Zhang Saixia, who had a good professional ethic, refused. Su Chen stomped his foot anxiously, his brows furrowed. "Auntie, please let me go up. It's a matter of life and death." Seeing his extremely anxious expression, she couldn't help but hesitate. Auntie. Seeing Zhang Saixia's lack of response, Su Chen thought about taking the key from her waist that could open the door to the corridor. Zhang Saixia suddenly came to her senses and firmly grabbed Su Chen's arm. "Don't be reckless, shall I help you call the head office?" "Thank you, Auntie, you're always the best to me." As she opened the iron door, she muttered softly, "It's really strange, why did he suddenly come to mind?" Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the sound of the door, Hong Yaoyao took off her earphones, pausing her flirtation with her latest prey. Irritated, she shouted, "Who is it? Dormitory auntie, open the door." Hong Yaoyao's face changed, and she jumped directly from the top bunk. However, she didn't land steadily and fell heavily to the ground. Luckily, she had 2 cushions in front, so she was not seriously injured. "Coming." Despite saying so, Hong Yaoyao didn't immediately open the door. Instead, she hurriedly packed up her unauthorized items. "What are you doing? I heard the noise, stop dawdling and open the door." Hearing the angry shout from outside the room, Hong Yaoyao couldn't help but feel nervous. "Okay, I'm really coming." Meow. Just as she was about to get up to open the door, a soft and cute meow came from the corner. She lowered her head, and a princess-like ragdoll cat with big watery eyes stared at her. Hong Yaoyao smiled as usual and reached out her hand to the kitten. "Come here, quickly." Meow meow meow. The kitten tilted its head and hopped into her arms. As Hong Yaoyao gently stroked the cat's head, she walked towards the balcony. The kitten closed its eyes contentedly, enjoying the moment. When she reached the edge of the balcony, Hong Yaoyao suddenly threw the cat out. Meow! A sharp scream was followed by a dull thud. Bang! This was the kitten she and Ma Jelly had raised together. Because many kittens were abandoned on campus every year as soon as the school year ended, there was a rule against keeping cats in the dormitories. This semester, she had been warned many times for drinking and skipping classes. If caught again this time, she might face a serious punishment and public criticism from the whole school. The loud noise made Su Chen's heart tremble. It seemed like something had fallen, so he hurriedly went to check the source of the sound. The scene before him left him stunned. A motionless cat lay on the ground, its body twisted and deformed, covered in dust and bloodstains. Its eyes half opened, gaze unfocused, as if it had lost its focus. Its limbs lay weakly spread out, like a puddle of mud, devoid of any vitality. What's going on? How can someone go up and leave a cat behind? Su Chen squatted down, carefully reached out to touch the cat's body. His fingers felt warm and wet, and when he lifted his hand, it was covered in fresh blood. The kitten let out 2 mournful cries with all its might, then breathed its last. Sweet little one, rest in peace. Su Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of desolation. He bowed to the kitten with clasped hands, drew a few crosses on his chest, and silently recited a spell. Standing up again, he brushed off the dirt from his knees. Suddenly, the background music from Conan's truth-revealing scene played in his mind. A flash of inspiration struck, his pupils dilated in an instant. Along with a bold and strange idea. Could it be that the kidnapper had taken Marjorie hostage to the dormitory? And that little cat was actually her distress signal? Su Chen instantly felt a chilling thought, breaking out in a cold sweat. The most dangerous place is often the safest. This way, the hostage could be held effectively while ensuring she remained visible to the public. If the kidnapper was indeed upstairs, and Zhang was in great danger. He felt he couldn't just sit and wait any longer. He had to take action, become a hero to save the beauty. Perhaps this could even make up for the lost goodwill. Without further ado, Su Chen dashed into the corridor and found the iron gate unlocked. Maybe Aunt Zhang had carelessly forgotten to lock it. With a gentle push, the gate creaked open. Su Chen sprinted upstairs at once. Upon reaching the corridor, he saw a wide-open door and heard a sharp interrogation. "What did you say?" It was Aunt Zhang's voice. It seemed that there really was a kidnapper hidden in the girls' dormitory. Su Chen grabbed a fire extinguisher hanging on the wall without slowing down. He continued his sprint, holding the nozzle like a gun. Dust flew as he entered the room. "Don't move, I'm a police officer. You filthy kidnapper inside, release Jia and Aunt Zhang now, or I'll shoot." Aunt Zhang recognized Su Chen's voice. She covered her mouth and nose, swiftly rushing out of the door. "You little rascal, have you gone mad?" She accurately pinched Su Chen's ear and twisted it hard. Su Chen winced in pain, dropping the fire extinguisher from his hand. "Who let you come up here? And with this fire extinguisher, saying some nonsensical things, are you possessed or what?" As the dust settled, Marjorie and Han Yaoyao also ran out. "Su Chen, you jerk! You owe me for my makeup." All of Han Yaoyao's makeup was ruined as they were all open. The two of them joined the fray without hesitation. Marjorie was furious, gripping Su Chen's shoulders in anger. The other little potato agilely leaped like a nimble monkey, aiming to lock his throat. The others were manageable, but this throat lock was unbearable for Su Chen. Despite little potato's small stature, he had a strong grip. Just as Su Chen was about to black out, on the verge of fainting, Han Yaoyao was finally pulled down by the two beside her. He gasped for air, clutching his neck. The three stood opposite him, covered in dust like snowmen, with only two bright eyes glaring at him, filled with anger and discontent. Su Chen should have felt nervous and scared looking at them, but for some reason, he found it somewhat comical. He tried hard to control his expression, not to think about those absurd associations, but the more he tried to control it, the more their images, like chicken legs wrapped in flour waiting to be fried, appeared in his mind. "Ha ha!" Su Chen couldn't hold back anymore, laughter overflowed from his throat, echoing in the empty room. "Sis, look at him, still daring to laugh at us." Han Yaoyao stomped her feet in anger, hands on her hips, ready to charge forward again. Aunt Zhang, quick to react, pressed her head down, stopping her in her tracks. With a furrowed brow, she looked sternly at Su Chen and questioned, "You brat, not satisfied with mistreating the girl, now you're bullying her too?" Although her expression was unclear, she was clearly serious. Su Chen hurriedly explained, "What mistreating, bullying nonsense are you talking about? I saw a cat suddenly fall from upstairs, worried that something happened up there, so I rushed up here. As for why I grabbed the fire extinguisher, I was thinking." Ma Jelly suddenly looked up, as if she remembered something. Ignoring the still lingering dust in the room, she rushed back inside. "Mimi? Mimi!" No matter how she called, there was no sign of the cat. Due to the narrow and enclosed space of the dormitory, there was a lot of dust floating in the air. She started coughing, sneezing continuously, and even felt dizzy. Thankfully, Su Chen grabbed her waist and forcefully pulled her out. Otherwise, she would have fainted inside. Ma Jelly looked visibly despondent, weakly leaning into Su Chen's embrace, a look of despair on her face. She closed her eyes, tears silently streaming down her cheeks, interwoven with the dust on her face, forming streaks of mottled marks. "Jia, you're so brave, there's so much dust inside." Su Chen anxiously performed CPR and artificial respiration, fearing any harm to her. Ma Jelly always treated the little cat as her own daughter. Now that the cat was missing, her heart naturally panicked. When Su Chen held her in his arms, there was a noticeable sense of calm. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, her eyes widened. "What did you just say?" With a sharp look in her eyes, Su Chen weakly responded, "I said Jia, you're so brave." "No, the sentence before that. I saw a cat fall from upstairs." Ma Jelly instantly broke free from his embrace, quickly got up and rushed downstairs. When everyone arrived, they saw Ma Jelly kneeling on the ground, holding the cat and crying in pain. Su Chen gently patted her back, one hand on her shoulder, pulling her into his arms. Su Chen deeply understood this kind of emotion. When he was young, he had a pet dog. A purebred Chinese country dog named Becky. Why was it named Becky? It was related to his favorite drink. One person and one dog were playmates since childhood. But one day, when Su Chen returned home, just like Ma Jelly calling for Mimi, there was no response no matter how he called. His father came over and smiled, patting his head. "That little mutt really helped your dad this time." Su Chen felt uneasy, anxiously continued to ask, "Where's my dog?" His father pushed him away impatiently. "You little brat, why are you yelling at your dad? What can that little mutt do when it's grown up? Of course it's gone. Half to the teacher, and then half to your uncle." Su Chen cried more hysterically than Ma Jelly now, even went on a hunger strike. This incident became a trauma in his heart. Although he still loved cats and dogs, he never dared to raise one again. The dormitory building was already bustling with people, and many passers-by stopped to inquire about the situation. Everyone was immersed in a somber atmosphere, except for Hong Yaoyao, who stood with her arms crossed and a slight smirk on her lips. It would be better if it died from the fall, so I wouldn't have to serve this little brat every day. Beside her, the more composed An Zhang analyzed, how could a little kitten fall for no reason? Could someone have intentionally thrown it down? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze involuntarily focused on Hong Yaoyao. What? What are you all looking at me for? Hong Yaoyao's eyes darted around, stuttering as she tried to defend herself. I also really liked Mimi. How could it be me who threw it? What if Mimi got too scared by the powder and jumped down by itself? Yeah, that must be it. Her eyes lit up, pointing an accusing finger at Su Chen. So, it's all his fault. Veins bulged on Su Chen's temple instantly, his expression turning fierce. Bullshit, I rushed over only after seeing the cat fall. Don't you dare frame me. Su Chen was absolutely intolerant of anything that could damage his relationship with Ma Jelly. Hong Yaoyao was frightened by his outburst, shrinking back and not daring to speak again. The truth of the matter was almost clear at this point, as Ma Jelly slowly got up from the ground. She walked step by step towards Hong Yaoyao, each step feeling like stepping on broken glass, painful yet resolute. How could you bear to do such a thing? Ma Jelly's voice trembled but was filled with strength. You were the one who suggested getting Mimi as our daughter. Hong Yaoyao tried to explain, but Ma Jelly was no longer listening to any excuses. In front of everyone, Ma Jelly suddenly raised her hand and slapped Hong Yaoyao's face hard. A cloud of dust rose in the air. The slap came so suddenly, without any warning, that Hong Yaoyao didn't react in time. She stumbled, almost falling to the ground. Hiss! Everyone present gasped in shock. Hong Yaoyao's face was instantly distorted by the slap, leaving a prominent red and swollen handprint on her cheek. She covered her face, her eyes filled with shock, anger, but mostly fear. Seeing this scene, Su Chen's heart raced, and he quickly rushed forward, tightly embracing Ma Jelly. He felt her body trembling, especially the hand that had struck, shaking violently. Su Chen held her hand and placed it on his chest, whispering softly in her ear, "It's okay, you did well with that slap. I'll take the blame if anything happens, don't be afraid." Ma Jelly looked up, tears in her eyes, her pupils trembling as she stared at him, her cherry lips slightly parted. She never expected Su Chen to say such words. In that moment, Su Chen became a beacon of light in her eyes. Ma Jelly's favorability points plus 15, Su Chen was slightly surprised. Wow, that was unexpected. The atmosphere around them immediately tensed up, with some onlookers taking out their phones to capture this rare scene. If this video were to be posted online, those mindless keyboard warriors who only understood things superficially would surely stir up trouble. As a result, under the pressure of public opinion, the school would undoubtedly increase the severity of punishment. It might even affect him. Su Chen furrowed his brows, his expression serious, and tried to reason, "Everyone, please stop filming. If this video gets out, it will be a big deal." However, those spectators seemed indifferent to his warnings, continuing to record the scene. Some even started whispering and gossiping among themselves. Su Chen shrugged indifferently, silently calculating the cost of future public relations. At that moment, An Zhang stepped forward, standing in front of those taking pictures. "Keep taking pictures, take more. It's best to include me in the shot too. Remember to turn on the beauty filter. If you don't capture me looking good, then I'll just have to visit your dorm more often." With these words, everyone promptly put away their phones and most of them left. Hong Yaoyao took advantage of the chaos to slip away unnoticed. "So, are you two on good terms now?" An Zhang looked at them with a smile on her face. Neither of them spoke, but their actions spoke volumes. Ma Jelly buried her head in Su Chen's chest, crying her heart out, wiping away all the tears and snot. After everyone had left, An Zhang asked, "So, can you explain the fire extinguisher incident now?" Su Chen scratched his head awkwardly and recounted the imaginary scenario he had concocted earlier. An Zhang couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Ma Jelly unexpectedly burst into laughter, breaking into tears. Suppressing the smile that tugged at her lips, she continued mourning for Mimi. The room, covered in dust, was uninhabitable for the time being, so An Zhang quickly found an empty dorm room for Ma Jelly. As for Hong Yaoyao, An Zhang couldn't stand her either. While talking to Ma Jelly, this girl in the upper bunk kept making strange noises, gasping, or pretending to sell seafood, claiming to specialize in abalone. An Zhang blushed with embarrassment, feeling quite shy. When reminded to keep her voice down, she even retorted, "What I do in the dorm is my business. Does the school rule forbid chatting with online friends? Let her stay in that room or find accommodation outside the school, let her fend for herself." Su Chen took Ma Jelly to a small grove near the playground and dug a shallow hole with a shovel. Let's bury the little cat quickly while its body is still warm. Ma Jelly looked at the cat in her arms, her eyes filled with reluctance. After some hesitation, she obediently placed the cat in the pit. Seeing the pitiful beauty in her arms, Suchen realized this was an opportunity. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. The situation was similar, and the principle applied. The death of a beloved pet, turning a best friend into a foe. Now, when Ma Jelly was at her lowest, on the brink of emotional collapse, her rationality was hanging by a thread, waiting for that final blow. In such a unique situation, people became extremely sensitive. Just a confident response could significantly increase favorability. Therefore, Su Chen was determined to seize this opportunity. As for why Ma Jelly left with a man last night, he thought it was not the right time to ask. It was better to wait a bit, hatch the eggs first, to avoid unnecessary complications. Besides, he was quite confident in his abilities in that aspect, not leaving anyone in the lurch. Su Chen held Ma Jelly's hand tightly. "Darling, don't be sad. Let's go buy another cat." Ma Jelly cried even harder after hearing this. "No, I want Mimi. I don't want any other cat." Su Chen's lips curled up slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. "Not that cat, come with me quickly. I promise you'll like it." Ma Jelly stopped sobbing, staring at him in a daze. Her slightly parted lips were like the first bloom of a flower. Her lips were full and rosy, with a clear and soft outline, creating a perfect and charming shape, both cute and sexy. Perhaps due to her continuous sobbing, her eyes sparkled with a crystal-clear luster, making her even more captivating. A strong impulse surged within Su Chen. Slowly approaching, he could almost sense the faint fragrance emanating from her lips with each breath. Suddenly, like a hunting snake, he launched a rapid attack. The soft touch made his heart tremble, seeming even sweeter than before. His heart raced, blood boiling, as if the whole world had narrowed down to just the two of them. With a strong effort, he lifted Ma Jelly up and held her against his waist. One hand maintained balance, while the other was ready to pull out a tool. In the struggle, Ma Jelly pushed him away. She lowered her head, blushing, and tugged at her skirt. "This is Mimi's grave. I don't want to be here." Ma Jelly's voice was as weak as a mosquito's buzz, but it sounded deafening in Su Chen's ears. He awkwardly scratched his head, feeling ashamed. "I'm sorry, this feeling came out of the blue. I couldn't control it for a moment. Let's just go quickly. The important thing is to get things done." The car stopped in front of the pet store. After Ma Jelly got out of the car, she slammed the door angrily and walked away. Bang! The car shook, and the driver sitting in the driver's seat listened to the tremendous sound, poking his head out with a pained expression. Su Chen quickly caught up. Ma Jelly angrily shook off his hand. "Didn't I tell you, I only want Mimi?" Su Chen didn't say anything but dominantly pulled her into his arms. I'm not going. What are you doing?" When they reached the entrance of the Land Rover 4S store next to the pet store, Ma Jelly stopped struggling. Her eyes widened like two sparkling grapes suddenly exposed to the sunlight, full and bright. Why did you bring me here?" Ma Jelly was completely bewildered. "Didn't I say we're here to buy a cat?" Su Chen's eyes sparkled mischievously, like a playful fox. Ma Jelly's mouth hung open as if it could fit an egg. "Ah, is this the cat you were talking about? Sir, madam, may I ask what type of car you would like to see? And roughly in what price range?" The salesperson in the store was not condescending just because the other party was a college student. Instead, they were even more enthusiastic. After all, there were quite a few wealthy young people nowadays who were more decisive when buying a car. Just last week, a college student came and bought a car. Price doesn't matter, mainly for a girl to drive. Zhang Yan carefully assessed Su Chen. Although he wasn't wearing any designer brands, he still exuded charm. Confidence radiated from him, and even his tone of voice carried a hint of laziness. It was as if he was confidently ordering food from a waiter in a restaurant, assertive and self-assured. With Zhang Yan's 7-year experience as the top salesperson, she knew that one couldn't say such things without a solid background. Then she looked at Ma Jelly beside him. She was wearing a pure and alluring JK outfit with a slightly open collar. Her straight and beautiful long legs made Zhang Yan unable to look away, almost feeling the urge to touch them. Her curvaceous figure, slender waist, and plump buttocks exuded an irresistible charm, full of alluring grace. The relationship between the two was evident, a rich young man and his mistress. Their shrewd eyes glanced at each other. "Then I recommend you take a look at this model, the latest Range Rover long wheelbase." Zhang Yan bent down in a gesture of please and called for some snacks and hot tea. The two followed into a hall where a striking black SUV was parked in the center of the display. Land Rover cars were known for their grandeur, especially this latest long wheelbase model. Just looking at it from the side gave a sense of grandeur. Ma Jelly stared at the car intently. Excitement and joy washed away all her sadness and worries, instantly dissipating. Do you like driving this kind of big car? I love it, Majali almost instinctively replied. Suchin playfully tapped her nose with his index finger. You little glutton, you like everything big. Majali seemed a bit dazed, as if she hadn't fully grasped the meaning behind his words. Her brows furrowed slightly, a hint of confusion in her eyes. However, as she caught sight of Suchan's barely suppressed smile, a sudden realization dawned on her. In that moment, her cheeks flushed like the morning sun, a quick blush spreading across her face. So annoying, Majali's hand reached for Suchan's thigh like a hawk's claw, unapologetically. He winced in pain, sucking in a sharp breath. But as the sensation changed and became harder to grasp, Majali realized she had grabbed the wrong spot. She quickly let go, rubbing the sore spot. Not hurt, not hurt, she pitifully raised her head. I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to. Despite the pain, Suchan still wore its nothing expression on his face. Ha! That was barely any force, brother here is tough as steel, no big deal. Hearing this, Majali shyly nestled her head against his chest. Majali's favorability +2, in reality, Suchan was in agony, and this wasn't the first time he had been scratched by nails. This time, he must take this opportunity to persuade her to trim her nails. The experienced Zhang Yun tactfully turned away when she saw the two bantering, pretending to be busy with her phone. So, what's the final price for this car? After comforting Majali, Suchan inquired. Zhang Yun turned back, smiling as she quoted the price. The base price is 1,780,000, including insurance, registration fees, purchase tax, etc. The total would be around 2,300,000. We can offer you some additional discounts here, so it would be around 2,200,000 besides the manufacturer's specified after-sales service. You can also have an additional after-sales service from me. When she said the last few words, she emphasized them. Unfortunately, Suchan didn't notice her flirtatious look but instead furrowed his brows in thought. This car was just over 2 million, and he still had over 4 million in War Wolf coins to spend. At this rate, he would surely raise his favorability to 90 points soon. Before cashing out, he naturally wanted to use as much as possible. After all, the readers in front of the screen all had Bugatti Veyrons. This car was just over 2 million, not even a fraction of what they were used to. Can this car be customized with additional features? Zhang Yun raised an eyebrow. Of course. It had been a long time since anyone asked her for additional features. Most people just bought the base model for show. Some even just bought a car emblem to show off. Like the SUV she sold to a college student last week for just over 300,000. That college student not only looked like a primary school student but also behaved like one. Spending so little and still asking for after-sales service, truly ignorant of the seafood prices in the car circle. How much for the top configuration? Though only 5 words, they made Zhang Yun blush and breathe slightly harder. She cautiously asked, are you referring to the Range Rover 4 V8 SV Autobiography long wheelbase? The price here is approximately 3,350,000. Majali's eyes widened at the price, as big as grapes. Just the additional features cost over $1 million, enough to buy another luxury car. She was afraid Suchan might back out due to pride, so she offered a way out. Actually, I think the standard version is pretty good. Why don't we just go for that? Seeing Majali's surprised expression, Zhang Yun could basically confirm that this woman was just a decorative vase and hadn't seen much of the world. You may be a good wife and mother, but I, Zhang Yun, am not. Finally encountering a customer requesting customization, especially for the top configuration, she didn't want to miss this opportunity. So he hurriedly explained, this top-of-the-line car is equipped with a 4.4-liter V8 engine, with a maximum horsepower of up to 530, accelerating from 0 to 100 km per hour in just 4.8 seconds. It also features a brand new multifunctional touchscreen, a 360-degree panoramic camera, advanced driving assistance systems, heated seats, massage functions. Listening to the endless explanation, Suchan impatiently scratched his ear. Alright, I'll take this one. With these words, Suchan pulled out his dragon card. Zhang Yun tentatively asked, is this a deposit payment? No, it's the full amount. Hiss. Zhang Yun couldn't help but gasp in shock. What kind of family background was this? Casually paying over 3 million, not even bothering to look at the car, and skipping the deposit, paying the full amount directly? In her experience as a top salesperson for so long, the number of people who could casually pull out this much money didn't exceed 2 digits. After all, to afford a multi-million-dollar luxury car, one must have at least tens of millions in funds. Such bosses were rare. The last time she saw $1 million paid in full was last June, and that boss had a bit of a masochistic streak. The after-sales service at that time had really worn her out, almost taking a week to recover. But the young man in front of her looked like he was barely in his 20s. Could he be from some noble family in Mincheng? Alright, sir, once I receive the payment, I'll issue you a receipt. When the car arrives, I'll notify you to come pick it up. Just as she was about to take the card, a hand as cold as ice and as delicate as jade snatched it away. Su-chen turned to look at Ma Jelly in surprise. She smiled nervously, looking somewhat embarrassed. I think the car we just saw is fine, no need to buy something so expensive. The real reason was that a top-of-the-line luxury car like that wasn't readily available in stock at the dealership, usually taking at least a week, sometimes even a month. If something unexpected happened during this time, causing a conflict between them or a fight that made Su-chen angry, then the luxury car might not be guaranteed. She couldn't wait, eager to drive off immediately. After all, it's only real once it's in her hands. Su-chen embraced Ma Jelly, staring into her eyes as if trying to see through her. This girl was really strange, rejecting something better when offered. After a brief thought, he slowly withdrew his card from her fingertips and asked, "Do you have any cars in stock at your dealership?" "We don't do custom orders, having cars in stock is enough." Zhang Yin tilted her head and thought, "Oh, it seems we do have one. 2 months ago, a female customer ordered a custom-made car with me. It happened to be a Range Rover Autobiography long wheelbase. But after paying the deposit, she never came to pick it up." Su-chen nodded. "Alright, then show us that car." "Sure thing, boss." Zhang Yun led the way, deliberately swaying her sexy hips. Ma Jelly, also a woman, naturally understood her intentions and couldn't help but roll her eyes. She hugged Su-chen's arm tighter, trying to distract his attention. The group arrived at the car storage warehouse, and after Zhang Yun put on gloves and uncovered the car cover, a larger performance beast appeared before them. The sharp front headlights resembled a cheetah's eyes, sharp and deep, adding a touch of unrivaled dominance to the entire vehicle. The sleek and elegant body lines on the side of the car were all adorned with a lavish gold paint, highlighting the luxury and nobility of the vehicle. The metal trim on the doors acted as the finishing touch, adding a touch of fashion to the entire vehicle. The large rear bumper at the back echoed the front of the car, creating a strong visual impact. The 4 exhaust pipes on both sides highlighted the vehicle's powerful performance, leaving a lasting impression on anyone who saw it. Upon seeing this car, I instantly felt that the car in front was no longer appealing. It seemed like that one was a high-quality imitation, while this one was the real deal. The whole car exuded an air of dominance. Ma Jiali was so stunned that she couldn't even move. It must be said that the owner who customized this car had quite a refined taste. Seeing this scene, Su-chen directly said, "Since that customer has not come to pick it up, why don't I talk to her about it?" In theory, without the customer's permission, their basic information should not be disclosed. However, if the customer doesn't pay the final installment for this customized car, it will just sit in the warehouse collecting dust. Not only will there be no performance bonus, but one might also face criticism and even lose the top sales position. Zhang Yun hesitated for a moment, but ultimately took out her phone. As she opened WeChat, Su-chen happened to glance at it. The profile picture of the female boss was a selfie, and the system automatically popped up an information window. Name, Lu Shueli. Age, 29. Height, 170. Weight, 57 kilograms. Occupation, bar owner. Characteristics, cold demeanor, devilish figure charm, 93. Favorability, 0. Charging times, 0. Strategy reward, 1. Resurrection consumed amount, 0. Hiss. Su-chen instantly felt his scalp tingling. How could this be just like dealing with a big boss? But this strategy reward is quite generous. But how should one approach this cold demeanor? As the saying goes, a woman over 30 who is not married is a leftover woman, and this sister is already 27 and still remains chaste. It's easy to imagine how difficult this task is. "Boss," the call went through. Su-chen came back to his senses and answered the phone. "Are you interested in buying my car?" The voice on the other end was icy, devoid of any emotion, sounding as if it were a machine with no emotional fluctuations. "Yes." "Oh, then it's yours." Su-chen was a bit surprised that the other party agreed so readily. Just as he was considering whether to give a little red envelope as compensation, the other party spoke again. Can you refund me some of the deposit? I've already paid a deposit of 300,000, can you give me 100,000 back?" This time her voice was no longer as cold as before, finally showing some human touch, with a hint of pleading. It seemed she must have encountered some difficulties, otherwise, she wouldn't have given up so decisively. But this also gave Su-chen a natural opportunity to get her contact information. "No problem, I'll add you now." After hanging up the phone, Su-chen transferred 300,000 directly. "Shelly?" "Su-chen, it's okay, you keep it, let's consider it fate and be friends." The beauty in a leopard print shirt in front of the screen hesitated for a moment. After a few moments of hesitation with her finger above the phone, she finally accepted. She had encountered financial problems recently and hadn't recovered yet. That's why she hadn't gone to pick up the car, and with just 10 days left before the breach of contract, she wouldn't even get a penny of her deposit back. Although this amount of money couldn't solve her problems, it was enough to alleviate the immediate crisis. She wouldn't have to resort to the originally planned selling herself contract so quickly. Shelley, thank you, consider this extra money as a loan. I'll definitely repay you when I have the chance. Just as Su Chen was about to say a few flirtatious words to lighten the mood, he felt a chill down his spine. He slightly turned his head and saw Ma Jelly leaning on his shoulder, staring at the phone screen. The resentful look in her eyes frightened Su Chen. He quickly deleted the message he had just typed and said with a smile, Miss Liu has agreed to transfer the car to me. Alright, please come in. I'll explain the interior decorations and buttons to you. Zhang Yun smiled and opened the driver's door, inviting them in. Su Chen then pushed Ma Jiali inside. This car is bought for her, so her name will be on the registration. You just need to teach her how to use it. Zhang Yun could no longer hide her surprise on her face. Normally, wealthy people would let their lovers drive their cars, but the car was still under her name, a personal property. Who would directly transfer the car to the lover's name, essentially giving the car away permanently? Could it be that their relationship was more than just lovers? Yet, she didn't exude any aura of being from a wealthy and noble family. Girls like her were usually just played with by the second-generation rich. How could this slightly handsome second-generation rich guy be interested in such a vase-like girl? If she was acceptable, Zhang Yun felt she was too. Although Zhang Yun's charm hadn't reached the level of a goddess yet, it was just 1 point away. Whether in looks or figure, she was on par with Ma Jelly. Each had their own unique features, both belonging to the category of delicate beauties, making it hard to distinguish between them. If one had to compare their figures, perhaps Ma Jelly's chest was a bit more upright, giving off a more vibrant look. If not for Su Chen sitting in the back seat, Zhang Yun really wanted to mock this little demon in the car. The back seat was spacious, and the seats were very soft and warm. As the car started moving, there was hardly any feeling of bumps. After turning on the seat heating, Su Chen almost lay down on the seat to sleep. In a daze, he was shaken awake by Zhang Yun. Boss, the test drive is over, wake up. Su Chen opened his sleepy eyes to a bright white light with a hint of a gap in the middle. Suddenly, a special fragrance wafted over him, and the white light engulfed his face. He felt somewhat incredulous that this suffocating situation made him excited. Zhang Yun, with one leg kneeling on the seat, continued to shorten the distance between them. She smiled playfully and coquettishly. Oh, boss, I'm sorry, this car is a bit low. This was one of her usual tactics. Ma Jelly, standing outside the car, stomped her foot anxiously. What are you doing? Hurry up and let my pigeon out. Although it was comfortable, Su Chen was afraid of making Ma Jelly angry or diminishing the joy of buying the car. This would have a negative effect. He quickly pushed Zhang Yun away and hurriedly got off the car to return to Ma Jelly's side. Zhang Yun lost her balance and landed on the ground as a cushion. Despite the embarrassment, she still found a way to attract men's attention. She bit her lower lip, staring tearfully at Su Chen. Then she deliberately turned her back to Su Chen, like a dance, slowly lifting her buttocks in a kneeling position, then using her hands to push herself up. Any normal male, except Sigma men, would not be able to resist stealing a glance. But Su Chen remained as still as a statue, staring straight ahead. Not because he didn't want to look, nor because he had any issues with his sexual orientation. It was because he feared Ma Jelly's powerful finger-flicking technique. He didn't want his little brother to suffer again. Smack, smack, smack. Zhang Yun wasn't just patting dust, it was more like patting her buttocks. Each pat created ripples on the water's surface. Just pat if you want, why the humming? Su Chen swallowed hard but couldn't help stealing a quick glance. With a muffled sound, Su Chen felt the pain of 100,000 chicken pecks. Let's quickly pay and leave. Su Chen's face turned red, he dared not breathe, and with his legs crossed, he awkwardly handed over the credit card. As the POS machine beeped and printed the receipt successfully, the two women finally relaxed. Here, the car keys, keep them safe, my little driver. Su Chen gently rubbed Ma Jelly's head. Ma Jelly, like a little snake, snuggled closely to Su Chen's body. Affection level from Ma Jelly +10 after taking the keys, she looked like a little girl receiving a Barbie doll, revealing a pure and happy smile. She hopped into the car, her skirt swaying with the rhythm. Host's affection level with Ma Jelly exceeds 90. Successfully achieving an intimate relationship. War Wolf coins cashback in progress. It's here, finally here. Su Chen stood up in excitement. Finally, the money didn't have to be spent on the goddess anymore but could be used at his own discretion. Ding! Cashback successful, totaling 4,500,000 yuan. Wow! Units, tens, hundreds. Su Chen was so excited he almost fainted at the sight of the extra amount on the dragon card. Zhang Yun beside him was puzzled. Rich people are really strange, willing to spend so much money on their lovers for a luxury car and still be so happy themselves. Honey, why are you just standing there? Come in quickly, Ma Jelly called out, poking her head out. It was the first time she had called him her husband. The sweet calls made Su Chen's heart flutter. Coming, darling. Seeing his prey about to leave, Zhang Yun quickly stepped forward with increased firepower. She directly handed her business card to Su Chen. It contained her private WeChat and phone number, only accessible to special and esteemed clients. Little brother, remember to let sister inspect your new car once, drive it over when you're free. Zhang Yun lightly bit her lip, furrowed her brows slightly, her eyes seductive, with a variety of expressions, while gently touching Su Chen's lips with her index finger, then putting it in her mouth to savor. Closing her eyes, she enjoyed the sensation. This move was usually her way of dealing with those spoiled young masters. It never failed to work, whoever fell for it. Even Su Chen was not an exception, mesmerized and unable to move, just grinning foolishly at her. A deep, powerful voice brought him back to reality. Ahem, Su Chen said somewhat regretfully, Zhang Jia, thank you, but you should tell Jieja, not me. As the car's engine roared lowly, the whole body trembled slightly, like a beast about to take off. The next moment, the car shot out like an arrow released from a bow, the tires rubbing against the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Zhang Yun was choked by the swirling dust. Just as the dust settled, a dark golden business card drew a graceful arc in the air, slowly falling to the ground. Zhang Yun squatted down to pick it up. After seeing it clearly, she stomped her foot angrily, her chest heaving dramatically. Su Chen, through the rearview mirror, reluctantly glanced at the last glimpse of beauty. The grass is fragrant, the berries are sweet, drinking dew by the tree. Feng Tao hummed a cheerful tune, leisurely steering the wheel. It was the 10th day since he bought the new car. Also, the 10th day he aimlessly drove around the school, showing off to acquaintances when he met them. If someone wanted to leave, he would follow closely behind. Brother, want to take a ride in my Land Rover? When stuck in traffic or when the cars ahead moved slowly, he would instantly erupt into road rage, honking incessantly at others, even starting to curse loudly. Do you know what car I'm driving? A Land Rover, a Land Rover. Look at what you're driving, serves you right for causing traffic. Today, he actually saw another Land Rover in the rearview mirror. Both were Land Rovers, but the two cars were like father and son. The other car was bigger, with a higher chassis and an exaggerated length. Just by looking at its appearance, it already exudes a lot of luxury. The deep black paint surface can even shimmer with a hint of scales, and some sleek lines are highlighted with gold stripes to add depth. It's full of domineering aura, just like a tiger. If you don't look at the logo, you might not even realize that this is a car from the same brand. Feng Tao felt a bit dwarfed by the little giant in his heart and stepped on the accelerator, wanting to speed up. However, the car behind continued to chase closely, even shortening the distance. Suddenly, Feng Tao felt his back drenched in sweat, feeling a bit embarrassed. There were no surveillance cameras on this road, and it was lunchtime, so there weren't many cars on the road. He gritted his teeth and floored the gas pedal. Hey, what's wrong with this broken car in front? It's not just about not giving way, but also driving so slowly, complained Su Chen, rubbing the back of his head discontentedly. Ma Jelly casually asked, should I just change lanes and overtake him? Overtake? With just a light tap of the accelerator, this performance monster let out a roar and easily surpassed the compact SUV in front. Watching the gradually disappearing taillights, Feng Tao felt a moment of confusion. Are Land Rovers so different from each other? Am I, a student union president, losing face? The school has a parking lot specifically for students, right on the empty space behind the dormitory building. After unbuckling the seatbelt, Su Chen was about to get out of the car. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The seat was instantly reclined. In a moment of distraction, Ma Jelly had climbed over from the passenger seat and was now sitting triumphantly on Su Chen. Don't move, let me reward you properly today. Su Chen had his hands behind his head, his expression complex. Pa! Ma Jelly stretched her sore muscles and got up to change her approach. Suddenly, Su Chen placed his hand on Ma Jelly's head and asked, are you still my good girl? Ha! Ma Jelly was puzzled. Of course, why are you suddenly asking this? Can you tell me the truth? Ma Jelly became more puzzled. I have never lied, what do you want to say? Did you cheat on me last night? Su Chen's expression was very indifferent, showing no emotion. But Ma Jelly was getting impatient. She directly pinched Su Chen's thigh root and twisted it hard. Why do you always say such inexplicable things? I stayed at the same hotel with you last night. Can you focus on what's in front of you? Ouch! Suchin almost shouted out, his face turning red with suppressed anger. I wasn't kicked out by you in the middle of the night, he muttered in a small voice, feeling wronged. Then why did you come out with another man this morning? Seeing his sad expression, Ma Jelly couldn't help but laugh and cry. You're so nerve-wracking, so that's what you meant. I don't know that man, he seems to be called by Xia, and he said he knows you. He happens to be a new student in our school this year, and today coincidentally marks the start of orientation, so I brought him back with me. You dare to ask? I haven't settled this matter with you yet. Ma Jelly showed no mercy, continuing to pinch his flesh. Early in the morning, he came to the door and said he wanted to learn some skills from you. Sob, sob, sob. Suchen endured the pain and forcefully pressed her head down to silence her. Shut up. Ma Jelly was momentarily unresponsive and almost choked. She quickly tied up her hair to minimize the impact. After being pinched so hard just now, Suchen naturally had to retaliate. Disregarding any tenderness, he spread out his 5 fingers and swung his arms roundly. Smack! Smack! Suddenly, several bright red handprints stood out prominently on that large expanse of snow-white skin. Ma Jelly lived at home like a little princess. Parents hold her delicately, afraid of breaking her, and treat her with utmost care. This was the first time someone had laid a hand on her. Despite the tears in Ma Jelly's eyes, she not only did not feel uncomfortable but seemed excited. Suchen's palms were starting to feel numb from the hits, yet she willingly raised her arm, gesturing for him to continue. This surprised Suchen inwardly. Oh no! Could she have unlocked some kind of special ability? After a simple warm-up, they loosened their clothes and began practicing martial arts. In this confined space, agility was crucial. Suchen had the upper hand, expending minimal energy, while Ma Jelly struggled a bit. The limited space in the car hindered the full execution of boxing moves. Let me tell you, a senior sister who was in charge of reception today added me on WeChat. Oh, you mean that petite girl? She added me on WeChat too. It's different. She said she wants to be friends with me and even mentioned treating me to abalone next time we meet. Hey, look at that. The two walking ahead stopped in their tracks, following the direction pointed by a finger. All they could see was a large Land Rover continuously shaking up and down in a rhythmic manner. Due to the one-way mirror windows, they couldn't see what was happening inside. Wow, university is truly different, you get to see new things. A pale-faced man with heavy dark circles under his eyes took out his phone and made a video call. Hey mom, look, the cars in our school can dance. Another taller guy interjected, you don't understand, that's the emergency escape system, only luxury cars like this have it. After about 30 minutes, the Land Rover gradually calmed down and stopped shaking. With all windows tightly shut, the car was in a sealed space. The scent of osmanthus flowers filled the air inside, along with the distinct smell of a man and a woman after a storm. Phew! It's stuffy in here, let's open a window. Suchen quickly raised his hand to stop her. Wait, help me wipe first. After a light sigh, Ma Jelly tied up her hair again. Once she was dropped off downstairs, Suchen began wandering the streets. With over 4 million in his hands now, he could easily afford a house near the school, no need to stay in student dorms. Living with 8 people in a room less than 20 square meters was suffocating, breathing in not air but the toxic gas exhaled by everyone. If one person fell ill, the whole room suffered. No separate isolation rooms, just isolation on the spot. And every night, they would be awakened by the snoring roommate. Finally, he didn't have to endure such a life anymore. It's really strange, how many days have passed, why hasn't this bootlicker come to find me? Li Baishui lazily lay on the dormitory bed, one hand supporting her head, the other constantly refreshing her chat window with Su Chen. The most recent chat record was 2 weeks ago, on the day they had a falling out in the cafeteria. It was 5 days until the birthday of her crush, and she didn't plan on spending her own money, still counting on the big spender to foot the bill. Are you there? But what popped up immediately was a prominent red exclamation mark. This instantly infuriated her, prompting her to call Su Chen's phone. However, Su Chen had long since blocked all her contact information, so naturally, she couldn't reach him. Fuming with unspoken words, Li Baishui indignantly edited a friend request. What's the meaning of this? Why haven't you come to find me all this time? Don't you know that girls need to be comforted when they're upset? Here's your chance, hurry up and accept. After doing all this, she still felt unsatisfied and decided to fiercely post on the confession wall, offering the power of a new century's top 0 female boxer. Wall, I want to post. Some men don't respect women at all. Just because I accidentally knocked over the dishes and they mocked me a bit, they got angry with me for no reason, blocked me out of the blue. I don't understand why you guys, boys, shouldn't be a bit more self-reliant and considerate towards girls. Although what I did was indeed a bit excessive, but setting aside the facts, is it not wrong at all to invite me to a $20 braised chicken and rice meal? Moreover, I've mentioned that I only eat top-notch meals. Deliberately ordering such a small set is looking down on people, or deliberately playing mind games with me? You said you only have 1,000 yuan for living expenses a month, but you can do part-time jobs, right? If you do a part-time job, you'll have over 2,000 a month. My demands are not high, just a bag worth over 1,000 yuan every month, plus some expenses for dining out and entertainment. It's not even 2,000, you can still save some money for yourself. Is this kind of request too much? Finally, please code me to death. After editing the above words, Li Baixue finally vented her anger. She began to gossip around in her space. Today, she really hit a big gossip. A video that had just been posted for less than an hour already had over 600,000 views, hundreds of reposts, and nearly 1,000 comments. Li Baixue eagerly opened the video. The video was short, less than a minute, but the amount of information in it was enormous. After a luxurious Land Rover stopped shaking, a man and a woman got out of the car. The man was handsome and elegant, while the woman was smiling and charming. They embraced each other with smiles, looking very intimate. Watching the content of the video, Li Baixue felt extremely incredulous. She was very familiar with the two people in the video. One was the school flower of her department, and the other was the Bonash-level bootlicker who had been licking her for 4 years. Although they hadn't seen each other for just over 10 days, Xuchen had changed a lot in terms of style and temperament. If it weren't for the good video quality and clear shots of his face, she might not have recognized him. Li Baixue incredulously watched the video over and over again. Until she was sure, her chest heaved rapidly. No wonder why the bootlicker who had been licking her for 4 years suddenly disappeared without a trace. He could endure not contacting her for so many days because he had hooked up with a sugar mommy. Damn, when did this little bitch become so rich? She must have been kept by some boss recently, using the boss's money to support a gigolo. Li Baixue gritted her teeth and said indignantly, yes, it must be like this. But her taste is really bad. How could she fall for this bootlicker? Over the years, Xuchen had been 100% obedient to her. He would come when called and leave when dismissed. Li Baixue had long regarded him as her personal property, a free labor force. But now not only had he run away, but he was also being kept by the famous school flower. Her current mood was worse than eating shit. Hiss, wait, something's fishy. Although the current Xuchen did have some charm and was quite handsome, but he hadn't reached the level where just one glance could enchant tens of thousands of girls. It was even more impossible for him to be favored and kept by a school flower-level goddess. So, the truth is, he spent a lot of money to stage a show with the school flower, even hiring a photographer to secretly take pictures. Intentionally leaking this video was to make himself see it, to attract attention. Combined with the previous action of blocking and deleting her, the purpose was already very clear. It was to arouse her anxiety and attention, to ignite emotions with contradictions, and make her take the initiative. When the time comes, he just needs to cut ties with the school beauty in time, and make a solemn vow to himself, promising to only lick me in this lifetime. Invisibly taking the initiative and incidentally resolving past grievances. Oh my goodness. Xuchen, you've actually learned such advanced tricks to lick me. This is probably another trick learned from some beauty blogger, but it's useless for Li Baixue, because she is a beauty blogger herself. Li Baixue's lips curled up in a contemptuous smile, smugly running her fingers through her hair. Proud of her exceptional reasoning ability. But this self-directed drama must cost a lot of money. If she spent this money on herself, she could probably buy several handbags and have a few luxurious encounters with her male god. Thinking about this, Li Baixue felt a pang of regret. As if she should have had that money in the first place. No, to prevent Xuchen from continuing to burn money on such stupid things. After much deliberation, Li Baixue finally changed her tactics and decided to take the initiative. Only then could she firmly hold the initiative in her hands. Then she could also get the money for the hotel room on her male god's birthday. I wonder if this guy still has any money left in his pocket. But that's okay, just let him obediently return to her side. If he's short on money later, she'll just have him take out a small loan. Or go donate blood to Brother Dao, do a good deed. She quickly changed the message of her friend request, hurry up and accept, it's urgent, and logged into various different accounts, starting to bombard with messages. At the same time, casting the bait, increasing the chances of getting a bite. 1 yuan can't get enough sleep, brother, accept it, I'll show you what you want to see. Ting loves coriander, husband's not home, feeling lonely with a fever. This way, she could also test him and see if he still had enough loyalty to her. Imemvoom. The phone in his pocket vibrated. Wait a moment, I'll check a message. Su Chen waved his hand, signaling to stop. Yes, sir. The receptionist smiled obsequiously and retreated to the coffee table to make tea. TSK. Su Chen frowned slightly as he looked at his phone. What's the deal with this shameless woman? She's been sending friend requests continuously for the past hour. And she's even using different WeChat IDs to add me. Does she really think I'm a fool? Don't forget how I've spent these 4 years as a lapdog. Can your words and tricks really deceive me? Besides, who creates multiple accounts and adds people within a minute? Afraid that others won't know that these accounts all belong to the same person? It's really strange, clearly not very smart. How can she be so brainless? This can't go on like this forever. Things need to be clarified. He also wants to see what Li Baishui is up to. After hesitating for a while, Su Chen finally clicked accept. As soon as he added her, she immediately sent a voice message. Su Chen opened it unguardedly. You jerk, no wonder you haven't come to see me for so many days. Turns out you're out there seducing other women behind my back. Because he hadn't adjusted the volume, the voice echoed in the empty agency office. Out of instinct, everyone cast curious glances. Due to their good professional demeanor, they just glanced and then pretended to be busy. Su Chen quickly moved his phone away from himself, swiftly turned off the voice message. After muttering crazy, he silently moved the contact back to the block list and deleted it. Li Baishui finished recording the second voice message, just about to get to the point, finally filling up the 60 seconds. As soon as she sent it, she saw the familiar red exclamation mark again. Waiting for the verification message after being blocked is the most difficult thing. Li Bai was lying on the bed, pulling his hair frantically and letting out a bo gang scream. The other roommates remained unfazed, as if they were used to such behavior. Come on, handsome, have some tea. Su Chen nodded gently, took the tea and sipped it lightly. Looking at the tablet in his hand, he said, the houses you mentioned are pretty good. Take me to see them now. Sure thing, bro, this way, please. Parked at the door was a little electric donkey, a lightweight electric bike with 2 separate seats and a shorter rear seat. Its endurance and comfort were questionable, but it was all about being lightweight and fast. The real estate agent warmly handed over a safety helmet. They've been strict lately, so you'll have to wear this, hee. After a bumpy ride, they finally reached their destination. Oh, my poor but on this journey. Even the innocent eggs almost suffered. Even when crossing shallow pits on flat ground, one could feel a flying sensation. Not to mention the speed bumps on the road, with a negative seismic index. Every time they passed a speed bump, Su Chen had to exert his legs, squatting in advance to avoid them. At the destination, the real estate agent persistently asked, Sir, are you really not considering buying a house now? The housing prices have bottomed out. They can't drop any further. Buying now is the most cost-effective. Su Chen replied calmly, No, I'll just rent. In fact, he had considered buying a house to live in. Who wouldn't want to buy a car and a house early on, presenting a promising image to everyone? And living in your own house is more comfortable and reassuring. But upon careful consideration, buying a house now was not a wise choice. The timing was off. Even though he had 4.5 million in hand, jumping from one social class to another. But it was just a modest improvement. Moreover, buying a house and a car for oneself meant debts. Property fees, maintenance costs, fuel costs, and all sorts of expenses added up to who knows how many war wolf coins. With such a powerful system at hand, Su Chen had to think long-term. It was better to continue investing in goddesses, low risk, high return. Spending money on goddesses, enjoying the good life with them, buying houses for different goddesses, living in their homes, and having fun with different goddesses. After careful consideration, Su Chen decided to rent a house. After viewing several houses in a row, Su Chen felt unsatisfied with all of them, feeling like something was missing. Sir, this is the last one. If you're still not satisfied, then I'm out. The real estate agent fanned himself with an advertisement flyer in one hand and wiped the sweat off his forehead with the other. As the door opened, Su Chen stepped in slowly. It was a 2-bedroom apartment, already fully furnished with complete appliances and facilities. Prior to this, the house had never been rented out to anyone, making it a rare find. Leading the way around, the real estate agent explained, the owner of this house went abroad for work and decided to rent it out. I heard they were a foreign student who bought this house after returning from studying abroad. Although they only spent a little over $1 million on this house, the renovation costs almost equaled the purchase price. They thought they would settle down in the country, but ended up leaving after less than a month. It seems that money abroad is really easy to make. The real estate agent touched the wall's patterns in admiration, his eyes filled with envy. Su Chen nodded in agreement, saying, This house is indeed nice. The various designs and details inside the house were well done, with the most attractive feature being the moon background wall visible as soon as you entered. One wall was cleverly designed to resemble a bright moon, complete with realistic pits and holes. The surroundings were adorned with a few twinkling starlights, emitting a warm and gentle glow, as if bringing the tranquility and poetic beauty of the night sky indoors. The moon's silhouette was outlined by soft curves, its surface covered in a faintly glowing white material, as if truly radiating a soft moonlight. Every nightfall, these starlights would automatically illuminate, complementing the moon, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. The design ingeniously integrated space elements with the moon background, creating a leisure space that was both dreamy and futuristic. The sofa area corresponded to the moon wall, designed in the shape of a spaceship and space capsule. Even Su Chen, a mundane person devoid of any artistic sensibility, could intuitively feel the charm of art here. The real estate agent's eyes held a hint of sarcasm. Bro, since you like this place, let's finalize it quickly before someone else snatches it. Let's think about it some more, Su Chen said, then turned towards the door. The real estate agent, seeing the urgency, hurriedly caught up. Bro, how about I lower the price by another 100? 200. Su Chen seemed not to hear and continued walking. The real estate agent was on the verge of tears. It was nearing the end of the month, and he hadn't closed a deal yet. If this one fell through today, he would have worked in vain this month, and he would have to pack up and leave. The real estate agent swiftly stepped in front of Su Chen, blocking his way with outstretched hands. Bro, 250, I really can't go any lower. Upon hearing this number, Su Chen's eyes darkened. Am I the kind of person who cares about a few bucks? And are you bargaining here as if it's a market stall? If the price can still be lowered, it means the real estate market is truly shady, showing inflated prices to the employers. Besides, it's not about the money at all. Whether renting or buying a house, the most important thing is to live comfortably and contentedly. Seeing the other party still indifferent, the real estate agent played his trump card, emotional manipulation. It was his usual tactic, effective with those college girls. Because some of the college girls living away from home were not short of money. With boyfriends and parents footing the bill, they lived a comfortable life. As long as he played a bit pitiful, offered some discounts and gifts, they would think they had scored a great deal and immediately make the purchase. Bro, to be honest, my parents passed away early. I dropped out of school at 14, took care of my sister who was over 50 years older than me, and also had to support my young grandmother's education. The real estate agent tearfully recounted his life's hardships. Su Chen, obviously, this had no effect on Su Chen, not a ripple stirred in his heart. Although a few thousand yuan in rent a month was no big deal for Su Chen now, he had no obligation to play the saint and pity others. When he was at his most destitute, eating instant noodles and steamed buns while hiding like a rat in the sewer, why didn't anyone show him pity? Moreover, the other party was not on the brink of death, so why should I share your suffering? So, it was good enough to manage one's own affairs. Let go of the savior complex, respect others' destinies, everyone reaps what they sow, and everyone bears their own karma. If what you're saying is false, I hope it's true, and if it's true, what's it got to do with me? The more you push me to rent, the less likely I am to do so, playing the rebellious card. With these words, the real estate agent immediately backed down. He stood dumbfounded, scratching his head, unsure of what to do, but also unwilling to move aside, looking like he could handle whatever came his way. Su Chen couldn't be bothered to say more and took out his phone, ready to call the police. Just as he pressed a few buttons, the door next door opened. Click. Su Chen habitually looked up. It was fine not to look, but once he did, he couldn't bear to blink. One glance felt like eternity. What entered his sight through a tiny gap first was a pair of feet as fair as jade. Those feet, like finely crafted artworks, were delicate and exquisite, with skin so smooth it seemed to radiate a glow. The toes slightly curled, exuding a lazy yet elegant charm. To appreciate the girl's beauty more carefully, Su Chen couldn't help but take a few steps closer. Hey, handsome, don't get too close. The intermediary guy nervously stepped back half a step, placing a hand in front of his mouth. Su Chen pushed his oily face aside. Get out of the way. Finally, he saw the owner of those jade feet. She was wearing a sexy purple hip-hugging skirt, very charming. It contrasted sharply with the beauty's fair skin. The cut of the skirt was just right, clinging to her body's curves, showcasing her hot figure to the fullest. Her waist was slender, her hips full, her curves beautiful and captivating. Sensing the burning gaze on her back, the woman turned to look. Just one glance and Su Chen's heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate. It sounded like a train just leaving the station, woo, woo, woo in his ears. Her high nose bridge, plump red lips exuded a charming aura. Her eyes were large and bright, with a slight smile at the corners of her mouth, a very natural smile. Name, Xiaoling age, 25 height, 157 weight, 50 kilograms occupation, foot masseuse features, ice cold jade feet charm, 95 favorability, 0 charging times, 0 strategy reward, space backpack amount spent, 0. Xiaoling just glanced curiously before hurriedly putting on her high heels and leaving. Suchin stared longingly at the disappearing beauty around the corner, his mind filled with those jade feet, unable to help swallowing saliva. It took him a few seconds to come to his senses. How strange. He wasn't into feet, and he had never had any thoughts about them before. Even the study materials he had seen online had never touched on this type. It could only be said that those jade feet were just too beautiful, making Suchen's heart flutter. It seemed like he had found a new interest. Having finally encountered a goddess, Suchen had to seize every opportunity to earn rewards. And that space backpack looked strangely appealing. Could it store a massive amount of items like in those post-apocalyptic novels? But that was a story for another time. The two had only met by chance and exchanged a glance. The most important thing was to quickly get acquainted with her. Suchen understood the principle of making the best of an opportunity, so he turned around and said confidently, "I've rented this house." Really? The intermediary guy was puzzled by his unusual attitude. "You're not playing a trick on me, are you? Stop the nonsense, quickly bring out the contract, I'm moving in tonight." "Alright, handsome." The intermediary guy happily trotted downstairs, riding a little donkey back. In no time, the contract was brought over. Suchen signed it without hesitation and paid 6 months' rent up front. The rent for this house was not cheap, over 5,000 a month excluding utilities. In Minchang, this was not something ordinary students or workers could afford on their own. Seeing him pay 6 months' rent without hesitation, Suchen's status in the intermediary guy's mind rose a few levels. At the same time, he felt a bit regretful. He should have taken him to see more expensive houses. "Bro, whatever you need in the future, just tell your little brother. I have many excellent properties here. When you get tired of this house, you can always come to me for a new place to stay," the real estate agent said. Suchen couldn't stand the disgusting smirk any longer and ordered, "Just leave, I have things to do." Alright. People who were either rich or influential were not to be offended, and the agent's response was straightforward. "Hey, wait, come back here, I have a question for you," Suchen suddenly called out. He remembered his saying, "Know yourself and know your enemy, and you shall not be imperiled in 100 battles." Wooing a girl was like going to battle. You had to understand the girl you liked. You needed to know what she liked, what she disliked, what she couldn't resist, and what she rejected. Only then could you achieve twice the result with half the effort. This was the experience Suchen had gained after successfully winning over Ma Jelly. She liked material things, such as bags, cars, and other luxury items. So, he would give her luxury items and pamper her in the direction she desired. This way, he could easily grasp her heart. The same applied to this unfamiliar older sister. As long as he knew her interests in advance, he could skip the complicated encounters and strike directly at the key points. By starting from the weakest point, he could leave a perfect first impression. "Bro, what's up? What do you need?" The agent walked back slowly, wagging his tail like a big yellow dog. "I will tell you everything I know. Do you know the girl who just left?" "Of course, I know her. I rented out her house too. Can you give me a detailed introduction of her, like her favorite places to go or hobbies?" The agent's face showed a hint of hesitation, but it quickly disappeared, replaced by a smile. "Bro, of course, as long as you command, I can handle everything for you." He took out a tablet from his bag, swiped a few times, and handed it to Suchen. Looking at the densely packed information, Suchen couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. The detailed information was too much, including her educational background and even her measurements. Pointing at the tablet in his hand, Suchen asked coldly, "Are you going to make me fill in this information later?" The agent's expression turned fearful, and he started sweating profusely. "Bro, this is not something I can arrange, it's all according to the community's wishes. But rest assured, I will definitely help you clean it up later." These were just tricks commonly used by agents who collaborated with certain organizations to sell tenants' personal information for profit. Suchen continued to focus on the tablet. "Bro, are you interested in this girl?" Seeing no reaction from Suchen, the agent continued, "Bro, don't be fooled by her beauty. If you want to win her over, it's too easy. This girl works at a foot massage parlor nearby. What decent girl would work there?" Suchen stopped scrolling his finger and looked up at him slightly. 9 out of 10 provide special services, and 1 offers home services. "Let me tell you, this girl is that one. People have seen her bringing different men home frequently, without discrimination in age, even including high school students. Of course, someone like you, young and successful, must understand better than me." The agent failed to notice the anger in Suchen's eyes and even put his arm around him, continuing to speak recklessly. To be honest, I've had my eye on that girl for a long time. Hey, we can go together, let her serve us both, and we can feed her until she's full. He patted Su-chen's back, raised his eyebrows smugly, and gently opened the fingers holding the tablet. Snap! A crisp sound interrupted the daydreaming of the intermediary guy. The tablet heavily hit the ground facing the yellow soil. Su-chen casually said, "Oops, slipped by accident, my apologies." The intermediary guy's eyelids twitched but he didn't say anything. As he reached out to pick up the tablet, Su-chen grabbed his hand. "It was my fault for dropping it, let me pick it up." But as soon as he picked it up, the tablet fell heavily to the ground again. Once, twice. The intermediary guy finally realized it was intentional. Unable to bear it any longer, his expression changed instantly. "You brat, what the hell do you want?" Su-chen innocently said, "I just wanted to help you pick up the tablet, but my hands seemed to be as slippery as if they were coated in oil, couldn't hold on to it." The intermediary guy tried to pick up the tablet himself, but Su-chen firmly stepped on it. He raised his head, glaring angrily. Su-chen coldly said, "Get lost, I've rented this house now, I have the right to use it, you're not welcome here. If you really want to take this tablet, feel free to call the police, they can check the content inside." Hearing this, the anger in the intermediary guy's eyes dissipated, replaced by panic. "Crazy. This is clearly your tablet, why would I take it?" With that, he stumbled towards the door. Thinking he had encountered a carefree rich second generation, he tried to please him. Little did he know, his plan backfired. Su-chen smashed the tablet into pieces until the memory card snapped, then threw it all in the trash. Half lying on the soft sofa, he opened the app and saw over 99 unread messages in his inbox. Odd, didn't he turn off the messages? How come someone still messaged him? Switching to the inbox, he saw all messages were from one person, Gao Yuan. Since that night's live broadcast, she had been messaging Su-chen, wanting to get to know him. Unaware, Su-chen had silenced his phone that night to play games with online friends. After the game, he went to find Ma Jelly, then went house hunting, only now had some free time to check the messages. With so many questions from her, Su-chen didn't know where to start. "Su-chen, I'm Su-chen, sorry for not checking my phone last night, was busy until now." "Su-chen, how about we add each other on WeChat for easier communication?" In a sports hall at a university in Suchon, Gao Yuan was stretching. Ding dong. The phone on the steps suddenly rang several times. She quickly picked it up, realizing it was the person who sent her gifts last night, disappeared after saying he wanted to get to know her. Looking at the messages, Gao Yuan hesitated, biting her lip. Although curious about Su-chen, she was worried about potential risks of adding him as a friend. Well, what's the worst that could happen if I add him? Unable to resist her curiosity, she sent her WeChat ID. To quickly understand someone, check their moments. Because moments reflect a person's social life, showing their personality and emotional state. If there are those in your circle of friends who constantly show off their wealth, changing sneakers or phones just to take a grid photo, accompanied by captions like, "Sigh, so annoying, Dad is forcing me to buy a new fruit phone again, I can't even use up the old one," deducting 1 point in the comments. This kind of reality is most likely the opposite of what is portrayed online. They probably have empty pockets but pretend otherwise, either borrowing or renting those items. It's a typical case of saving face. They don't want to change their situation, they just want to deceive themselves and others with false lies. Another example is those who like to post melancholic captions, such as, "My life is like walking on thin ice, do you think I can make it to the other side?" These individuals are often sensitive inside, smiling during the day but crying at night. They may indeed be more sensitive and introverted, preferring to conceal their true emotions and seeking understanding and comfort from others through this method, except for strong brother. They always prefer to show the sunny and positive side to others, avoiding sharing their troubles, with strong empathetic abilities. However, in Su-chen's circle of friends, there is nothing but a background of the surprised pig emoji. In fact, Su-chen is the second example. He used to like to express his emotions late at night by posting melancholic captions. But after awakening the werewolf system, he deleted all those past dark histories. Otherwise, it would contradict the domineering CEO image he wanted to establish. Su-chen, hello, Miss. Jeff, Gao Yuan, hello. JPG, Gao Yuan, how should I address you? Su-chen, little rascal, how did you call me last night? Just call me that from now on. Gao Yuan quickly closed her phone, hugged it to her chest, her cheeks blushing. She knew what Su-chen meant. Gao Yuan, be serious, speak properly. Su-chen, I've already spoken seriously, okay? Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan, I won't argue with you this time, let's not chat for now, I need to start training. Su-chen, darling, go ahead, don't delay. Ha! Gao Yuan suddenly got goosebumps all over her body. As the sun sets in the west, the light dims, the streets become bustling with traffic, and the neon lights of the billboards on the roadside start to light up. After finishing his meal, Soo-chan carefully observed the situation outside a bathhouse. "Hey, handsome, what's interesting outside? Come in and have some fun." A woman dressed provocatively, with light makeup on her face, slowly walked out. Her attire was very revealing, with about 90% of her skin exposed to the air. She wore only a bandeau on her upper body, showcasing her perfect waist. The quality of the bandeau seemed subpar, stretched to its limits, seemingly on the verge of tearing, allowing glimpses of the interior through the ambient lights inside the shop. Her lower body was clad in a pair of tight denim shorts, with a decorative belt around her knees, making her legs look even longer. The woman naturally leaned on Soo-chan's shoulder, exhaling a faint puff of smoke. She exuded a strange fragrance, a mix of tobacco and the peculiar scent of the shop, causing Soo-chan to sneeze involuntarily. Soo-chan had never been to such an establishment before, so he appeared quite reserved. Hunching his back, he kept looking around. This made the woman mistakenly think he was inexperienced. Pushing him towards the inner rooms, she boldly began to explore his body with her hands, teasing him incessantly. "Young man, is this your first time here?" Soo-chan nodded blankly. The woman glanced at him sideways. "You seem like a student. Are you of legal age?" "I'm currently a sophomore at Linbei University not far from here." Soo-chan answered truthfully, "Oh, I'm a sophomore." Miss Fingsu smiled warmly as she embraced Soo-chan, proudly showcasing their impressive assets. Placing her hand firmly on the back of his head, she brought Soo-chan in for an intimate kiss with the two adorable little bunnies she raised. "Little brother, do you like big sister?" Although the woman's bold actions were somewhat offensive, Soo-chan felt no hint of anger. The unique scent of the woman kept wafting into his nostrils, making him involuntarily swallow his saliva. "Big sister is quite knowledgeable in biology. How about I take you to another room later to help you with your studies?" Seeing that he was somewhat attractive and different from the greasy men who usually came around, and that he fit her taste, the woman's interest was piqued. Before Soo-chan could react, her hands skillfully moved towards his sensitive area. Soo-chan was startled but dared not resist. Big sister has only been working here for a short while and hasn't entertained many clients. "Little brother, can you come here more often to take care of big sister? Today, to celebrate little brother truly becoming a man, big sister will treat you for free." "What, for free?" Although Soo-chan had the wealth and power to play around with such women, nothing beats the allure of something free, right? Besides, he was curious about how professional this specialist really was. Just as Soo-chan was feeling a bit uncertain, the woman's information panel popped up. Name, Wang Meili. Age, 26. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Charm, 88. Favorability, 20. Charging times, 2048, 2048. "You call this only been working here for a short while and hasn't entertained many clients?" Soo-chan's dazed mind instantly cleared up. "You deceitful woman, I don't believe you." If not for the system scanning, Soo-chan's soul would have almost been ensnared by her. "Ahem, I'm just here for a massage, no need for any special services." Soo-chan pushed the woman away, dusted off his clothes as if he had touched something dirty. He transformed from his previous clueless state, as if becoming a different person. This was the real biochemical mother, and even Hong Yaoyao would pale in comparison before her. Life was just beginning to look up, and Soo-chan didn't want to get involved with any diseases. However, Wang Meili mistook his nervousness for something else and leaned in again. "Little brother, don't be shy. Big sister will give you a thorough checkup later." Soo-chan dodged with his hands in his pockets. She missed, stumbled, and almost fell. Wang Meili's face now showed a mix of anger and confusion. Soo-chan reiterated his request, "I'm here for a massage, no special services needed. Don't make me call the police." The woman's expression changed instantly, and she forced a smile, saying, "Huh, little brother, you really like to joke around. This is a legitimate place, no special services here. Just wait, I'll call someone over." Soo-chan quickly added, "Then help me find Xia Ling to serve me." Wang Meili coldly snorted, looking for that vixen again, seducing all the men with her tricks. She walked back inside muttering, "She's been here for over 3 months and hasn't let any clients touch her. Such a pretentious B***tch, what's so special about her?" Once inside, Meili changed her voice to a gruff tone and called out, "Xia Ling, someone's here, go and attend to them." Even in the lobby, her voice was crystal clear. Shortly after, a petite woman with impressive assets emerged carrying a toolkit. It was the neighbor from next door, still wearing that purple figure-hugging skirt. Compared to the other girls in the shop, her outfit was already considered very conservative. Although she was only 1 meter 57 tall, her hardware was no less impressive than any goddess Soo-chan had ever known. Su Chen had thought that Gao Yuan's 36D was unbeatable, but now there was a more daring rabbit than her. Those 36E rabbits trembled with each step, hopping closer bit by bit. Her short stature turned out to be an advantage, making her figure appear even more exaggerated. Seeing the man staring at her chest, Xiaoling couldn't help but remind him, "Sir, hello, did you order me?" "Ah, yes." Su Chen came to his senses, swallowing the saliva that was about to drip. "So, what services do you have here? Please introduce them to me." Xiaoling took out a list from her bag and earnestly began to introduce: herbal foot soak with massage for 68, full body essential oil spa for 268. She furrowed her brows slightly, because she noticed that the man opposite wasn't listening to her at all but continued to sneak glances at her with sly eyes. "Sir, besides the services listed here, we do not provide any other services. If you have any other needs, please request another therapist." With that, Xiaoling packed everything back into her bag, preparing to leave. Goodwill from Xiaoling -10, what? A catastrophic start. -10 points before even starting? Xiaoling's goodwill plummeted into negative territory. Su Chen quickly got up to stop her. "Sister, don't leave, give me a full-body essential oil spa, please." And he explained, "I'm sorry, you look a lot like a sister from my childhood neighbor's house. I couldn't help but glance at you a few more times. It really wasn't intentional, I'm sorry." Su Chen's apology was sincere. Not only did he wear a deep sense of guilt on his face, but he also slightly lowered his head. Xiaoling was slightly startled, not expecting him to be so courteous. It turned out she had misunderstood him. She quickly helped Su Chen sit back down. "It's okay, you don't have to be like this, it's my own misunderstanding, not your fault. There's no way around it, the environment here is just that complicated, please don't mind." Seeing that the other person believed her, Su Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand. "I don't mind, I understand your concerns in this line of work." In fact, what he had just said was made up. The older sister from his childhood neighbor's house was not as nice and gentle. On the contrary, she often bullied him and was a complete tomboy. "Well, then follow me." Xiaoling led Su Chen to a separate small room. She had Su Chen lie down first, then she lit some kind of plant in an iron basin. The faint fragrance quickly filled the room, and Su Chen felt a wave of relaxation in body and mind. "Sister, what did you light up? It smells really good." Xiaoling skillfully applied the essential oil to his back, explaining, "This is called mugwort, it's very effective in relieving fatigue." Her hands began to move slowly on Su Chen's back, gently pressing and sometimes softly stroking like a feather, sometimes with a force like a spring breeze. Su Chen was experiencing this kind of pampering for the first time, and he squinted his eyes very contentedly. Strange, even though it was two hands massaging his back, why did he feel like there were two soft, comfortable objects pressing on his back as well? As the massage deepened, his breathing gradually became deep and even, and he even started to snore with pleasure. About 40 minutes later, Su Chen was gently awakened from his daze. "Sir, the massage is over." He rubbed his sleepy eyes, unable to believe he had fallen asleep like that. Xiaoling considerately handed him his clothes and adjusted the position of the slippers. Su Chen didn't rush to leave, but sat cross-legged after putting on his clothes. "Sis, I'll add a few more hours for you. Will you chat with me?" Xiaoling asked cautiously. "Just a normal chat?" Su Chen quickly assured, "It's really just a chat, absolutely nothing else." Xiaoling didn't immediately agree to this good offer but pondered on the side. After a brief silence in the room, Xiaoling's charming voice sounded, "No pain, no gain. If it's just a simple chat, I don't think it's necessary." Hearing this, Su Chen's eyes showed a hint of sadness. "But if you allow me to talk while working, chatting occasionally is fine." Su Chen immediately regained his confidence and waved his hand. "Give me the most expensive package." Xiaoling covered her mouth in slight surprise and explained quickly, "Sir, the supreme package costs 5888. And let me clarify, if you want me to serve you, the most essential part will be missing. So I advise you to think it over. If you insist on the supreme package, I suggest you choose someone else." Although Su Chen had never been to such a place before, he had a rough idea of the packages from online research and naturally understood the underlying rules. But he didn't choose this package for romantic intentions. He simply wanted to give her a generous tip and use this opportunity to create an image of a refined and wealthy person, leaving the best first impression. This was also to prepare and lay the groundwork for future challenges. Unexpectedly, the other party kindly reminded him, which touched him inexplicably. Su Chen smiled and replied, "It's okay, just give me a good massage, I'm here to relax with a massage." Seeing the other party's persistence, Xiaoling, as a worker, didn't say much. And according to the 60-40 split, she could earn over 3,500 from a supreme package, almost matching her last month's salary. This money was undoubtedly a timely help, hard to resist. She nodded gently and took out a few bottles and jars from her toolkit. As soon as she opened them, Su-chen smelled a strong herbal scent. Xia Ling, aware of the strong medicinal smell, quickly explained, "These are essential oils I made myself, using herbal ingredients to nourish the body, with great effects. But since the main ingredient is ginger, it might feel a bit spicy when applied. If you can't handle it, I'll switch to regular essential oil." Hearing that it was made by a beauty herself, Su-chen's eyes lit up. "Don't switch, use this one." To improve the other's favor, one must first continuously agree with her and find topics to chat about. "Okay, lie down, I'll start." Su-chen obediently lay down quickly. As the essential oil was poured on his back, he felt a cool sensation, as if applying wind essential oil. But as the medicinal oil spread and some time passed, Su-chen suddenly felt like lying on needles. A burning sensation on his back, as if it were on fire. He endured the panic and asked, "Is this burning sensation normal?" "Take deep breaths, a bit of pain is normal." Xia Ling closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and raised her hands, focusing her energy. The next moment, smack! Her hands landed heavily on Su-chen's back, causing him to almost cry out in pain. Then, Su-chen felt like his back had turned into a lump of dough, being kneaded vigorously. "Sis, is this really a massage?" Xia Ling sternly said, "Don't talk, keep breathing deeply." She had entered a state where she couldn't stand any disturbance. The whole process wasn't very painful, but Su-chen had completely lost the desire to chat. It wasn't until the treatment ended that Xia Ling helped Su-chen sit up from his position. His expression at this moment was one of despair, in excruciating pain. But he managed to squeeze out a smile and said, "Sis, you've got quite the strength in your hands." Xia Ling didn't respond. "Try twisting your waist a bit and see if it still hurts." Su-chen was surprised. How did she know his waist had been injured not long ago? He obediently moved his waist a couple of times and found that the faint soreness in his waist had completely disappeared, and his whole body felt rejuvenated as if reborn, full of vigor. Su-chen hurriedly asked, "Sis, what kind of technique is this? It's truly miraculous." Xia Ling playfully lifted a strand of her hair and smiled faintly. "The technique is not the only miraculous thing, there's also medicine. Sis, come and massage my thighs, I want to add more time." Although she wanted to agree, her scheduled client was about to arrive. The client was not only wealthy and influential but also a regular patron. Moreover, she also owed favors to others, so it wouldn't be right to stand them up. She began to tidy up the jars on the table. "Sir, I'm really sorry, I can only serve you up to this point today. My scheduled client is about to arrive, I have to go quickly." "Ah." Su-chen didn't want to let the beauty slip away, so he quickly grabbed Xia Ling's sleeve and pleaded, "Sis, please don't go." Xia Ling was amused by his pitiful expression and joked, "If I don't go, how will I earn money? Will you support me?" Upon hearing this, Su-chen immediately gained confidence. He quickly patted his chest and said, "Sure, I'll support you." Xia Ling thought he was joking, covering her mouth with a laugh like silver bells. Su-chen, seeing her, anxiously said, "Sis, don't laugh, I'm serious, just let me." Before he could finish his sentence, the door suddenly opened. A burly man with a white cloth around his waist barged in like that. In the dim light, the man's distinctive physical features stood out. His body hair was unusually dense. On his chest, thick hair grew like a thicket, not only covering his entire chest but also extending down along the abdominal muscles, forming a unique forest. "Ling, the time's up, why are you still dawdling?" The man's voice was rough. Although he was talking to Xia Ling, his hostile gaze was fixed on Su-chen. Xia Ling quickly stood in front of Su-chen, pointing to the clock on the wall. "Brother Lang, the timing is just right, let's start quickly." As she spoke, she gestured with her eyes for Su-chen to leave. Before leaving, Su-chen was glared at fiercely by the burly man. After leaving the room, Su-chen became more and more angry, feeling inexplicably annoyed. He didn't understand why she was so obedient to that stinking rascal. Inside the room, "Brother Lang, the sheets are changed, come lie down quickly." Xia Ling changed the sheets again and said softly. Chen Zilong smirked and slowly walked over. Just as he reached Xia Ling, the white cloth around his waist suddenly slipped off. Startled, she covered her eyes in panic and quickly turned around. Even though she covered her face in time, she accidentally caught a glimpse of the disgusting little caterpillar. Xia Ling's face turned red with embarrassment, her heart pounding wildly. "Sorry, it was too loose, Ling, I've tied it properly now, you can turn around." Xia Ling's shoulders trembled slightly. This was the first time she had encountered such a sudden situation and felt a bit at a loss. She asked again to confirm, "Brother, you've really tied it properly, right?" "Of course, can I still deceive you?" Xia Ling took a deep breath, released her hands, and slowly turned around. The man did not tell the truth. Instead, he stood up straight, hands on hips, proudly displaying his pitiful self, once again smirking triumphantly. Ah! Xiao Ling let out a sharp burst. Su Chen did not leave but remained crouched at the door, waiting. He wanted to wait for Xiao Ling to finish work and accompany her home after. Upon hearing the piercing scream from the room, Su Chen hesitated almost none at all, kicking the door open with one foot. Seeing the situation inside the room, a surge of anger rushed to Su Wanqing's head. He quickly took a few steps back and leaped into the air. A fierce General Yu flying kick was aimed at the man. Accompanied by a scream, the man fell heavily to the ground. Let's go! Su Chen grabbed Xiao Ling's hand and led her outside. After a few steps, Xiao Ling regained her senses and quickly shook off his hand. In Su Chen's incredulous gaze, she ran back quickly. Xiao Ling returned to the room, helped the man up, and softly asked, "Brother Lang, are you okay?" Chen Zilong held his head, dazed from the impact, and angrily roared, "You little brat, where do you come from? Go find out who you're messing with, you punk." Su Chen grimly picked up the scattered wooden sticks on the ground, advancing step by step. He couldn't tolerate someone playing rogue and harassing the goddess he admired. What do you want? A hint of panic appeared on the man's fierce face. Seeing the situation turning sour, Xiao Ling quickly got up and stood between the two. She firmly held Su Chen's hand with the wooden stick, signaling him with her eyes to let go. The warmth from her palm gradually restored Su Chen's rationality, and his fingers slowly loosened. Xiao Ling threw the stick aside, turned to the burly man, and explained with a smile, "Brother Lang, this is my younger brother. He's still young and doesn't know any better. Please don't hold it against him." "Younger brother?" Chen Zilong pointed to his head and said loudly, "If your brother did this to me, how will you compensate me?" Xiao Ling hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to handle the situation. "Bro, how about I make this one free for you today? What do you think? Do I look like someone short of money?" Chen Zilong sneered a few times, his eyes slyly moving over Xiao Ling. "Well, what do you suggest then?" Xiao Ling nervously bit her nails. Chen Zilong hung up the phone and took out a few contracts from his bag. "I won't waste time with you. Today, either you pay back the 20,000 you owe, or you obediently become my woman." 20,000? I clearly borrowed 10,000 before, how did it become 20,000? Xiao Ling's face changed dramatically, even her voice sounded surprised. Chen Zilong smirked and handed her the contract. "Take a good look at the 6th clause on the 3rd page and the 11th clause on the 4th page. Xiao Ling looked at the tyrannical clauses on the contract with a bewildered expression. Dong Jia was the big sister in the shop and also her boss. She was usually nice to people and would actively bring in customers. Chen Zilong was Dong Jia's friend, and on his first day, he specifically requested Xiao Ling's service. Although he appeared rough on the outside, he always brought a small gift each time he visited. During the service, he would usually just chat a bit, taking advantage of Xiao Ling verbally, never doing anything out of line. Not long ago, Xiao Ling urgently needed money. Upon learning of this, Chen Zilong generously offered to lend her money. With Dong Jia as a guarantor at the time, plus a thick stack of contracts, everything seemed legitimate. So Xiao Ling didn't scrutinize the contract much and signed it directly. Now, in less than a month, the repayment amount had doubled. This was clearly blatant usury. Xiao Ling felt a sense of confusion. The words on the paper were crystal clear, and as a lone and weak woman, she couldn't escape the debt even if she wanted to. Chen Zilong saw Xiao Ling's silence and slowly approached her step by step. "Once you become my woman, we are family. You don't have to repay the money, and you won't have to work anymore. Just take care of me, and I'll give you this amount every month." Chen Zilong revealed his yellow teeth, proudly gesturing with his index finger, forming a 1. "My little beauty, what do you think?" He completely ignored Su Chen beside him and shamelessly displayed his desires on his face. He wished he could settle the score with his sister right in front of this little brother to avenge the kick. Not good. The room fell silent. Xiao Ling and Chen Zilong turned to look at Su Chen. 200,000, right? I'll repay it for her. Xiao Ling looked surprised. Chen Zilong stared at him dumbfounded for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. It was as if he had heard the greatest joke. "Ha, you want to repay for her?" He finally stopped laughing when he ran out of breath. "Ahem. How are you going to repay? By selling yourself. But I'm a man, if you want to sell yourself, find someone else." Su Chen's face darkened, but he didn't pay much attention and simply asked, "Account number?" Seeing his serious expression, it didn't seem like he was joking. Was this guy serious? Eventually, Su Chen reluctantly gave his account number. In less than a minute, he received a text message on his phone. Chen Zilong's expression gradually stiffened as he read the message. "I see now, you two are not really siblings. Are you deliberately trying to steal my woman?" he said as he approached Su Chen. But when he reached him, Chen Zilong felt a bit intimidated. The other guy was half a head taller than him. Plus, he had indulged in alcohol and women over the years, leaving him drained. The other guy was young, confident, and that kick earlier seemed quite effective. Chen Zilong was worried that he might lose if they fought one-on-one. Fine, just you wait. After his threat, he tried to escape, shaking and leaving. Wait. Xiaoling hated being manipulated like this and was boiling with anger. Seeing that he had no leverage over her anymore, she picked up a white cloth from the ground and threw it at Chen Zilong. Cover yourself up, don't embarrass yourself. Don't you realize how insignificant you are? Hearing this, Su Chen chuckled. His laughter was so piercing, deeply affecting Chen Zilong's pride. Xiaoling wrinkled her nose in disdain at him, even sticking out her pinky finger. You both just wait for me. Chen Zilong's face looked like he had eaten something awful, completely losing his composure. He covered himself with a towel and stumbled out. You can say a man is unsuccessful or useless, but you can't say he's insignificant or incapable. After Chen Zilong left, the room fell silent again. The floor was a mess, and Xiaoling tiptoed around the debris to approach Su Chen. Thank you just now. She clasped her hands behind her back, returning to her reserved self. Xiaoling's favorability plus 30, Su Chen smiled and waved his hand. It's nothing. I can't stand despicable people like that either. Don't worry, I'll find a way to repay you the money. As she spoke, her tone softened. But, please don't charge me interest for now, or if you do, please charge less. Upon seeing the other person looking haggard, Su Chen realized that this was a good opportunity to get closer and deepen their relationship. He quickly said, Hey, you're like a sister to me, you don't have to pay me back this money. Xiaoling quickly waved her hand. No way. That was just a joke. It's already great that you're not charging me interest. How can I not pay you back? Su Chen took a deep breath and expressed his thoughts. Let's talk about the money later. I really want to consider you as my sister. Hearing this, Xiaoling looked slightly surprised, feeling somewhat incredulous. Why? Su Chen stared into her eyes intensely and said, I mentioned before that you look a lot like a big sister from the neighborhood when I was young, right? Yes. Xiaoling nodded. Su Chen adjusted his emotions and began his performance. She was truly a very gentle person. Su Chen sighed lightly, his eyes gazing into the distance, as if lost in a distant memory. But her gentleness was exceptional. It seemed to be only for me. I was weak since childhood, shorter than others, and often bullied. She was like a ray of light shining into my life. Unfortunately, she moved away later on. Back then, we were young, without even phones, so we lost contact. As he spoke, Su Chen's eyes became slightly moist. He wasn't moved to tears by his own words, but by recalling painful memories from the past. This story is not entirely fictional but rather a distorted version of a real experience. Su Chen used to be the leader of the village kids until that girl appeared. She did bring light into Su Chen's life, but it was a light that exposed everything he tried to hide. Her gentleness was indeed exceptional, like favoring one person in a vast sea. Among all the children in the village of similar age, she only had eyes for Su Chen. Fortunately, she eventually moved away. Before leaving, she even generously gave Su Chen a band-aid. At the same time, she took away Su Chen's beloved Snoopy keychain. I've always wanted to find her all these years, but regrets always linger. A tear rolled down Su Chen's cheek, sliding across his face, and finally dropping from his chin. So I really hope you can be my sister. Xiaoling was deeply moved, starting to feel uncertain. She gently stroked Su Chen's head with one hand and handed him a tissue with the other to wipe his tears. She admitted she was hesitating. Having wandered alone for a long time, chasing money everywhere, working multiple jobs even on the most tiring days, she didn't dare to date or even have time for it. Her heart was undoubtedly filled with loneliness. Having a handsome and gentle younger brother by her side, taking care of each other, seemed quite nice. Watching the handsome young man in front of her, Xiaoling's eyes shimmered with tears, revealing the emptiness and loneliness deep within her heart. Seizing the moment, Su Chen held Xiaoling's hand firmly. Looking into her eyes with determination, he said affectionately, I really hope you can be my sister. Trust me, I will treat you well. Ha! Why does that sound a bit strange? But at this moment, Xiaoling was also very excited and didn't notice. After a few seconds of contemplation, she nodded gently. Yes. Seeing her agreement, Su Chen was so excited that he hugged her tightly. Due to the height difference, Xiaoling's head was buried deep in Su Chen's chest. She could clearly hear his heartbeat and feel his warm body temperature. After feeling this warmth, it was as if a stone had dropped into the calm sea of her heart, creating ripples. Her hands involuntarily rose and tightly embraced Su Chen's back. Affection level from Xiaoling plus 20. Besides feeling warmth from Xia Ting, Su Chen felt more of a gentleness. Compared to being called Little Bunny, Su Chen thought being described as a little kitten was more fitting. It was like having two little kittens snuggled up against him. He could tell that the other party was genuine, without any pretense. As they embraced and he couldn't see the other's face, Su Chen stuck out his tongue, trying to suppress a laugh. Despite his excitement, he had to restrain himself. He was afraid of making a wrong move and ruining everything. Just as they were deeply embracing, a sharp and harsh voice from afar shattered the moment. Ailing, what's going on? Why did Manager Chen leave directly? A middle-aged woman with a bulky figure, heavy makeup on her face, and adorned with jewelry, walked in slowly. When she saw the dilapidated door and the mess on the floor, her already pale face turned even paler. What have you done? She was so angry that her voice trembled. Dong Jia, this is all my fault. I'm really sorry. Xia Ling quickly let go of Su Chen's hands, standing obediently in front of her, bowing her head in apology. You are really pushing your luck. With these words, the woman raised her hand high, as if she was about to strike at any moment. Xia Ling closed her eyes in fear. Su Chen swiftly moved in front of her and caught the woman's hand. I'm the one who scared him away and broke things. Speak properly, why resort to violence? How much money do you want? I'll compensate you. Su Chen's grip was strong, but for the sake of her reputation, Dong Jia could only pretend to be unaffected. After retracting her arm, Dong Jia secretly rubbed her sore wrist. She scrutinized Su Chen from head to toe. When she noticed he was wearing cheap clothes, her eyes filled with mockery. Tisk at this moment, Wang Meili also joined in. Because Dong Jia's bulky body blocked the doorway, she could only stick her head in. Compensate? How can a poor student like you compensate? Then, Wang Meili turned to Xia Ling and added insult to injury. Hey, Lingzi, is it worth falling out with Manager Chen over a loser like this? Don't forget, you still owe Manager Chen 200,000. It seemed that Chen Zilong had left in a hurry without informing them of the situation, so they were still clueless about Su Chen's capabilities. Although Xia Ling didn't detect any hidden meaning in their words, Su Chen, as an outsider, quickly grasped the situation. He squinted his eyes, his expression ambiguous. How did you know that Xia Ling owes Manager Chen 200,000? Wang Meili remained unfazed and quickly replied, Dong Jia is the guarantor, wouldn't she know and tell me? She signaled to the woman, Dong Jia, right? Dong Jia nodded, clearing her throat and nonchalantly agreeing, as the guarantor, how could I not know? Besides, just ask to find out how much is owed. Seeing both of them falling into the trap, Su Chen's lips curled slightly as he posed a crucial question. So, you all know that Xia Ling signed a loan shark contract, right? There was a moment of silence in the room, and Xia Ling finally reacted. She looked at the two of them in disbelief. Dong Jia's eyes kept avoiding hers, unable to meet Xia Ling's gaze. After a while, she spoke again. Lingzi, don't blame me, it's all for your own good. With your family situation so bad, lacking money, you should find a good boss to rely on. As she spoke, Dong Jia seemed to regain her confidence. She stood with her hands on her hips, resuming her former authoritative demeanor. Source text, W. Puwa. Translated text, Boss Chen is a big boss in construction. He can earn at least tens of thousands in a month. Many people want to get close to him, but he's not willing. I introduced him to you as a client because I felt sorry for you and pulled some strings to bring him here. Tell me, after Boss Chen came, didn't your income increase significantly, and did he ever do anything excessive to you during that time? Xia Ling thought for a moment and weakly replied, yes, he didn't. Humph. Dong Jia arrogantly raised her chin, so you should thank me. Remember my kindness in the future. Wang Meili quickly chimed in, good sisters, remember me too. Xia Ling lowered her head, lost in thought. Listening to the women's conversation, Su Chen felt speechless and disgusted. Is this what it means to be kind? Aren't they leading her into a trap? Clearly, they are benefiting from others, acting and doing things for them, yet speaking so self-righteously. Truly shameless people. Seeing Xia Ling being manipulated again, Su Chen quickly spoke up, if you were so kind, why hide from Xia Ling and make her sign a high-interest loan contract? This is clearly an attempt to force her into prostitution, deliberately setting a trap to catch her. Dong Jia was momentarily speechless. Well, Wang Meili also hesitated, unable to speak. Xia Ling finally realized and raised her head abruptly. Angered, she shouted at them, he's right, you are trying to set me up. You bunch of liars, you deserve to die. She pushed Dong Jia away and squeezed past Wang Meili. You dare to yell at me after I gave you face. Dong Jia, furious, rolled up her sleeves, ready to chase after her. But Su Chen's stern look extinguished her anger. It's okay, young people have some temper, it's normal. Ling Jia, wait for me. Su Chen grabbed his coat, calling out as he hurried after her. Although it was late spring turning into summer, the night wind was still chilly. Suchin quickly draped his coat over the woman and silently accompanied her. They walked in silence. When they reached the ground floor, Xiaoling spoke up. Let's exchange contact information. I'll repay you as soon as I have the money. Suchen chuckled with his hands in his pockets. My dear sister, don't mention money. Didn't I say I genuinely want to recognize you as my sister? Have you seen any siblings who keep talking about repaying money? Xiaoling pursed her lips and nodded. When she looked up again, a bright smile appeared on her face. Suchen saw tears welling up in her eyes and felt inexplicably sorry. He quickly embraced her, patting her shoulder gently. My home is upstairs, it's getting late, you should go back. Suchen smiled, pretending to be surprised. What a coincidence, my home is in this building too. After they entered the elevator, Xiaoling pressed the button for the 25th floor. Seeing Suchen not making any move, she felt a bit nervous. The elevator door opened, and Xiaoling stepped out. Suchen followed her, trailing behind. She stopped at her door, and Suchen stopped too. Despite Suchen settling her debts and standing up for her, she couldn't let her guard down. After all, the incident with Dongjie and Boschan had taught her a big lesson. Xiaoling couldn't hold back anymore and asked sternly, What do you want? You said you also live here. Why didn't you take the elevator and instead followed me all the way? Seeing her tense expression, Suchen almost burst out laughing but managed to look innocent. He pointed to a door at the end of the hallway and said, Sis, I live in that room. Xiaoling was slightly stunned. It turned out that he was the new tenant she saw when she left home today. However, at that time, his face was blocked by a real estate agent, so she didn't see it clearly. No wonder when Xiaoling saw Suchen for the first time, she always felt like she had seen those eyes somewhere. Sorry. Xiaoling realized that she had been a bit rude just now. After nervously tidying her hair, she lowered her head and asked, Would you like to come in and sit for a while? It's not appropriate for a man and a woman to be alone in a room. Although he could have agreed directly, Suchen didn't. He preferred to act reserved and pull back a bit, showing that he had no ulterior motives. At the same time, he could find out if she currently had a boyfriend. Xiaoling had been through so much in life, how could she not see through the little thoughts of this big boy? She jokingly said, Okay, then you should rest early. Bye. As she spoke, she pretended to close the door. Wait. Suchen suddenly panicked, blocking the door with his hand. I'll come in. Hurriedly making up an excuse, he said, We are like siblings. What's there to fear about a man and a woman being alone? The main thing is that my little brother seems to have twisted his waist again when he kicked just now, and he wants his sister to help massage it again. After all, sister's massage skills are so great that little brother won't be able to sleep without it. With that, Suchen deliberately twisted his waist, pretending to be in great pain. Xiaoling couldn't help but be amused by Suchen's silver tongue. It had been a long time since she had laughed so purely. Stop teasing, come in quickly. She stepped aside and took out a pair of unopened new slippers from the shoe cabinet. From this small detail, Suchen understood that she was definitely single at the moment. Living alone without a boyfriend made it much easier to make a move. Feel free to sit, I'll pour you a glass of water. Seeing Xiaoling enter the kitchen, Suchen began to look around the house. The house was not large, although it was a one-bedroom apartment, it was actually a room that had been renovated, with a wall separating the living room and bedroom. There was only an old sofa in the living room, barely enough for one person to lie down, probably used occasionally to rest when tired. The house didn't even have a balcony, and the bathroom had a clothesline, so clothes were hung there. After opening the bathroom door, Suchen was greeted by a pile of colorful clothes. Unable to stop himself, he crashed into them. With a snap, the rope broke, and Suchen fell to the ground. Suddenly everything went dark, as if something was covering his head, and he could smell a faint fragrance. What's wrong? Xiaoling heard the commotion and hurried over. When she saw Suchen wearing her lace panties on his head, she gasped and quickly took them off. Clutching them tightly in her hand, she hid them behind her back. When Suchen's vision cleared, he saw Xiaoling blushing. He rubbed his slightly dizzy head and asked, What's going on? Seeing the clothes scattered all over the floor, Suchen realized he might have caused trouble and quickly helped pick them up. Xiaoling noticed he was holding her new underwear and felt her ears burning. It was the first time someone of the opposite sex had touched her intimate clothing. She quickly snatched it back. You should go out, I'll clean up myself. Oh, okay. Seeing that she seemed to have something to hide, Suchen obediently went out and sat back on the sofa. Shortly after, Xiaoling came over with a bottle of essential oil. Lie down, I'll give you a massage. Okay. Suchen quickly took off his t-shirt and lay down obediently. This time, Xiaoling's massage technique was even more professional, using all kinds of techniques. Suchen closed his eyes comfortably. Sis, have you thought about what you're going to do next? What else can I do? I can only do massages, so I'll just find a job at another massage parlor. Xia Ling sighed softly, but I can't stay here any longer. Dongjie still has some influence nearby, so I have to move to another place and give it a try. Sis, you can't move. Su Chen exclaimed excitedly, startling Xia Ling who was beside him. Their eyes met, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Suddenly, a bright idea struck him, and he hurriedly explained, Sis, what I mean is we could open a legitimate massage parlor, so you won't have to rely on others anymore. With your skills, you'll surely thrive. Xia Ling forced a smile, feeling a pang of sadness inside. Opening a shop isn't that easy, especially when we lack the basic funds to start one. Moreover, this area is a commercial street, and all nearby shops are already rented out. To open a new one, we need connections. These seemed like problems, but for Su Chen, anything that money could solve wasn't a problem. Sis, leave the shop opening to me. Rest these days and get ready for your little shop. By the way, what kind of style do you like for the shop? Alright, then you should rent a bigger storefront, or it won't accommodate all the customers. Xia Ling chuckled, taking it all as a joke. But when she answered the question seriously with her head tilted, Su Chen made a mental note of all her requirements. Sis, can I ask you something? Go ahead. I heard a rumor, just a rumor, Su Chen paused, that you often bring different men home. Is that true? Quickly adding, of course, I believe you're not that kind of loose woman. Otherwise, we would have already, when we had the supreme package. Seeing the nervous look on the boy's face, Xia Ling couldn't help but laugh. She admitted the truth. The rumor is true, I did bring some clients home. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat, but then he remembered that there were 0 charging times back then. However, Xia Ling lowered her voice intentionally, they are clients I brought home to steal from. Stealing clients to your home? Yes. Xia Ling raised her head proudly, explaining her little scheme. In the shop, we split the earnings, but if it's in my rented apartment, all the money is mine. Understanding dawned on Su Chen. But sis, the world is full of deceitful people nowadays. What if someone has ill intentions? I'm not afraid. Xia Ling quickly pulled out a bottle from the drawer. I have this. Su Chen read the words on it. Special wolf repellent spray? Without even opening the bottle, a strong smell of pepper wafted out. Xia Ling mischievously said, do you want me to demonstrate it for you? Su Chen quickly put the bottle back. No, that's not necessary. Perplexed, he asked, sis, why go through the trouble of loans and stealing clients, making things so difficult? If times are tough, it's not shameful to seek help from parents, or you could ask your little brother for help, hee. Su Chen felt the tension in his waist easing. Then, he heard a faint sob. He turned to look. Xia Ling's eyes were filled with tears, her lips quivering with a hint of grievance. Su Chen looked flustered, quickly sat up, and cautiously asked, sis, did I say something wrong? Xia Ling kept her eyes tightly closed and remained silent. Her shoulders trembled slightly, tears bursting forth like a flood breaking through a dam, uncontrollable. Each drop of tear carried her pain and grievances, leaving winding traces on her cheeks, like scattered pearls from a broken string. Su Chen grew increasingly anxious. When it came to coaxing an angry girl, he was definitely a top-notch expert. He could achieve the best results with minimal effort. After all, those 4 years of being a devoted admirer were not in vain, and he had learned quite a lot of useful knowledge. But he had never seen a girl cry so heartbreakingly before, let alone comfort one. Screw it! Su Chen took a deep breath and pulled Xia Ling into his arms. Summoning his courage, he said, sis, you can tell your little brother anything. Maybe I can help in some way. Xia Ling still didn't speak but buried her head in Su Chen's broad chest, crying out loud as if wanting to vent all her grievances and sorrows. Su Chen didn't know what he could do. He could only silently stay by her side, letting her wipe her snot and tears on him. Gradually, Xia Ling's sobbing subsided. She slowly lifted her head. There were still faint red marks at the corners of her eyes, like peach blossoms that had weathered a storm, desolate and fragile. Her haggard face appeared even paler under the moonlight, resembling an elegant ink painting. Her long hair fell casually on her shoulders, a few strands gently hanging by her cheeks, swaying with her breath. Her pitiful and delicate appearance was even more alluring. No wonder ancient people said that a weeping beauty had a unique charm. Xia Ling at this moment was the perfect embodiment of this ancient saying. Suddenly, Su Chen felt an urge to embrace her and comfort her properly. But as a man of integrity, he restrained his physical impulses, limited to mere thoughts. To ensure safety, he adjusted the trajectory discreetly while speaking. Sis, you can tell your little brother anything. We're on the same side now. Looking at his handsome and resolute face, Xia Ling unexpectedly harbored thoughts she had never experienced before. She suddenly wanted to kiss him, to be closer to him, to have a deeper connection with him. These thoughts surged wildly in her mind, like an irresistible flood, challenging her rationality. Her body gradually grew warm, her breath heavier. Xiaoling's affection level +10. At the same time, Su Chen sensed her change. Doubts arose in his heart. Crying one moment, blushing the next. What was going on with her? Women truly were like water, unpredictable. Su Chen placed the back of his hand on Xiaoling's forehead. Sis, your face is burning up. Should I take you to the hospital now? Xiaoling snapped back to reality instantly, silently reprimanding herself for entertaining such thoughts. He not only helped her borrow money to repay debts, exposed scams, but also sincerely regarded her as an elder sister. How could she develop such strange feelings for him? She knew her mind was in chaos and needed to calm down first. So, Xiaoling tightly closed her eyes, trying to suppress those impulsive thoughts deep within her heart. When she opened her eyes again, she seemed like a different person, even her tone turning icy. It's getting late. You should go back now. Xiaoling broke free from his embrace and started tidying up the things on the table. Suddenly, Su Chen was dumbfounded on the sofa. What was going on? After increasing her affection level, she now wanted him to leave? He didn't think he had done anything out of line, at most just said the wrong things. How could she change her attitude 3 times in just a few minutes? Sis. Su Chen wanted to say more, but Xiaoling had already returned to her room and slammed the door shut. Su Chen got a nose full of dust, but he didn't give up. He knocked on the door again. Bang! Xiaoling immediately turned off the light, and a cold voice came from the darkroom. It's really late, you should go back now. Although Su Chen still didn't understand the situation, he knew that persisting in asking would be in vain. You can't hold onto a handful of sand too tightly, or it will eventually slip away. So he silently returned to his rented room. As the door closed, the main door of the room opened. Xiaoling stood still, staring at the door with a complex expression in her eyes. 2 rooms, 1 wall, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Ding! Who would message me so late? Since Su Chen wasn't feeling sleepy anyway, he checked his phone. Hey! Are you asleep? It was a message from Gao Yuan. After a day of hard training, she finally had some personal time. First, don't call me hey, and second, I can't sleep. Frustrated slash. In a room decorated in a girlish style, a girl in a Squirtle pajama lay on the bed, her delicate legs kicking in the air. Despite the loose pajamas, Squirtle's cheeks were still puffed up. She typed a few words on her phone. But I don't even know how old you are. What should I call you? Su Chen smirked and replied, then just call me master directly. When Gao Yuan saw the word master, her breathing slightly quickened. Thanks to Su Chen, whenever she saw these 2 words, she couldn't help but think of some inappropriate scenes. No! Angry. Jiff, since you're so curious about me, why don't we meet in person? Meet with Bang Yi? Gao Yuan was still hesitant, not sure how to refuse. Su Chen waited for 2 minutes without a reply. After a brief chat, he felt much better. He closed his phone and fell asleep peacefully. In the morning, as Su Chen opened his phone, he received a disciplinary notice from the counselor. Due to Su Chen's unauthorized entry into the girls' dormitory and unauthorized use of firefighting equipment before a fire occurred, he was given a warning. Please take note. Su Chen looked at the words on the screen, feeling puzzled. It was normal to be punished by the school for such an incident. However, it was only one night, and the matter had already been classified and punishment issued. How did the school find out so quickly? And why didn't they call him back before clarifying the situation? Just then, Ma Jelly's message popped up. Her voice message revealed her panic. Come back quickly, Aunt Zhang seems to be getting fired. Upon hearing this, Su Chen couldn't sit still. Aunt Zhang had always treated him like a son, and their relationship was very close. He didn't want Aunt Zhang to leave. Su Chen felt that something was off. How could the school skip the warning and directly expel her? While sending reassuring messages, he hurried to the school. In the dormitory office. Jia. When Ma Jelly saw Su Chen, she felt relieved as if she had seen a savior. You finally came. Ma Jelly quickly hugged Su Chen, holding him tightly around the waist. After embracing for a while, Su Chen quickly asked, where is Aunt Zhang? The school asked her to leave this afternoon. She has already gone back to the dorm to pack her things. Su Chen glanced at the criticism notice on the table. He picked it up and carefully read through it. Each of them received different punishments. Ma Jelly even got blamed for raising cats and throwing cats from a height on her back, and had to receive a major demerit and write a 10,000-word self-criticism. On the other hand, Hong Yaoyao not only had no issues at all but also received praise from the school for actively reporting and cooperating with the investigation. It was obvious that she was behind everything. Darling, it's okay. Su Chen gently stroked Ma Jelly's head and comforted her softly. you go back to the dormitory and rest well. I have figured out a way to solve the problem. No, I'll go with you. She's like a mad dog biting people randomly. I will make that little b asterisk tch pay for it. Clearly, she also guessed that everything was definitely Han Yaoyao's doing. Su Chen smiled and shook his head in refusal. Be obedient, go back and rest well, wait for my good news. After some inner struggle, Ma Jieli ultimately chose to compromise. Although she wanted to help, she was quite clear about one thing: when men handle things, women should not interfere. If women interfere, it will affect the speed at which men show off. Besides, she couldn't help with anything. Going there would not only be useless but might even become a burden. Okay, I'll wait for your good news then. You must work hard and not let that b asterisk tch off the hook, if successful. Ma Jieli leaned close to Su Chen's ear, enunciating each word slowly. I'll listen to you tonight. The warm breath in her ear stirred Su Chen's calm heart, making it flutter like a deer. His body straightened up instantly, tense. He incredulously confirmed, anything goes? Ma Jieli nodded gently, blinked her clear eyes like autumn water, with a playful glint. Biting her lip, she lightly placed her slender jade-like fingers on Su Chen's abdomen and slowly slid downwards. Her seductive posture was fully displayed. Su Chen felt a dryness in his throat, swallowing hard. Their heads drew closer, their breathing becoming heavier. Just as reason was about to completely dissipate, Su Chen harshly pinched his thigh to snap out of it. Alright, lend me the key to the Land Rover, it might come in handy. Without a word, Ma Jieli took out the key from her bag and handed it to him. Taking the key, Su Chen dashed out like a gust of wind. He was afraid that if he stayed inside a moment longer, he might not resist joining the action. Although the place had some privacy and it was daytime with classes in session, no one would disturb them. But it was still Zhang Yi's office, and if he dirted it, he would lose face. With the signature of the signatory in mind, Su Chen had a clear target. He entered the teaching building and pressed the button for the top floor in the elevator. Clang! Clang! The sudden knocking on the door startled the chubby man sitting in his seat, making him jump in fright due to his sensitivity. The woman stopped playing with her phone and looked towards the closed door. It's nothing, don't mind him. After some hesitation, the woman chose to believe the chubby man and continued to focus on her work. Clang! Clang! The knocking on the door not only did not stop but became more urgent. It seemed like the knocker already knew someone was inside. Hiss! Forget it, get up quickly. The knocking annoyed the chubby man instantly, so he got up, put his weapon back in his pants, and quickly tidied up his appearance. Grumbling, he walked towards the door. I said I'm busy at this time, don't come bothering me. Can't you understand human language? Click! The door lock was opened, revealing a slight gap in the door. A fat head, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with sparse hair but combed in a middle part, poked out. Su Chen smiled and greeted this pig head. Minister Son, good morning. Song Yi carefully scrutinized the person in front of him, feeling like he didn't recognize this individual. Normally, he would have unceremoniously kicked the person out. However, Su Chen's confident and composed demeanor made him cautiously ask, who are you, and what do you want? Let's talk inside. Before Song Yi could react, Su Chen pushed the door open and walked in. Ah, TSK. Su Chen? Hong Yaoyao was spitting at that moment. When she saw Su Chen come in, she forcefully swallowed it back, accidentally choking on it. She quickly turned away, not wanting to be discovered by him. Su Chen had guessed she was probably inside from the moment he knocked on the door. So, he wasn't surprised by her presence. But he still pretended to be surprised and said, oh, isn't this Miss Yaoyao? What are you doing here? Knowing she couldn't avoid it, Hong Yaoyao took a deep breath, turned around, and pointed at a blank document, speaking nonsense. I'm here to sign some documents, is that not allowed? Su Chen picked up the document on the table and smirked. He pushed the document towards her. Miss Hong Yaoyao is actually willing to support the Far West, truly commendable. Then don't waste time, fill it out quickly. With that, Su Chen casually picked up a black pen from the table, opened it, and handed it to her. Hong Yaoyao hesitated with the pen in her hand. She wanted to just scribble something down. Little did she know Su Chen was staring at her intently, signaling with his eyes. Right, come on, write quickly. The environment there was harsh, with few people around and mosquitoes rampant. People like her wouldn't dare to sign up for real, as it would be more than just an itchy skin issue later on. What do you want from me? Song Yi stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze wary as he walked back quietly. No rush, let's sit down and talk slowly. Su Chen gestured to the chairs, taking the lead. Come, sit. Ha! Song Yi shrugged his shoulders, snorted disdainfully. Why sit down, let's talk standing up. The scene was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. The two men, one sitting and one standing, locked eyes, neither giving in. Seeing the attention finally diverted, Hong Yaoyao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She crumpled the volunteer form and threw it into the trash can. Exactly, Professor Song hasn't even sat down. How can a student like you sit? Hong Yaoyao chimed in. Suchin shook his head, smiled, and arrogantly crossed his legs in front of the two. Just as Song Yi was about to get angry, he took out the key to the Land Rover from his pocket and slammed it on the table with a snap. In just a few seconds, Song Yi's expression went through a range of emotions. After revealing the key, he went from angry to disdainful. When he saw the Land Rover logo, he became suspicious. Then, after noticing the exclusive nameplate on the key, he first looked surprised, then seamlessly transitioned to flattery. The rapid change in expressions flowed smoothly, lasting no more than 2.5 seconds, enough to be included in acting textbooks. No wonder there was a top-of-the-line Land Rover parked downstairs at the student dormitory building. It belonged to this guy in front of him. That car wasn't cheap, it was something Song Yi would need to work for over a decade to afford. Song Yi quickly sat down and started brewing tea with a smile. Well, the school is everyone's home. At home, feel free, sit wherever. No, Hong Yaoyao wanted to say something but was silenced by a stern look from Song Yi. When she turned back to face Su Chen, he had put on a different face. Younger brother, oh no, big brother. So, what's the matter? Why did you come to me? Su Chen took out the penalty notice and slammed it on the table with a bang. Upon seeing the disciplinary notice, Hong Yaoyao's expression changed instantly. Indeed, he had come for this matter. Fortunately, she had foreseen it and arrived early to strengthen their relationship. She crossed her arms and adopted a "I am the queen" attitude. Su Chen, are you dissatisfied with the punishment or with Teacher Song? Hong Yaoyao deliberately shifted the conflict directly onto Song Yi. She wanted to quickly take sides and draw clear battle lines. The underlying message was to tell Su Chen, Song Yi is mine, what can you do about it? Song Yi furrowed his brows upon hearing this. So, this young man in front of him was the 25th brother who had charged into the girls' dormitory in broad daylight with a fire extinguisher. New students come every year, and every year there are rich kids. The position he held involved the most interactions with students. Over the years, he had dealt with hundreds of rich kids, big and small. Although some rich second-generation kids were indeed foolish, they wouldn't do such crazy things. Song Yi couldn't help but start to doubt the authenticity of the key. Since it was difficult to determine at the moment, the shrewd Song Yi chose to remain calm and wait for Su Chen's next move. Su Chen pointed to the monitor in the top right corner of the office, raised an eyebrow, and gestured with his eyes. Song Yi understood and replied, that thing has been turned off long ago. There are no outsiders here. What exactly do you want? There were indeed no outsiders in the room. The three of them were already involved and understood each other's motives and thoughts very well. In order to gain the others' complete trust, Su Chen voluntarily took out his phone and placed it on the table. Feel free to check. He emptied all his pockets to prove he was clean. There were only a few scattered coins in his pockets, which he casually placed on the table. Song Yi picked up the phone and saw that it was turned off. Seeing the other party being so cooperative, Song Yi's last doubts dissipated, and he gestured for him to speak. Su Chen went straight to the point, I am here for one thing, to reveal the truth and ensure that those who have committed wrongdoings and show no remorse receive the punishment they deserve. So, Minister Song, please make the most correct choice to avoid. Before Su Chen could finish speaking, Hong Yaoyao couldn't wait to interrupt. You dare to let Teacher Song choose? Who do you think you are? Don't think I don't know that the key you have is just a broken lighter. Songgood, don't be intimidated by this guy's show, he's a master at pretending. Su Chen couldn't help but be curious upon hearing this. How did he become a master at pretending? Before I and that bitch had a falling out, I didn't know if it was Liang Jingru who gave him the courage. This loser actually tried to arrange a meeting with both of us at once. Of course, we didn't agree at first. This guy actually went to borrow money online, sent a red envelope to that bitch with the borrowed money to achieve his goal. I naturally scoffed at such behavior, so I didn't accept it. At that time, I didn't see through that bitch's true colors. Out of sympathy, I actually followed along. And that night, for a whole night. Teacher Song, do you know how much harm this caused to the innocent heart of a young girl in her prime? Hong Yaoyao even pretended to sob, portraying herself as weak and helpless. That night, she was indeed kept awake by their noise, but at the same time, she used her hands to solve her annoyance by listening to their activities. Clearly, she insisted on sharing the same double room, and it would have been fine if she hadn't charged for the premium content, yet she still had the nerve to be verbally abusive. It was truly despicable. Listening to this distorted account by Hong Yaoyao, Su Chen was speechless. Indeed, it was typical of Yaoyao to spout nonsense. After hearing Hong Yaoyao's words, Song Yi softly reprimanded. Don't cry, it's almost over. Although he knew what kind of person Hong Yaoyao was, and that her words were mostly unreliable, otherwise she wouldn't have come to him to solve the trouble. But he still leaned more towards Hong Yaoyao. After all, as the old hand in the school for many years, he remembered the number of rich guys in each year, as well as their names and appearances very clearly. It was with this super memory that Song Yi gradually rose to become the head of the Department of Student Affairs. Even when the leaders wanted to promote him further, he was reluctant to change. There was no way, this position was just too easy to profit from. Whenever a student got into trouble, they would come knocking on his door without him having to say a word. Just like girls such as Hong Yaoyao, there were plenty of them. They had no money, loved to play, and their conduct was not upright, so they simply treated themselves as bargaining chips. Along with the new students at the beginning of the school year, there were a total of 253 little rich guys across the 4 grades whose monthly living expenses exceeded 20,000, 62 rich guys whose monthly living expenses exceeded 50,000, and 11 big rich guys whose monthly living expenses exceeded 100,000. Song Yi regarded these people as his ancestors. After all, each one was his god of wealth, determining whether he could get a new car this year. But when it came to Su Chen, apart from feeling a bit of the demeanor of a rich guy, he had no impression at all. After carefully recalling and confirming that Su Chen was not in his rich guy database in his mind, Song Yi coldly spoke up. This student, each school's disciplinary notice has undergone the most rigorous investigation. Are you questioning the school's judgment? Truly a seasoned player in the workplace, as soon as he had a problem, he immediately tied himself and the entire school together. Also, if what she just said is true, this is a serious breach of social etiquette and must be criticized. Knock knock. Another round of knocking on the door interrupted Minister Song's passionate speech. Song Yi furrowed his brows in confusion. It was too coincidental today. Why was everyone coming to him so early in the morning? Come in. The door handle turned, and a young man in a security uniform entered in a fluster. Teacher Song, someone has blocked a Land Rover at our building entrance, and we still haven't found the owner. The surveillance only saw him reach the top floor, and then many screens were mysteriously cut off. What should we do? Upon hearing this, Song Yi immediately turned incredulously to look at Su Chen, silently marveling. The young security guard also turned his head. However, due to his position, he could only see Su Chen's back. Oh, Teacher Song, I'm really sorry. Su Chen smiled mischievously, pretending to look regretful. I usually just park my car directly at the door, got used to it, really sorry. I'll go downstairs to move the car now. In fact, Su Chen deliberately parked the car at the building entrance just to stage the scene. He just didn't expect the actors in the drama to be so cooperative, arriving at the perfect timing. Must treat them to a meal later. It seems he really encountered the god of wealth. Song Yi hurriedly stood up to stop him. It's okay. They say treat the school like your own home, park at home like you do at school. No need to move it. The young security guard was left hanging on the side. He listened carefully to their conversation and increasingly felt that the man with his back to him had a familiar voice. To satisfy his curiosity, he tiptoed and shifted his weight, moving unnoticed to Su Chen's side. Upon seeing him, the young security guard couldn't help but exclaim, "Big brother, it's really you." After Su Chen turned to see the face of the security guard in front of him, he was also greatly surprised. The long horse face, dark skin, and the 8-character mustache that had not been cleanly shaved off on his lips. Isn't this the weirdo who came to find Su Chen early in the morning last time to say some threatening words? What a small world. He didn't want to have anything to do with this oddball, so he quickly covered half of his face. It's not me, you've got the wrong person. It's you, it must be you. The insistent Bai Xia ran to the other side to continue pointing fingers. Bro, I didn't make a mistake, we really met before. He boldly pressed his face against Su Chen's. We met at the Cloud Dragon Hotel once. I even asked for your contact information, but you didn't give it to me. Bai Xia spoke with a hint of sadness, then quickly became spirited again. But it's okay, we're actually at the same school, so please take care of me more in the future, bro. With that, Bai Xia respectfully bowed to Su Chen. What? The Cloud Dragon Hotel. It's one of the top hotels in the entire Min City, requiring at least a week's advance booking to get in. And the prices inside are outrageously high, with a regular single room costing over 1,000 yuan for one night. Of course, the services there are unmatched by other ordinary hotels. Luxury buffets, cruise parties, beauty treatments. Because ordinary hotels wanted to ride on its popularity, they intentionally chose a name that sounded similar to the big hotel. Unexpectedly, it led to a misunderstanding by Song Yi. Combined with Su Chen's performance, being so young and already having people eager to be his followers, no student had ever been so sincere and enthusiastic towards him. Song Yi couldn't help but reassess Su Chen's identity. It seemed this kid must have a remarkable background. Clearly wealthy and influential, why was he so low-key usually? Wait, could it be? Right. Maybe he's a second-generation official or military elite. Things started to make sense with this thought. Song Yi quickly picked up the disciplinary notice on the table again, pretending to examine it carefully. Oh, there seems to be a problem with this punishment, it should be investigated further. So, come to my office tomorrow, I can definitely give you a satisfactory result. Satisfactory result is not necessary, I just want the truth to come to light. Suchin still maintained his arrogant attitude, leisurely picking at the snacks hidden under his nails, showing complete indifference to the simple matter at hand. Such a simple matter, yet we have to wait until tomorrow. I think I'll just go directly to the principal. With that, Suchin stood up, ready to leave. Song Yi quickly grabbed Suchen's hand holding the keys. Hey, calm down, this matter is not complicated at all. Leave it to me, there's no need to bother the old man, the principal. So, let me help you now. Suchen interrupted, not help me, but clear up a matter for us. Song Yi nodded, his smile appearing particularly sinister. His lips curved into a sly smile, eyes narrowed into slits, gleaming with cunning light. A look that said, those who know, know. Alright, it's about clearing up a matter. Seeing Song Yi starting to rewrite the disciplinary notice, Hong Yaoyao couldn't sit still. She grabbed Song Yi's hand and placed it on her own body, revealing her bottom line. I won't pretend anymore, I'm laying my cards on the table. Hong Yaoyao pleaded in a coquettish tone, Songgu, don't help him. As long as you stick to our agreement, Yaoyao will let you play however you want in the future. You like watching Yaoyao squirt, right? Then Yaoyao will come here every day to squirt for you, okay? Faced with Hong Yaoyao's desperate plea, Song Yi remained cold and indifferent. With a disdainful snort, he quickly pulled his hand back. In fact, during their first encounter, he had already sensed that Hong Yaoyao was acting strangely. Despite being in his early 20s, he had the wear and tear of someone who had been through many battles, possessing an experience that made many professionals feel inferior. Surprisingly, he, who had been through numerous battles, found himself at a disadvantage. Due to a moment of carelessness, he was disarmed in less than 50 rounds. This morning, the two of them sparred again. Despite fiercely battling for 300 rounds, it was a close match. Song Yi managed to secure the first victory with a slight advantage. However, he could clearly perceive that Hong Yaoyao had deliberately let him win, intentionally conceding defeat. It was evident that she was not only a skilled player but also a cunning one. Her rank was not even below his. Life is not a game, and having such evenly matched opponents was not his cup of tea. He preferred the feeling of nurturing beginners, a sense of achievement that was incomparable. Hee, you think you're worthy? You're just pretending. Do you even know your own worth? Song Yi sneered. With your caliber, I wouldn't even take you for free. It's just a waste to discard you. It's just that you're tasteless, a pity to let go. It's just that as a master, I have the excellent virtue of being thrifty and never wasteful. Otherwise, do you think I'm really hungry? In less than 5 minutes, a new disciplinary notice was uploaded to the school's academic system. Song Yi, holding the freshly printed document, handed it over to Su Chen with a smile. It was still warm. Su Chen read the notice aloud. After a thorough investigation, it was found that there were suspicious circumstances, thus overturning the original decision and redrafting it. Hong Yaoyao is charged with carrying prohibited items, privately raising pets, killing pets, and is given a major demerit, a 10,000-word self-criticism. For igniting a fire in the dormitory, she is given a major demerit, a 10,000-word self-criticism, and suspended from school for 1 month. Ma Jelly and Zhang Caixia timely discovered the fire and should be commended by the whole school. Su Chen's timely fire rescue deserves encouragement. Hong Yaoyao's face turned pale, unable to speak for a while. On the other hand, Su Chen, although it should have been great news for him, showed no joy on his face. He appeared indifferent, as if it had nothing to do with him. Song Yi cautiously asked, "What's wrong? Do you think the punishment is not severe enough?" "It's fine, I can change it. Suspending for a semester or a year is just a matter of a few clicks." Su Chen replied sternly as he packed his things and left. "I clearly asked you to see the truth of the matter, yet you resorted to corruption and bribery. What are your intentions as a core leader of the school?" Before Hong Yaoyao could respond, Su Chen left gracefully, leaving the room in confusion. What did this kid mean? Wasn't he asking for my help and revenge? Song Yi suddenly felt his brain wasn't enough. He began to question Hong Yaoyao. "Do you have any grudges with this kid?" Hong Yaoyao was also puzzled. "I think, maybe." A few seconds later, Bai Xia came to his senses and hurriedly chased after them. I'll go see him." Inside the elevator, Su Chen had just pressed the button for the first floor. Suddenly, a figure rushed towards them from a distance. Wait, how come it's this guy again? He's like a ghost, following me everywhere. Just as the elevator door had a slight gap left, Suchen still pressed the open button. Ha! Ha ha! Bai Xia was panting, holding his knees. After Suchen stepped out of the elevator, Bai Xia continued to follow him. Where he went, Bai Xia followed. When he stopped, Bai Xia stopped too. Even when they reached the Land Rover, Bai Xia still stubbornly followed. Suchen impatiently asked, "What do you want by following me all the time? Did that fat guy ask you to follow me?" Bai Xia quickly stopped, almost bumping into the abruptly halted Suchen. "Not really, I was just curious about what you guys were up to in there." Suchen didn't directly answer his question but instead asked, "What do you think of Minister Song?" Hearing this, Bai Xia tilted his head and thought seriously, "He's a good person, very considerate of the students. Originally, I was doing assistant work part-time, but he said boys should exercise more and endure hardships, so he transferred me to the security position. This security position really toughens people up." Bai Xia chuckled and pointed at his face. "Look, it's only been a few days and I've already gotten a lot darker." Seeing his innocent look, Suchen rolled his eyes speechlessly. "You fool, you. Well, get in the car." Inside the car, Bai Xia looked at the luxurious interior and comfortable space, marveling, "Wow, this car looks similar to my family's van, but the inside is completely different." Suchen didn't continue the conversation but summarized the whole event in a few brief sentences. After hearing the whole story, Bai Xia furrowed his brows in disbelief. Suddenly, bang! With a loud noise, the car shook slightly, and the center console was dented by his force. Indignant, he said, "This despicable scoundrel is too much, doing such outrageous things. Isn't he afraid of having blind children in the future?" Then, he seemed to have an epiphany. Could it be that he didn't transfer me to the security position to toughen me up but because someone bribed him? Suchen clenched his fists and nodded reluctantly. Even though it's not his car, he still paid for it. How could he not feel distressed? "Bro, we must punish such villains properly, otherwise how many honest students will suffer?" Bai Xia's sense of justice piqued Suchen's interest a bit. There was a time when he sympathized with trivial matters for others, often arguing with others with a flushed face. But since he had the war wolf system and gained spending power that many people strive for their whole lives, he no longer had such overflowing sympathy or the previous passion. It's easy to say, but do you have any way to deal with him? In my hometown, big villains like him would be tied to a small cart and paraded through the streets. Old ladies would throw rotten cabbage and stinky eggs at them. By then, I will definitely rush up and give him a good beating to teach him a lesson. Bai Xia excitedly waved his fists. He was taller than Suchen by half a head, probably around 1.9 meters. With long limbs, he bore some resemblance to NBA's Durant. Suchen was worried he might bump into other parts of the car again, so he quickly stopped him. "Forget it, this is a big city, not your wild countryside. Would Minister Song be foolish enough to let you tie him up? Do you still want to read this book? Besides, this is a society under the rule of law now. If you fight with others, they might end up in the hospital at most, but you will end up in jail." Although Suchen was also from the countryside, the local customs there were not as fierce. Perhaps this was how different environments shaped different people. Looking at Bai Xia's silly appearance, Suchen was afraid he wouldn't understand the concept of a luxury car and dismissed the idea of having him compensate. The shell had been hammered like this, it would definitely need to be replaced entirely, and he feared Bai Xia would hammer himself to death once he knew the exorbitant repair costs. Bai Xia dejectedly tossed his comical security hat aside and let his hands hang limply. "Bro, what do you think we should do? We can't let this beast roam free forever." Watching Bai Xia, who was acting like a child in front of him, Suchen smiled slightly, finally understanding why some big shots or protagonists always had a silly sidekick. It was because with their contrast in foil, they could show off their strategic and imposing demeanor. "No need to do anything, bro has already taken care of it." Suchen ran his hand through his hair and pulled out his phone from his pocket. Under Bai Xia's puzzled gaze, he turned on the phone and paused the recording. Bai Xia finally asked a question that belonged to the realm of normal people. "Bro, how can your phone still record after it's turned off?" Suchen proudly displayed the phone, giving a thumbs up enthusiastically. "Do you understand the value of the term Shanzhai phone? Shanzhai phones are awesome. Shanzhai phones always bring unexpected surprises and functions." Once, while playing a game, Suchen was so nervous that he kept pressing the power button. When he finally let go, in his confusion, he accidentally shut down the phone. He thought he would have to wait several minutes to restart and reconnect. To his surprise, not only did the phone restart instantly, but the game was still running in the background without closing. Gradually, he discovered more hidden functions of the Shanzhai phone. For example, it was completely waterproof, allowing him to make calls while showering. It was perfect for showering and flirting, enabling truly undifferentiated video calls for long-distance relationships. Bro, so you also use a Shanghai phone, just like me? Bai Xia quickly took out his brick phone, excitedly saying, I only need to charge my phone once a week, and it lasts the whole week. Su Chen suddenly felt that his magic phone was not as impressive. Ahem, let's not digress. Let's fasten our seatbelts. After all, more witnesses meant more favorable evidence, so he decided to bring this naive guy along. Bai Xia followed his instructions blankly. Bro, where are we going? Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Su Chen had already immersed himself in the role of a big shot. Big shots like to leave a sense of mystery for their subordinates. 30 minutes later, a brand new Land Rover parked in front of the police station. Getting out of the car, Bai Xia finally realized what was happening. Bro, are we reporting someone to the police? Su Chen nodded gently. Then, he casually walked towards the entrance of the police station. Upon entering the police station, a solemn and serious atmosphere enveloped them. Hello, how can I help you? I want to report the corrupt behavior of the school leaders. What? A student voluntarily stepping up to report a teacher. The female officer responsible for reception at the front desk was slightly taken aback. She then took out a form from the drawer. Sitting back at her desk, Sun Shelby was engulfed in memories. She recalled her middle school days when she was not only bullied by the bald headmaster but also subjected to inappropriate education. It was a double torture on her mind and body. At that time, she was both scared and timid. She didn't report it, didn't tell her parents, but chose to bury it deep inside. Later, by a twist of fate, she entered the police academy. She eventually became a police officer, albeit a junior one. Tragic cases occurred daily, and countless people came to report crimes every day. Sun Shelby witnessed many horrifying cases and had thought about taking strong action against her past abusers, but she never had the courage to confront her inner demons. Until today, that incident still loomed over her like a dark cloud. The memory was fresh, often turning into a haunting nightmare. I've filled it out. Su Chen handed back the form, but the officer showed no reaction. He waved his hand in front of her. Sun Shelby finally snapped out of her thoughts and quickly took the form. Oh, please wait a moment, I'll contact Officer Sher now. Looking at the densely packed questions on the form, Sun Shelby wanted to contribute her part. It was a way to make up for the regrets of her student days. Sun Shelby directly contacted the most stern and impartial officer in the police station, Stoneman Chi Ji-gang. He was the captain of the station. Why was he called Stoneman? Because he was the toughest man in the police station. He dared to fight against the powerful, giving no one special treatment. Whether you are a county mayor or a city mayor, once you break the law, you will all be arrested and subjected to the strictest interrogation in the police station. Soon, a young male officer came over to lead the way. Su Chen followed him into a small room. The room was dimly lit, filled with a stifling, intense atmosphere. The clock on the wall ticked, each sound making Su Chen feel inexplicably nervous. In the center of the room, a rectangular table stood out, behind which sat a middle-aged police officer, Chi Ji-gang. His short and neat hair revealed a sharp-edged face and piercing eyes. His gaze was sharp, as if it could penetrate one's soul. His expression was serious, and although he was dressed in plain clothes, he exuded an indescribable sense of oppression. His hands were crossed on the table, fingers tapping the surface rhythmically, adding to the tension. There were 2 slots on the table, seemingly for holding something. In the corner of the room, several officers stood silently, watching Su Chen with a hint of vigilance in their eyes. The entire room seemed shrouded in an invisible pressure, making it hard to breathe. Bai Xia also straightened up, no longer displaying his usual carefree demeanor. He started walking in sync, almost saluting directly. Su Chen was equally nervous, his palms sweating. It was his first time reporting to the police station, yet he felt like a criminal. Almost unconsciously, he moved forward. When he reached the table, Chi Ji-gang quickly changed his expression. Hello, my surname is Chi, you can call me Captain Chi. A warm smile hung on his lips, his eyes showing kindness and concern as he warmly extended his hand. A rare sense of warmth enveloped the room, dispelling the oppressive atmosphere. It was like 2 different people. He seemed to realize his previous expression was intimidating and hurriedly explained, Sorry, we have a meeting in the station today, so we have to use this interrogation room temporarily. Every time I enter this room and sit in this position, I can't help but put on a serious face. It's an old habit, I can't seem to change it. Please forgive me. As a law-abiding citizen, Su Chen dared not object and quickly shook hands. It's okay, he. Chi Ji-gang carefully examined the form and confirmed. Are you reporting corruption among the school leaders? Yes. Su Chen nodded heavily. Shi Jigang patiently explained, reporting someone requires more than just talking, you need evidence, otherwise it's just empty words. Do you have evidence? At his words, Su Chen took out his phone and played the recording in front of the police present. The recording was complete, from Su Chen knocking on the door to the argument with Bai Xia in the car. He listened clearly to his recount of the violent incident. Bai Xia nervously started to stutter. "Yes sir, I was just joking at that time, please don't take it seriously, don't arrest me." Shi Jigang smiled gently. "Don't call me sir, just call me Captain Shi. You were just talking, not acting, why would I arrest you? But your idea is a bit dangerous, you need to learn to control your temper and think calmly. Since you've come out of the mountains, you need to learn to get rid of bad habits." Bai Xia breathed a sigh of relief, nodding repeatedly. Yes, I know, I was wrong, I will definitely correct it." Only Su Chen was calmly pondering Captain Shi's words. Could using the simplest and most efficient violent means also be considered a bad habit? After listening to the contents of the recording, Shi Jigang already had a general understanding of the whole situation. "Alright, you keep this phone for now, we need to confirm the authenticity of that recording." Su Chen only had this one phone. He was used to the knockoff phone now, and wasn't comfortable using a genuine one, nor did he have any thoughts of changing phones temporarily. If it was taken away, it would be inconvenient for his daily life. The main reason was that he loved studying too much and had downloaded a lot of study materials on his phone. Studying hard late at night, striving to succeed as soon as possible. He was afraid that the police uncles might accidentally open it, which would be a bit embarrassing. "Wait." Su Chen's eyes widened, and he weakly asked in a pleading tone, "How about we exchange WeChat, and I'll send you the recording?" Shi Jigang thought for a moment and slowly uttered two words, "Alright." Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. "By the way, if there are witnesses, we can ask them to come out and testify, which would help the case proceed smoothly." Su Chen quickly got up and pressed Bai Xia to sit down. "He is the witness, he saw Song Yi trying to please me by tampering with the penalty ticket. But I didn't accept it, I just seek the truth to be revealed." Although Bai Xia didn't quite understand what Su Chen meant, he still nodded blankly. "Alright, now we just need to wait for the technical department to finish investigating the recording. If it's true, we can immediately send him for trial." In just a few cups of water, the technical department reported the results. The recording Su Chen made at risk, without using any high-tech means, was naturally authentic. Bang! Shi Jigang slammed the table heavily, his eyes bursting with a fiery light. "Gather the team members, prepare to move out immediately." His disciple Xiao Chou timidly asked from behind, "Master, the arrest warrant hasn't been issued yet, are we going to act now?" "It's fine, time is pressing and the task is important. We'll apply urgently and catch them, we can't let the suspect have a chance to escape. After the person is caught, the arrest warrant will come down just in time," Shi Jigang said as he put on his coat and prepared to leave. Whenever it came to cases of corruption, Shi Jigang usually acted urgently, launching a surprise attack. There was no choice, the water was just too deep and murky. Regarding this behavior, Shang Feng had always turned a blind eye. After all, he was the toughest man in the entire police station. Xiao Qiu sighed and silently began to gather the team members. On the road for motor vehicles, several police cars were lined up in a row, speeding and raising dust. Surprisingly, at the end of the convoy, there was a Land Rover with a luxurious gold stripe following closely behind. Since it was on the way, Shi Jigang let Su Chen follow the convoy. Su Chen also experienced firsthand the treatment reserved only for protecting national leaders. With police cars clearing the way in front, no one dared to honk or cut in, they all moved to other lanes. The air on the way back even tasted sweet. Pedestrians on the road, upon seeing this grand scene, cast curious glances and exclaimed in amazement. Some pedestrians widened their eyes, opened their mouths, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Some took out their phones, busy capturing this rare sight. "This is so cool, it will definitely go viral online. Maybe I'll be the next small merchant captures cars diary." Others discussed among themselves, speculating on the identity and purpose of the Land Rover owner. Their faces were filled with excitement and curiosity, as if deeply attracted by this scene, unable to look away. "Wow, I think the person in the driver's seat looks quite young, could it be some famous young master? Can't you see? What young master could enjoy such special treatment? This must be a new directive from the central government. He's truly talented and promising. It seems like there will be a big change in Minchang." Under the teaching building, the police were acting in a well-trained manner. Some were guarding the exits to prevent suspects from escaping, while others were going upstairs to make arrests. At that moment, Song Yi was still fiercely sparring with Han Yao Yao, determined to determine a winner today. Perhaps he was truly hungry. The police forcefully broke into the room, catching the two individuals red-handed, achieving success in catching them in the act. As the person who reported the case, Su-chen needed to assist the police in their operation. Witnessing this scene, it was unclear whether it was fortunate or unfortunate. Pick up your pants. I told you to pick up your pants. Chi Ji-gang, seeing this scene, couldn't help but burst into angry curses. Song Yi was being escorted out by the police, his arms firmly held. As for Hong Yao Yao, in front of the imposing and tall police officers, she seemed like a fragile little white rabbit. It would only take one hand to easily control her. The midday sun shone brightly in the sky. After a burst of strong light, Hong Yao Yao opened her slightly squinted eyes. Seeing the crowd blocking the doorway, making the road impassable, Ma Jelly and An Zhang were also among the crowd. Thanks to Su Chen's timely information, they were able to spread the news and achieve the desired effect. Many onlookers took out their phones to capture this rare scene. Hong Yao Yao suddenly felt breathless, her heart beating rapidly. Oh, no, please don't look at Yao Yao, she's feeling so embarrassed right now. Even her mind began to show signs of confusion. In this situation, she actually openly tried to seduce the police. Don't arrest Yao Yao, okay, if you release Yao Yao, she will sign a master-servant contract with you, and you can do whatever you want. Police, winky face, a middle-aged police officer caught her. He had a daughter around the same age as Hong Yao Yao, who was also in college. If he saw his daughter in such a state, there would be no need to wait for a report to arrest someone. He couldn't help but want to slap her away. He helped her expel the reversed brainwashing silver water, removing the butterfly's control over her brain. Then, he would go and bow down to his ancestors, reflecting on why he hadn't raised his daughter properly. Chi Ji-gang, who was nearby, noticed his embarrassment and casually reminded him, obstructing public officials from performing their duties can lead to forced restraint. The middle-aged police officer immediately understood the message and unceremoniously used a cloth from the car to cover her foul mouth. This is a mistake. Why are you arbitrarily arresting people? Until he was about to be taken away, Song Yi was still struggling desperately, crying bitterly. Do you know who I am? Li Gang is my uncle, I will sue you. Humph, even if your father is the emperor, it won't work. Hurry up and take him away. The arrest operation was successfully completed, and during the search of the office, several highly suspicious bills were unexpectedly found. Additionally, there were confidential files in the computer memory that even professionals couldn't crack at the moment, so they had to take them back for further study. It seemed that Song Yi not only accepted benefits from students privately but also embezzled the school's funds. This matter appeared to be far more complex than it seemed on the surface, as a gleam of light shone in Chi Ji-gang's eyes. He walked up to Su Chen in full view of everyone, gently patting his shoulder and showing a friendly smile. Although they were caught red-handed, it's basically impossible for them to escape punishment. But the process must be followed. When you have time, please come to the police station to make a statement. At that time, you can still look for Xiao Sun, and I will personally take your statement. He spoke in a very relaxed tone, as if chatting with a friend. Bro, can we not record in that small room next time? It's creepy, Su Chen asked weakly. Chi Ji-gang reached out and pinched Su Chen's neck, laughing heartily. He was happy about the successful completion of the mission and quite satisfied with the young man before him. Nowadays, everyone values their own interests too much, and few dare to speak out. Moreover, Su Chen had taken risks and played a significant role. Chi Ji-gang admired his courage and determination. Alright, I'll arrange the most luxurious room in the bureau for you, along with some fruits and a small barbecue, okay? Su Chen couldn't afford to be careless with government officials and could only respond, no, a normal arrangement is fine. Okay, no more jokes. I need to hurry and take the suspect back for questioning. I'll leave first. Contact me if needed. Alright then. Su Chen stood in place and waved goodbye in the direction the police car was leaving. After bidding farewell, he looked around and realized that everyone's eyes were on him. He had indeed put on quite a show in front of everyone. The crowd began to discuss. That cop just now looks familiar. I feel like I've seen him on TV. Oh, no need to feel, it's definitely him. He's our local star cop, Captain Chi. Have you heard of the 58 girls case or the 3 children murder and burial case? Captain Chi led the way in solving those cases. I've heard of the 3 children murder and burial case. Those 3 scumbags were all executed by firing squad in a minute. He's really something, solving over 100 cases a year, almost working every day without rest. Wow, how impressive. Who's this kid then? He seems to have a good relationship with Captain Chi. What's his background? Hey, he seems to be from our class too. During the public classes in the main hall, I vaguely remember him. That's him, he's my classmate. Ahem. Su Chen pretended to be nonchalant, then smiled and waved to the crowd. A few girls mistakenly thought he was greeting them and hurriedly squeezed forward. "The handsome guy is calling me, why are you pushing? You're talking nonsense, clearly he's calling me. Are you two even serious? Have some shame, do you have any dignity? Go look at yourselves in the mirror, how dare you compete for men with me? TSK, you're the one lacking dignity, your whole family lacks dignity." As they continued to argue, a stunning figure passed by them. Ma Jelly was wearing a short camisole top paired with high-waisted denim shorts. Her long legs in fishnet stockings covered the distance in one step that took them two, and her slender waist could easily pass through the crowd with a slight turn. Don't forget, she was 1 meter 78 tall, with perfect body proportions, a potential model for sure. Ma Jelly's entrance instantly quieted the room. Most of the male students' gaze followed Ma Jelly's every move. Their turning heads were uniform, as if doing radio calisthenics. Most of the female students silently cursed Ma Jelly for her indecent dressing, saying it was inappropriate. Of course, they were also thinking, if such a great figure were on me, I wouldn't say a word. Indeed, men and women are two different creatures, and women and goddesses are another. It wasn't until Ma Jelly walked up to Su Chen, stopped, and wrapped her arm around his, that everyone gradually came back to their senses. "Hey, what were you just looking at? Come on, you have a girlfriend now, and she's right here. Do you think that woman is prettier than me? If we don't clear this up today, we're breaking up." The woman started to express her dissatisfaction with her boyfriend's behavior, making unreasonable demands. The man's ears were being twisted by the woman like a towel, causing him great pain. "This is so unfair, why can you look at handsome guys but I can't look at beautiful women?" the man asked indignantly. "That's because the woman struggled to explain. Unable to come up with a response, she decided to stop pretending. "Yes, I wanted to go over there, what's wrong with that? It's still your fault. If you were as handsome as him, would I have different thoughts? Damn it, The woman's aggressive attitude infuriated the man, making him want to slap her. But with so many people around and lacking the courage, he could only leave in embarrassment. Although Suchen was somewhat handsome, he was not at the level of a feather fan in hand, chatting and laughing, the mast and oars disappearing in the mist kind of handsome. However, his calm expression and the confidence he exuded made onlookers feel that the couple matched each other perfectly. Under the envious gaze of the crowd, Suchen elegantly left with the beautiful woman in his arms. Bai Xia hesitated for a moment but inexplicably followed them. "Hey, wait, don't leave me behind." Su Chen ignored him and quickened his pace. Unexpectedly, Bai Xia sprinted ahead and stood in front of them. "It's him, the annoying freshman I told you about last time." Ma Jelly anxiously whispered to him, "He's so annoying and his mind is so dull." She pointed to her head, "There might be something wrong here." Just as Su Chen was hesitating whether to continue talking to him, Bai Xia bowed respectfully to Ma Jelly and greeted her, "Hey, sister-in-law. Wow, usually so clueless. You're quite clever to play this game, knowing to flatter women first. Are you trying to win favor with your future brother-in-law?" This flattery made Ma Jelly ecstatic. Which big shot doesn't have a group of beautiful women around them? And which woman doesn't want to be the legitimate wife of a big shot? Ma Jelly naturally hoped to become the rightful sister-in-law and also to groom him to enhance her own future competitiveness. "Oh, you're quite savvy, call me sister-in-law a few more times. If you call me well, you can follow your brother-in-law in the future." Before Su Chen could make a decision, Ma Jelly decided to accept this follower for him. Bai Xia quickly switched to repeat mode, changing his tone as he called out, "Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, sister-in-law." Ma Jelly decided to use her charm to make Su Chen lose his mind temporarily and hand over control of his brain. She hooked her arm around Su Chen's and pulled him close to her waist, gently swaying her hips in his embrace, increasing physical contact. "Take him and don't forget you can play with me however you want tonight, woman, you're playing with fire." Su Chen really wanted to just get rid of this little seductress on the spot, show her how powerful he was and make her think twice before acting like this again. However, Bai Xia's presence was truly ruining the atmosphere. "Bro, even if you disagree, I will follow you to the end." Just the thought of this kid following him around all the time was really ruining the mood. He couldn't even have a proper date. It would be better to just accept him and then order him to stay away. Su Chen secretly praised his own clever idea. Yes, that's how it should be done. But before that, he needed to confirm one thing. After all, the first meeting had really scared Su Chen. This matter was very important, as it concerned whether he would inexplicably go to the Great Grasslands for a trip in the future. "Stop it, don't chant like Tang Sang. If you want to follow me, you have to answer a question first." Bai Xia clenched his fists, casting a sincere gaze. "Okay, bro, go ahead. Do you have feelings for the elder sister-in-law?" Su Chen asked his question slowly and deliberately. When the question was asked, the air around them seemed to freeze. Bai Xia cleaned out the snacks hidden in his nose and answered the question. No, bro, I have feelings for you. Su Chen looked shocked, and Ma Jelly was even more astonished. Having some feelings for the elder sister-in-law could be understood. After all, which elder sister-in-law wasn't charming, and which younger brother didn't love the elder sister-in-law? But having feelings for the elder brother, what was that about? Did he have to compete for affection with himself? Su Chen had considered countless possibilities but had overlooked this point, ultimately showing narrow thinking. Oh no, trouble was coming his way. I'll give you another chance, answer properly. Even if you say you do, it's okay, just tell the truth, don't disgust me. But Bai Xia earnestly said again, bro, I really have no interest in the elder sister-in-law, I'm interested in you. Because there was a confession from Hong Yaoyao in the recording, coupled with catching someone red-handed on the scene, the entire trial process went very smoothly. In order to seek leniency, Hong Yaoyao admitted to her mistakes and quickly revealed everything. However, due to the involvement of the Blue Elves, no evidence was extracted from Hong Yaoyao's body. Unexpectedly, she was clever this time, allowing the doctor to extract epithelial cells from her mouth, which contained remnants of Song Ye's descendants. This time she really helped a lot. Considering her youth and repentance, Shi Jigang promised to help her seek leniency. But the cunning woman, despite getting a good deal, still acted recklessly. Not only did she flirt with Shi Jigang, but she even tried to kiss him by surprise. Shi Jigang reacted swiftly, not letting Hong Yaoyao succeed, and promptly handcuffed her. At a glance, he could tell that Hong Yaoyao had some issues. Now she not only had to be detained but also sent to a specific hospital for treatment. Song Yi was arrested for investigation, causing such a big commotion. After the school leaders held a meeting and reached an agreement, the punishment for the 3 individuals was reduced, only requiring a detailed account of the incident. Because Su Chen had reported the incident effectively, the school even prepared to hold a commendation ceremony for him. As night fell, the streets gradually came alive, displaying their unique prosperity and beauty. Neon lights began to flicker, colorful lights danced in the night sky, as if stars had descended to earth, casting a colorful glow. Zhao Gang, who had just returned from his hometown, received a location sent by Su Chen as soon as he got off the bus. Su Chen wanted to treat him to dinner tonight to celebrate. He was puzzled because nothing particularly good had happened recently, so why was he suddenly being invited to dinner? But without asking too much, he quickly took a taxi to the designated address after dropping off his luggage. After getting off the taxi, Zhao Gang walked back and forth at the entrance 3 times. He carefully compared the location address with the name of the restaurant and realized that the magnificent golden phoenix in front of him was indeed the right place. Still, he couldn't believe it. How could Su Chen, a poor guy who had asked him for money just a few days ago, suddenly become rich overnight and afford to dine here? Damn, could this kid be playing a trick on me? Just as Zhao Gang was about to call to confirm, the glass door of the hotel slid open in the night, and a beautiful waitress stepped out. Although Zhao Gang had his back to her, his male intuition told him that there was a beauty nearby. He turned around precisely, and a hot big-wave beauty suddenly caught his eye. Her figure stood out under the light, dressed in a well-fitted professional suit, a deep blue suit jacket paired with a matching hip-hugging skirt and heels, exuding both dignity and a sense of fashion. A slim silver tie cleverly adorned the neckline, adding a touch of competence. Despite wearing so many clothes, it was hard to hide the beauty's sexy figure. As he watched the beauty smiling and approaching step by step, Zhao Gang's heart began to beat wildly. He felt like a shy little boy, wanting to look but deliberately turning his gaze elsewhere. And he started to daydream, oh no, what should I do if a beauty like her wants to pursue me? Just as Zhao Gang was still in a daze, Susan had already walked up to him and politely asked, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Zhao?" Susan had been observing in the store for a long time. The man who looked honest and simple had been hesitating at the door, catching her attention. Years of keen intuition told her that this person was likely the guest the boss wanted to receive, so she quickly came out to inquire. Hello, I'm Zhao Gang, 21 years old this year, a sophomore at Linbei University, majoring in network operations, from. Zhao Gang stuttered through his introduction. The other party was just a plain A, and he directly revealed all his background. Susan was amused by his silly appearance. You don't need to tell me such detailed information, just let me know if you are Mr. Su's friend. Mr. Su, are you talking about that kid Su Chen? Susan immediately understood. Being able to call him by such an intimate name, they must have a very good relationship with the boss, so she gestured quickly. Sir, this way please. Mr. Su is already waiting for you upstairs. Following Susan's steps, Zhao Gang entered this castle. There was a grand spiral staircase running through the entire building in the lobby. The private room was on the third floor, and Zhao Gang followed Susan up the spiral staircase. The staircase itself was quite wide, but because the Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching, the corridor was filled with mooncakes and decorations, taking up half of the space. Zhao Gang could only follow behind Susan all the way. Faced with the charming peach heart in front of him, Zhao Gang had the courage to think but not the courage to look. Susan turned back to confirm if he was following, only to find his face was red, with a little blood oozing from his nose. Susan quickly took out a tissue from her bag and handed it to Zhao Gang. "Mr. Zhao, are you okay?" "I'm fine, just a bit of heat recently." Their hands accidentally touched, causing ripples in Zhao Gang's heart. Inside the private room, seeing Suchen sitting there looking smug, Zhao Gang's first reaction was to grab his collar directly. This scene frightened everyone present. Susan was so scared her legs went weak. Oh no, did she accidentally bring the boss's enemy in? Her professional career would be completely ruined. Bai Xia was the first to react and quickly tried to pull Zhao Gang away. But to her surprise, he remained unmoved. Zhang Yi hurriedly ran up. "Let's talk things out, don't fight." "Are you crazy? Taking out a loan to pick up girls and pretend to be rich, are you out of your mind?" Faced with Zhao Gang's questioning, Su Chen had already prepared a countermeasure. After all, becoming rich overnight, he had to come up with a good reason to convince those around him. He stood up and pulled Zhao Gang to a corner to whisper and fabricate a story. "What loan? My distant great-uncle was critically ill recently and called me back. Guess what happened?" Zhao Gang blinked his wise eyes. "What happened? I unexpectedly have a share in his substantial inheritance." "No way, are you kidding me?" Zhao Chang immediately questioned. "I just returned to my hometown the day before yesterday, why didn't I see you? Also, when did you come up with a great-uncle? I've never heard you mention him before." "I told you he's from the distant side of the family, he doesn't live in our village. He resides in a grand estate on top of the mountain. Besides, do you really see me as someone who would foolishly take out a loan just to impress girls?" Zhao Gang pondered carefully. Although Su Chen could be love-struck at times, he wasn't that irrational. Moreover, he had indeed undergone significant changes recently, both in demeanor and taste, quite different from before. Zhao Gang finally accepted this explanation. Watching his confident brother before him, Zhao Gang felt a slight emotional shift within. Su Chen pulled him back to the round table, ushered him to his seat, and started the celebratory feast, introducing everyone to each other. When it came to Bai Xia, Su Chen hesitated to speak. However, Bai Xia stood up voluntarily and introduced himself. "I'm Bai Xia, now I'm Shang Ji's younger brother." Zhao Gang raised an eyebrow slightly at Su Chen. "What's with this big brother, little brother thing? You suddenly think you're in a gang now that you have money?" Su Chen looked innocent. "Hey, I was forced into it." "Oh, don't mind him, he just likes to talk nonsense." Susan, seeing all guests were present, decided to leave. "Enjoy your meal, I'll take my leave. If you need anything, just press the button under the table." As she finished speaking, Su Chen curiously pressed the button under his seat. Susan's body trembled slightly, then she let out a soft hum. Her face flushed as she looked at Su Chen. "Is there anything you need help with?" The uniforms here were specially modified with a tiny chip. When guests pressed the call button, this chip would release a mild electric current to alert the waitstaff of their needs. This bold design was entirely credited to the restaurant's owner, Qin Shou, supposedly to improve the staff's efficiency, but in reality, it was just for his own amusement. Su Chen scratched his head and replied, "It's nothing, I just wanted to test if this button works, seems quite responsive." After bowing again, Susan quickly left the private room and went to the restroom. She loosened her collar, exhaling hot breath. Susan was almost being driven crazy by the eccentric boss, who kept finding ways to pressure her into submission. However, she urgently needed money now, her daughter needed funds for education, and she had to support 4 elderly family members. Her late husband was the only son in the family and had showered her with love, so after his passing, she willingly took on the responsibility of caring for the elders. This duty weighed heavily on her heart like a mountain, yet she never complained. She knew the financial support must never cease, or she would truly want to leave this place and escape the bizarre boss. Thinking back on these years of hardship, tears would involuntarily well up in Susan's eyes, like pearls slipping off a broken string. She reached into her chest and pulled out a crumpled cigarette. Her broad and sturdy chest was not just a symbol of her wealth but also the perfect hiding place. The cigarette seemed like a lifeline in her life, offering solace amidst exhaustion and pressure. Although smoking was strictly prohibited during work hours, Susan couldn't care less at the moment. She first brought the cigarette to her nose, deeply inhaling its scent, then lit it up, exhaling a puff of smoke. The lingering smoke seemed to take away her worries and sorrows. "Buddy said he wanted to treat you last time, so let him. How about this, still enjoying the food?" Zhao Gang stretched his neck and struggled to swallow the foreign liquor in his mouth. The food tastes okay, but it's too stingy, just a little on the plate, gone in a few bites, not enough to eat. The wine tastes okay, but it doesn't feel quite right. After a few toasts, everyone quickly became acquainted and opened up. Bai Xia boasted to Zhang Yi and Zhao Gang about his bravery today, how he cooperated with the boss to send the bad guys to the police station, while Ma Jelly kept harassing Su Chen, enjoying herself, making it hard for him to even drink properly. Beneath their calm exteriors lay a fierce struggle. Ma Jelly kept using her feet to touch and tease Su Chen. At first, it was just feet against legs and normal teasing. Suddenly, taking advantage of the man's lowered guard, she launched a fierce attack on the middle route into the void. Faced with the woman's provocation, Su Chen chose to bravely counterattack. He embraced Ma Jelly's slender waist, directly pulling her into his arms, letting her sit on him. Although she was tall, she wasn't heavy. Su Chen could easily lift her with a little effort. Ma Jelly wrapped her legs around Su Chen's waist, afraid of falling. Oh, like attacking the middle route, huh? Then let's just go for it directly. Ahem, ahem. A crisp cough interrupted their intense confrontation. Su Chen realized that everyone had stopped chatting and was silently watching him. His face was full of embarrassment, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Oh no, he got too carried away with teasing, coupled with being teased in the morning. The beast within him was about to awaken. He completely ignored the presence of others, now feeling utterly embarrassed. Thanks to Zhang Yi's timely reminder, things could have been even more awkward. Ma Jelly quickly got up and returned to her seat, pinching Su Chen on the way. You devil, you're in for it tonight. Zhang Yi wasn't heartless, she just didn't want to be part of their play. I'm full, anyone going my way back to school? Zhao Gang quickly caught on, the dormitory is about to close, I need to go too. Only Bai Xia was still foolishly gnawing on a chicken leg. You guys go ahead, I'm not done eating yet. Zhao Gang directly grabbed Bai Xia's neck and pulled him out. Xiazi, stop talking nonsense, let's go. Although Zhao Gang wasn't big, he was incredibly strong, having practiced kung fu for a few years when he was young. He forcefully dragged Bai Xia away from the table. Bai Xia wasn't upset, just focused on taking another chicken leg before leaving. In less than an hour from meeting, they were already like brothers. Perhaps because one was a big simpleton and the other a little simpleton, communication between similar types was easier. Downstairs, Zhao Gang noticed the woman who had led him upstairs was leaning against the counter lost in thought. Just as he gathered courage to approach her, a figure cut in front of him. Sister Sean, check please. Su Chen smoothly halted in front of Susan, elegantly turning around, magically producing a card. As Susan took the dragon card with a smile, Su Chen leaned close to her ear and whispered, "The Louis XIII Black Pearl we had today was quite good, I'll order 10 more bottles for you to taste." Susan was pleasantly surprised, momentarily losing her composure, her mouth agape. Ha! Just like in a bar, reciprocating with drinks was a high emotional intelligence way of tipping. The recipient not only received a commission but could also handle the returned drinks themselves. Susan had received gifts from countless bosses before, but she had never seen a boss as generous as Su Chen. After just 2 meals together, he gifted her 10 bottles of Remy Martin Louis XIII Black Pearl, worth over $1 million. The meal itself cost only around 200,000, yet he wanted to gift her $1 million worth of liquor. His intentions were clear, he was pursuing her. Thinking back, Qin Shou had also used sweet talk as a strategy to approach her. At that time, Susan was still grieving her late husband, naturally rejecting all advances. He quickly revealed his ugly intentions in true colors. Well, it's not really my thing, I don't usually drink, Susan politely declined. It's okay, you can learn to enjoy it, Su Chen insisted on giving it to her. If you don't accept it, how will I get my return when I successfully conquer you in the future? Susan knew she shouldn't refuse or be too polite about gifts from bosses, as it could be seen as disrespectful and affect future business. Besides, the pressure from Qin's demands was increasing, and she really needed this handed-over achievement. After a brief thought, Susan decided to accept. Thank you, boss, I'll keep these drinks safe for you. Next time you come, we'll have a good drink together. Seeing her accept, Su Chen smiled like a 20-year-old child. During their conversation, Zhao Gang, who was tipsy, staggered up and the disheveled Bai Xia silently left the premises. Seizing the opportunity while Ma Jelly was still in the restroom, Su Chen continued to search for common topics between them. When discussing their usual work hours, to prevent Su Chen from having any further thoughts, Susan straightforwardly said, "It depends on when my husband finishes work." She would rather lose a big client than have another Qin Shou harassing her. Suan was taken aback. What? She's a married woman I'm trying to pursue. Pouting, he seemed even more excited, innocently pouting and poking with his index finger. To completely dispel Su Chen's thoughts, Susan pretended to complain. "Oh, those of us in the service industry have to serve customers and then go home to serve our families. When we finish work, the streetlights aren't even on, I can't even spend time with my daughter." "What? She has a child?" Su Chen couldn't believe it and reopened Susan's goddess card. Name, Susan. Age, 29. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 60 kilograms. Occupation, Golden Phoenix, restaurant, general manager. Features, splits charm, 93 favorability, 25 recharge times, 8 strategy reward, understanding women's hearts. Total spent, 1 million yuan. The recent gift of 1 million didn't even increase her favorability, which was strange. Could she be like the head of the Ma family, not interested in money? Looking at the recharge times, Su Chen felt that the beauty in front of him was not entirely trustworthy. With only 8 times, where did the husband and child come from? Su Chen couldn't believe that such an elegant beauty would lie beside him every day without any man losing control. Su Chen would love to engage in vigorous activities every day. After all, regular exercise is good for health and marital relationships. Unless the man had a problem. If that were the case, how did the child come about? Combining the information from the goddess card, Su Chen found Susan's words clearly contradictory. Could she be guarding against him? But what was there to guard against? His intentions were pure, he just wanted to provide all goddesses with a warm home. Just then, Ma Jelly returned from the restroom and quickly joined them. She warmly linked her arm with Su Chen's and sweetly smiled. "What are you guys talking about?" Susan understood she couldn't let the boss's woman be unhappy, so she stepped in to help defuse the situation. "We were discussing how much it would cost to book this place for a wedding. If the boss's woman is unhappy, then the boss is probably not going to be happy either. Which woman doesn't want to marry the person she loves at her most beautiful age?" Ma Jelly really believed it, excitement and joy showing on her face. "Wow, really?" Although Su Chen was a bit confused, he still cautiously nodded along with Susan's suggestion. Ma Jelly covered her mouth and smiled brightly from the heart. The next moment, she jumped directly onto Su Chen, wrapping her arms and legs tightly around him. Su Chen staggered back a few steps due to the sudden impact. He was afraid Ma Jelly might lose her balance and fall, so he had to reach out and support her hips. Under the influence of alcohol, Ma Jelly was already a bit unclear in her mind. Her face, originally fair as jade, now had a faint blush, like the rising morning glow reflecting in the sky. Her eyes were hazy and misty, exuding a different kind of charm. A hint of a subtle smile lingered at the corner of her mouth. The droplets of sweat and a few strands of hair lightly touching her cheeks added a touch of laziness and allure. The gazes of the two intertwined in the air for a few seconds. Suddenly, Ma Jelly launched a second wave of attack. She began to nibble fiercely. Although she didn't aim well and first nibbled his nose, it didn't stop her from adjusting slowly downwards. Su Chen was firmly held by her, with no way out, so he could only face the attack head-on. Because the best defense is offense. Susan stared intently at the two, feeling an indescribable bitterness in her heart. A hint of envy flashed in her eyes, accompanied by an inexplicable loneliness. There was a time when she, like Ma Jelly, could bravely seek love from her beloved. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Her husband passed away young, leaving behind a lovely daughter. To take care of her daughter and provide her with a better life, Susan worked tirelessly, leaving no time for herself, let alone seeking new love. She subconsciously licked her dry lips. It wasn't until more and more guests cast curious glances that Susan came back to her senses. "Boss, you can't be intimate here." Public displays of affection were a big taboo, as people were here to eat, and if they wanted to see intimacy, they had other options. Su Chen didn't intend for things to go this way, but Ma Jelly had already entered the zone state. Her breathing grew heavier, her eyes fixed only on Su Chen, completely ignoring the curious gazes of others. The intensity of her passion made Su Chen even suspect if she was on drugs. "Sis, why don't you help me open the door, I'll just carry her out." "Oh, sure." Susan quickly complied, and even thoughtfully arranged for a designated driver for the two. "Sir, are you heading to Happy Village? We're about to leave now." The designated driver was a thin boy with thick-framed glasses. He seemed like a tender bean sprout just emerging from the soil, delicate and fragile. His shoulders were narrow, as if a gust of wind could easily sway him. Su Chen asked with concern, "Have you driven this type of car before? Can you drive it?" "I haven't driven this car before, but it's no problem, I can drive it," Wang Hanqing answered truthfully. Su Chen looked suspiciously at the shy boy in front of him. Susan was very good at reading people's expressions and immediately asked, "Should I call another driver for you?" Su Chen shook his head and ultimately decided to give him a chance. "Forget it, waiting for another one would be too troublesome. I can endure it, but this little girl can't, let him give it a try." "Okay, boss." Su Chen patted his right hip, indicating that the key was in the right pocket. Susan reached out to fetch it, but when she got hold of the item, both froze and locked eyes, shocked by what they saw. Four eyes met in astonishment. Susan quickly withdrew her hand as if she had touched something terrifying. Soo-chan apologized incoherently, "I'm sorry. I got the location wrong, it should be in the left pocket." After hesitating for 2 seconds, Susan tremblingly reached in. Luckily, this time she only felt the cold car keys. "Boss, have a safe journey. Since there's nothing else, I'll leave first." Before Soo-chan could say goodbye, Susan dashed into the store. Susan's favorability -5, Soo-chan was at a loss. It was a misunderstanding, he really did forget which pocket he put the keys in. Now, his reputation had taken a hit in her eyes, making the conquest a bit more challenging. Since Ma Jelly refused to sit separately, Soo-chan had to hold her and sit in the back seat. Fortunately, the 3 million car was spacious. Even sitting together, they didn't feel crowded, with some room for movement. Wang Hanqing looked puzzled at the luxurious center console. After fumbling for a while, the car slowly started moving. What he thought was a beginning turned out to be the end. The car maintained a slow speed in the traffic lane. Just now, it was even hit by a Corolla. Who could bear that? Seeing his driver being submissive, Soo-chan said firmly, "It's okay, drive as you like, any damage is on me. If you can overtake that road ante we just passed, I'll reward you handsomely later." With the boss's permission, the designated driver's eyes sparkled with excitement. He could drive but was afraid his rough driving might damage the car. Without the boss's approval, he didn't even dare to step on the gas. "Alright boss, hold on tight." Who wouldn't want to step on the gas in someone else's car, especially the boss's top-notch luxury car? Wang Hanqing took a deep breath, stepped on the gas, and the car roared like an awakened tiger, leaving the Corolla far behind. The massive vehicle maneuvered swiftly in traffic, changing lanes and overtaking. As the speed increased, the engine's roar intensified, like an exhilarating symphony playing in their ears. The surroundings blurred past the windows, forming vague shadows. With speed, passion arose. While Soo-chan was immersed in the car's strong acceleration, Ma Jelly had already gotten off him, kneeling on the floor to tie her hair skillfully. Soo-chan held Ma Jelly again, whispering in her ear, "There are others in the car, let go now. Be good, we'll play more at home later." She coquettishly protested, "Don't I really want it now?" as she adjusted her posture, preparing for the intense encounter. Her charming face was alluring, like a ripe peach, tempting for a taste. Beneath her long, curled lashes were captivating eyes, blinking like a spring, expressing inner desires and expectations. Seeing Soo-chan's hesitant gaze, Ma Jelly played her trump card. It was time to let the little bunny breathe some fresh air. When Soo-chan saw those two long-lost friends, a spark of desire ignited within him. The faint spark seemed to have the potential to ignite a wildfire. Before Ma Jelly could continue seducing him, Soo-chan eagerly initiated a kiss ritual with his old friends. Soon, the two delved into profound discussions on human physiology in the back seat. Even though the suspension of this car was adjusted to be very soft with excellent shock absorption, it couldn't withstand the impact of Ma Jelly. The most embarrassing part was when the car stopped at the red light intersection. Nearby cars rolled down their windows to peek curiously. Next to the Land Rover was a domestically produced SUV, a family of 4 returning from a trip. Inside the car, the little boy watched the Land Rover bouncing up and down in place, curiously asking, "Mommy, why can their car turn into a rocking car?" The mother's face showed a hint of embarrassment, unsure how to explain to the boy. Fortunately, the father sitting in the driver's seat intervened. Because their car is more advanced, it costs a lot more money to have this feature. The little boy's eyes filled with envy, quickly setting a lofty goal. "Wow, I also want to earn a lot of money in the future and buy a car like this that can turn into a rocking car." The seductive sound inside the car led to fanciful thoughts. Wang Hanqing, responsible for driving, was still just a child. Today was his first day running as a designated driver, and he didn't expect to encounter such a situation. At the prime of his youth, hearing such commotion inevitably made his heart unsteady. "Damn it, don't disturb my heart." As the red light began to count down, Wang Hanqing turned the rearview mirror upwards so he couldn't see the situation in the back seat. Although not completely isolated, out of sight, out of mind. After taking off his heavy glasses, Wang Hanqing seemed like a different person, even his gaze became sharper. He gently felt the leather steering wheel, seemingly searching for a feeling, and began to burn rubber in place. Wang Hanqing just wanted to finish this ride quickly and move on to the next one. After all, he needed to save money to achieve his dream. He couldn't let women distract him at this crucial age. The moment the red light turned green, the car shot out like lightning. It caught the tenant of the Lamborghini Gallardo on the other side off guard, filling his face with confusion, thick smoke blocking his windshield, and the cars behind honking incessantly. He had saved up money for so long, planning to rent a sports car to show off, but unexpectedly, he was overshadowed one after another. The tenant naturally couldn't swallow this humiliation, decisively stepping on the gas to catch up. He was determined to show them the true meaning of a sports car's speed. The powerful acceleration made Su Chen press firmly against the seat. Ma Jieli, due to the weightlessness, hung in the air for 0.01 seconds before crashing heavily onto Su Chen's body. Their bodies collided violently, producing a loud noise. After the loud noise, they held each other tightly. Ma Jieli's eyes tightly closed, furrowed brows, breathing becoming unusually rapid, each breath accompanied by a faint moan, like trembling leaves in the wind, fragile and powerless. Her index finger clutched Su Chen's clothes tightly, fingers trembling slightly, as if trying to grasp something but struggling in vain. Her body seemed to have exhausted all its strength, relying on Su Chen's support to barely maintain a sitting position. Goodwill from Ma Jieli +2. After a long time, they separated, locking eyes. Ma Jieli's face was as flushed as before, sweat beads on her forehead trickling down her cheeks, wetting her hair. Su Chen was also breathing lightly. After all, the speed was just too fast. Rushing all the way, the tenant of the Gallardo finally saw the Land Rover's two iconic square taillights. But to overtake, they had to speed up. Just as Maserati chased the high-speed train in the past, now Lamborghini was chasing the Land Rover. Breaking news, I must be in the headlines. If points are deducted, so be it. The Gallardo tenant was clearly driven by his arrogance, determined to overtake the Land Rover ahead. He gritted his teeth, almost stomping the accelerator with all his might, wishing he could step into the gas tank. After speeding, he overtook the Land Rover in just a few seconds. As he completed the pass, he sat smugly in his car, gloating. Little did he know that this stretch of road had multiple traffic lights, with one every few hundred meters. Sharp-eyed Wang Hanqing had already noticed the traffic lights ahead. He skillfully used engine braking and gentle braking to smoothly stop the car in front of the stop line. The Lamborghini tenant, lost in his own pride, only realized he was about to run a red light when the Land Rover stopped. He hurriedly hit the brakes, but it was too late, and trouble often comes in threes. The speed and inertia of the vehicle made it impossible for him to stop in time, and to make matters worse, there was a large turning truck ahead at that moment. The Lamborghini appeared like a wild beast out of control in the truck driver's view. The truck driver had no time to react and collided straight into it. The huge impact caused severe damage to one side of the Lamborghini, the body deformed, and the fate of the driver inside was uncertain. The Lamborghini tenant, caught between losing face and losing points, chose to lose both, even risking his own life. Now, that Lamborghini tenant faced a tragic outcome, whether alive or dead. He would have to work as a horse for the car dealership for the rest of his life. Wang Hanqing witnessed the gruesome accident ahead, the scene a mess, yet he remained unusually calm, not even lifting an eyelid. It was as if he had seen it all before, unfazed by such accident scenes. He simply detoured slightly and continued driving leisurely. After all, he had seen accidents far more gruesome than this one every day. Bro, we're here, Wang Hanqing said as he got out of the car and returned the keys. Before parting ways, Su Chen asked him for his WeChat contact. After all, he had promised to reward him personally, and a real man never breaks his word. On the other hand, after the recent incident, Su Chen had the idea of hiring a driver. Having a driver on call to drive for him would be great. Moreover, with frequent car accidents happening now, no matter how much money one earns, it's useless without life to spend it. Professional matters should be left to professionals, freeing up one's hands to do more meaningful things. Besides, Su Chen didn't have a penchant for showing off in front of others. Having one person witness it was explosive enough. The recent incident was indeed an accident, something beyond his control. And Wang Hanqing had already seen his hidden side today. Su Chen had to make him part of his circle. He didn't want this romantic story to spread like wildfire when he became famous in the future. Most importantly, he could control his words and actions, and his driving skills were top-notch. Do not look, do not listen, do not speak, do not act inappropriately. There is subtlety in crudeness, meticulousness in detail. Except for the slight burst of arrogance during the acceleration, everything else was done well. However, before that, he needed Ma Jieli's approval, otherwise, the system wouldn't reimburse him. Su Chen took Ma Jieli's hand, kissed it gently near her mouth, and asked softly, "Darling, how do you feel about hiring a driver to drive for us?" Ma Jieli felt a bit puzzled. "Why do you suddenly want to hire a driver? If you want someone to drive for you, I can do it. After all, there are fewer classes at school now, and I have nothing to do staying in the dorm all the time." Su Chen explained, "Driving by yourself every day is so tiring. We go out to enjoy ourselves, not to wear ourselves out." Suddenly, Su Chen leaned close to Ma Jieli's ear, lowering his voice. "Besides, if we encounter a sudden situation like tonight again, and you insist on me driving, it could be very dangerous if I can't focus properly. Having someone drive for us would be more convenient, don't you think? Ma Jelly bit her lower lip, recalling the recent events in the car, feeling unsatisfied. In the past, when she hooked up with those rich second-generation men, she was eager to empty their wallets and make them spend all their money on her. Since she got together with Su Chen, her materialistic tendencies have been gradually diminishing. Even though Su Chen was wealthier, she didn't want to drain his wallet, she just wanted to keep him by her side. Sometimes she even thought about helping him save money. When Ma Jelly lay on the bed or daydreamed in class, she actually pondered on how to be a good housewife. Su Chen would bring in the money, and she would manage the expenses, then they would have a bunch of cute babies. Love and career were flourishing. This was the first time she had developed real feelings. After Su Chen's coaxing and persuasion, Ma Jelly eventually chose to compromise. Pouting her cherry lips, she ordered Su Chen, "Your salary can't be too high, just right." Su Chen made an okay gesture. Then he walked up to Wang Hanqing and straightforwardly asked, "How much for a month if you drive a private car?" Wang Hanqing overheard bits of their conversation. He knew that the other party was interested in him, wanting to hire him as a private driver. But it was only his first day doing chauffeur work, with no experience at all. How would he know how much to ask for? So, he randomly quoted what he thought was a high price. 8,000, not a penny less. Su Chen handed him the exact amount. 10,000, do you agree? 10,000. That was almost 5 times his previous salary. I agree. Wang Hanqing was about to agree immediately, but thinking there might be room for negotiation, he started to use his wits. Ahem, I meant 8,000 for half a month's salary. Su Chen detested people who played such tricks. It was similar to being a rogue, very disgusting. So he turned to leave. Since Ma Jelly's investment had already paid off, any additional money would be useless, just a means to reduce expenses. Otherwise, Su Chen could pay him 10,000 a day, as long as the spending stayed within a reasonable range in the market. There were drivers everywhere in China, he could easily find another one. This made the young man anxious, so he quickly changed his tune. I agree, I'll do it. He hurried over to Su Chen, wearing a smile. Bro, I was just kidding, don't be mad. Seeing the pale face with dark circles under his eyes, Su Chen softened. No need to sign a contract, I'll pay you 20,000 this month, and if you perform well, I'll raise it further. As he spoke, he transferred the money. Okay, bro. Wang Hanqing nodded repeatedly, still immersed in his submissive attitude. When he finally processed it, he jumped up in place. What? 20,000? How did it increase instead of decrease? At the same time, a notification sound came from his pocket. Wang Hanqing quickly took out his phone and saw that Su Chen had indeed transferred 20,000 to him. Su Chen had learned from years of being a lackey that giving a reward after a scolding was a wise move. He had been treated miserably by Li Baishua before, obedient like a dog. Wang Hanqing tightly held Su Chen's hand, almost in tears. He never expected that someone who seemed so weak actually had some strength. Bro, you are my reborn father. I'm willing to go through fire and water for you, no matter the cost. Su Chen waved his hand in disdain. Cut it out, what era is it, and you're still using this act? Calling me a reborn father, would you willingly call me dad? Wang Hanqing hesitated, tugging at his clothes, and finally said weakly, Dad. Su Chen's eyes went dark. Oh no, how did I end up making friends with such a simpleton? Now 3 simpletons could combine to make a 2-star simpleton. Why would someone be willing to be called dad but still not feel happy at all? Maybe he doesn't want to have such an unprincipled son. Su Chenyen returned to the main topic. I don't need you to sacrifice yourself, just be on call 24 hours a day, ready whenever I need you. If there are tasks assigned to you, do them. If not, arrange your own schedule, do whatever you want, but never turn off your phone. Yes. Wang Hanqing quickly took off his work badge, held it above his head, and handed it to Su Chen. It contained detailed information about the employee, including age. Wang Hanqing? Wow. His family is quite good at naming, giving him such an elegant name. But calling him Hanzi or Qingxi doesn't sound right. After some thought, Su Chen finally made up his mind. Hey, got it. Since you are younger than me, I'll just call you Xiao Wang from now on. Wang Hanqing raised his thumb, smiling foolishly. Boss, you came up with a great name. Xiao Wang is not only pleasant but also meaningful. The boss wants me to have a long and healthy life, right? He. Su Chen's smile gradually froze. Mom doesn't allow me to play with fools. After sending Wang Hanqing away, he helped Ma Jelly walk unsteadily into the building. Before going home, Su Chen deliberately went to a nearby pharmacy to buy contraceptives. He didn't want to become a father so soon. There are plenty of goddesses in the world waiting for him to save them. During Su Chen's absence, Ma Jelly leaned against a street lamp, boredly scrolling through Douhai. Suddenly, a pair of jade feet caught her eye. The feet had smooth and elegant lines, as if they were carefully sculpted by an artist. The instep was fair and delicate, like an untouched snowfield, shimmering faintly under the lamplight. The toes were long and symmetrical, like a string of carefully selected pearls, arranged perfectly. Even a beauty like Ma Jelly was captivated by these beautiful feet. Unfortunately, they only briefly appeared in her sight before disappearing. Ma Jelly turned to look at the owner of those beautiful feet. Their eyes met, exchanging glances. Although Xiaoling was not as tall as Ma Jelly, she exuded a similar aura and had a more mature style in her dressing. If we don't consider height when comparing their figures, Xiaoling would have a slight advantage. These two goddesses with a charm level of over 90 points each, though strangers, still smiled friendly at each other, nodding in greeting. Without a word spoken, a warm feeling filled their hearts. This was the highest praise between women, perhaps this is what they call cherishing beauty. As Xiaoling entered the building, Ma Jelly suddenly began to feel uneasy. The presence of such a beauty made her feel insecure all of a sudden. Although they only lived in the same building with dozens of other households, they would inevitably run into each other. What if Su Chen is attracted to her or she tries to please Su Chen? This was the first time Ma Jelly felt insecure about her looks. Just then, Su Chen ran towards her waving a pack of contraceptives in his hand. Ha! I got them. Hurry up and take them before time runs out. Su Chen kindly unscrewed the cap of a bottle of mineral water and handed it over. However, Ma Jelly hesitated to take the bottle and the pills, raising a question instead. Darling, will you love me forever? Su Chen tightly embraced Ma Jelly, bringing her face close to his chest. Curving his fingers, he gently tapped her head. Silly, a lifetime is too short. I want to love you for 10 lifetimes. Listening to her partner's heartbeat, Ma Jelly's tense heart finally relaxed. The most important thing between lovers is trust, which is the cornerstone of their relationship. How could she shake this trust at such a critical moment because of baseless suspicions and worries? Now, she listened to the other person's heartbeat, feeling their warmth and presence, and all doubts and insecurities in her heart vanished. She understood that only by trusting each other could they truly come together. Ma Jelly obediently put the pill in her mouth and gulped it down with a mouthful of water. After swallowing, she stuck out her tongue to show that she had taken it all. Su Chen gently stroked her head in praise. Her delicate and lovely tongue, pink and cute, like a budding peach blossom petal, full of vitality. And those neat white teeth, and the glistening saliva at the corner of her mouth, like a fine thread, shimmering temptingly under the dim streetlight. Hiss! Oh no! Su Chen's extinguished desire reignited. But the intense encounter in the car had already drained him. His waist was starting to ache, his body rationalizing restraint. Yet his brain kept signaling, take her quickly. It seemed he had to quickly conquer Ma Jiali completely. If he improved his health and physique, Mom wouldn't have to worry about him getting sick again. Then he could surpass others with superior skills and retaliate fiercely. In the end, sensibility triumphed over reason. Amid Ma Jiali's screams, Su Chen lifted her up in a princess carry. Though he staggered unsteadily, Ma Jiali felt an inexplicable sense of security and happiness. Struggling to open the door, Su Chen skillfully hooked the door with his foot and pulled it back forcefully. The door slammed against the frame with a deafening noise. The adjacent wall trembled slightly, and Xiaoling put down her phone, realizing Su Chen had returned. She approached the door, intending to explain last night's events. Just as she was about to knock, a sweet female voice came from inside. Brother, you're amazing, still so energetic. Xiaoling's hand, about to knock on the door, froze in midair, her mind racing. Is this his younger brother's girlfriend? On second thought, it wasn't that surprising. Su Chen was handsome, righteous, a young college student. Finding a partner wouldn't be difficult. Honestly, in a few moments, even Xiaoling couldn't help but develop feelings for Su Chen. But with her strong principles, she couldn't act on those feelings. A commotion inside interrupted her thoughts. Don't rub there, it tickles, I can't eat properly like this. The girl's coquettish voice. Xiaoling hesitated, unsure of what the two inside were doing and whether she should enter. What if they were preparing for a sweet moment together? Would knocking now disturb them? She decided to observe a little longer. Although eavesdropping was wrong, curiosity got the better of her. I'm just deciding whether to go in or not, I'll listen briefly and leave. She reassured herself. After making up her mind, Xiaoling leaned against the door, carefully listening to the sounds inside. But the two inside didn't speak again, only the sound of slurping. Xiaoling pondered slightly. Oh, they're eating popsicles. Well, it's summer, getting hotter, it's indeed good to have something cold. Just as her hand was about to knock, she stopped again. No, showing up at someone's door late at night would surely make the girl misunderstand. What if she gets jealous? After much hesitation, Xia Ling silently returned to her room. She planned to talk to Su Chen alone next time. As Su Chen was enjoying himself, Ma Jiali suddenly looked up and asked, "Shang Shang, can you love only me in this lifetime?" 2 rooms, separated by a wall. Although the walls were thick and produced a dull sound when knocked on, the soundproofing effect was not satisfactory. The clattering and humming noises troubled the lonely person in the room until late at night. Xia Ling held the blanket tightly in her arms, trying to distract herself with something else, but the sharp face of Su Chen kept involuntarily appearing in her mind. Not even reciting multiplication tables or counting sheep had any effect. It should be a good thing that he had a girlfriend, but why couldn't she feel happy about it, feeling somewhat lost instead? Was there even a hint of jealousy? No, how could she be jealous of someone else's girlfriend, especially when they even regarded her as a sister? Xia Ling shook her head, trying to shake off those unrealistic thoughts from her mind. In the early morning, Su Chen was awakened by the sound of an alarm clock. He opened his sleepy eyes, moved his face to the side, and reached for his phone. When did my phone wallpaper change to Ma Jiechi? Ma Jelly, like a zombie just awakened from sleep, suddenly sat up, swiftly grabbed the phone. After looking at the phone, she exclaimed, "Oh no, we're going to be late." She hurriedly scrambled to put on the clothes scattered on the floor. Seeing this scene, Su Chen reflexively started to panic, quickly getting out of bed to get dressed. In a daze, it felt like a flashback to high school. It was a time of both joy and pain, memories full but hard to recall because that was youth. The most memorable was the rush for food after class. Even Bolt couldn't get the freshest chicken legs straight out of the pot, shaking his head and crying that he wanted to go for the cultural dishes. The sports teacher even directly recruited talents at the cafeteria entrance. Ma Jelly, who was getting more and more confused in her dressing, stopped her movements and looked at Su Chen suspiciously, saying in a strange tone, "Brother, don't you know what clothes to wear? I dressed wrong." "Oh, okay." Su Chen, half asleep, took off the half-worn briefs, suddenly realizing that he didn't have any special reason to get up early. However, Su Chen was worried that Ma Jelly might get into trouble if she rushed, so he thought about sending her to school. But it was just a passing thought, quickly dismissed. Ma Jelly, who had worked hard on the land all night, had a much rosier complexion today. On the contrary, he felt exhausted, lips slightly bluish, cheekbones darkened, as if drained of energy, like a withered zombie. His head was still heavy, needing to catch up on some sleep, but it wouldn't do without someone to send her. This lover was really irresponsible. Suddenly, Su Chen had a bright idea, a win-win solution. "Oh, right. Didn't I hire a driver last night? Why not use him? Hiring someone was meant for using, or else why keep them as a sugar daddy? Let's see if he's up to the task. If he's not qualified, just fire him, to avoid wasting my money. Even though it's just a few bucks, every little bit counts." Immediately, Su Chen called Wang Hanqing. The call was answered promptly, as if the person had been waiting by the phone. "Boss, good morning." The loud greeting almost deafened Su Chen. Well, no need to ask if he's awake. This energetic tone clearly indicated he had just finished a 5-kilometer run in the morning. "Hurry over, same place as last night, got it?" "Got it." "Alright, stop being so jumpy. Can you lower your voice in the early morning?" "Yes." Su Chen, knowing that he could make at least 20,000 a month, Wang Hanqing went back, brushed his teeth, and went to bed early. As soon as it was light, he got up and stood by the phone, sitting up straight, ready for duty. "Bye-bye, Mua." After closing the door, the curtains in the room were pulled up again. Su Chen jumped back onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. It wasn't until midday that the thin curtains could no longer resist the strong sunlight, warming up the entire room. Su Chen finally got out of bed, stretching contentedly. Despite feeling mentally refreshed, his back still ached, reminding him to rest. He had enough sleep but needed nourishment. Feeling hungry, he decided to go to a wild game restaurant for some bullwhip, known as a man's refueling station and a woman's beauty salon. Quite useful. Just as Su Chen was about to step out of the house, he heard light footsteps approaching, accompanied by a pleasant whistling. Looking up, he saw a familiar figure bouncing out of the hallway. She was wearing a simple white dress, her hair tied back elegantly. The sunlight illuminated her fair face as she carried a bag of fresh green vegetables, likely just bought. Su Chen waved and greeted her warmly, but his enthusiasm was met with silence. Xia Ling seemed not to hear him, walking past him without a word. Su Chen's hand hung awkwardly in the air, his smile freezing on his face. Confused, he wondered what was wrong. Hadn't he helped her clear her debts, exposed scams, and even offered to help her with groceries? Feeling ignored, he still tried to engage her in conversation, asking what they should have for lunch. Xia Ling finally acknowledged him, allowing him to take the vegetables to the kitchen. As Su Chen eagerly prepared to cook, Xia Ling realized his true intentions. Teasingly, she asked why he didn't ask his girlfriend to cook for him. Su Chen, feeling embarrassed, nodded. However, he couldn't understand how Xia Ling knew about his girlfriend when he had never mentioned her. As Su Chen pondered this, Xia Ling began cooking, leaving him puzzled. She asked him to sit and relax while she prepared the meal. Su Chen insisted on helping, taking the apron from her and offering to cook instead. Xia Ling looked at him suspiciously, questioning if he had ever cooked before. Rest assured about your little brother. Su Chen immediately got busy. Actions speak louder than words. He carefully selected the good vegetable leaves, soaked them in clean water, and sprinkled a few spoonfuls of salt. While the vegetables were soaking, Su Chen skillfully handled the grass carp, scaling, gutting, and finally marinating in prepared cooking wine. His movements were quick and smooth, like flowing water, without any unnecessary actions. During the cooking process, Su Chen was completely focused, as if creating a piece of art. Sometimes he wielded the spatula to stir-fry, sometimes he carefully adjusted the seasonings, striving for perfection in every detail. Xia Ling leaned against the door, her gaze soft and focused on Su Chen's busy figure, watching with fascination. Even a simple wiping of sweat action could captivate her attention. He was extraordinarily handsome, gentle as water, full of righteousness, and most importantly, he could cook. Wasn't he her ideal type? Xia Ling couldn't help but feel waves of ripples in her heart, admiring him. Damn, why couldn't she ever meet such a good man herself? The more she thought about it, the more Xia Ling felt that the little girl was truly lucky. Sis? Sis? After calling out several times without response, Su Chen had to put down the spatula and walk up to the woman, waving his hand in front of her. We're out of salt at home, could you go get another bag? Okay. Xia Ling suddenly snapped out of her daze. After a busy period, Su Chen finally prepared the dishes properly. In an instant, the small house was filled with a fragrant aroma. He carried the dishes out of the kitchen and looked around. However, he found no dining table at home. Xia Ling quickly explained, because I usually eat alone, I just make do with a small table. Suddenly, she had an idea and brought out a foldable small table to place on the sofa. Sitting cross-legged, they could barely fit. All the dishes were served, looking very appetizing with a glossy sheen. They were visually appealing, aromatic, and delicious, making one's mouth water. Su Chen wore an apron with Hello Kitty patterns around his waist and a white hat of unknown origin on his head. He proudly pointed at his creations and introduced, "This dish is stir-fried cabbage, this is tomato scrambled eggs, and this is stir-fried grass carp." His comical appearance and strange dish names made Xia Ling burst into a laughter like silver bells, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Why do all these dishes have stir-fried in their names? She couldn't help but ask curiously. Because I really stir-fried them. Su Chen answered matter-of-factly. Sis, do you want me to teach you how to stir-fry? I'm really good at it. He proudly puffed up his chest like a victorious little rooster. Su Chen's words were true, he had been cooking at home since he was young, mastering various cooking techniques. He even served as the chef for banquets in the village. Due to his exceptional talent, he was almost sent for special training at New Oriental. Among many cuisines, stir-frying was his specialty. Everyone who tasted his stir-fried dishes praised them. Ma Jelly, who was quite familiar with him, was the best example. Before eating stir-fried dishes, Ma Jelly was indifferent and reluctant towards him. After trying his stir-fried dishes, she couldn't get enough, deeply indulging in them and starting to demand more from Su Chen. This was the main reason why he now had back pain. After all, stir-frying required vigorous shaking of the wok to control the heat, or the food would easily burn. Since they got together, Ma Jelly had to eat at least one meal of his stir-fried dishes every day. This made Su Chen feel somewhat overwhelmed, and he urgently needed to obtain the strong soul, healthy body reward, which was as good as a life-saving strategy. Who's teaching who is not certain yet? It's not just about looking good, the taste is what matters. If it looks good but doesn't taste good, it's just a facade, all show and no substance. So, let's eat first. Xia Ling poured a basin of cold water without hesitation. Hearing this, Su Chen smiled and quickly picked up a large piece of fish with his chopsticks and placed it near Xia Ling's mouth. The fish was tender, juicy, and exuded a tempting aroma. Xia Ling's initial reaction was to lean back, but seeing the indulgence and gentleness in Su Chen's eyes, Xia Ling hesitated for a moment and slightly opened her mouth. However, the chopsticks swayed back and forth, and the fish kept dangling near Xia Ling's mouth. You're off a little more to the left. Su Chen forced a smile and said, Sorry, I fried it for too long, my hand holding the pot got tired. He supported his right hand with the other hand and finally stabilized the chopsticks. The fish melted in the mouth, incredibly delicious. Xiao Ling couldn't help but close her eyes and savor it. Seeing her satisfied expression, Su Chen, although confident in his cooking skills, couldn't wait and asked, "How is it?" Xiao Ling licked the soup that was about to drip onto her chin, looking like a contented kitten. She instinctively said, "It's delicious." "Well, not." Then she quickly corrected herself, "I mean it's okay, the taste is fine, it would be better if it was fried a bit longer." Su Chen furrowed his brows slightly, quickly picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth. Puzzled, he said, "Really? It's fried just right, if we fry it longer, it will burn. Why don't you try again?" Xiao Ling felt a bit embarrassed by his serious attitude and used getting a drink as an excuse to get up quickly. After searching around, she couldn't find any drinks but found the half-empty bottle of wine she hadn't finished last time. "Want some?" Su Chen's eyes lit up at the sight of the wine in Xiao Ling's hand. Sharing good wine with a goddess is one of life's greatest joys. Because when you drink this wine, not only does it enhance your relationship, but you also hear the truth. Cheers! With little food left, they were full and tipsy. There were 2 or 3 empty bottles of white wine next to the sofa seat. Yes, white wine. The remaining half bottle of white wine was quickly finished by Xiao Ling, and Su Chen just touched his lips to it. But she soon took out her hidden stash again. "Ha! Strange, is the wine finished?" At this moment, a faint blush appeared on Xiao Ling's cheeks, like the first bloom of peach blossoms, revealing a hint of shyness and charm. Her eyes narrowed slightly, with a misty and gentle light shimmering in her pupils, as if she were enveloped in a thin layer of mist. A faint smile played on her lips, with a hint of innocence and coquettishness, making people can't help but feel affectionate. She tilted the wine bottle, but found no more wine pouring out. Burp Xiao Ling's chest rose and fell quickly as she burped. She picked up the wine glass directly, stuck out her tongue and poured a few drops of clear liquid into her mouth. When no more liquid came out, she reluctantly put down the bottle. "Can't run out of wine, I'll go get more." Su Chen realized she was already drunk and knew that continuing to drink might lead to trouble. He quickly held her back and persuaded, "Don't move, I'll get it." In fact, he remained still, as a drunk person's consciousness is in a state of confusion. The nature of alcohol lies not only in the immediate taste and sensation it brings but also in its aftereffects. Xiao Ling's movements became more graceful and casual, sometimes gently stroking her hair, sometimes swaying her body lightly, as if dancing to the rhythm of her heart. "You naughty little brother, you came over to eat alone. Why didn't you call your younger sister to come over? Do you want to eat alone?" She suddenly wrapped her arms around Su Chen's neck, exhaling alcohol as she questioned. Su Chen replied in his heart, "How dare you ask? You were the most enthusiastic about eating when the food was ready, only thinking about your so-called younger siblings after you were full." 2/3 of the food was eaten by Xiao Ling, leaving Su Chen only 80% full. Su Chen absent-mindedly responded with a ha and yeah. This was an experience he had summed up himself, thanks to his alcoholic father, drinking until he was unconscious every day, only returning home when it was almost dawn. Even after returning home, he wouldn't sleep honestly, preferring to hug people and ask random questions. Over time, Su Chen realized that his drunken father had no idea what he was saying or understanding the responses. Any random answer would suffice. Suddenly, Xiao Ling propped up Su Wanqing's chin and asked, "Little brother, do you think the younger sister is prettier, or the older sister?" Good. Su Chen tried to evade, but the other party suddenly seemed sober. "Don't be like this, answer properly." Xiao Ling, as if in a huff, punched Su Chen's stomach, but accidentally hit off target. As a result, Su Chen, unprepared, took a solid punch, his face turning pale with pain, sweat beading on his forehead. "Women, your goddesses are fiercer than the other. Can you afford it if this precious thing gets damaged?" After being ambushed by Ma Jelly once, she demanded 3 times in a row, making Su Chen suspect that's when he got his back injury. "You are all pretty." Su Chen replied in pain, clutching his stomach. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Xiao Ling, like Ma Jelly, began to act cute, hugging his arm and her voice turning soft and sweet. "No, you must choose one." Watching her flushed and adorable face, Su Chen's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed saliva. If he had to compare seriously, it was indeed a tough choice. Ma Jelly was tall with legs over 4 feet, perfect body proportions, and good looks, but Xiao Ling had exquisite feet, a stunning beauty, and was bigger. Although Xiao Ling was older, her experience might not be as rich as Ma Jelly's, as she hadn't had practical experience yet. A heavy snore interrupted his beautiful fantasy. Su Chen turned to find Xiao Ling's head resting on his chest, completely still. He gently nudged her, but got no response. Calling out to her ear, still no response. The beauty in his arms just made a soft sound, then remained motionless. Su Chen looked at the beauty in his arms, suddenly feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp and breaking out in a cold sweat. It was strange, even with the air conditioning set to 16 degrees, it was still hot. The strap on one side of Xia Ling's dress slipped quietly, revealing her slender neck and delicate collarbone, and further down, a glimpse of spring. Wow, does this lady usually dress so casually at home, refusing to wear even one more piece? This made the handsome young man stand at attention. Accidentally touching Xia Ling's thigh, he was lucky she was sound asleep, or he would be in trouble. Let me ask you a question, if an unconscious beauty, stunning and arousing just by her figure, falls into your arms, can you resist? Su Chen resisted. He already had such a powerful werewolf system, he didn't need to resort to such despicable means as taking advantage of someone's vulnerability, tarnishing the system's reputation. Even if he succeeded in taking advantage, what good would it do? When the person woke up, they would only feel disgust, even nausea. All the positive images he had built up would be ruined, and in more severe cases, the relationship could be severed, never to be restored. Such things must be done with the other party's consent, otherwise, Su Chen would never do it. After all, he didn't want to lose the chance to obtain the space backpack. Moreover, is our Su Chen the kind of person who needs to pick up the pieces? He knows how to choose between being full and eating to his heart's content. The most crucial moment has arrived. Su Chen's gaze fell to the ground, lingering on those delicate jade feet. Xia Ling was fast asleep, unable to enjoy the new treatment for herself. However, she was grateful that she had finished all the wine, as who knows what Su Chen might have done if he got drunk. Although Xia Ling was much shorter than Ma Jelly, her weight wasn't much lighter. Su Chen struggled to carry the woman back to the bedroom, only to find that his waist injuries seemed to have worsened. No, he couldn't let this slide, he had to make it up to her properly once she woke up. Su Chen not only cleaned up the leftovers on the table but also washed the bowls and chopsticks again. Before leaving, he raised the air conditioning temperature, tucked her in with a blanket, and casually took away the empty wine bottles. After gently closing the door, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief, took out his phone, and saw that the counselor had called him 3 times. However, due to his phone being on silent, he only noticed it now. After reading the messages, Su Chen realized he was late and if he didn't show up in class, it would be marked as an absence. Oh no, there was still a class this afternoon. Late? Do I have a habit of being early? During this period, Su Chen had been immersed in the joy of consumption and couple activities, completely forgetting about attending classes. The words "going to class" suddenly seemed unfamiliar to him. Yes, this invisible billionaire Su Chen still had to go to school. With such a perverse system, he could have easily dropped out or quit school altogether. But he didn't do that directly. Because this semester, he had a public class with Chen Shuyan. Yes, the charming Chen Shuyan with a charisma value of 97 points. Her strategy reward was a shadow agent, probably something like a clone or a stand-in. Anyway, it looked impressive, and since the cost of trial and error was so low, why not give it a try? Su Chen calmly made his way to the school. By the time he reached the classroom, the first lesson was almost over. Su Chen sneaked in from the back, trying to pass off as a classmate who had just gone to the restroom. Little did he know he would be caught red-handed. Teacher Qian adjusted his glasses and scolded, "Stop right there." All the students in the large classroom put down their phones and turned to look. Su Chen stood calmly in place. Teacher Qian never took attendance during class, and his course was known as a bird course in the school. The content was irrelevant to the major and of no practical use in life. So, no one really paid attention to him. Over time, fewer and fewer students attended his classes. Today, it had reached a point where almost half the class didn't show up. The classroom seemed divided, with the back rows packed and the front rows empty. Moreover, he was 10 minutes late himself, and seeing this scene made him furious. This couldn't go on. If no one attended his classes, he would face unemployment and needed to crack down hard. Hence, the idea of using Su Chen as an example to warn others emerged. Teacher Qian read the words on the PowerPoint without missing a beat, waiting for Su Chen, the target, to appear. He was almost falling asleep while reading, but finally, the target task appeared. The handsome young man in front of him looked innocent and well-behaved. Finally, he had found an easy target to pick on. Teacher Qian couldn't hide the smirk on his face. "Come down here, let the teacher take care of you." "Oh no, come here and face the consequences of justice." This was a school, and Su Chen was at fault for being late. He couldn't resist, so he obediently walked to the front of the platform. Suddenly, Teacher Qian wrinkled his nose slightly. Like a police dog suddenly alert, he sniffed all the way to Su Chen's collar. His expression gradually became excited and manic, as if he had discovered some treasure. "You little rascal, you're late because you went drinking." Su Chen shrugged disdainfully, "I'm already an adult, even kids call me uncle now. Also, does the school have a rule that you can't drink during the day?" How can you be so sure that I'm late because of drinking, and not because of something else? Teacher Qian was left speechless by his retort, looking down not at his feet, but at a lifebuoy made of fat. He could only stammer, "You." Su Chen unabashedly scrutinized him, continuing, "Teacher, you yourself don't shy away from drinking, do you? I remember one time you came to school drunk, grabbed a girl's hand and wouldn't let go, saying you wanted special service. It even made it to the school confession wall. I bet you frequented those kinds of places a lot." Teacher Qian was left embarrassed, unable to continue diverting the topic. "I'll let you off this time, go back to your seat." He didn't expect this young man in front of him to be so articulate. Fearing more embarrassing revelations, he could only retreat. The scene in the entire classroom seemed like a peculiar stage set, with the back rows bustling while the front rows were empty, creating a significant divide. Chen Shuyan sat alone in the front row, with no one beside her, a rare opportunity to interact with her. Su Chen tried hard to contain his inner joy, afraid it might show on his face. He took a deep breath, tried to appear calm and composed, then sat gently beside Chen Shuyan. At that moment, the once quiet classroom seemed to be disturbed by a pebble, creating ripples. The attention of the other students in the classroom was drawn to them, whispering and discussing. "But who is this kid, daring to sit next to Chen Shuyan? You don't know, this guy is Su Chen, the one who led the report against that Song scum last time. Impressive, seems to know Captain Chi. But Feng Tao is also strong, and he's the president of the student union. I heard he's a local too, quite influential." The boys looked at Su Chen with admiration and jealousy. Chen Shuyan seemed surprised, slowly turning her head. In that instant, the astonishment in her eyes flashed like a meteor across the night sky, brief yet dazzling. She possessed a goddess-like aura, beautiful and proud. She should have had countless suitors, enjoying the adoration of many. However, pressure from behind made the boys hesitate, not daring to pursue her easily. The girls, already jealous of her, took this opportunity to distance themselves from Chen Shuyan. A kind classmate took advantage of the end of class to remind him, "Dude, I advise you not to sit here." Su Chen furrowed his brows slightly, not understanding why he couldn't sit there or let others sit there. "Why?" "Because." The classmate looked around, lowering his voice, "Because of Feng Tao. I can only say this much, you're on your own." Hearing this, Su Chen could already guess most of what was going on. Just him. If it weren't for that day when he was unwittingly taken to someone else's territory, Su Chen wouldn't have backed down. And that account hadn't been settled yet. Just for that pride, Chen Shuyan was his. Jesus couldn't keep her, mark my words. He not only had to hit on her after class, but also during class, even after school. Seeing Su Chen remain calm and composed after realizing the seriousness of the situation, Chen Shuyan couldn't help but feel curious. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Chen Shuyan didn't recall their brief encounter in the cafeteria due to Shu Chen's complete transformation. "Why leave? It's clearer here, and there are good students next to me. Why go?" Chen Shuyan couldn't help but be amused by his words. It had been a long time since she heard such interesting banter. "So, are you sitting here to study?" "Studying is one aspect, but more importantly, I want to get to know you," Shu Chen answered truthfully. Looking into his sincere eyes, Chen Shuyan suddenly felt a bit shy. She nodded graciously in agreement. She had been approached countless times since childhood. Either someone would come up with all sorts of grand excuses to get close to her, or they would be like Feng Tao, speaking without restraint, attempting to use force to make others submit, thinking they lived in primitive times. This was the first time she had encountered someone who could approach her so sincerely, and her fondness for Shu Chen increased a bit. Chen Shuyan's fondness for Shu Chen plus 10, in full view of everyone, Shu Chen cheerfully scanned Chen Shuyan's WeChat with his phone. The previously quiet atmosphere suddenly became noisy, with all eyes focused on Shu Chen. The boy's eyes revealed envy, jealousy, and hatred, wishing they could tear him apart right now. They were puzzled, they didn't understand. Why? Just because this kid is a bit more handsome than me, the goddess agreed to give him her contact information. I refuse to accept this. What's the use of refusing? If you can do it, then go ahead. I'll do it, I'm going all out. The atmosphere in the entire classroom suddenly became tense. The few students who were usually meek seemed to be inspired by this scene. They began to stir, wanting to emulate Shu Chen and approach Chen Shuyan. Among them were those who had tried and failed once before. They firmly believed that the failure of their approach was definitely due to an unlucky day or wearing the wrong clothes, rather than a problem with their approach. The first brave warrior to muster the courage to charge forward was a boy who looked somewhat Americanized. He was wearing a Lakers jersey, paired with gray joggers, white socks pulled up over them, covering the cuffs of his pants. As he walked, he bounced up and down, as if walking on tiptoes, and he even had to adjust his pants again. When he reached the two of them, he pretended to shoot a three-pointer into the air and raised his eyebrows at Chen Shuyan. Shuchen was so embarrassed by his behavior that he almost dug out his own eyeballs. If he could get her WeChat, I'll eat sh*t. The Americanized boy pursed his lips, swayed his body from side to side, rubbed his hands together, and rudely stared at people through his nostrils. Hey, bro. Hey, my beautiful girl. Can we just be friends? Can I just look at you from afar over there, and feel that you are very beautiful? I am particularly good at singing, dancing. However, before he could finish his sentence, Chen Shuyan gently shook her head and forced a smile. Stop talking, I'll add you. The Americanized boy smugly touched his nose, ran his hand through his hair, stuck out his tongue. Woogie excitedly let out a baboon-like cry, hands in his pockets, looking relaxed and in control. Shuchen was stunned, petrified on the spot. Are you really giving in to this? Seeing this, the others no longer hesitated and rushed forward, almost fighting to get there first. Goddess, give me a chance, isn't it too cold for you to sit in the front row? Let me give you my jacket. Goddess, I'm not asking for your contact information, but I hope you'll accept this gift. Can I buy you breakfast every day? Behind the warm-hearted guy, the bootlicker immediately stepped forward and said, What are you doing here causing trouble? The crowd was too large, and Suchen almost couldn't handle it alone, but fortunately, the bell for class rang just in time. Teacher Qian walked in with a thermos, spitting out some tea leaves. Ahem! Get back to your seats. Why are you all crowding in the front, trying to come up and sit here? The crowd dispersed in a commotion, quickly returning to their seats. During class, Suchen became increasingly puzzled by what had just happened. Did she really like that American-style boy? Although it seemed unlikely, it couldn't be ruled out that the goddess had some unique tastes. Suchen cautiously probed, Hey, Chen lady, where do you usually like to hang out on weekends? M3. Chen Shuyan was startled by his sudden change, goosebumps rising on her skin. Are you okay? Suchen awkwardly scratched his head, cleared his throat a couple of times, and returned to normal. I thought you liked that kind of guy, hee. Like what? Using an M3 as a comma all day, acting crazy and without a serious demeanor. I just didn't want to keep entangling with him, so I agreed. As they spoke, Chen Shuyan skillfully blocked the American-style boy. Suchen inadvertently glanced and saw that the number of people blacklisted was surprisingly in the 3 digits. Seeing Suchen's surprised expression, Chen Shuyan smiled brightly. Don't worry, as long as you don't mess around like them, you definitely won't end up on this list. Suchen was somewhat puzzled. What does messing around mean? What are the standards for messing around? At that moment, Chen Shuyan's phone received several messages. She had saved the contact as Big Brother, Choir. The person sent over 10,000 yuan and a few voice messages. Yen, this is a little token from Big Brother. Please accept it quickly. Let's meet tonight and practice the harmony part together. I'll wait for you at the Berkeley Hotel at 9 o'clock, don't be late. Because Su Chen was so close, he heard and saw everything clearly. Chen Shuyan listened to the voice messages with furrowed brows, then decisively blacklisted and deleted the person. She turned to Su Chen, holding up her phone, and complained, I hate these kinds of people the most, always finding various excuses to plot something sinister. Thinking they're all that just because they have a bit of money, acting like everyone should revolve around them. It's ridiculous and nauseating. Do you find these people annoying or not? They are quite annoying. Su Chen forced a smile. Despite the calm surface, he was already sweating profusely. Oh no, I've stepped into a minefield. His original plan was to prepare a generous gift for the date, just like when he asked out Ma Jiali, then continue to spend money, exchanging gifts for goodwill. When the time was right, he would make a direct move. But now this method clearly wouldn't work. He needed to carefully study what the other party's weakness was. Shu Yan, what's the name of the book you borrowed? It looks familiar, maybe I've read it too. Seeing the other person interested in the literary work she liked, Chen Shuyan suddenly became spirited and eagerly asked, Do you also like Clarice Lispector's The Hour of the Star? Su Chen nodded blankly, yes. He just wanted to find a topic to chat about, never expecting the other party to be so excited, as if injected with chicken blood. He hadn't read The Hour of the Star, but he had read The Hidden Corner. The names were similar, so the content should be similar too. Finally meeting a kindred spirit, Chen Shuyan seemed to have opened a floodgate, continuously sharing her interpretation of the book. It had come to this point, and Su Chen could only grit his teeth and listen, occasionally responding vaguely with oh, I see, yes. Cautious of Su Chen's tough demeanor, Teacher Qian listened to their whispered conversation without erupting. He knew his class was a blow-off class. No one really paid attention as long as he completed his teaching duties. The two of them chatted on until the bell rang for the end of class. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. We can chat next time. Bye-bye. Chen Shuyan waved happily at Su Chen by the door. Her smile bloomed like a flower, exuding innocence and warmth between her bright eyes and white teeth, as if a spring breeze brushed over the lake, creating ripples that were heart-stirring. But Su Chen was in no mood to appreciate it, looking as weary as a night owl who hadn't slept. Look at his expression. After chatting with the goddess for a whole class, he still looks unwilling. You don't understand. He's tired after chatting with her, you know. Oh he. Su Chen's two classmates behind him exchanged a sly smile. Although Su Chen had spent the 2 hours listening to Chen Shuyan's explanations, he hadn't come away empty-handed. At least he had gained some useful information. Since Chen Shuyan was in the choir, the members must know something about her. It was best to start with the people around her. Unfortunately, she didn't live on campus, or else asking her roommates would have been easier. So Su Chen found a girl from the choir and approached her sincerely. For this, Su Chen had to make a sacrifice. After all, not every girl was a goddess who could enjoy the benefits of his spending. When the girl saw the latest Gucci bag, her eyes lit up, and she promptly decided to betray her teammate. Yan Yan is amazing. She excels in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Does she have any favorite things or interests? The girl, Yun Yun, thought carefully with her head tilted. Well, she likes playing the piano, tending to plants, reading books, and she doesn't seem to have any other hobbies. Oh, and she loves dancing. She's really good at it. But compared to me, she's a bit lacking. Su Chen hurriedly asked, does she like any bags, cars, or even houses? Anything? Yun Yun answered truthfully, I don't think so. She doesn't seem interested in those things, and she rarely talks to us. Su Chen found this a bit tricky. It would have been easier if he could just use money. Money was something he had in abundance. For a goddess like her, there was only one way to impress her, talent and charisma. But besides his exceptional cooking skills, Su Chen didn't have much else. Should he start learning now? Would there be enough time, or would she already be married by the time he mastered a skill? Gugu, it's hard to pursue a girl like Chen Shuyan who was not interested in worldly matters. You should give up early, don't waste your time on her. She's free later, you can have dinner together. After dinner, she can dance for you. She's good at salsa dancing. Yun Yun's deliberately raised voice interrupted his thoughts. She was a professional rich second-generation hunter at the school, never failing in her 2 years of practice. With exceptional talent, she could accurately distinguish real from fake rich kids with precision and finesse. Most of the time, she could walk away unscathed, with a high success rate. She was leagues ahead of Hong Yao Yao. Joining the choir wasn't out of genuine passion, it was just another way to meet new prey. She had a keen eye and immediately recognized Su Chen's genuine Armani belt around his waist. Upon first meeting, to give a Gucci bag, an ordinary person really couldn't do it. Coupled with his recent words and actions, it was basically confirmed that he was indeed a good quality target. Su Chen glanced at Yun Yun. The girl in front of him had good looks, scoring 86 points. She had a good figure, didn't charge her phone often, indicating she probably valued cleanliness in her daily life. But the key was she wasn't a goddess-level figure. Otherwise, Su Chen would definitely be showering her with wads of cash and letting her taste his cooking. No, I'm busy tonight, thank you. Su Chen said, hands in his pockets, coldly turning to leave. Don't go, if not tonight, there's tomorrow night, or the night after. Yun Yun was unwilling to miss out on such a proactive target that came to her door. She hurried a few steps forward, trying to block his path with outstretched hands. Anyway, you must give me your contact information. Su Chen furrowed his brows slightly. She had accepted his gift, so it was a transaction. No one owed anyone anything. She dared to act stubborn with him, but he could have easily not been polite with her. However, Su Chen still wanted to consider his image. After all, he was somewhat of a prominent figure at school. Besides, a handsome man like him getting physical with a girl would be unsightly. Su Chen glanced at Bai Xia not far away and nodded towards the girl in front of him. Bai Xia immediately understood, this simple-minded guy didn't know how to appreciate beauty, so he grabbed Yun Yun's collar. It seemed bringing him here was the right choice. He had the potential to be a good follower and could be trained well. With an extra helper, he could delegate tasks that weren't suitable for him to handle. What are you doing? Hey, with a cry of surprise, Yun Yun watched in confusion as her legs slowly left the ground. She angrily shouted, you country bumpkin, let go of me. You tore my designer clothes. Can you afford to compensate for that? It's okay, if it's torn, I'll compensate. Su Chen replied domineeringly. With his assurance, Bai Xia threw the girl onto the sofa, then leaned against the wall with one hand to prevent her from harassing his big brother. Faced with his fierce and menacing gaze, Yun Yun became scared and swallowed nervously. She covered her chest with both hands, not daring to move, like a startled little rabbit. Hurry up and leave, don't scare the little girl. Okay, bro. After bidding farewell to Bai Xia, Su Chen returned alone to his rented room. As he reached the door, he suddenly heard a conversation between a man and a woman next door. Put more effort. Can you increase the frequency? Make the movements bigger. I came all this way. Can you not let it be in vain? Okay. Zhang Lao. Su Chen could clearly hear that voice. It was Xiaoling's voice, with a hint of coquettishness and drunkenness in her words. A sense of foreboding quickly enveloped him, and he rapidly imagined the entire scene. After hearing a knock on the door, Xiaoling got up to open it. The visitor was the lecherous man who had been eyeing her for a long time, this so-called Zhang Lao. Taking advantage of her vulnerability, he barged in and pounced on Xiaoling. Half drunk and half awake, she was unable to resist, let alone reach for the pepper spray. The scenes that followed were too brutal. Su Chen couldn't bear to imagine, nor could he. Hearing the shaky voice of the man, who seemed to be quite old, Su Chen couldn't believe that he dared to prey on younger women, not fearing sudden death. You old lecher, I'll make you pay with your life. Instantly, a surge of blood rushed to Su Chen's head, his face darkened instantly. Clenching his fists tightly, his knuckles turned white from the pressure, as if he wanted to compress all his anger into that small space. His eyes became sharp and icy, like two sharp swords, piercing through the thin door, aiming directly at the source of the voice. Su Chen took a few steps back, gathering strength, then unleashed his signature move, the General Yu flying kick, once again. Take that! With a loud bang, the innocent gate collapsed. Men and women inside all turned their heads in shock. Su Chen stood in the backlight like a hero from a movie, his figure tall and imposing. Old man, come and face your death. Su Chen charged forward in anger, intent on striking the old man without hesitation. Xiaoling reacted just in time, rushing to stand in front of the old man. She closed her eyes in fear of the incoming fist. Luckily, Su Chen held back his strength in time, otherwise, that punch would have landed on Xiaoling's face. He would have been devastated to mar her beautiful face. Anxiously checking on Xiaoling, Su Chen asked with concern, "Are you okay? No injuries?" Seeing her clothes intact, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief, finally letting go of his suspended worry. The old man on the sofa trembled as he stood up unsteadily, revealing himself before Su Chen. He was a bald old man with dry, wrinkled skin as if time had drained all moisture from it. Deep wrinkles crisscrossed his face, giving it a dull color like sun-faded tree bark, dotted with age spots. In stark contrast, his hands were surprisingly rosy, appearing remarkably tender and youthful, like a baby's hands. His fingers were slender, palms soft, resembling those of an infant. His slightly squinted eyes and smooth, hairless head reflected the sunlight softly, exuding a sense of tranquility despite his slightly hunched figure. Dressed plainly and neatly in a dark cotton shirt, loose pants, and cloth shoes, he emanated a serene and composed aura. His sudden appearance was both abrupt and yet fitting, nothing like the colorful old man Su Wanqing had imagined. Lingzi, what's going on? Who is this kid? The familiar voice Su Chen had heard at the door now sounded more composed and steady. Mr. Zhang, are you okay? I hope he didn't startle you just now. Xiaoling hurriedly approached to assist and explained, he's my younger brother. Your brother? Wasn't your youngest studying back in our hometown? Do you have another brother? Sis, why didn't you mention you had distant relatives in Minchang? Faced with the old man's 3 consecutive questions, Xiaoling had no choice but to answer truthfully. He's not a distant relative, he's someone I met here and treats me well. Oh, someone you met. The old man nodded slightly, stroking his beard, looking pensive. Then, unabashedly, he scrutinized Su Chen from head to toe. His gaze was deep and sharp, seemingly able to see through one's soul. Su Chen felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, a hint of nervousness creeping in. Stammering, he explained, what's wrong? I was just concerned for Lingjia's safety at home, that's all. I can always replace the gate, no problem. Hearing this, the old man chuckled. Kid, from what you're saying, you must be quite wealthy, huh? Mention of money bolstered Su Chen's confidence, straightening his posture. Well, I do have some money. Considering you're Lingzi's brother, let's settle for 5,000 for the gate. 5,000. Why not just rob me outright? Su Chen felt like cursing. He might have money, but he wasn't a fool. The old man could see the hesitation in his eyes, coughed a few times while covering his mouth, and murmured in pain, "Oh, what a bitter fate. Some people have money but don't intend to compensate, while others don't even have money to buy medicine." Cough, cough, cough. Xiaoling turned to glare at the old man. Why are you saying all this? Looking at the old man in front of him, who was as thin as a skeleton, Su Chen felt even more self-reproach. He quickly took out his phone to transfer money. 5,000 it is, I'll transfer it to Ling now. Xiaoling hurriedly raised her hand to stop him. Are you crazy? This broken door isn't worth 5,000. Besides, this house is rented, a few screws can fix it and it can still be used. Suchin gently removed her hand, comforting her. It's okay, sis, take the extra money and buy groceries. After all, your little brother will still come over here often to freeload on meals. But, before Xiaoling could finish her sentence, Su Chen had already transferred the money. You old rascal, how long are you going to keep pretending? Suddenly, Xiaoling angrily and desolately kicked towards the old man. Hey, sis! Su Chen was startled by this scene, feeling nervous. However, the old man displayed astonishing reflexes in the next moment. He swiftly leaped backward, agilely avoiding Xiaoling's attack. This was completely different from the weak and feeble appearance he had just shown, leaving everyone astonished. Lingzi, don't be angry. The old man smiled brightly, his wrinkles deepening on his face. You're short on money, so this old man thought of helping you make some extra money. Besides, this kid is so rich, and he's your little brother. What's wrong with asking him for some money? Although Su Chen felt a bit ironic about these words, he still nodded in agreement. After all, he had this system just to spend money on his goddess. Whatever the goddess wanted, even if it was the stars in the sky, as long as it could be solved with money, Su Chen was willing to do his best. This old man, no, this old grandpa is right. I'm your little brother, it's only natural for a little brother to earn money to spend on his sister. But Xiaoling seemed reluctant, muttering softly to herself, what's so natural about that? It's just that old man talking nonsense. The atmosphere on the scene became slightly awkward, and Su Chen's gaze shifted to the kitchen, his stomach timely growling. I'm hungry. Xiaoling suggested, let's go downstairs to eat then. Although this old man was truly annoying, he was at least Xiaoling's elder. So Su Chen decided to personally cook and treat them, also to express his apology for his impulsive behavior just now. Sis, why eat outside when I can cook? Stir-frying won't take long. Xiaoling hesitated and flicked her hair shyly. There's not much left at home, I haven't had the chance to go out and buy groceries again. After saying that, she glared fiercely at the old man. It's all your fault for coming unannounced and insisting on me giving you a massage. Old Zhang pouted in grievance, this old man just wanted to see if your skills had deteriorated. And if I hadn't come, you would still be snoring in bed, reeking of alcohol. Su Chen looked at the remaining ingredients in the fridge confidently, it's fine, it's enough. After half an hour of stir-frying, 4 dishes and a soup were all served. The plates were covered with a lid, looking quite mysterious. The dishes were ready, but there was nowhere to place them. There was no coffee table, no dining table, only a folding small table used for writing on the bed. The sofa could accommodate 2 people comfortably, but with 3 it was a bit crowded, and they needed to add another small table. So they moved the battlefield to Xiaoling's room. There was always a faint fragrance in her room, more intense than the scent of flowers, lighter than sandalwood, very pleasant. Xiaoling blushed and quickly picked up all the clothes scattered on the bed. As the cover was removed, a dazzling golden light flashed. The discerning Mr. Zhang widened his eyes, but it was only the size of a mung bean. Xiaoling also covered her mouth in surprise. In the dish, a dragon fish carved meticulously from carrots looked vivid, as if it could leap out of the water at any moment. The tofu next to it was delicate as silk, crystal clear, making one's mouth water. Su Chen stood aside, smiling shyly. There are only vegetables in the fridge, so I had to make some fancy dishes to make up for it. Please don't mind. Stir-frying was his specialty, but not the only skill he possessed. He was equally adept at other culinary arts. He could even whip up some simple Western dishes with ease. As the elder, Mr. Zhang started eating first. As he tasted the carrot with his chopsticks, his expression changed instantly, his pupils dilating. Incredible, I seem to taste the flavor of fish. He couldn't believe it and took 2 more bites. Su Chen proudly explained, during the steaming process, I not only preserved the original taste of the ingredients but also added some fish bones, so naturally, you can taste the fish. Mr. Zhang nodded in agreement and spat out 2 fish bones. Well done, this idea is really good. He was so engrossed in eating that he didn't even think about why there were fish bones but no fish. Those fish bones were leftovers from lunch. Luckily Su Chen kept them and successfully reused them. Young man, what's your name? Su Chen quickly replied, my surname is Su, and my name is Ansheng. Good name, then I'll just call you young man from now on. Su Chen. Mr. Zhang nudged him with his elbow and urged, Lingzi, don't just sit there, start eating. Xiaoling burped, emitting a faint smell of alcohol. I'm not hungry yet. You guys go ahead and eat first. Due to drinking too much at noon, her stomach was still bloated. At this moment, Su Chen brought in a bowl of specially made sour plum soup thoughtfully. Sis, drink this quickly, it's good for sobering up and appetizing. The experienced Mr. Zhang immediately saw through the situation. He squinted and asked tentatively, why didn't you make a bowl for yourself? Are you sober now? Su Chen, who was inexperienced, was caught off guard. He smiled and replied, I didn't drink much at noon, so I don't need it. Mr. Zhang immediately understood Su Chen's intentions. After the meal, the three of them got to know each other better. Su Chen also learned that the old man in front of him was Xia Ling's master. All of Xia Ling's culinary skills were taught by him. Su Chen stood up respectfully and bowed to Mr. Zhang. You are Ling's master, so you are now my master too. Please let me know if you need anything. Mr. Zhang nodded slightly, a hint of cunning in his eyes. Ling's cooking skills are too poor. I want you to come here and cook every day. Can you? Before he could finish, Xia Ling lightly kicked him. You old rascal. It's good enough that you have something to eat, and you still have the nerve to complain about me. Why don't you cook for yourself then? Why bother others, old man? Then, she turned to Su Chen as if she had changed, and said gently, don't listen to him, he's getting old and his brain is getting silly. Su Chen awkwardly laughed a few times. Hee, it's okay, I'm usually free anyway. Besides, I eat alone, it's more lively to eat with everyone. Mr. Zhang quickly agreed, she's willing to do it. I think you're the one whose brain is getting silly. Shut up. Xia Ling turned her head and immediately reached out to pinch the old man's arm. Su Chen was startled and quickly got up to stop her. It's none of your business. This old man's skin is tough. I'm just helping him loosen his muscles and bones, Xia Ling said. Su Chen was instantly scared, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Was this still the same Ling who he knew, sensitive and gentle as water? Are the girls from Shuchang also fierce? No wonder there are so many ear pickers over there, all forced helplessly. Su Chen couldn't intervene in other people's family matters, so he could only stand aside and watch quietly. Xia Ling was ruthless in her actions, whether she was pinching flesh, picking noses, or grabbing beards, she showed no mercy. He finally understood why Zhang Lao, despite his age, was still robust. If his constitution were a bit weaker, he wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of treatment. The thought of possibly losing control in bed in the future made Su Chen shiver. At that moment, Ma Jiali's call came in. Darling, I'm almost downstairs with a lot of luggage. Please come down and help me. Luggage? Su Chen suddenly realized, are you moving in to live with me? Yes, I've already checked out of my accommodation. I'm moving in tonight. Is there a guest at home? Why is it so noisy? Su Chen glanced at the people behind him entangled together and quickly ran outside. No, I was just watching TV, and the volume was too loud. Oh, I see. Hurry down, Xiao Wang drives pretty fast, we'll be there after return. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen acted swiftly. He absolutely couldn't let Ma Jiali move in. His chances with Xia Ling were already slim, and if Ma Jiali really moved in, it would be a disaster. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot share one mountain, two women definitely couldn't live together peacefully. However, high risk means high reward. If he succeeded, there would be double the happiness in the future. Haha. Enjoyment is a double-edged sword, and the body would bear double the burden. Sis, I have something to do, so I'll leave first, Su Chen said. Supporting Zhang Lao's face with one hand, Xia Ling turned her head and asked, little brother, aren't you staying a bit longer? I'll cut some fruit for you to aid digestion. Su Chen waved his phone in front of her. Sis, next time. I have an important friend waiting for me. Oh, okay, Xia Ling replied weakly. Completely immersed in strategizing, Su Chen didn't notice her despondent reaction and quickly ran downstairs to intercept Ma Jiali. As Su Chen's figure ran out the door, Xia Ling suddenly felt a sense of loss, as if she had lost something, feeling heavy in her heart. She gradually stopped her movements and stared blankly at the door. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Lao pressed his thumb against his index finger and flicked Xia Ling's head with a big acupoint. Ha, silly Lingzi, I got you, he chuckled triumphantly. Xia Ling turned her head and roared like an angry dragon, get lost. Taking advantage and acting cute, don't provoke me. This roar momentarily startled Zhang Lao, his expression resembling a messy little dog in the wind, instantly deflated. Suddenly, a familiar handsome face peeked in from the doorframe. Xia Ling's eyes lit up again, and a smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. Sis, don't worry about the gate. I'll find someone to fix it later. I'm leaving now. With that, the handsome face disappeared once more, leaving only the echoing sound of his footsteps in the corridor. The light in Xia Ling's eyes faded as the footsteps receded, gradually dissipating. Beep, beep. A majestic Land Rover drove into the shabby neighborhood, causing passers-by to slow down and gaze curiously. Everyone wanted to see who in the world could drive such a car. A slender young man got off the car, his long hair tied up with a hair tie, revealing a resolute face. He was wearing a worn-out t-shirt with faint red stains on it, paired with faded jeans, a stark contrast to the Land Rover next to him. He hurried to the back seat door. The door opened, and a pair of fair and slender legs stretched out. Judge, be careful. When the woman saw the man not far ahead, the frost on her face instantly melted, and she joyfully rushed over. And Shang Suchen gently touched her soft hair, letting her snuggle into his arms. After a brief intimacy, Ma Jelly pointed at Wang Hanqing's nose and ordered, "Don't just stand there, quickly move things upstairs." She had the air of a mistress. "Oh, okay." Wang Hanqing lifted a suitcase and was about to walk towards the stairs. Suchen quickly raised his hand to stop him. "Wait, hold on." The two looked at him in surprise. Cough. Suchen frowned slightly, pretending to be a little angry. "Jelly, how can you order Hanqing like that? If he's willing to help us, he's family. If he's family, you shouldn't use that tone." Ma Jelly pouted in grievance. "Oh, okay." She turned and lowered her head slightly to Wang Hanqing, whispering softly, "I'm sorry." Wang Hanqing quickly waved his hand. It's okay, please don't apologize. Actually, it's fine for Jiajie to call me that way. If she doesn't, I feel a bit uncomfortable. No, delaying like this is not a solution. I need to find a way to leave here quickly. Suchen patted Wang Hanqing's shoulder, ushered Ma Jelly into the car. "Don't move things, let's go somewhere else first." Ma Jelly curiously asked, "Where are we going?" After Suchen remained tight-lipped, they arrived at their destination. A saleswoman warmly greeted them as they entered. Suchen led them straight to a suit shop. The shop had soft lighting, exuding an air of elegance. As they stepped inside, the saleswoman approached them with a smile, displaying grace and professionalism. Dressed in the store's uniform, she appeared competent yet elegant. With a petite upturned nose, deep eye makeup, and bright lipstick, she seemed to radiate a glow, like a female lead from a Korean drama. "Good evening, sir, madam." Suchen looked at her, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. How could such a beautiful girl have a charm value of only 88, not over 90? However, his gaze quickly returned to the woman, filled with tenderness and indulgence. Suchen pulled Wang Hanqing, who had been hiding behind him, out and pointed at him, "Help him choose the most suitable suit, budget is unlimited, just find the right one." "Okay." The saleswoman grabbed Wang Hanqing's hand. "Sir, please follow me." Wang Hanqing stood there dumbfounded, his face blushing shyly, showing a timid expression. "Be boss, I'll go over there first." Suchen nodded in approval, but when he turned around, he noticed that the beauty in his arms had somehow moved aside. She turned her face away, crossed her arms, shoulders slightly raised, her bright eyes shimmering with a hint of displeasure. With her lips pressed together, her sweet smile had vanished, replaced by a hint of seriousness and discontent. "Baby, what's wrong?" As soon as Suchen's finger touched Ma Jelly's shoulder, she quickly avoided it, sulking and not speaking. Though a girlfriend's anger was harder to handle than a pig, Suchen had been helping with pigs since he was young. Every time there was a pig slaughter during the Chinese New Year, he would participate, accumulating a lot of experience. With one hand around the waist and the other hand supporting the back, legs firmly clamped, with just a few moves, he successfully subdued her, holding her tightly in his arms, rendering her unable to move. Although the posture was a bit awkward, the effect was surprisingly good. Suchen knowingly asked, "Darling, are you angry?" Ma Jelly, in a cooperative manner, said with a false tone, "Humph, who's angry? I'm just feeling a bit hot, that's all." Suchen decided to teach her a lesson for her bad temper, deliberately ignoring her for over 10 seconds. Unable to bear being ignored, Ma Jelly finally exploded, sternly questioning, "Is a driver more important than me? My silly darling, how could he be more important than you? I can always find another driver, but without you, I wouldn't want to live. You don't need to be jealous of a driver. I bought him clothes just to make him look presentable, not to embarrass us." "Then why were you staring at that girl just now? Is she prettier than me?" Truth be told, they were quite evenly matched in terms of looks. She came over so warmly to say hello. I couldn't just ignore her completely, could I? I just glanced at her. Listening to his gentle words, Ma Jelly gradually regained her composure, pondered briefly, and felt that there was some truth to it, her struggling weakening. Seizing the moment, Suchen said, "Buying clothes for him was just a casual thing. The big surprise I have prepared for you is yet to come." Ma Jelly was slightly stunned. "You mean the surprise you're planning is for me?" "Yes." Suchen took the opportunity to kiss her on her slightly parted lips. With so much experience accumulated, Suchen's kissing skills had greatly improved, no longer the inexperienced novice he once was. Ma Jelly soon found herself weak in the knees from his kisses, gradually losing strength, half lying in his arms. Her cheeks blushed, her eyes glazed, breathing out waves of hot air between breaths. At this moment, Wang Hanqing had changed into new clothes and reappeared before everyone. Clothes make the man, and he was now a completely different person from before. He looked more gentlemanly and refined. No matter how sleazy a man may seem, once he puts on a suit and stands up straight, he instantly becomes more dignified. Ma Jelly quickly took Su Chen's hand, insisting that he dress up as well. Su Chen didn't want to make things complicated and was comfortable just wearing slippers and a tank top, but he couldn't resist her, so he reluctantly complied. The saleswoman was very tactful. Knowing Su Chen was the boss, she deliberately picked out a more expensive suit. However, she sacrificed aesthetics for price and chose a more suitable suit. She even took on the role of his stylist, carefully styling his hair. When the curtain was pulled back, Ma Jelly's pupils emitted 2 pink hearts, beating rapidly with excitement. With this outfit, Su Chen's physique and appearance almost reached the level of a celebrity. He looked at his handsome self in the mirror and then at Ma Jelly's reaction. She couldn't help but throw herself at him, wanting to claim him right then and there. Su Chen suddenly had a new understanding of dressing up. It seemed that men in suits were no less appealing than boys in casual wear. Su Chen casually praised, "Your skills and aesthetics could probably rival those students at the Beijing Beauty and Makeup Art Academy." The saleswoman shyly tugged at her floral dress. "You guessed right. I was a student at that school before." Su Chen was secretly surprised. To be able to get into and graduate from the Beijing Beauty and Makeup Art Academy, one not only needed high academic scores but also a strong innate sense of public aesthetics. School only enrolls a few hundred students at a time, and those who can graduate smoothly are basically gold medal makeup artists, usually able to stay by celebrities' side as personal assistants. Their makeup skills are not about following the same popular internet trends, but about cleverly using makeup to cover flaws and enhance features based on each person's facial characteristics and needs. They know how to highlight everyone's strengths with makeup and bring out a unique charm without altering their original appearance. Therefore, they also have a fitting title, makeup restoration artists. This is why Su Chen was so surprised by the educational background of the saleswoman. The woman noticed his puzzled expression and explained, "Well, it's a bit embarrassing to say, but I dropped out halfway through my studies. Besides, nowadays, finding a job depends on your family background, especially in my profession. Without connections, it's unrealistic to try to break into the industry." She forced a smile. "Anyway, sooner or later, I would have to work, and things are fine now." Before attending university, Su Chen naively thought that as long as everyone attended the same school, they would all be similar. It wasn't until he entered university that he realized it only made him aware of social classes rather than helping him transcend them. Coming from an ordinary or even poor family background, he could empathize with this sense of helplessness. Su Chen gradually began to appreciate talent. However, before making any decisions, he needed to consult his beloved. After all, she was his 0.0001% discount card. "Darling, you work so hard every day with makeup and choosing clothes, how about hiring someone to help you?" Ma Jelly looked slightly surprised. "Isn't that a bit too much?" A hint of concern appeared on her face. Su Chen hurriedly reassured her, "It's not too much at all, not at all. Celebrities have their own makeup artists, and my darling is just as beautiful, so why shouldn't she have one?" That's a valid point." Ma Jelly felt a bit flattered. However, she realized that although she had the heart of a good wife, she couldn't appear too delicate. After all, Su Chen came from a prominent family, and being overly delicate would make her seem narrow-minded. "Alright, but the person you find must be professional, not just anyone. So, you agree?" Ma Jelly nodded gently. "Yes, but they have to pass my test first." Su Chen knew that those who could get into the Capital Makeup and Beauty Academy were skilled, so he had no worries. "Miss, could you please do my girlfriend's makeup?" The saleswoman eagerly approached, flashing a sweet smile. "Of course." She then took out 2 brushes and started working on Ma Jelly's face. In less than 5 minutes, she was done. The eyeliner skillfully outlined the shape of her eyes, the eyeshadow layers added depth, making her eyes more captivating. The mascara defined each lash clearly, thick and curled, fluttering like a gentle fan, bringing a soft breeze. The highlighter enhanced the contour of her nose, subtly shaping the sides, making it look natural and three-dimensional. A soft pink lipstick was chosen, sweet yet adding a touch of mature charm. The lip liner created perfect lips, making them plump and enticing. Despite using many products, Ma Jelly's face showed no trace of makeup, enhancing her natural beauty. The saleswoman patiently explained, "Your features are already exquisite, so I think a light makeup suits you best." Ma Jelly picked up the mirror and let out a series of amazed sighs. "Oh my gosh, so this is what makeup really is. Have I just been drawing on my face before?" Even Su Chen, a straight guy like him, couldn't help but applaud at the makeup skills. Finally, Su Chen understood why she only had a charm value of 87 despite having a star-like face. "How about this person, do we hire her?" Ma Jelly eagerly nodded, vigorously shaking Su Chen's arm, seeming more anxious than him. "Yes. Bring her over, I want her to teach me this makeup tonight. How much is your monthly salary?" The salesgirl was a bit stunned by this abrupt question, but she answered truthfully. The salary is not fixed, mainly based on commissions. It's been around 5 to 6,000 in recent months. Su Chen waved his hand, extending 2 fingers in front of her. I'll give you 20,000 this month first, with a bonus if you perform well. The salesgirl was briefly delighted but quickly regained her composure. Sir, please don't joke with me. Upon hearing this, Wang Hanqing quickly stepped forward to testify. However, he became flustered and started to stutter when he got anxious. And I'm not joking, my boss is a good person, I was also recruited like this, it's true. Despite the sincerity shown by the three, the salesgirl, who had been beaten down by life countless times, was reluctant to believe that there could still be such good things in this world. She even began to suspect that the three were bloggers filming a prank, carrying hidden cameras, pretending in front of the camera, using themselves to increase followers. Because she felt that Ma Jiali looked a lot like a certain internet celebrity, something like Run 2 or Run Something, always playing a rural widow on Dohai. Su Chen sensed her embarrassment and took the initiative to step back. It's okay, let's exchange contact information first. Take your time to think about it. It's not too late to tell me the result later. Oh, okay. She wanted to see what tricks these three were up to. She estimated that even buying clothes was fake. After filming this video, they would return the clothes with various excuses. But things never went as she expected. Su Chen actually asked for the payment code, paid cleanly, and left without looking back, holding the beauty in his arms. And the seemingly dull boy actually ran up to help open the door for them, every move revealing humility, like a servant. Those 2 suits cost almost 50,000 in total. Since he entered, the man never asked about the price, letting her choose everything herself. When paying, he didn't even mention any discounts, paying straightforwardly, looking more at ease than when she received the payment. The salesgirl started to panic. She didn't know why her heart suddenly raced, her mouth dry. A woman's sixth sense made her feel inexplicably fearful, as if a good opportunity had slipped through her fingers. Anxiously, the salesgirl scratched her fingers. After a few seconds of brief contemplation, she ultimately mustered the courage to chase after them. Even if the other party was really a blogger filming a prank for Dohai, even if she was tricked into filming a spoof video, it didn't matter, she wouldn't lose anything anyway. Dignity? It had long been trampled. Sir, please wait. Su Chen was already halfway into the car door. At the moment she shouted, he confidently and devilishly smiled, then leaned back out. I can agree, but there's a condition. Since it was paid with war wolf coins, even if she raised the price, Su Chen wouldn't mind at all. What condition? Tell me. Why you must pay me first, and at least give me 2 days off a month, even 1 day is fine, I need to visit my grandmother at the nursing home. Su Chen was slightly taken aback by this, then burst into laughter. Instinctively wanting to put his hand on the salesgirl's shoulder, she took a half step back in fright. Fortunately, Marjorie was in the car, otherwise it would have been really hard to explain if she had seen this scene. Hee, what you're saying is not a big deal. Just call me when you need me, do whatever you want when you're free, no obligations. I'll transfer the money to you now. Here, give me your phone. A windfall from the sky? The god of wealth knocking on the door? Who could resist such a tempting offer? The saleswoman handed over the phone, half believing, half doubting. When she took it back, she found an extra 150,000 in her balance. She became nervous instantly. Where did this money come from? Su Chen replied with a smile, obviously, it's from me. I see you're short on money, so I'll advance you half a year's salary. As for the extra money, consider it as payment for your help with styling and makeup this time. Men's words, deceiving ghosts. The woman calmly opened loan platforms such as Xiaobai and Mobai. After confirming that the man did not take out a loan using her phone, she breathed a sigh of relief. She cautiously confirmed again, this really isn't money earned by selling myself, right? Su Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. How could I, a dignified and upright gentleman, be thought of so vulgarly? Rest assured, this is really just half a year's salary for you. If I ask you to do something outside your job scope, feel free to report me to the police and let the righteous officers arrest me. The woman finally let go of all her guard and introduced herself proactively. Hello, boss, my name is Liang Shitting. Su Chen blurted out, I know. In his mind, he thought, I even know your age and how many times you've recharged your phone. But this girl is quite innocent, still chaste at 24. Realizing he almost slipped up, Su Chen quickly corrected himself. I know, my name is Su Chen. Oh, okay. Xiaolian, we were just in a customer relationship earlier, so I couldn't criticize you. But now that I'm your boss, I have to say a few words. Su Chen put away his kind expression and his face instantly turned serious. Liang Shitting immediately straightened up, perked up her ears, and adopted a humble attitude. Please go ahead. Su Chen adjusted his pants, furrowed his brows, and complained with a hint of grievance, "These pants are too tight, didn't you notice?" Following his hand, Liang Shitting saw the unsightly bulge in front of her, and her cheeks flushed red. I'm sorry, boss, it's indeed my fault. I didn't think it through, please give me another chance, I promise there won't be a next time. Liang Shitting quickly apologized. Su Chen gently placed his hand on her shoulder and comforted her, "It's okay, you don't have to be so formal with me, just be more careful next time. By the way, since I have a driver, do you want to leave together?" It's okay. I'd like to finish this last shift properly today." Su Chen nodded, not insisting. "Alright, I'll leave now, contact me if you need anything." As the car drove away, the red warmth on Liang Shitting's face did not diminish. The embarrassing scene kept replaying in her mind, reminding her to be more careful and not make such a low-level mistake next time. "Bro, where are we going next?" After 2 seconds of silence, Su Chen slowly said, "Let's go to the Rolls-Royce dealership. There are 29 Rolls-Royce dealerships in China, with one in Mindu, more than 50 kilometers away from the others. Without an appointment, they would close around 8 o'clock, and it was already 7:30, testing the driver's skills." Wang Hanqing glanced at the map and realized that the navigation route was not the shortest. So he simply turned off the navigation and quickly planned the shortest route in his mind. "Alright, bro, buckle up." Ma Jiali vaguely guessed what Su Chen wanted to do in the car, but she couldn't believe it. The car cost tens of millions, in a completely different league from the current Land Rover. How could anyone be willing to give this as a gift? When Wang Hanqing pulled the handbrake, the piercing sound of the brakes echoed. The car executed a perfect drift into the parking space, achieving a true parallel parking. Timing was just right, half of the lights in the car exhibition hall had already been turned off, and most of the staff were getting ready to leave at the entrance. Su Chen, holding Ma Jiali's hand, continued walking towards the store as if nothing had happened. At that moment, a young man stepped forward and asked, "Sir, do you have an appointment?" Su Chen shook his head. "I'm sorry, sir, we are already closed for the day. If you want to test drive the car, please come back tomorrow." Su Chen opened his phone and showed it to the man. "We still have 5 minutes, that should be enough time." The young man thought the person in front of him was looking for trouble and became somewhat annoyed. "Why are you like this?" A slightly older woman quickly walked over and pulled the young man behind her, blocking him. With a warm smile, she said, "Hello, sir, here to see the car, right this way." Su Chen nodded gently and led Ma Jiali straight into the store. Meanwhile, Wang Hanqing stood by their side, alert and vigilant, not moving an inch. The young man tugged at the woman's sleeve, puzzled. "Sis, we're almost closing, what's the point of entertaining people like them who are just here to look around?" The woman confirmed that the three had entered the store and patiently explained to him. "You were still at the door, didn't you see the car they arrived in? That's at least a car worth over 3 million. And look at the woman next to that man, can an ordinary person attract such a high-level girl? Most importantly, they even brought a driver, it's obvious they're here to pick up a car." "Oh, I see now." The young man suddenly understood and couldn't help but praise, "Sis, you're really sharp." "Sharp, right? Do you understand now?" The young man nodded happily, "Of course, I do." The woman's expression changed. "If you understand, why are you standing there dumbfounded? Go and serve tea to the guests." Xiaomei skillfully adjusted her posture, half kneeling to serve tea, and cautiously asked, "Just now, Xiaosong has already explained your needs to me. We have 2 Rolls-Royce Phantom cars in stock, one standard and one extended version. The extended version has slightly more space, but in terms of price..." Su Chen interrupted her before she could finish. "Price doesn't matter, it must be extended, a man must never be short." Xiaomei was taken aback, realizing that the man in front of her was not simple. She quickly responded in a joking tone, "Sir, you're joking, with your handsome looks, even without an extension, you're definitely not short." Su Chen looked at the beautiful woman in front of him in surprise. He didn't expect her to handle any kind of conversation. Su Chen felt secretly pleased by her bold flattery. "You're right, but a little extra length wouldn't hurt." They exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. Ma Jiali, who had experienced it firsthand, felt a bit embarrassed, her face turning red from the conversation. Because what Xiaomei said was indeed true. After the small joke, the atmosphere in the room eased a lot. "Sir, this way please." Xiaomei took the initiative to lead them to the car. As the curtain was unveiled, a steel beast about 6 meters long and 1.7 meters high came into view. It lay there quietly, yet exuded a sense of oppression. The classic Rolls-Royce design was dignified and majestic. The front face features iconic square waterfall headlights and a grille, with uniquely designed headlights at both ends of the grille, emitting a strong visual impact. The side of the car is long and elegant, with a classic gull-wing door design. The rear of the car is simple yet grand, with uniquely designed taillights resembling bright stars in the night sky, illuminating the car's noble temperament. The most eye-catching feature is the iconic little golden figure on the front of the car, the flying goddess, with a smiling face and a bow, as if sincerely greeting everyone. The Land Rover at the door seems like a docile little cat in front of the Rolls-Royce, instantly losing any hint of temper. Holding Su Chen's arm, Ma Jelly couldn't help but exclaim, "How much money does it take to buy this car?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Mei, who was leading the way in front, smiled and said, "Miss Ma, you can guess. 3 chances. If the price difference is not more than 2 million, I can personally give you a sheepskin blanket worth 60,000. What? 60,000 for a blanket? With just 1,908 more, you could buy a BYD chain. How expensive is this car really?" Ma Jelly became interested and asked tentatively with a cute tilt of her head, 10 million? Xiao Mei shook her head with a smile, too low, quite a bit off. This was already what she considered a more reasonable price. Could luxury cars like this really cost over 100 million? Then, 100 million? Too much. The car does have a big reputation, but the price is not that outrageous. Although Su Chen was not familiar with cars, as a bookworm, he had read thousands of novels, especially web novels. He might not know the prices of ordinary cars, but he had not forgotten the prices of luxury cars. Rubbing his chin, he furrowed his brows slightly and gave his estimated number. "It should be around 20 million, right?" Xiao Mei smiled with twinkling eyes, clapping lightly, and complimented, "Indeed, Mr. Su, you are truly talented and insightful. This car is exactly 20 million, your analysis was spot on." Su Chen smiled nervously and truthfully replied, "Just lucky guesswork. You are too modest, luck is also a manifestation of strength." Xiao Mei tried to show a happy and enthusiastic demeanor for work. Su Chen was also pleased with the flattery. Both of them were laughing happily. Only Ma Jelly, who was left aside, started to feel a bit angry, crossing her arms with a slight frown on her face. "Fine, he used analysis, and I used guessing, right? If he's right, it's called insight, then if I'm wrong, does it mean I have no insight at all?" The more Ma Jelly thought about it, the angrier she became, so she turned and walked away. "I don't want to stay here anymore, humph." Su Chen was puzzled and followed, "Why, don't you like this kind of car?" Seeing the client wanting to leave, Xiao Mei inwardly panicked. She quickly ran ahead, slightly bent down, lowered her head, and asked softly, "Miss Ma, is it that you are not satisfied with this car? Or is there something we did wrong?" Ma Jelly coldly uttered 2 words, "Both." Xiao Mei's inner turmoil roared, "Miss, please don't mess things up." She had finally managed to make the big shot so happy, signing the contract was just a matter of talking, or at worst, inviting the big shot to a seafood dinner. "Why are you causing trouble at this moment? If the big shot buys the car, you will also shine. Why do you need to seek attention as a mere decoration?" Although Xiao Mei's mindset was exploding, she remained calm on the surface. Su Chen, who knew her character well, quickly realized the reason for this arrogant little princess's tantrum. So he reminded, "Actually, Miss Ma's guess on the price just now was correct. It's just that the car's configuration is different, right?" Afraid that Xiao Mei didn't catch on, he even raised his eyebrows deliberately. In the workplace, Xiao Mei, who has been through many battles, keenly picked up on the hint and quickly devised a plan. She worked hard to maintain a smile on her face and promptly diffused the situation. "Oh, right. We do have a car worth 10 million, and another one worth 100 million. It was my fault for not framing the question properly. Miss Ma actually guessed correctly just now." "Miss Ma, you are truly so clever. Your insight is truly admirable. I didn't express the question clearly enough earlier, but you were able to accurately grasp the key points and even anticipate my next question, as I was about to ask about those 2 cars. Your wisdom and sharpness truly amaze me. This blanket should be gifted, and I will also give you a carpet worth 66,000, because you answered 2 questions correctly in a row." After a round of exaggerated praise, Ma Jelly finally stopped in her tracks. She asked with a strange expression, "Really? So, I guessed right?" Su Chen and Xiao Mei both nodded in unison, saying, "You guessed right." "Humph, that's about right." She threw herself into Su Chen's arms, coquettishly saying, "After buying this car, I must celebrate with champagne on it." Xiao Mei breathed a sigh of relief. "Alright, let's go back and take a good look at the car first." Everyone returned to the car. Xiao Mei, wearing gloves, touched the wheel and introduced, "This black fully polished 24-inch will cost 500,000, equivalent to a Mercedes-Benz E-Class." Next, she gently led everyone to the back of the car, pointing to the exquisite chrome exhaust pipe. "This chrome exhaust pipe costs 200,000. Then, she walked to the door, and the welcome light under her feet instantly lit up, with the RR logo light resembling stars in the night sky, priced at 250,000. Inside the car, the embroidered patterns on the seat headrests caught the eye, worth 200,000. Looking further back, the electric rear window curtain slowly opened, like a stage curtain, creating a private and comfortable space for passengers, priced at a staggering 350,000, comparable to a Mercedes-Benz C-Class. The executive aviation seats in the rear are as comfortable as first-class airplane cabins, equipped with various electric adjustment functions, with an astonishing price of $1.2 million. On the center console, the golden gallery shines brightly, like a flowing scroll, pushing the luxurious atmosphere inside the car to a climax, priced at 900,000. The most eye-catching feature is the starry sky roof, as if the entire galaxy is fitted inside the car, making one feel like they are in a dream, priced at 800,000. In addition, there are top-notch sound systems, intelligent vehicle assistance systems, electrically retractable hood ornaments, and many other high-tech features, each showcasing the extraordinary quality and performance of Rolls-Royce. Su-Chen listened carefully throughout the introduction, while Ma Jelly was busy doing calculations with her fingers. 50,000 plus 200,000, plus another 200,000. Su-Chen lightly tapped her not-so-bright head. Sweetheart, what are you calculating? Don't disturb me, I'm thinking. 2 minutes later, she looked frustrated. Ugh, this is too hard to calculate. But I'm sure that the total of those just now definitely doesn't add up to 20 million. Su-Chen helplessly chuckled twice. Typical big-chested and brainless, coming to buy a Rolls-Royce, who cares about value for money. Ma Jelly stared at him seriously. I'm telling the truth, this car is not worth that price at all. Alright, I know, but it's fine, brother just likes to be a big spender. There was no way around it. She was his beloved goddess, so spoiling her was the only option. Su-Chen naturally didn't take the 20 million seriously. Sometimes, what you buy is not just a car, but also prestige and convenience. Brother may not speak, but his Rolls-Royce will speak for him. Su-Chen waved his hand in front of Wang Hanqing and yawned on the side as soon as he came in. Xiao Wangba, can you get used to driving such a long car? Wang Hanqing regained his senses and nodded heavily. No problem, bro. What he used to drive before was much bigger and more hardcore than what was in front of him now, requiring some serious skills just to survive until now. Everything was ready, just lacking the contract. Su-Chen decisively asked Xiaomei to bring the contract. He wanted to pay the full amount in one go and requested that the car owner be listed as Ma Jelly. Ha! Xiaomei's smile froze on her face, her mouth gaping wide enough to fit an egg. Even Ma Jelly herself seemed very surprised. Could it be true that he was really giving it away? This was 20 million, not 2,000, enough to buy the Land Rover parked at the dormitory entrance. Xiaomei began to doubt her own ears. How could someone be willing to spend 20 million in one go just to impress a girl? She cautiously suggested, Boss, if the car is registered under Mrs. Name, then the car will be under her ownership. Su-Chen nodded, of course I know that, just bring the contract quickly. His tone was already a bit impatient. After all, he was eager to go back and continue pursuing the beautiful neighbor. For Ma Jelly, it was 20 million, but for himself, it was just 2,000. With a chance to increase her favorability, the return on investment was exponential. Why not do it? And for a materialistic girl like her, the more money you spend, the more she will listen to you, straightforward and simple. Oh, okay. On the way to get the contract, Xiaomei's mind was racing. Being able to pay the full amount of 20 million for a car pickup, there were only a few big families in the entire Fujian province who could do that directly. Their assets must be at least in the billions, even tens of billions, and with a certain stable cash flow to dare to do so. There was only one possibility. The other party was probably a big shot from Beijing or Shanghai. How many chances in life would one have to come into contact with a big shot? She must hold on to this money tree firmly. After bringing the contract, Xiaomei took the initiative to ask Su-Chen for his contact information. Boss, let's exchange contact information, for convenience and after-sales service and maintenance. Su-Chen raised an eyebrow, sounding quite surprised. After-sales service? If the car breaks down, wouldn't you just buy another one directly? Ha! This was the second explosive statement Xiaomei had heard tonight. Why did each word sound familiar, but when combined, it felt a bit strange. But she quickly caught on and continued along with his words. Boss, they mean engine maintenance. If you don't oil the engine for too long, it's easy to break down. There's more to it than meets the eye. But Su-Chen had no interest in her at all. After all, he was getting a bit old, and had been around the block a few times. He had no interest in chewing on a piece of lard. Just kidding, add one. Xiaomei quickly handed him her phone, not forgetting to flatter him. Mr. Su's love for Miss Ma is truly touching. The most beautiful lady paired with the best car, a perfect match. This flattery was well done, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Praising Su-Chen's deep affection, Ma Jelly's beauty, and also their own car. No wonder most ancient emperors were misled by flatterers, each one better than the last, who wouldn't be confused. After Ma Jelly stamped her handprint, her gaze towards Su Chen completely changed. Besides the usual liking and admiration, there was more awe. Goodwill from Ma Jelly +1, although she wasn't very good at math, she could still grasp the concept of tens of millions. She couldn't get this much money even if she sold herself. Such a big deal required a handover ceremony. Ribbons were cut, champagne flowed. The salespeople in the store lined up, holding flower-shaped confetti cannons. This big deal would keep them well-fed for a long time. Working overtime late at night, everyone's smiles were even brighter than those of the three people buying a car. A professional-looking photographer gestured for Su Chen and Ma Jelly to stand in front of the car for a commemorative photo. Su Chen wanted to invite Wang Hansheng as well, but he seemed resistant to the camera and refused. So, they didn't insist. As the fireworks exploded, the moment when Ma Jelly nestled in Su Chen's arms was captured. With a flash of white light, Ma Jelly felt a moment of daze, as if everything was a dream. Only the contract in her hand and Su Chen's warm embrace made her realize that this was all real. Ma Jelly looked at the car, then raised her head to look at the handsome man in front of her. Su Chen nodded. With his approval, she happily jumped into the car like a little girl receiving a gift. May, are you familiar with the Central City Commercial Street? I want to rent a storefront there, or maybe buy a shop directly. Xiao Mei was a bit surprised. She wondered why a wealthy man like him would need her help to rent a place. It should be simple for him. Perhaps he wanted to develop locally, start building connections, and took the initiative to extend an olive branch to her. Thinking of this, Xiao Min became excited. Since he took the initiative, she needed to show her strength and reveal some information. Of course, we have a wide network in our line of work. She leaned closer to Su Chen's head, lowering her voice. Boss, to be honest, sales are just my side job. I mainly operate in other circles and know many ways. As long as the funds are available, I can handle anything not too extreme for you. Su Chen nodded slightly. Then I'll give you a task. Help me secure a shop. It should be in the busiest area of the commercial street. Money is not an issue, but we need to control the price. You negotiate for me, and once it's settled, you'll get your share. Sure thing, boss. The back seat was spacious, the seats comfortable, with a starry sky roof and carpet. Everything was perfect. The only problem was the fridge in the middle of the two seats. Taking advantage of Ma Jelly's happiness, Su Chen made his request. He gently held Ma Jelly's soft hand in his palm and rubbed it lightly. Darling, are you going to continue living at the school? Ma Jelly's happy smile suddenly disappeared from her face. She pouted in confusion. Why? Don't you want to live with me, or have you lost interest in me? Silly girl, how could that be? Why would I bring you to buy a Rolls-Royce tonight if I didn't like you? We still have so many things to experience together. I want to wake up to you every day. Su Chen patiently explained. But you're so popular at school, everyone's eyes are on you, your photos are all over the confession wall. You know, I prefer to keep a low profile, I don't like being the center of attention. Besides, if news spreads that you moved in with me, no one will vote for you in the upcoming school beauty pageant. I don't want to become a public enemy. Ma Jelly quickly waved her hands. It's okay, I don't care. As long as I can be with you all the time, I'm happy. Silly, I do care. Who wouldn't want their girlfriend to be the school beauty? It's a great feeling to show off at gatherings. 10 Rolls-Royces can't compare. Su Chen's gentle voice was magnetic. His tone was firm, his eyes filled with seriousness and affection. When he looked at Ma Jelly, it was as if the whole world revolved around her. Really? Su Chen held her egg-shaped face in his hands and nodded earnestly. Really? She lowered her head, shyly tugging at her skirt. Then, what should I do if I miss you a lot, like right now? Han Qing, find a more secluded place to park. Immediately, Su Chen pulled Ma Jelly onto his seat, holding her in his arms. Just talk to me like you are now. As long as you want it, brother will give you everything he can give you. Ma Jelly was deeply moved by his words, and her doubts and unease gradually dissipated. She looked at Su Chen, tears shimmering in her eyes, as if at that moment, she felt an unprecedented warmth and happiness. Brother's love is sincere and genuine, never just empty words. If you don't believe it, you can see for yourself. Su Chen grabbed her hand and placed it on his abdomen. Ma Jelly's favorability +1, Ma Jelly's favorability +1. Even though the Rolls-Royce's chassis was tuned softly, it couldn't avoid activating the emergency escape mode. Wang Hansheng smoked one cigarette after another, finishing the whole pack, his mouth feeling numb, before Ma Jelly got out of the car. She licked the residue at the corner of her mouth with her delicate tongue, walking step by step towards Wang Hansheng. He quickly threw away the cigarette butt and respectfully lowered his head. Miss Ma, give me the key to the Land Rover, I'll drive back myself. and Shang brother has urgent matters and needs you to hurry over. Alright, miss. Wang Hanqing returned to the car. Through the rearview mirror, Su Chen was half sitting in his seat, his face pale, lips turning white. He murmured softly, just 1 point short, just 1 point. It was evident to the naked eye that he had weakened considerably, looking like he had exhausted all his resources. Wang Hanqing sighed inwardly, women are indeed troublemakers, not to be trifled with. He considerately opened the window to freshen the air inside the car and asked, Bro, do you want to buy something first? Su Chen struggled to get up from his seat. No need, it's important to handle business first, let's go to Manhwa. Alright, bro. Wang Hanqing excitedly fastened his seatbelt and started the car. He then reminded, Bro, you need to control yourself. Just as Su Chen was having an intense exchange with Ma Jelly, he suddenly received a message from the female car owner who used to sell Land Rovers. The message was straightforward, asking for a loan and setting a meeting place for discussion. If it were someone else, Su Chen would have ignored it, asking for a loan and still acting so arrogant, not coming over but asking me to go there instead? People asking for loans sure act like they're the boss. But this wasn't just anyone, it was the elusive goddess, and the conquest reward was a resurrection. An extra chance at life, who wouldn't be tempted? So, after receiving the message, Su Chen swiftly made a decision and rushed over. He didn't know if this resurrection opportunity could be used by someone else, otherwise, he could just say, resurrect, my love, yay. A Rolls-Royce parked steadily at the entrance of the bar, instantly overshadowing the nearby Maybach. The surrounding car owners hurried to move their vehicles, afraid that a slight tremor or slip might accidentally scratch the big shot's luxury car. Most of the people coming to the bar were young, taking out their phones to stop and watch. After getting out of the car, Su Chen arrived at the bar entrance, raising his eyebrows. Damn, isn't this the same bar where he had his first date with Ma Jelly? It was just that he was a bit nervous during the first date and didn't pay attention to the bar's name. If he had known it was here, Su Chen would definitely not have come back. Because not long ago, he had suffered a serious harassment here, leaving an indelible shadow on his young heart. If he had known it was here, he would never have come. But the agreed time was almost up, and Su Chen didn't want to leave a bad impression by being late for the first meeting. Now he could only grit his teeth and go in, praying that the bald security guard wouldn't be on duty today. But fate always likes to play tricks on people, and today it just happened to be the bald security guard on duty at the door. Su Chen blended into the crowd, burying his head deeply and raising his collar to help shield himself. Wang Hanqing curiously asked, Bro, why are you doing this? Don't ask, just keep up. Oh, okay. Although Wang Hanqing didn't understand the significance of his boss's actions, he knew that his boss's words were always right, so he just followed along. So, he imitated Su Chen's posture, hunching his body as he moved forward. One suspicious person was already noticeable, let alone two. Another security guard was about to stop Su Chen, but was stopped by the bald security guard. He wrinkled his nose, showing a joyful expression on his face. My sweet, is it really you? I miss you so much. Su Chen was instantly covered in goosebumps, his whole body tensing up like a reflex. Wow, it's really you, ha 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 hi. The bald security guard rushed towards him ecstatically as if he had found a treasure. With each step he took, Su Chen felt the world trembling lightly. He was on the verge of collapse, shouting, Don't come any closer. Oh no, usually he was the one pulling others. Could it be that today the roles were reversed and he was the one being pulled? Just as Su Chen felt he was about to face a disaster, a slender figure stood in front of him. Hanqing? Su Chen looked at the slender figure in disbelief. My boss told you not to come over, didn't you hear? Wang Hanqing stood in front of Su Chen, looking at the other person with a dark expression. The bald security guard stopped in his tracks, looking down at the much smaller figure in front of him with disdain. Then, in broken Mandarin, he said, You better get out of my way, or I won't be polite. Then go ahead and try. With these words, Wang Hanqing, who used to be submissive, exuded a fierce aura from head to toe, as if he had transformed into a different person. Humph, let me show you the power of Lin Bao Lampa. The bald security guard rolled up his sleeves and threw a powerful punch. Humph, big fool. Wang Hanqing's lips curled up slightly, he stepped back and dodged the heavy blow. Taking advantage of the downward momentum, he grabbed the strong man's sturdy waist. Then, just like Lu Zhishan pulling out the willow tree, he forcefully lifted the man's feet off the ground. The strong man completely lost his balance in the air, his face turning pale with fear. Onlookers gasped in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. In the bewildered eyes of the bald security guard, Wang Hanqing executed a perfect back throw. The body hit the concrete ground with a loud bang. Su Chen couldn't even bear to watch from the side, it was too brutal. Immediately, the bald security guard's eyes rolled back, foam coming out of his mouth as he passed out. Wang Hanqing clapped his hands, casually returning to Su Chen's side, and asked with concern, "Boss, are you okay?" Everything that just happened seemed as ordinary as drinking a glass of water. Su Chen even managed to regain his composure. Of course, I'm fine. I should be asking you that question, are you okay? Wang Hanqing scratched his head, blushing slightly as he replied, "Boss, I'm definitely fine. If it were before, I would have made sure he didn't get close to you, and just taken him out. Had to shut him up." Thankfully, he corrected himself in time, almost letting slip. Su Chen became even more curious about the man in front of him. He looked thin and weak, yet he could fight so well. Did he also have a system like himself? He hadn't inquired about his background before, but his performance tonight was truly astonishing. Su Chen circled around him, scrutinizing every detail with his eyes, as if trying to see through him completely. "What was your previous job?" Seeing the other person remain tight-lipped, avoiding eye contact and refusing to speak, Su Chen took the initiative and asked, "In the underworld? Debt collectors? They wouldn't be loan sharks, would they?" Wang Hanqing quickly shook his head. No, I don't do those unreasonable things. To be honest with you, I used to be a soldier. Su Chen was slightly taken aback. Then he burst into laughter and asked, "Served in the army?" Wang Hanqing hesitated for a moment, then nodded hesitantly. "Yes. Being a soldier is great. Being a veteran is honorable. I wanted to be a soldier before, but they didn't think much of me." Su Chen excitedly hugged him and patted his back. Having a veteran as his driver was a great honor. Wang Hanqing muttered in confusion, "A veteran? Boss, I did make a mistake just now. Can you not cut my pay, or at least not by much? I promise I won't let anyone near you again." "Cut your pay? I can't even give you a bonus fast enough. Why would I cut your pay?" "Really? Of course." Su Chen was not one to make empty promises. He took out his phone and transferred 100,000 directly. This shocked Wang Hanqing, his eyes almost popping out. "Bro, this is too much, I can't take it." Su Chen patted Wang Hanqing's shoulder, encouraging him, "Why can't you take it? You deserve it all. From now on, you will have multiple roles, being both my and Miss Ma's driver, as well as a security guard. I'll double your salary." "Okay, boss." Just as they shared a deep bond, a group suddenly rushed out at the bar entrance, swiftly surrounding them. They were like a dragon and a tiger, wielding iron rods aggressively. Soon after, a cold and glamorous woman walked out unhurriedly. She wore a leopard print vest, black leather pants tightly hugging her legs and pert buttocks, and eye-catching red high heels, like a blazing flame, very striking. With each step, the muscles on her buttocks rhythmically swayed. Su Chen was captivated, momentarily forgetting the danger. Wow, imagine if she had a little whip in her hand, how intriguing it would be. TSK. Suddenly, a dwarf-like lackey arrogantly shouted, "Shelly, these two are causing trouble." They even took down Nita. The bald security guard coincidentally woke up at this moment, stumbling over to the glamorous woman and complained first, "Sis, they are here to cause trouble, quickly catch them. When I tried to stop them, they hit me." "What? That's outrageous." The cold and glamorous woman furrowed her brows slightly, adding a hint of anger to her originally icy demeanor. "Nonsense, clearly you came to harass my boss." Wang Hanqing retorted indignantly. "You brat, how dare you talk back, brothers, teach him a lesson later, don't let him off." The lackey continued to bark arrogantly. Seeing the tension rise, Su Chen quickly explained their purpose. With their small numbers and Su Chen's unreliable general flying kick move, full of loopholes, they might be in trouble if caught off guard. "Sis, don't be angry, I'm here to find someone." Before Su Chen could finish, the lackey interrupted. "Find someone? I think you're here to cause trouble, right? Speak up, did Hauga send you to stir up trouble?" "Hauga? I don't know him." Su Chen shook his head. "You brat, caught red-handed, and still won't admit it, so stubborn. Watch your mouth, don't insult my boss." "Hey, what's wrong with insulting you? I can insult you, you stinky imp. You stinky dwarf, how dare you insult me? You call me a stunted dwarf? I'm just a late bloomer, still growing." The lackey was immediately displeased upon hearing this, baring his teeth and claws as he charged towards Wang Hanqing. "Oh, let me show you the power of this dog." Despite the lackey's fierce demeanor, his limbs were too short. Wang Hanqing simply placed a hand on his forehead, preventing him from moving an inch forward, while his other hand casually reached up to clean his ear. "What? I can't hear you, come closer and say it again." This was someone else's territory, and Su Chen didn't want things to escalate, so he quietly reminded, "Little Wangba, stop when you've made your point, don't hurt anyone." Wang Hanqing retracted his arm, swiftly dodging like a matador teasing a bull, leaving the lackey off balance and falling to the ground. He struggled to get up and continued to shout, launching a second wave of attacks at Wang Hanqing. The third wave, the fourth wave. But each time, he missed his target. More and more brothers couldn't bear to watch and quickly joined the fight. However, Wang Hanqing seemed as slippery as an eel, effortlessly evading their attempts to even touch his clothes. Chaos ensued, with voices clamoring all around. "What are you doing? Stop this at once!" A stunning woman suddenly shouted loudly. Her voice was like the icy wind of winter, instantly silencing the chaotic scene. The place fell silent, even Wang Hanqing was subdued by her powerful presence. Seizing the opportunity, the lackey ruthlessly aimed a kick at Wang Hanqing's lower body. His short leg was just the right length, hitting the target. Asterisk sound of breaking eggs. MP3 asterisk Wang Hanqing's face turned pale, his eyes tightly shut. Just as the lackey felt triumphant, he realized he couldn't retract his leg, as it was firmly held by Wang Hanqing. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Suddenly, Wang Hanqing forcefully opened his eyes. His once small squinted eyes were now as wide as glass marbles. Blood vessels rapidly spread across his eyeballs, burning like fire. The lackey couldn't help but swallow nervously, about to beg for mercy, but Wang Hanqing grabbed his neck and lifted him up. "Shut that filthy mouth, or I'll kill you." Thrown to the ground, the lackey trembled in fear, covering his mouth, too scared to make a sound. Because he had seen those eyes before, they were the eyes of a killer. Despite being injured in the most vulnerable spot, Wang Hanqing acted as if nothing had happened. He dusted off his pants, adjusted his stance, and returned to Su Chen's side, ready to strike. The stunning woman looked at the pathetic lackey on the ground, sighed lightly, and ordered, "Take him back immediately, don't let him embarrass himself further." Turning to Su Chen, she forced a faint smile. "Sorry for the trouble. Please tell Hauge to give me a few more days, I'll soon have the money I owe him." Her voice, devoid of its usual indifference, now carried a hint of warmth, almost pleading. After all, the bar had been intermittently harassed several times this month by Hauge's men sent to collect debts, all in an attempt to force her to hand over the bar. Hiss! That smile seemed familiar. Su Chen stared blankly at the beautiful woman before him, trying to recall. In the past, he would never dare to gaze at a stranger for more than 2 seconds. But now, surrounded by goddesses, he was used to beautiful women, daring to look a little longer, even chasing after them. From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever openly stared at her like this. Uncomfortable with Su Chen's direct gaze, the stunning woman slightly turned her head, avoiding eye contact. She took out the key to the Kawasaki H2 from her pocket, took a deep breath, and handed it over. "Take this car as collateral, give me a week. If I can't pay back the money in a week, me and my brothers will never show up on this street again." She clenched her fist, her nails turning white from the force. This was her last resort. Su Chen scratched his head in confusion. Why was everyone calling him Hauge since he came out, and now they were giving him the car keys? "Sis, is there a misunderstanding between us? We really don't know the Hauge you're talking about. I'm here just to find someone." "Find someone?" The cold and beautiful woman furrowed her brows slightly. Without the interference of her henchman, Su Chen finally had a chance to explain himself. "Yes, I'm looking for Lu Xueli. She asked me to meet her here, and I have chat records here." Su Chen handed over his phone. "Here, take a look." The cold and beautiful woman's brows relaxed, looking at the person in front of her with a hint of doubt, and asked softly, "Are you Mr. Su?" "Yes." Su Chen nodded slightly, affirming firmly. With the confirmation, a genuine smile appeared on the cold and beautiful woman's face, the mist in her eyes gradually dispersing, as if she had seen a long-lost savior in this icy city. Recently, she had encountered unprecedented difficulties. Business was in the red, the financial chain was broken, and she was maliciously suppressed by her peers, reaching a dead end. To raise funds, she had to set aside her pride and send messages to all her friends on WeChat, hoping to borrow some money to get through the tough times. However, reality was crueler than she had imagined. Those friends who used to call her sister either politely refused for various reasons or simply ignored her. She felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, experiencing unprecedented despair. Only Su Chen, a stranger who took over her car and had never met her, agreed to meet and discuss. The surrounding henchmen looked at each other, discussing in whispers. "Look, the boss is smiling. Wow, yeah, it's been a while since we've seen the boss smile so happily. Who is this kid after all? Why does the boss cheer up when he's around?" With this smile, Su Chen finally recognized that the beautiful woman in front of him was the Lu Xueli he was looking for. However, this woman's smiling and non-smiling faces were completely different, making it difficult to recognize her as the same person. When not smiling, her face was as cold and stern as frost, deterring people from approaching easily. Like a blooming ice lotus, cold and noble, making people feel awe. When smiling, her whole demeanor instantly became warm and charming, like a blooming flower. Her eyes curved like crescent moons, shimmering with warm and bright light, her lips upturned, revealing white and neat teeth, appearing friendly and lovely. She seemed to have both the faces of ice and fire at the same time. Her WeChat profile picture happened to be a smiling photo, with long flowing hair at that time, now refined into short hair. No wonder Su-Chen didn't recognize her at first glance. Su-Chen quickly opened the system to scan for confirmation. The system scan is only active for the first recognition, and afterwards, the host needs to scan manually. As expected, the beautiful woman in front of him was indeed Lu Xueli. The joyful smile on the beautiful woman's face flashed by, not lasting long. Lu Xueli reached out to Su-Chen. Mr. Su, hello, I'm Lu Xueli, the one who invited you here. Su-Chen quickly grasped her slender jade-like fingers, trying to maintain his composure and not appear too lecherous. Hello. When their hands touched, Su-Chen couldn't help but pause slightly. Her hand was chillingly cold. Just like being taken out of an ice cellar, it was bone-chillingly cold. Her expression mirrored the winter frost, devoid of any warmth. This made Su-Chen impulsively want to hide her hand in his own to warm it up to make her feel his sturdy physique and well-developed six-pack abs. Su-Chen couldn't believe that the warmest and most vigorous part of his body couldn't warm her up. He believed she knew the difference between her smiling and not smiling, so Su-Chen pretended not to recognize her, feigning surprise. Wow, you are Miss Lu. I look much better in person than in photos. I almost didn't recognize myself. Lu Xueli's mouth twitched downwards, emitting a few mechanical laughs. The people under my command are not sensible. I truly offended you just now. I hope Mr. Su can forgive me. And this young man, is he okay? Lu Xueli's gaze shifted towards the slender figure behind Su-Chen. Wang Hanqing felt a wave of emotion. Finally, someone could see through his forced attitude. Did they understand his pain? Before Wang Hanqing could complain about his grievances, Su-Chen interrupted him. It's okay, don't mind him being skinny, he's in great shape. He's a tough guy, believe it or not, he can handle 10 rounds easily, let's give it a try. Wang Hanqing could only smile and agree, yes, the boss is right. In his heart, he silently criticized, how can you, as a man, lack empathy? Su-Chen thought his humor could make the woman laugh, but she remained unresponsive. Xiao Lu quickly opened the VIP room. Lu Xueli ordered coldly to her subordinate. Okay, Shelly. The bar door opened, and Su-Chen stepped back into this world of revelry and lights. However, compared to last time, the first floor was much quieter today, with more staff than customers. The second floor was even more deserted, with all tables empty. Today is Friday, the most anticipated night for everyone. Normally, it should be the busiest night, so why is it so desolate? Leading the way, Lu Xueli sighed softly. I apologize for the inconvenience, business has been tough lately, I couldn't leave, that's why I had to ask you to come over. Su-Chen nodded. With a slightly furrowed brow, he seemed to be contemplating something. They entered the private room. When Lu Xueli ordered her staff to bring out the expensive liquor, Su-Chen stopped her. Sis, there's no need to drink such good liquor, the black ace I had here last time was pretty good, let's go with that. You've been to our bar before? Su-Chen scratched his head awkwardly. Yes, the marketing guy who received me was called something. Oh, I remember, Niu Bai. He's quite a character. Niu Bai, Lu Xueli remembered him vividly. Not just his name, but because during the bar's toughest times, when all the marketing staff left, he was the only one who stayed. Even though he hadn't been paid for 2 months, he didn't leave. Go get Niu Bai. Soon, a scruffy man was brought over. As soon as he saw Su-Chen, he excitedly shouted, Dad. Everyone present was stunned, even the cold-faced Lu Xueli showed a hint of surprise. Su-Chen forced a smile and waved his hand. Ah, he's mistaken, please don't mind. Niu Bai performed a perfect kneeling slide, sliding from the door to Su-Chen's feet, tightly hugging his leg. Dad, you finally came, I missed you so much. His principle was simple, whoever paid him, he called them Dad. Su-Chen felt repulsed inside, but he could only force a smile on his face. He now wished he could kick this sticky bug away. If he really did that, he would definitely lose face for Lu Xueli and compromise his own demeanor. So, he could only pat his head like a kind old father and say in a gentle tone, alright, go aside while your dad talks to your boss. He winked at Wang Hanqing, who was still holding back a laugh. Oh, okay. Wang Hanqing had never seen such a funny scene before and was slightly fascinated just now. After coming back to his senses, he quickly pulled the person aside. Watching the scene in front of her, Lu Xueli secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and her uneasy emotions decreased significantly. Since the relationship between the two was so familiar, it seemed that the chances of success had increased a few levels. Since the other party had come with sincerity, she couldn't be stingy either and had to offer good wine. Just as she was about to speak, A henchman beside her leaned in and whispered, "Sis, we haven't ordered anything recently. Where would we get Hennessy from? It's been out of stock for a while." Indeed, they hadn't ordered anything for a month, and the wine cellar was almost empty. Even the ace of spades might not be available. Helpless, Lu Shueli could only nod slightly in agreement, then see what expensive wine is left in the cellar, and bring that. After the wine was brought, Lu Shueli sent all the remaining henchmen away and personally poured a glass of wine for Su Chen. The leopard print tank top, loose and light, combined with the hot weather, made her go for a casual look. Just by slightly bending over, sitting directly opposite Su Chen, he could enjoy the beauty. Free things always taste better. Su Chen couldn't resist and had to cross his legs. Lu Shueli poured herself a full glass too. Before Su Chen could react, she raised her glass and drank it all in one go, then turned the glass upside down to prove it. Not a drop spilled. She then said, "No need for pleasantries, I have one purpose in finding you. To borrow money." Su Chen nodded calmly and asked, "I know, how much do you need?" "The more, the better, of course." Lu Shueli pondered for a moment, weighing how much to ask for. If she asked for too much on the first meeting, what if she scared him away? After a while, Lu Shueli replied, 800,000. Although this price couldn't completely solve the problem, it could provide some emergency relief. After all that fuss, she was only borrowing 800,000? Look down on me, huh? If she knew he could easily get a Rolls-Royce in minutes, she'd be shocked. Su Chen was already looking forward to seeing how this frosty beauty would react in surprise. Seeing no immediate response, Lu Shueli bit her lip and hurriedly added, 700,000, I'll mortgage my motorcycle and wine cellar to you. This was all she had, and she had decided to go all in. Su Chen pondered for a moment and then slowly said, "Not 700,000, how about 8 million directly?" 8 million? When Lu Shueli heard the unexpected news, her bright eyes widened instantly, like two twinkling stars suddenly enlarged in the night sky. Her lips first slightly parted, showing a hint of disbelief, then slowly curved into a sweet smile, like a budding flower, with a mix of shyness and surprise. She murmured in disbelief, "Really?" Su Chen nodded, "Yes, 8 million. The astonishment and joy on the woman's face flashed by, quickly returning to her usual calm demeanor. Whatever expression this woman wore was beautiful, but unfortunately, she liked to maintain a poker face look. "Tell me, what are the conditions? This 8 million is not a loan." It's for a stake." With the current situation of the bar, the 8 million could not only buy a stake but also directly acquire the entire Enchantress bar. Su Chen could see the bar's current predicament. Worried that the woman might misunderstand, he added, "This 8 million is purely an investment, nothing else, and I only need 30% of the shares." This statement once again shocked Lu Shueli. The little brother eavesdropping at the door instantly revealed a fanatical expression. "How did it go, big sister? How was the conversation with that man inside?" "That man said he wants to invest 8 million in our bar." "What, 8 million? When Nyobai heard this, his eyes almost popped out. Unable to contain himself, he blurted out, "Shu, keep your voice down. Do you want to be whipped by big sister's little whip again?" Nyobai quickly covered his mouth. Creak! The door opened at that moment, revealing two blood-red snake pupils. The hunting moment had arrived. Before Lu Shueli could speak, everyone scattered in a panic. Nyobai collapsed on the ground, nervously chuckling, then rolled into a meatball and out of the corridor. Lu Shueli locked the door and walked back. Investing enough to buy the entire bar but only wanting 30% of the shares, what was he really after? Suddenly, Lu Shueli understood. She looked down at her proud figure, chuckled self-deprecatingly. Muttering to herself softly, "Humph, men are truly no good." Then, Lu Shueli placed her hand on her collar, slowly unbuttoning the first button, followed by the second. But when she was about to undo the third, her hand suddenly stopped, and she looked up abruptly at Su Chen. Su Chen was engrossed in watching, startled by her sudden gaze. He quickly averted his eyes, pretending he hadn't seen anything, and crossed his legs on the other side. Ahem! When he turned his head, he noticed Wang Hanqing beside him, and his eyes were sharp and unapologetic. "You didn't dare look at the main business with Miss Lu, and now you're looking at this. Didn't you see me and Miss Lu discussing business? Get out now." Su Chen's face changed, commanding sternly, "Watch the door properly and don't let any suspicious people near here." After Wang Hanqing was driven out, there were only a man and a woman left in the room. Lu Shueli became even more certain of her suspicion. This body was her most precious possession, yet also the most despised. From innocence to maturity, from penniless to now sharing a common home with her brothers, along the way, many big shots had extended an olive branch to her, offering opportunities to live without struggle for a lifetime. But she had rejected them all because she was young and had nothing. But now, with a group of brothers and sisters behind her sharing meals, this body was nearing the end of its most charming days. 8 million was enough to give her a chance to turn things around. A moment of physical pleasure in exchange for a chance to turn things around, worth it. Moreover, he was different from those old lechers. He was young, handsome, at least it would be more pleasant to look at, and he probably wouldn't make her suffer. After a brief internal struggle, Lu Xueli decided to go for it. She walked straight up to Su Chen, pushed down his raised leg, and sat on it directly. Su Chen was startled by her bold move, almost touching her. What are you doing? Lu Xueli had always been solo, never even dated, let alone had such an intimate gesture with a stranger. In fact, she was more flustered than Su Chen now, a long-lost blush appearing on her face. Nothing had happened yet, but her breathing was becoming rapid. She suppressed her embarrassment, pretending to be fierce as she said, "What are you saying? Pay me $1 million deposit first. Our deal is settled, and then give me the remaining money. After this, you are not allowed to mention this to anyone, especially my siblings, or else." Lu Xueli spread her fingers and placed them on Su Chen's abdomen, moving down slightly to a vulnerable spot. She knew that threatening a man with a fist was useless, this was the spot men feared the most. Although not fatal, any male creature was more afraid of any harm here than losing an arm or a leg. Just from their actions and expressions, an unknowing person might think it was a case of domineering female boss taking advantage of a young subordinate. Su Chen nervously swallowed and quickly raised his hands. Lu Xueli was afraid of scaring him off, realizing her bold actions would be in vain, so she immediately resumed her seductive demeanor. She leaned closer to Su Chen and placed her hand back on the third button. By now, the hint of spring was in the air. This third button was particularly important. Below it, there was nothing to obstruct Su Chen's view. "Mr. Su, are you still willing to proceed with this business?" As she spoke, the woman handed over the POS machine. Su Chen calmly accepted it. He tried to reach for his dragon card in his pocket but couldn't. Could you stand up for a moment, please?" Blushing, Lu Xueli stood up, went to the table, picked up Su Chen's glass, and drank it all in an attempt to calm her turbulent emotions. Her heart was pounding louder than ever before. "There, it's done, take a look." Lu Xueli quickly took the POS machine and found that Su Chen had transferred 8 million directly. She looked at him, eyes filled with surprise and confusion. Whether early or late, payment must be made. Splitting it into 2 payments is too troublesome, Su Chen said matter-of-factly. It was only now that Lu Xueli realized that the young man in front of her, with a hint of complexity, was not as simple as he seemed. In these dangerous times, only 2 types of people could act like this. The first type was someone who had complete trust in themselves, and the second type was someone who didn't care about such a small amount of money. Lu Xueli leaned towards the second possibility. It seemed that the other party was also a big shot. Already in trouble with one gangster, now there was another big shot, and they definitely couldn't provoke both at the same time. It seemed she couldn't avoid this situation now. "All right, Mr. Su is generous." Lu Xueli forced a smile, took a deep breath, and placed her hand on her collar. "Let's not waste your time, let's begin now." As she made up her mind to unbutton the third button, a pair of hot hands suddenly pressed down on her. "Xueli, have you misunderstood something?" Lu Xueli raised her head, a hint of confusion and surprise on her face. She found the man in front of her staring at her with a resolute gaze, devoid of any lust, as firm as if he were about to join a party. His slightly furrowed brows seemed to protest against her bold actions just now. "Xueli, please button up, don't catch a cold. Let's talk about our cooperation first." Thanks to tonight's expenditure with Ma Jiali, even though there might still be physical reactions, Su Chen was mentally drained. He had been drained by Ma Jiali for nearly 2 hours before coming here, his body completely exhausted. Just 1 point away from obtaining this strong soul and healthy body. But now, he was terrifyingly clear-headed. Otherwise, he might have lost control and started something inappropriate. Having secured the title of an old lecher, it wouldn't be good to continue pursuing her. Although he didn't get to the point of action, he roughly experienced the feeling. Not bad, very round, very smooth. Okay. Embarrassed, Lu Xueli returned to her seat and buttoned up her collar button. Nothing could be more awkward than this. She had taken the initiative, but he surprisingly declined. While it was a good thing, Lu Xueli found herself devoid of the joy of surviving a calamity, instead feeling a sense of emptiness in her heart. Could it be that her body was not enticing enough? Absolutely impossible. There had been no shortage of people wanting to possess her body since she was young. She was somewhat confident in her figure and looks. Including the disaster the bar faced this time, it was all because of a femme fatale. It seemed that not all men in this world fought with their lower bodies. After all, there were still a few upright individuals. Looking up at Su Chen again, she noticed that he seemed to have shed his initial frivolousness. As if a filter had been applied, he appeared more mature and steady. Lu Xueli's favorability plus 20, very good. Her character setting should be established now. Su Chen's lips curled slightly, crossing his legs again. Tell me, who wants to mess with our bar? Lu Xueli was momentarily stunned, then quickly regained her composure. No one wants to mess with our bar. It's just that the renovation we did recently, the funding suddenly stopped, and we haven't recovered from it yet. Afraid of scaring him away, she chose to conceal the truth. I've invested 8 million, can't I know the actual situation? Su Chen lifted his glass, gently swirling it, taking a sip. If I'm not mistaken, I should be the sole shareholder of the bar now, right? Lu Xueli's cherry lips parted in surprise. The man in front of her was spot on. When the bar ran into trouble, almost everyone left. With the funds suddenly withdrawn, only an empty shell remained, leading to the bar being unable to operate normally. Since he came with sincere intentions to cooperate, she might as well be honest and open, in case he could really help her. After a brief contemplation, Lu Xueli took a deep breath and slowly revealed the truth. It turned out that a month ago, a new bar named New World suddenly opened across the street. Resources on the street were limited, and there was no room for 2 bars. The original residents said nothing, but the newcomers took the initiative to threaten them, demanding that they move out within a week. The other parties seemed erratic. Lu Xueli, who had been through ups and downs in society, didn't take it seriously at all. However, a week later, members of the Black Bitter Society started causing trouble from time to time. They even resorted to violence, harassing customers, deliberately tarnishing the bar's reputation. Several friends who opened the bar with her chose to withdraw. Despite her earnest persuasion that she would handle everything, they all left without exception. These hypocrites, when the bar was making money, they all wanted to be in charge. Now that we're facing a bit of difficulty, they run faster than anyone else. As she spoke, Lu Xueli poured herself a drink and gulped it down, as if trying to extinguish the flames of anger within her. This woman drank like it was water. The drink she poured for herself, she barely took a few sips before finishing it all herself. Su Chen was afraid she would get into trouble drinking like that, so he took the bottle from her. Patting her shoulder gently, he reassured her, "Don't worry, I'm here." They are members of the Black Bitter Society and have some influence locally. Lu Xueli was worried that he might underestimate them like she did initially, and couldn't help but remind him. It was because she hadn't paid attention to their provocation back then that she ended up in a passive situation unprepared. "What, do you think I have no influence at all?" Su Chen leaned against the wall, getting closer to her, raising his eyebrows smugly. His smile carried a hint of recklessness, as if possessing a unique charm that made people involuntarily want to get closer. Seeing a blush on Lu Xueli's cheeks, he couldn't help but feel amused. Oh, she can be shy too. Just as Su Chen was about to compliment her on how beautiful she looked when she blushed, a howling gust of wind came flying towards his ear. "Get lost!" Crack! The sound was loud and crisp. Even Wang Hanxing, who was guarding at the door, could hear it clearly. He instinctively wanted to rush into the room to rescue his boss, but he clenched his hand on the door handle and forcibly held back. No, didn't the boss push him away just to have a better private conversation with someone else? If he barged in now and disturbed the boss's mood, he might even lose his job. He didn't want to lose this high-paying job for nothing, so he pressed his ear against the door and listened for a while, only hearing the faint murmurs of 2 people. After confirming there was no danger, Wang Hanxing dutifully continued to stand guard. Mr. Su, are you okay? Although half of Su Chen's face was numb, he still maintained a tough facade. Struggling to sit up, he forced a faint smile and replied, "It's just a slight touch on the face, what could possibly happen?" "Really?" Lu Xueli reached out, but just a slight touch made Su Chen inhale sharply in pain. "I'm really fine, this little arm is quite strong." Lu Xueli awkwardly smiled. No choice, life's circumstances. Rewind time by a dozen years, it was when Lu Xueli was in junior high school. Due to family reasons and a lack of money at home, she had to support 2 vampires. Working outside had fragmented hours and she was too young, so Lu Xueli could only engage in some opportunistic trading, snacks, stationery, and mainly some prohibited items in school. After all, at this reckless age, everyone thought that doing what others dared not do was cool and made them superior. So, the business in the restroom was thriving. Engaging in this business inevitably involved dealing with some people who hung around school, commonly known as socialites or troublemakers. At least a third of the students in her school were troublemakers. They didn't take her seriously as a girl, even coveting her hot body, wanting to help this delicate red rose bloom. Lu Xueli stood strong, protected her chastity, and shattered their fantasies. She subverted their perception of girls and became a legend, gaining quite a few loyal fans. Her combat power was evident. Too brutal, it's not safe to stay here for long, retreat first. Sis, I have something to attend to, let's discuss this matter when I have time in a few days. Stay a little longer, I'll call the prettiest girls in the shop to keep you company. Girls. Okay. Suchen almost revealed his chicken feet again, he would explode in another second. He quickly changed his tone. This might not be appropriate, I am a decent person, I have business to discuss later, so I can't stay. He deliberately emphasized the 3 words decent person, fearing the other party might not hear it clearly. Although Lu Shueli felt guilty, she couldn't come up with a few words of apology even after racking her brains. Accustomed to being strong, apologizing for the first time made her uncomfortable. She could only repeat the 3 words I'm sorry and open the door for Suchen. The slap wasn't something she truly intended to deliver, it was a reflex action, and by the time she regained her senses, she had already reduced the force as much as possible. I'm really sorry for tonight, I will definitely make it up to you next time. Make it up? How can you compensate for injuring my handsome face like this? Suchen waved his hand, signaling her not to see him off any further, and stopped there. He then walked out alone with a swollen face. When Wang Hanqing, patrolling back and forth in the corridor, saw this scene, his legs turned weak with fright. The boss was being beaten right under his nose. Was that the boss's face being hit? Clearly, it was his own face being hit, smashing his own rice bowl. Assassin, don't run. Wang Hanqing instantly went on high alert, searching high and low for clues, trying to make amends for his mistake. Suchen grabbed his arm. It's from me falling accidentally, not a stab on your head. Wang Hanqing stopped in surprise. Fell? Can falling cause a palm print? Suddenly, he carefully observed the size of the palm print and faintly had an answer in his heart. Could it be Miss Lu who slapped him? The boss is really tough, even a fierce tigress like her makes him fear a bit, yet he still has the courage to tame her. Truly worthy of being a boss, Suchen's position in his heart rose a few notches. I'm tired, let's go quickly. Seeing Wang Hanqing staring blankly at him, Suchen reminded aloud. Oh, okay. As the car door closed, Suchen couldn't hold it in anymore, instantly breaking down. Covering his face, he curled up on the seat, crying bitterly. Whoa, how can I show my handsome face in the future? How can I pick up girls? Suchen took out a small mirror to carefully inspect the injury. Half of his face still looked handsome, while the other half was severely swollen, creating a stark contrast. It was like one side was Xiao Yuyu, and the other was Wang Erbua. He had been holding back all the way, especially in front of Lu Shueli, pretending as if nothing had happened. Wang Hanqing sat upright in his seat, not daring to look back in the rearview mirror. Sigh, the boss is also human, after all. It's difficult to tame such a fiery woman. To move forward, one needs a whip. To fight a tiger, one needs wusong. He knew there were things he should know and things he shouldn't. Even if he knew what he shouldn't, he had to pretend not to know. Especially when the big shot is most vulnerable, it's better not to provoke him. Go home. In the corridor of Xingfu Courtyard, 2 figures, one in front and one behind, the latter following closely without moving an inch. Go away, I don't need you to support me. Suchen shook off Wang Hanqing's hand. Yes. Nevertheless, he still conscientiously stayed by Suchen's side, alert in all directions. Today, due to his negligence, the big shot had suffered several times in a row. He couldn't continue like this. Otherwise, how could he find such a high-paying job in the future? The noise in the corridor alerted Xia Ling, who was repairing the gate at the entrance. She turned her head to look. At that moment, Suchen happened to pass by and subconsciously glanced in her direction. Their eyes met, and Xia Ling quickly put down the screwdriver and stood up. Brother, where have you been? Why are you back so late? Suchen didn't want her to see his embarrassed state, so he kept his head still and glanced at her from the corner of his eye. Nothing, just went out for some business. His abnormal behavior caught Xia Ling's attention. A woman's intuition is often very keen. She knew that her brother always liked to peek at her for no reason, so she deliberately bent over, pretending to look for something. Hey, Suchen's head turned involuntarily, as if clamped by a hanger, revealing a foolish smile. Ha ha. Xia Ling covered her mouth in shock, quickly approached to check Suchen's injury. Don't. Ha? Strange, why did the touch of that tigress's hand cause unbearable pain, while Xia Ling's touch on the wound was fine? Her hand seemed to have a magical power. The more she touched the wound, the less painful it became. The heat on his face was transferred to the lower abdomen. Come in, I'll help you apply some medicine. Since he was already discovered, there was nothing left to hide. Suchen boldly entered the house, but he could still hear footsteps behind him. You don't need to follow me anymore, you've safely brought me home, you can go back and rest. But it was because you were alone with Miss Lu tonight that you got injured. I'm worried about you. Wang Hanqing's words were cut off midway as Su Chen glared back at him. If you don't leave, I'll deduct your salary. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Hanqing disappeared in an instant, only leaving behind a faint echo. Boss, see you tomorrow. Who was Miss Lu? Turning around, Xia Ling had already come out of the bedroom with the medicine. Painful memories flooded his mind, and Su Chen awkwardly scratched his head. She's the business partner we talked about tonight. Was she the one who hit you and caused the injury on your face? This question made Su Chen even more embarrassed, so he could only beat around the bush. The situation was complicated at the time. I can only say that the person who hit me was probably accidental. Xia Ling knew clearly that men cared a lot about their pride and dignity. Without further questioning, she began carefully applying ointment to the wound. The ointment felt cool on his face, with a faint fragrance lingering in the air. In no time, the swelling on his face had reduced by half. Wow, this stuff is amazing. Did you make it yourself? Of course, this is aloe essence, combined with some anti-inflammatory herbs. It has anti-inflammatory and analgesic effects, Xia Ling proudly introduced. I ground it myself. You can't buy it on the market. Due to the aging wiring in the living room, the lighting was dim, and Xia Ling had to come closer to see clearly. Their faces were only a few inches apart, and Su Chen could smell a unique fragrance. Hiss! This scent was somewhat familiar. It reminded him of the first time he came here, when he accidentally got his underwear stuck on his head in the bathroom, but it was missing a certain smell. He couldn't tell if it was the scent of shower gel or a woman's unique fragrance. What he didn't expect was that the scent of his own pheromones also made the woman a little dizzy. He almost accidentally applied the ointment to the wrong place. Alright, come back tomorrow for another application, it should be almost healed by then. Xia Ling quickly got up to close the jar of ointment. Su Chen reluctantly savored the last hint of fragrance, whispering softly, "What about that strange old man? He's right here." Su Chen turned to see a thin, short old man standing in front of him. Without making a sound, as if appearing out of thin air, both of them were startled. "You're like a cat, walking without making a sound," Xia Ling pouted and complained. "Weren't you asleep? Why are you up again?" "I got thirsty and wanted some water, also checking for any thieves. Is that not allowed?" Although Zhang Lao responded to Xia Ling, his gaze never left Su Chen. His piercing gaze made Su Chen feel uneasy, so he tried to change the subject. "Well, if this door is not working, I'll just replace it tomorrow." Xia Ling pursed her lips and said softly, "I'll sleep in the living room. It's too cold if the door isn't closed." Su Chen felt awkward, not knowing where to put his hands. Suddenly, he felt like he couldn't stay any longer. "Ah ha ha. It's getting late, I should head back now. Sis, remember to sleep early. Bro, do you have any other injuries? Let me help you." "Thanks, sis, I'm fine." Followed by the sound of the door closing. Xia Ling looked back reluctantly at the door. Zhang Lao slowly spoke, "Stop looking, it's impossible between you two. That kid looks pale, weak, and unsteady. Either he's physically weak or already enchanted by a woman. Moreover, he has a natural peach blossom face, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. In the future, women will flock around him." "Lingzi, you and him." Zhang Lao's mouth was suddenly blocked by a teacup handed to him. "Old immortal, why do you talk so much? Just drink your tea. Finish it and go to bed quickly, don't delay my rest." Xia Ling turned her head in a huff. "Since you're so good at reading faces, why don't you help me see when my peach blossom luck will come?" "Mr." Zhang took the teacup but didn't drink from it, he just set it down. Lahihi smiled, said nothing, and walked towards the room. "Oomph, playing tricks again." At dawn, Su Chen got up and looked in the mirror. He found his handsome face had returned to normal, his skin even smoother than before. It was as if he had never been beaten, not affecting his plans to flirt with girls at all. The medicine really worked. It seemed necessary to keep Xia Ling, this gentle woman, by his side. Even if he got into trouble outside and was chased and beaten, he could come back to a caring wife. Just the thought made him excited. "I told you not to touch my cosmetics, you old troublemaker." Then came a loud bang. Mr. Zhang suddenly opened the door and ran out, followed closely by Xia Ling, waving a feather duster in her hand. "Mr. Zhang dodged agilely while retorting, "Those things are all poison, chemical junk. Can't I make you something natural myself?" Unfortunately, the hallway was too narrow, and soon he was cornered. "You rascal, what do you know? Do you know how much these cosmetics cost? That's all I have. Is it easy for me to sell these things? You've ruined them all before I could even sell them. How dare you hide?" Xia Ling mercilessly grabbed his ear. "Mr. Zhang instantly aged several decades, being scolded like a grandson. The scene shattered Su Chen's beautiful dream, leaving nothing behind. It was too brutal to watch. His previous thoughts seemed like a fantasy. Compared to the ice queen from last night and this fierce sister, Ma Jelly was truly not as gentle. Suchin suddenly missed the woman who enjoyed juicing, but there were more important things to do now. Since there was only one entrance in the hallway, Suchin had to walk past them. He intended to sneak by quietly but was caught by Xiaoling. "Brother, good morning." Xiaoling quickly hid the feather duster behind her and turned to Suchin with a sweet smile. Despite facing the fierce demon, her sweet smile still had a great impact on him. "Sister, good morning to you too." Suchin pretended not to have seen the previous scene and asked, "What are you two doing?" "Mr. Zhang had regained his calm demeanor and started practicing Tai Chi. Ahem. The early bird catches the worm. I've been up early for morning exercises, unlike you young people who sleep in. Having a good physique but being emptied by beauty." To Mr. Zhang's sarcastic remarks, Suchin nodded and answered meekly, "Yes, yes. Old man, being nosy again, huh? Go wash the dishes now, you won't be eating lunch." Mr. Zhang whispered to Xiaoling, "Lingzi, it's fine at home, but you should give me some face in front of others." "One." Mr. Zhang hurried back. They looked at each other and laughed. Suchin had beads of sweat on his forehead. "Looks like you're almost better. Sister is applying some healing ointment for you." Suchin quickly waved his hand. "No need, sister, I have something urgent to attend to." Xiaoling nodded gently. "Alright, I'll help you when you come back." "Okay, sister." Suchin hurried down the corridor and ran downstairs. It's well known that in university, elective courses are skipped, and required courses are chosen to be skipped. Asking for leave is not a request to the counselor, but just a notification. Because Suchin went straight to bed as soon as he returned to his rental room last night. Early in the morning, he saw the message Gao Yuan had left him the night before. The message said she had a formal match this afternoon and wanted to invite him to watch her game. After sending a message to his counselor, regardless of whether he agreed or not, Suchin immediately arranged his schedule. With the experiences from last night and this morning, Suchin felt a bit intimidated by women. He needed to find a gentle place to relax. Just the thought of meeting the innocent and obedient little bunny soon made Suchin excited to the point of showing a wolfish grin unconsciously. In the hallway, Suchin brushed shoulders with a middle-aged woman who had just returned from grocery shopping. She looked wealthy, with chubby cheeks and several gold bracelets on her wrist. The woman quickly covered her chest and took a few quick steps, giving Suchin a disdainful glance and rolling her eyes. "Tisk, another one looking for a free ride." Her words were full of contempt. In a group chat with her girlfriends, she typed and complained, "Do young people these days not want to work hard anymore? Just now, a pervert was leering at me with drool almost dripping to the ground." Immediately, a bunch of people came to praise her. "It's inevitable. Sister Zhu is too beautiful. If I were a young man, I would definitely drool too." Exactly, if I had Sister Zhu's figure, men all over the world would be chasing after me. It was evident that she held a high position in this group. The woman was called Zhu Zhu, a local resident who had recently had her old house demolished. She was allocated 2 new houses here and received a substantial compensation, so she had some money in hand. Wanting to hear more compliments, she directly sent a 5,000 yuan red envelope in the group chat, instantly attracting all the lurking members to come out. As the saying goes, flattery will get you everywhere. Everyone symbolically praised her. "Sister Zhu is awesome. Sister Zhu is awesome." There were also some young men who had been pampered by Sister Zhu before. Smelling the scent of money, they immediately came out to flatter her. "What are you talking about? Where is the sister? Isn't this my little princess who ran out of a fairy tale? I warn you, don't call her Sister Zhu anymore, call her Princess Zhu Zhu. Also, have you tried to be awesome like her? You're overdoing it. It's illegal to be lecherous towards minors, let alone try to flirt with our little princess. Whoever dares to flirt, I fear Zay, will be the first to not let him off, SSS. They were very crazy, basically firing indiscriminately without distinguishing between friend and foe. Zhu Zhu looked at the messages on the screen, delighted and floating with joy, her anger dissipating instantly. She started to admire herself in the mirror, imagining herself as a blooming young maiden, coquettishly posing in front of the mirror. But that boy is quite handsome. If he really encounters some difficulties, Auntie can also help him, mainly depending on his abilities. Seeing someone trying to get a piece of the pie, the young men in the group immediately became unhappy. They were so anxious that they couldn't even type and started sending voice messages. Each of them had that kind of soft and effeminate voice that made people nauseous. "Our fragrant princess is so lovely, he's up to no good with you. That's right, my little princess, the world is treacherous now. What if he's a human trafficker and kidnaps you? If you help him, Big Brother will be angry. I won't give you lollipops to eat anymore in the future." Zhu Zhu listened to the lively and static noises on her phone, her face blushing, shyly twisting her waist. Ahem, testing, testing. After adjusting her state, Shushu held her phone near her mouth and forced out a lowly voice. Okay, then tonight, I want everyone to accompany me, just at the old place. Suddenly, she let out a dry heave. There was no way around it, she was getting older and couldn't pull it off anymore. Time had passed, the little lowly had turned into an old lowly. Wang Hanqing received a last-minute notice from his boss and was waiting downstairs early. The usually quiet neighborhood was unusually lively early in the morning today. People of all ages gathered around to admire the luxurious golden Rolls-Royce. Grandma, this car is so cool. I want to drive this kind of car in the future and take you out for a fancy trip. Well, you have to study hard to be able to drive this kind of car. A real estate agent mingled in the crowd, spreading rumors. Why do all the big bosses like to come here? Is the feng shui good around here? Another accomplice chimed in. It's not just about good feng shui. Last night a Land Rover came, and this morning a big Rolls-Royce arrived. Why do all these big bosses come here to buy houses? Why? Come here, let me tell you some insider information. I heard that the government has planned this area for demolition. When the time comes, each household will receive compensation 1.5 times the original house price, and also be allocated a resettlement house. Really? Absolutely true, bro, it's a done deal. This is insider information. Do you understand the value of insider information? I've bought 2 houses myself, bro. I'm telling you this because we have a connection, so don't go spreading it around. And also, I have a friend in the bank who can help with mortgage loans at 0 interest. Alright, I'm going to buy a house right now. The 2 pretended to whisper, but their voices were loud enough for everyone around to hear. Soon, a naive person fell for their words, thinking they had stumbled upon a great opportunity. Bro, get me one too. Under the gaze of the crowd, Su Chen proudly stepped into the car, with Wang Hanqing opening the door for him, looking quite impressive. Minchang is about 600 kilometers away from Xicheng. It is now 10 in the morning, and Gao Yuan's competition starts at 3 in the afternoon. Logically speaking, it would be nearly impossible to make it in time within this time frame. If there were any unexpected circumstances on the road, or natural disasters, like traffic jams, it would delay them significantly. It would be a fantasy to think they could arrive before the competition starts. Should they really just take a plane and miss out on a vehicle that can carry 13 people in any situation? No! Our protagonist must bring all 13. Wang Hanqing didn't grow up eating for nothing, he plays miracles. After Su Chen provided the destination and starting point in less than 2 minutes, Wang Hanqing had memorized the map from the navigation and planned the shortest route. Xiao Wangba, don't you use navigation when driving? Where a person goes should be their own decision, not dictated by a machine. Speak in plain language. Well, actually, I find using navigation too strange. I don't trust it, so I prefer to rely on maps. Everyone has their own driving habits, and Su Chen wouldn't force others to change their ways just because of him. As long as he could get himself to the destination before the competition starts. Passing by Xin Yi, Yulei Ling, and Xiao Kaluola, everything went smoothly. Not only did they arrive at the destination before the competition, they were even 15 minutes early. During the journey, no car dared to get close within 30 meters, let alone drive side by side. No car dared to change lanes or overtake. You could only overtake others, not the other way around. Even on the highway, other cars quickly moved to other lanes to keep their distance. This could be considered the invisible convenience that came with owning a Rolls-Royce. Boss, we've arrived. Su Chen took off his eye mask and rubbed his sleepy eyes. The car had plenty of space, allowing him to stretch comfortably. To make up for the energy drained by Ma Jelly last night, Su Chen took a nap in the car. Who knows, maybe he could have braised rabbit head directly tonight. Although the chances were slim, it's always good to be prepared for any eventuality. First time, you have to make a good impression, leave a nice memory, make her unable to forget. Think endlessly, do and want more and more. He. Thinking about this, Su Chen couldn't help but grab the air with his hands, as if he could really catch a rabbit's head. Boss, it seems like they're about to close the venue soon, let's go in first. Su Chen swallowed, immediately stopped his lewd thoughts, and transformed back into a serious look. Ahem, let's go. Gao Yuan thought Su Chen was coming alone, so she only gave him an electronic ticket for the inner field, right next to the arena. It was the area closest to the arena in the entire sports hall. Seats with better luck could shake hands, high-five with the athletes, and even get an autograph. The location was good, but there was only one ticket. What about Wang Hanqing? He couldn't be left alone outside. As a qualified boss, would Su Chen allow such a thing to happen? Absolutely not. Su Chen went to the ticket window and asked, "Hello, are there any tickets left now?" The girl in charge of selling tickets happened to put up a sign that read "Sold out" on the table. "I'm sorry, all the seats for today are sold out. Please buy earlier next time, thank you." "Then can I?" Su-chen wanted to say something else, but the merciless metal window was pulled down. "TSK, what an attitude, do you believe I'll complain about you?" Just as Su-chen was at a loss, a head suddenly popped in at the door. A scruffy man with a single shoulder bag whistled a few times, successfully catching Su-chen's attention. "Hey, handsome, need a ticket? I'll sell you one." His voice was very hoarse. Su-chen turned around at the words, looking at him in confusion. "Didn't all the tickets sell out? Do you still have tickets?" The scruffy man proudly patted the single shoulder bag in front of his chest, making a 6 gesture with both hands and putting them on his head. "Hey, buddy, I'm a local here, I know the way around." "Alright, how much?" "You don't look like a local, I'm not a local either, let's be friends." 30,000. 30,000. You could have just snatched it, but you still want to sell me a ticket. This is outrageous, even if I had more money, I couldn't afford to spend like this. It's a solid 30,000, not 3. "Hey, buddy, why don't you take a break in the car this time? Next time, I'll take you to a better place, where 30,000 will make you feel great." Wang Hanqing had little interest in this sports event, so he didn't care. "Okay." Seeing the two about to leave, the creepy man immediately ran up. He wanted to hold Su-chen's hand, but Wang Hanqing blocked him with his arm, keeping a meter's distance. After suffering losses for the boss several times at the bar last night, he learned from the experience and made a summary. Now he was more adept at being a bodyguard. "Since you're so handsome, let's each take a step back." 20,000. Su-chen couldn't hold back anymore and asked angrily, "Is this ticket made of gold to be sold at such a high price? Gold-edged?" "There's no gold edge. But there's a judo master coming, they say he won the national championship at 16, and he's very handsome, with a great physique. Women fighting, you know, it's quite a spectacle." The scruffy man laughed, showing yellow teeth, giving Su-chen a knowing look. "Judo master? National champion? Was he talking about Gao Yuan? Thinking that he could soon see that cute little bunny, Su-chen couldn't help but want to fly to her. He was overwhelmed, lost in thought. 5,000, take it or leave it. Deal, handsome." After getting the tickets, Wang Hanqing felt a pang of regret. If possible, he even wanted to exchange the ticket money for cash, but he didn't dare to mention it. Suddenly, the voice from the loudspeaker above his head sounded, "Please hurry up and enter the venue if you haven't yet. There are 3 minutes left before ticket checking stops." "Let's go, let's hurry over there." Su Chenshang was afraid of missing Gao Yuan's match. They ran all the way and finally arrived at the entrance just before the ticket checkpoint closed. Su-chen smoothly entered the venue, but Wang Hanqing was stopped. "Please wait a moment," the ticket checker waved her hand, and a tall man walked over from not far away. Judging by his attire, he should be of a higher rank. The two leaned in close, covering their mouths with their hands, whispering to each other. Su-chen couldn't hear what they were saying and could only urge anxiously, "Come on, the match is about to start." He thought to himself fiercely, "If they delay me from watching the beautiful women's match, I'll have the whole stadium to myself." The man glanced at Wang Hanqing and handed back the ticket. "I'm sorry, sir, but you've bought fake tickets. In the future, please make sure to buy tickets from legitimate sources." Damn it! Realizing they had been tricked, Su-chen couldn't help but curse. Wang Hanqing quickly offered a way out. "Bro, it's okay, it's my fault for not realizing that person was a scammer. You go in first, don't miss the match, I'll go back to the car and rest for a while." At this point, there was no other choice. Su-chen patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Don't worry, next time I take you for a foot massage, I'll give you a couple extra." Because the stadium was large, with thousands of seats, his seat was on the innermost side. There were mischievous kids playing in the aisles, and snack carts causing congestion. It took a full 10 minutes from entering the venue to finding his seat. Luckily, there was an opening ceremony before the match started. The cheerleaders performed a few spicy dances on the field, followed by the two hosts on stage talking a lot of nonsense and spouting cliches. Su-chen had just sat down when the match began. The lights dimmed throughout. Snap! A strong spotlight shone in the middle of the field. The boundaries of the field were marked by clear lines to define the competition area. On one side of the field, there were referee seats where the referees sat high up to observe the match and make decisions. Next, 2 long beams of light shone on the athlete's entrance. With the horn blaring, one team after another walked out. The commentator began introducing today's participating athletes and organizing the sportsmanship oath. Because the teams were from different schools, they only focused on introducing the core members of each team, while the ordinary role players were usually mentioned briefly. Su-chen was almost falling asleep from the redundant content, but when he heard a name he had been longing for, he instantly perked up and was no longer tired. Above the sports field were two large screens that displayed every exciting moment of the match accurately and vividly in high definition and smooth motion to every audience member present. A lovely girl appeared on the screen. Her bangs gently fell on her forehead like a soft cloud, her eyes were big and bright, her nose petite and straight, her mouth slightly upturned, forming a sweet smile that brought joy to those who saw it. Even the loose sportswear couldn't hide the girl's graceful figure. The girl suddenly realized she was being filmed by the camera and projected onto the two huge screens. Her previously relaxed expression instantly became somewhat nervous, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. She instinctively lowered her head, gently tucking her bangs in front of her forehead with her hand, trying to partially cover her face. Those bright big eyes were now shimmering with a hint of shyness, unable to look directly at the two screens. "It's Gao Yuanyuan." Su Chen's gaze flickered. "Who is this girl? Why have I never seen her before? I don't know, why bother so much? Beauty is justice, I'll follow her first. Being good looking is useless here, this is a competition, not where you look for girls. If you want to see beautiful women, turn left when you go out, go to Qing Yueming's booth, that's the Hermes of the health world, there must be something you like." The hall was suddenly filled with a buzzing discussion. Gao Yuanyuan was indeed too beautiful, making the photographer a bit absent-minded, to the extent that the commentator had already called out the name of the next player, but on the screen, it was still Gao Yuanyuan's beautiful face. Su Chen started to wonder, isn't Yuan the national champion? Why is she being hastily skipped over like the other players with just a mention of her name? Did the organizers make a careless mistake with the players' information? Or did some other school bribe them to target my Yuan? Yes, that must be it. Su Chen's desire to take over the entire stadium deepened. After introducing all the athletes, the competition officially began. Who could resist watching a duel between girls, especially college girls? Although they were in judo uniforms, the thought of opposite sexes fighting was exciting. Today was a competition among universities nationwide, using a round-robin system and drawing lots for appearances. Each school would send out 6 competitors, and the team that won 4 times first would have a chance to advance. Judo matches were fast-paced, usually deciding a winner in 2 to 3 minutes, with the longest not exceeding 4 minutes. The previous matches were from other schools, each girl was strong and robust, with a sturdy physique and unique feminine charm. The main technical moves in judo matches were throws, takedowns, and holds. Punching was not allowed, instead, opponents were either brought down, locked on the ground, or pushed out of the competition area to end the match directly. Techniques required grabbing the opponent's uniform. This inevitably led to torn or even dislodged clothing. The judo uniform's collar was designed for flexibility and safety, usually very comfortable and loose, so they would often wear an extra vest inside the uniform. However, the intensity of the competition was high, and the battles were fierce. Under the influence of adrenaline and dopamine, athletes would become reckless, fully immersed in the fight. They would be unrestrained. It was unavoidable to reveal graceful curves, and sometimes even more embarrassing things happened. Watching them fight on stage was truly exhilarating. Sitting in the front row was a feast for the eyes, but also a bit scary. They would definitely not encounter domestic violence in their future marriages, and even if they did, they would definitely not suffer any losses. After waiting for a while and finishing 2 buckets of popcorn, it was finally time for Gao Yuanyuan's school to compete. Unfortunately, in the previous rounds, the coach had sent out other players. Su Chen, who had been anxiously waiting to see Gao Yuanyuan on stage, was very worried but had no choice but to keep shouting from below. "Let Gao Yuanyuan play, can't you strategize and let her play? If you don't know how to coach, step down and let me do it." Su Chen was quite good at hyping up the audience from below. The overall strength of the opposing school was very strong, and they started off with a losing streak, losing 3 times in a row. If they lost one more time, the school would miss the chance to advance. Perhaps the coach heard Su Chen's urgent shouts, or maybe it was already part of the tactical plan. In any case, the coach walked up to her, lightly patted her shoulder, indicating that she should go on stage. "Got it." Under the spotlight, Gao Yuanyuan stood up, tightly clenched her fists, her eyes bursting with a resolute light, as if she was about to go to her death. Her nails looked unusually pale from being clenched too hard. Her throat bobbed nervously as she swallowed saliva repeatedly. When Gao Yuanyuan stepped onto the field, Su Chen was more excited than anyone present, even more thrilled than her supportive friends who came to cheer her on. "Go, Yuanyuan! Yuanyuan, we love you, we like you." Su Chen was the only one in the whole arena who stood up, shouting at the top of his lungs like a devoted fan of an idol. It was a stark contrast to his well-dressed appearance in a suit, giving off a vibe of a mafia chef, which was quite unexpected. All eyes in the arena suddenly focused on Su Chen. The previously noisy atmosphere quieted down instantly, leaving only his shouts echoing in the air of the sports hall. The two friends awkwardly put down their support signs, afraid of being misunderstood for knowing the man. Who is he? Could he be Yuan Yuan's boyfriend? No way, Yuan Yuan is always with us every day. She has never mentioned having a boyfriend. We're all adults now, having some secrets is quite normal. Don't you have any secrets? Besides, online relationships are still relationships. Another girl immediately remembered her online dating with someone's photo, feeling a bit guilty, and quickly changed the subject. Ahaha, yeah, I have a stomachache, I'll go to the restroom first. Su Chen's behavior quickly caught Gao Yuanyuan's attention. She turned her head to look at Su Chen. However, she had no impression of the handsome young man in a suit before her, but she had noticed him before going on stage. He was sitting in a prominent position in the audience, constantly shouting at the coach to let him play. Although his words were a bit rude, they were very effective. She had no idea when she had gained such a supportive fan, but watching him shout so passionately, her originally extremely nervous mood suddenly relaxed, feeling an unprecedented calmness and strength. As the countdown began, her debut battle officially began. Gao Yuanyuan had a smooth start. With just a gentle push, she managed to bring down her opponent, gaining the upper hand. Now, as long as she stayed calm and composed, letting the referee count down steadily, she could secure victory. However, her opponent was the reigning national champion in the women's 65 kilograms category from last year, a title earned not by money but by sheer skill and determination. How could she make such a rookie mistake? It was just a trap set by Lu Ran. Her superb acting not only deceived Gao Yuanyuan but also fooled all the spectators present, even the commentators. Wow, this Gao Yuanyuan has no previous competition experience, but she managed to pin Lu Ran down right from the start. It seems this newcomer named Gao Yuanyuan has a high chance of becoming this year's dark horse. Truly impressive. Even the coach who was packing up on the sidelines to return to school was taken aback. There was no one in the team who could compete with Lu Ran. The game was already lost. He had sent Gao Yuanyuan up as a self-defeating idea, thinking of ending it early to catch a free dinner at the cafeteria. Could this girl really create a miracle? The idol she could only compete with in her mind in the past was now being pinned down by her, and Gao Yuanyuan was extremely excited. But out of respect, she didn't dare to use too much force to lock her opponent's arms, afraid of hurting her, just aiming to win by the countdown. If she could control her opponents back on the ground for 25 seconds, she would secure victory. Gao Yuanyuan had even started to imagine herself on the front page of newspapers and standing on the award podium. But harsh reality quickly taught her a lesson. Lu Ran smirked, exerting a sudden forceful rotation from her waist. The terrifying burst of power directly swapped their positions. The arena was like a battlefield, where opportunities slipped away in an instant. Gao Yuanyuan was now pinned beneath the opponent because she hadn't used all her strength to control the other party. Being locked on the ground from the beginning was a very dangerous strategy, almost suicidal. The experienced Lu Ran dared to play so recklessly because she saw that this cute little bunny had no competition experience and hesitated in her moves, so she dared to take a risk. However, this also maximized the program's effect, pushing the competition to its climax. Over a dozen cameras on site were all focused on Lu Ran, even giving a close-up of her face. The sudden reversal startled even the seasoned commentators, making them stumble in their speech. It's a trap, my goodness, no wonder the veteran Lu Ran is involved, such a rare competition. As expected, Lu Ran will definitely trend in tomorrow's sports news again. With the weight of two heavy loads on her chest, Gao Yuanyuan now had someone of similar weight pressing down on her, making her feel like she couldn't breathe. The two cute bunnies were severely deformed due to the pressure, even briefly separating, one on top and one below. The bunny on top even stuck half of its head out to catch a breath and witness the grand competition scene. It was really against the rules. How could someone bring small animals to compete? The audience a bit further away might not notice this detail, but the front row buddies all stood up. To make matters worse, Gao Yuanyuan's arms were tightly locked, rendering her unable to exert any force. The opponent seemed to be using all her might, and Gao Yuanyuan felt like her arm could be broken at any moment. The intense pain made beads of sweat form on Gao Yuanyuan's forehead instantly. Yuanyuan, you can do it, you are the team's only hope. Hold on for one more second, endure a little longer. Despite having no hope of winning, she hadn't given up, constantly cheering herself on in her heart. Su Chen in the audience was sweating profusely, feeling helpless. This was a competition, with security guards all around the arena. He couldn't rush onto the stage directly. Time was ticking away, but Gao Yuanyuan felt like each second was dragging on like a year. She couldn't hold on any longer, she had done her best. Tears welled up in her eyes as she patted the mat unwillingly. The bell announcing the end of the match rang out. Ding ding ding. The bell was accompanied by a crisp sound. Match over, Lu Ran wins, time taken 24 seconds. Congratulations on setting a new record for the fastest finish in professional final matches. The referee raised Lu Ran's hand high to declare her victory. Although it was just a regular match in the qualifying round, a large number of reporters rushed forward. They all wanted to interview this sports heroine as soon as possible. After all, the move Lu Ran had just pulled off was so shocking that she might even represent the country in the next Olympics. However, Lu Ran bypassed everyone and reached out to Gao Yuan. The spotlight shone brightly on Lu Ran's head, as if she was being adorned with a halo of sanctity. With a friendly smile on her face, she seemed to be asking, "Are you okay?" Her figure appeared so tall under the lights. The audience was all impressed by her sportsmanship, applauding and cheering. Despite the heartwarming scene, Gao Yuan's heart felt no warmth. Her furrowed brows and panicked eyes seemed to resist Lu Ran. Unexpectedly, Gao Yuan pushed away Lu Ran's hand with a slap. Struggling to stand up alone, she covered her injured shoulder and staggered towards the stage. Lu Ran took a few steps after her, looking concerned. "Classmate, are you really okay? Do you want me to help you down?" Gao Yuan still ignored her. This behavior instantly sparked discontent among the audience below. She won the match, didn't mock you, and even lowered herself to care for you. What's the meaning of your attitude? Look, I said she was just a decorative vase before the match, and she actually held on for 24 seconds. If you didn't know better, you'd think you were paying tribute to Lauda. With such a bad mindset, why bother playing? Just go home, find a man, have a child, and raise the baby. Let me volunteer first. The field was filled with voices criticizing Gao Yuan. Some even went up to block her directly, making it impossible for her to get off the stage. Gao Yuan stood on the stage, at a loss, holding her injured hand. It was her first time on stage, and she was more panicked than anyone else in this situation. She could only helplessly explain, "It's not like that. It's not what you see." However, the audience was too radical to listen. Humph, she has once again created a small sensation, becoming a potential internet-famous athlete. Lu Ran revealed a barely noticeable smile. No longer pretending to be a saint, he walked slowly to the reporters to accept the interview. After the incident, Su Chen immediately sent a message to Wang Hanqing outside. Upon receiving the information, Wang Hanqing agilely broke in successfully. The gates seemed like mere decorations, easily leaped over. Because of Wang Hanqing's intrusion, many security guards suddenly flooded into the venue. Seeing so many security guards, everyone thought something like a robbery was happening and quickly calmed down. Because the bird that sticks its head out gets shot, everyone was afraid of angering the criminals and getting into trouble. Su Chen seized this opportunity and quickly ran through the crowd to reach her. He wanted to take her away from this place of controversy. Gao Yuan looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar handsome man in front of her in confusion. She asked, "Who are you?" "I am your Prince Charming." "Ha?" Because he was in a hurry and flustered, Su Chen accidentally grabbed the girl's injured arm, causing Gao Yuan to wince in pain. Tears welled up in her big watery eyes as she pleaded, Don't touch my arm, it feels like it's broken." Amidst the attention of the crowd, Su Chen directly lifted Gao Yuan in a princess carry. It was a bit unexpected, but she had no better option than to hold onto Su Chen's neck with her hands to maintain balance. Seeing the crowd still blocking the stage, Su Chen couldn't help but scold angrily, "The young girl is injured, and you're all still angry down there. You might as well donate your eyes." Wang Hanqing also hurried over, using his big butt to push others aside and create a path. Seeing this man in an expensive suit with bodyguards by his side, everyone knew not to mess with him and remained silent. After stepping down from the stage, the security guards who were chasing Wang Hanqing surrounded him again. 2 security guards held Wang Hanqing's arms on either side. Seeing that they were about to take him away, Su Chen immediately became anxious. If he was caught, how could he manage? He had been licking that Li Baishua before, didn't even have money to take the driving test, let alone drive. Su Chen asked impatiently, "What are you doing?" He is suspected of disrupting the order of the competition, endangering public safety, and trespassing into the stadium. He must come with us. Disrupting the order of the competition, endangering public safety? Su Chen sneered twice. When those people were surrounding the stage, why weren't you concerned about the safety of the athletes on stage? Suddenly, none of the security guards dared to speak up. Gao Yuan looked up at the man's elegant jawline, feeling touched. She never expected that the first person to speak up for her would not be the coach or a teammate, but this unfamiliar handsome guy. Recalling what Su Chen had said when he first lifted her up, Gao Yuan felt a sense of disbelief. Could she really have met her Prince Charming? Seeing this, Su Chen added another sentence, Are you here to be guard dogs, or to maintain order on the scene? If you step aside now, I can overlook what happened earlier, you can continue with your competition, and I'll take my people with me. Otherwise, I will settle the score with each of you. With these words, the situation was instantly reversed, and Su Chen took the lead. The few security guards were intimidated by Su Chen, they looked at each other and ultimately chose to make way. After all, everyone was just working for a living, and no one wanted to get into trouble over trivial matters. Gao Yuan had a good figure, with a very slim waist that could almost be held with one hand. But because the larger areas were indeed too large, significantly exceeding the standard, the accompanying weight was not light. Only halfway through, Su Chen was already panting heavily. Wang Hanqing, who was following beside him, asked with concern, "Boss, do you need a replacement? I can help her check her injuries. Can you still take advantage of such a good opportunity?" Su Chen shook his head vigorously, readjusted his hand's position, and said, Go, what are you looking at? Do you think you're a doctor? Hurry up and go park the car at the entrance. Yes. Wang Hanqing could only obediently comply. Finally, Su Chen managed to carry Gao Yuan to the entrance. Looking at the man in front of her with a shirt collar soaked through, Gao Yuan was touched. I'm sorry, am I a bit heavy? Su Chen immediately put away his exhausted look, replaced it with a confident smile, and said, Heavy? Not at all, I feel like I'm holding air. I could even run 5 kilometers without any problem. Gao Yuan's favorability +5. Gao Yuan was amused by the man's humorous tone. However, she soon couldn't laugh anymore, because a luxurious golden Rolls-Royce was slowly approaching her and stopped in front of them. Even more unbelievably, the driver who got out of the car was Wang Hanqing, who had just been called to drive, and he respectfully helped open the car door. Gao Yuan's small mouth opened slightly, looking at Su Chen in disbelief. Truly a Prince Charming. Su Chen was pleased with the admiration in her eyes, smiled slightly, and helped her into the car. Even sitting on the soft seat, Gao Yuan couldn't believe that she could actually sit in a Rolls-Royce one day, momentarily forgetting the pain in her arms. The effect of an ambulance clearing the way was no worse than that of a Rolls-Royce clearing the way. In the car, Gao Yuan couldn't understand why the other party was willing to stand against everyone to help her, so she boldly asked. Because she was too shy to say handsome guy, she couldn't help but call him boss, since he seemed quite wealthy. Handsome boss, who are you really, and why are you willing to help me? But she was too nervous and confused, creating a new word. Fortunately, Su Chen didn't sense anything wrong. What, this girl still hasn't recognized me all this time. But it seemed normal, he had never sent her a photo, and there were no selfies in his social circle. Su Chen suddenly wore a sly smile, his bright eyes gleaming mischievously. He deliberately said, Help you? I never said I would help you. I'm here to kidnap you, Miss Gao Yuan. After saying that, he stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips, looking like a big bad wolf, specifically targeting this cute little bunny. Unexpectedly, the next moment, his stomach received a blow, along with a sweet scream in his ear, Help! Even Wang Hanqing in the front seat was startled without any defense. Fortunately, he had steady driving skills and remained calm in the face of danger, so the car did not swerve. Su Chen held his stomach in pain with one hand and tried to cover the girl's mouth with the other. Don't scream, I'm not. Unexpectedly, his hand was fiercely bitten. Su Chen widened his eyes in shock, almost letting out a cry. He hurriedly explained, Please let go, I am the happy little Suo. Do you remember the carnival? Does Qiao Luo remember? Hearing this familiar ID, Gao Yuan subconsciously released her mouth, surprised, It's you? She thought Su Chen was at least a greasy middle-aged man or a perverted old tycoon. Gao Yuan didn't dare touch the money Su Chen spent in the live broadcast room, afraid that it was money earned through selling himself. The reason she invited him over was to return the money, explain things clearly, to avoid unnecessary worries. Seeing Su Chen's distressed expression, Gao Yuan quickly asked, Are you okay? This girl was indeed a judo practitioner, her grip was too strong. Su Chen held his stomach in pain, unable to recover for a long time. I'm fine. Isn't this too simple-minded? He was just joking, why did she take it seriously? If her arm wasn't injured, she might have opened the car door and jumped out. Su Chen asked with a grievance, Do you think kidnappers would go to such lengths to kidnap you at a crowded sports center? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Gao Yuan apologized shyly. How are you feeling? Does it still hurt? Do you want me to massage it for you? Seeing her genuine concern, Su Chen didn't make it difficult for her. Sure, go ahead and massage. Gao Yuan's palm was warm and soft. Su Chen could feel her fingers gently drawing circles, the pressure was just right to ease the discomfort in his abdomen. Feeling the warmth from her palm, the pain seemed to ease at that moment. He closed his eyes, letting Gao Yuanyuan's hand gently massage his stomach. "How does it feel? Still painful?" Gao Yuanyuan asked attentively. Su Chen, about to burst into laughter, suddenly had an idea. "A bit lower." "Oh, okay." Innocently, Gao Yuanyuan moved her hand down without reservation, continuing to circle and massage lightly. Suddenly, her expression changed, her body stiffened. Then, as if scalded, she quickly withdrew her hand. Like a startled rabbit, she slightly curled up, cheeks blushing, trembling as she apologized. I'm sorry." "Ha? She apologized for teasing herself?" Gao Yuanyuan's kindness evoked a hint of guilt in Su Chen, but it was fleeting. Su Chen pretended not to know anything and asked, "Sorry for what? Why are you suddenly apologizing to me?" Gao Yuanyuan's face reddened even more, but she remained silent. Su Chen didn't press for an answer. After all, it was their first meeting. Appropriate jokes could enhance rapport, but going too far could backfire. Watching the pure girl beside him, Su Chen understood that he needed to take it slow, suppressing the rising desire in his heart. In less than 10 minutes, the car arrived at the nearest hospital. It was a private hospital. After getting off the car, Gao Yuanyuan wanted to walk alone, but Su Chen insisted on accompanying her. "Although your arm is injured now, what if there are other hidden injuries that could cause secondary harm?" Seeing the man's serious gaze and determined face, Gao Yuanyuan had to obediently comply and cooperate actively. "Can you lower your hand a bit? Don't grab my butt." "Well, it's more stable this way. If I don't hold you properly, I might slip and fall on you." "Okay." Inside the hospital, amidst the bustling crowd, Su Chen used a little trick to move from the back of the line to the front, even arranging for the best orthopedic doctor. The doctor who examined Gao Yuanyuan was an elderly physician. He sat in a corner of the room, his skin resembling old pages of a book, tinged with a faint yellow hue, and his wrinkles meandering like streams in the mountains. Instead of taking x-rays like other doctors, he had Gao Yuanyuan place her injured arm on the table, pressing and asking, "Does this hurt?" "No. How about this?" Gao Yuanyuan's face changed dramatically, gasping in pain, she whimpered, "Ouch." After confirming a few more spots, the old doctor took off his glasses and sat down slowly. Su Chen anxiously asked, "How is it? When can we schedule the surgery?" "No need for surgery, just a dislocated shoulder, resetting it will do." Hearing this, everyone in the room breathed a sigh of relief. "But at my age, coupled with injuries, my hands are not as strong anymore. I have to wait for my apprentice to come." "How long will that take?" The old doctor squinted at his watch. "It should be another half an hour." Waiting half an hour was fine for Su Chen, but for every minute she waited, Gao Yuanyuan would endure an extra minute of pain, and the difficulty of resetting would increase. The pain was in her body, but it hurt deep in her heart. Just as Su Chen was considering whether to spend money to call for help, Wang Hanqing, who was standing nearby, suddenly raised his hand. "Why are you raising your hand?" "I want to speak." Su Chen rolled his eyes speechlessly, trying to reassure himself that his driver couldn't possibly help. "Speak. I can reset it." "What? You can reset it? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Wang Hanqing pouted in grievance. "I wanted to help earlier, but you didn't let me." "Oh, stop talking nonsense. Who said you couldn't help?" Su Chen lightly kicked Wang Hanqing's butt. Wang Hanqing dodged to Gao Yuanyuan's side and quickly focused, looking serious and attentive. "Come, give me your hand." He gently lifted Gao Yuanyuan's dislocated arm, his fingers lightly pressing at the joint, searching for the best resetting point. Suddenly, Wang Hanqing pushed forcefully and swiftly, accompanied by a slight sound of the joint resetting and a soft gasp. Gao Yuanyuan's arm returned to its correct position. She took a gentle breath, seeming to be in some pain, but more of a sense of relief. After resetting, Wang Hanqing didn't immediately release his hand but continued to maintain a fixed position to ensure the arm was stable. He softly and gently asked, "Does it still hurt now?" Gao Yuanyuan shook her head lightly, casting a grateful glance. "It doesn't hurt anymore." The tender gaze between them made Su Chen feel jealous. Ahem. Wang Hanqing understood instantly, quickly stood up and moved aside, giving up his place. "That's about it." Su Chen chuckled and took Gao Yuanyuan's arm, gently rolling up her sleeve. Suddenly, a large expanse of white jade-like skin was revealed. In the soft light, Gao Yuanyuan's arm looked like meticulously carved jade, fair and tender. Underneath the skin seemed to hold clear spring water, smooth and delicate, exuding an indescribable sense of purity. The touch was also very nice, fleshy, and comfortable to pinch. It wasn't fat but well-toned muscles, just relaxed and soft to the touch. Gao Yuanyuan had never even held a boy's hand, let alone being touched by a man's hand so freely now. Unable to bear such stimulation, her cheeks flushed red. I'm fine now, you don't really need to massage." But Su Chen wouldn't easily let go. continuing to knead her delicate hands. "Don't be so polite, you massaged me in the car, now it's my turn to massage you." Upon careful consideration, it seemed reasonable, they should indeed help each other. Gao Yuanyuan swallowed and eventually agreed. "Move a bit higher, the area near your shoulders is a bit sore." "Alright." Following her instructions, Su-Chen began kneading her front shoulder, probably just below the collarbone. Like how Gao Yuanyuan had massaged herself in the car, he used his fingers to circle and press down. This was called reciprocity. As he massaged, Su-Chen was so engrossed that he didn't notice his fingers had shifted. The firm tension he felt before was gone, replaced by a soft and gentle touch. Su-Chen didn't pay much attention at first, still pleased with the effectiveness of his massage. It wasn't until he heard her breathing becoming faster and clearer that he sensed something was amiss and subconsciously looked at Gao Yuanyuan. Turning his head, he realized she was also looking at him, their eyes meeting. She lightly bit her lower lip, her teary eyes shimmering, looking like she was being bullied. Su-Chen stopped massaging, about to speak when he noticed his hand was moving in sync with Gao Yuanyuan's breathing rhythm. It was then that he realized why she had that expression. No wonder the flush on her face didn't seem like shyness or anger but more like the post-exercise blush of Ma jelly. It wasn't surprising since he had been massaging for a good 5 minutes. The sensation was just too good to resist. Before he could fully grasp the situation, he found himself unable to stop. Just from these exploratory touches at the edge of her territory, he knew she was definitely stronger than Ma jelly. Su-Chen couldn't bear to miss such a good opportunity and pretended not to notice, intending to continue massaging. But Gao Yuanyuan couldn't hold back any longer and reached out to grab Su-Chen's hand. Without saying a word, she looked at him imploringly, as if begging with her eyes. Her pitiful gaze was incredibly powerful, almost like a scene from a certain plot in a Japanese movie. Instead of making Su-Chen stop, it only fueled his desire even more. He could feel his body heating up, his desires taking over. The old and young bystanders who had been watching couldn't take it anymore. They thought to themselves, "Hey, there are people around. Are you two really going to play this game of cat and mouse in front of everyone? So, are we also part of your little game?" The young one, for the sake of propriety, couldn't protest directly, so he turned his head away. The old one, though accustomed to storms, was afraid that their actions would awaken long-dormant desires, causing trouble with their wives. The old doctor cleared his throat and reminded them, after the shoulder is back in place, don't massage it often, as it can easily cause further injury. And there are many people waiting in line, so if you don't have any other symptoms, please leave quickly. His calm voice instantly brought Su-Chen back to reality. "Oh, okay." Reluctantly, Su-Chen withdrew his hand. Gao Yuanyuan quickly got up, pursed her lips, opened the door, and ran outside on her own. From Gao Yuanyuan's favorability -5, oh my exploding beans, just like that, the hard-earned 5 points of favorability for being a hero to the rescue were offset. It was all for nothing. Seeing this, Su-Chen hurriedly followed. "Hey, where are you going?" "Yuanyuan, Yuanyuan." The girl was quite fast going downstairs, and he only caught up with her at the door. Gao Yuanyuan was walking briskly with her head down. Suddenly, she collided with a solid force, like a wall blocking her way. She took a few steps back, almost falling. Looking up, she saw Wang Hanqing's stern face. "Don't leave, the boss wants to talk to you." With his naturally aloof face, thick hair, and beard, he was imposing even when not angry. "If you tell me not to go, then I won't go. Do you think I'm a fool?" Gao Yuanyuan subconsciously turned her head and saw a white suit in front of her, her nose brushing against the collar. Su-Chen opened his arms towards her with a forced smile. "Yuanyuan, it was just a misunderstanding, let me explain." Caught between a rock and a hard place, Hai Yuanyuan subconsciously wanted to scream for help. Learning from the last experience, Su-Chen noticed her mouth opening and swiftly moved to cover it with his hand. "Help me." Wang Hanqing hesitated for a moment, then quickly moved to help restrain Hai Yuanyuan's hands. Wang Hanqing was adept at this kind of operation, even more so than Su-Chen. The two of them successfully put Hai Yuanyuan into the car. This flashy move inevitably attracted curious glances from passers-by. "Look, someone is actually kidnapping in broad daylight, we should call the police." "Call the police for what? Don't invite trouble for yourself. Have you ever seen kidnappers in a Rolls-Royce kidnapping someone in front of a hospital in broad daylight? Besides, do they look like they lack money? The suits they are wearing could buy your life. So, what are they up to?" The thin man with a sharp mouth straightened his back at this question, a hint of smugness playing on his lips. Seeing everyone listening intently, he cleared his throat and assumed a know-it-all posture. "You guys don't understand, rich people like to play like this nowadays. Even the owner of my rundown factory keeps mistresses, let alone big shots who can afford a Rolls-Royce. They spend more than you can imagine. This woman doesn't look that old, probably a student mistress kept by some boss. She probably came to the hospital for an abortion, but the boss didn't allow it, so he had her brought back. A chubby-looking guy stepped forward to refute. That doesn't make sense. If she's the boss's mistress, why would he stop her from having an abortion? Keeping the child would give him more leverage, right? This statement garnered agreement from the crowd. The thin man with the sharp mouth looked even more pleased, as if his performance had just begun. Shallow, you guys are too shallow, too naive. Do you know how easy it is for a gun to malfunction? Look at how many tycoons nowadays are infertile and have to resort to IVF. Furthermore, do you think real big shots are afraid of their legitimate wives finding out about such trivial matters? They each have their own games. The crowd widened their eyes, looking more enlightened, nodding in agreement. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a leather jacket walked out with a slightly pregnant woman in his arms. The man was adorned with gold on his hands, neck, and even teeth, clearly a boss. The pregnant woman was quite attractive, scoring around 85 points if rated by a system. Seeing the two come out, the thin man with the sharp mouth hurried to assist. "Shanshan, how's the baby?" The pregnant woman was about to speak, but the man in the leather jacket cut in. "Shanshan, don't you usually call your own wife by her name? Just call her openly." His tone was very brusque, as if the man had disturbed something. "Okay, boss." The thin man with the sharp mouth dared not meet the pregnant woman's eyes and weakly said, "Wife." The pregnant woman did the same, avoiding eye contact and nodding blankly. Both of them looked very awkward. Only the man in the leather jacket was smiling the most, his gold teeth sparkling in the sunlight. He held the woman's waist tighter and roughly rubbed the area below her waist with his 5 fingers. Let's go back and wash our son's hair." He patted the man's shoulder. "Don't worry, I'll cover the cost of his postgraduate studies when he's born." "Okay, thank you, boss." The thin monkey with a sharp mouth smiled reluctantly and obediently followed behind the two, helping carry the large and small bags. The melon came too quickly, with a huge amount of information. Before everyone could react, both the Rolls-Royce and the leather jacket boss left one after the other. The crowd dispersed in a commotion, continuing with their own tasks, leaving only the chubby guy who had just talked to the thin monkey squatting on the ground, trying to figure out the relationship between the leather jacket boss, the thin monkey, and the pregnant woman. Clap, 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 clap. The 4 car doors were locked one after another. No, don't. Dammy, the soundproofing of the Rolls-Royce was excellent. No matter how loudly Gao Yuanyuan shouted, pedestrians passing by couldn't hear a thing. This was thanks to the soundproof cotton in the car, weighing about 130 kilograms, close to the weight of 2 adults. Suchen looked at the additional rows of bite marks on his hand with a pained expression. This little girl must be a dog, she loves to bite people so much. He must discipline her well in the future to see if she dares to bite anything. The sweet voice kept stimulating Suchen's fragile nerves, making him restless and unable to explain. If she kept calling out like that, Suchen was afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself. He simply took out an ice cream from the mini fridge between them and stuffed it into the woman's mouth. Immediately, Gao Yuanyuan's cherry lips were sealed, unable to make a sound. Suchen wiped the sweat off his forehead, finally feeling a moment of peace in his ears. Gao Yuanyuan hadn't had a sip of water since the competition started, and she was feeling tired, so she started eating the ice cream. Suchen finally had a chance to explain and quickly said, "I didn't do it on purpose just now, do you believe me?" Gao Yuanyuan took the ice cream out of her mouth and stared into Suchen's eyes for 2 seconds. She didn't know if he had intentionally teased her, but she was indeed flustered at that moment. Her mind went blank, not knowing what to do, so she can only choose to avoid the situation. Seeing him staring at her without saying a word, Suchen, despite the risk of leaving his seat, anxiously leaned over the mini fridge, afraid she wouldn't see the kindness in his eyes. Suddenly, a harsh breaking sound rang out. Due to inertia, Suchen was thrown out, flying from the back seat to the front windshield, startling Wang Hanqing who was driving. Bang! The entire car visibly shook. Watching his disheveled boss, Wang Hanqing instantly broke out in a cold sweat, even considering how to run away with the half-year salary Suchen had paid in advance. "Are you okay?" The soft voice seemed to inject Suchen with energy, instantly revitalizing him. Suchen rolled back like Sun Shangxiang's skill, sitting back in his seat, supporting his chin with one hand, gazing affectionately at the girl. "Shu, don't move." Due to the sudden breaking earlier, Gao Yuanyuan also suffered, leaving a trace of ice cream on her cheek. Suchen gently wiped away the mark. Originally, he wanted to feed himself like the domineering CEOs in TV dramas. But upon second thought, that seemed too greasy. So he extended his index finger, covered in ice cream crumbs, to Gao Yuanyuan's delicate pink lips. Gao Yuanyuan didn't resist, just stared at him blankly, looking particularly cute. Whenever she encountered a particularly tense situation, her brain tended to crash. She had never been intimate with boys before, completely defenseless against Su Chen's charming smile. Clearly, her mind was now blank. Hurry and eat, don't waste it, Su Chen reminded her. Oh, okay. Gao Yuanyuan subconsciously stuck out her tongue and licked it. Su Chen's actions flowed smoothly. Even Wang Hanqing, a straight guy, couldn't help but admire the boss's superb flirting skills. With a boss like this, who would worry about not being able to find a wife in the future? Wang Hanqing tactfully got off the car to check the situation ahead, leaving some privacy for the two. That tiny tongue made Su Chen's heart itch. Indeed, humans have no resistance to cute things. Su Chen was worried that continuing to play around might lead to a fire, making it awkward to control the situation. As he retracted his fingers, a glint of silver thread was pulled out. Gao Yuanyuan also gradually realized, her face turning red, eyes starting to avoid. In a large seat, she only occupied half, curling her whole body towards the car door. Su Chen, no longer a novice driver, only felt a slight ripple in his heart. He felt he could handle this completely, even intensify it a bit, challenging his own weakness. He lightly pinched Gao Yuanyuan's cheek. Turning her face back, he emphasized once again that he really didn't mean it. Her slightly chubby cheeks on both sides were soft and comfortable to pinch. Her mouth formed an O shape under pressure, looking very cute. Gao Yuanyuan tried to turn her face away again but found it impossible, only able to avoid the man's gaze. Anxiously, she said, Can you not get your face so close? I forgive you, okay? Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, finally letting go of her hand. Looking down, he saw the girl's hands were half melted, in a precarious state. Hey, hurry up and eat. If the ice cream falls again, I'll continue feeding you. If you dirty my car, you'll be punished. Gao Yuanyuan panicked instantly upon hearing this. She found both actions, no matter which one, hard to accept. She quickly took a bite. Suddenly, her cherry lips completely engulfed the ice cream, leaving only a small stick exposed. Her cheeks were bulging, but the ice cream was too cold, so she quickly sucked the melted juice and spat it out again. Ah! Ha! Ha! Gao Yuanyuan gasped with her mouth wide open. Due to the temperature difference, each exhale produced a puff of white mist. Damn, this girl's way of eating ice cream is too provocative, making people's minds wander. Was it accidental or intentional? Su Chen watched Gao Yuanyuan's every move intently, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down continuously. Unconsciously, he pitched a tent, completely unaware of it. Gao Yuanyuan continued to focus on eating the ice cream. She liked to lick the ice cream, making sure to cover every angle. Each lick was very cautious, afraid of accidentally dropping it on the seat. After all, a seat costs tens of thousands, and she might not earn that much in the next 10 years after graduation. Although the car's air conditioning was on, the atmosphere was getting hotter. Su Chen, usually as steady as a rock, finally lost his breath control. Sweet girl, twin ponytails, 36D, goddess-level schoolgirl. Each of these tags alone was stunning, and they were all concentrated on one person, making it impossible not to be captivated. Anyone who meets her would politely stand up and salute. Just as Su Chen's last bit of rational defense was about to collapse, Wang Hanqing returned. After investigating the accident ahead and confirming that the boss wasn't engaging in love education inside the car, he finally came in with peace of mind. Bro, I've finished investigating. The main reason for the rear-end collision ahead was that the driver was driving normally at first, while the boss was playing cards with the driver's pregnant wife in the back seat. Suddenly, the boss felt dizzy and couldn't exert any strength. To help the boss finish playing the remaining cards, the driver had no choice but to keep stepping on the brake, eventually causing a chain reaction of rear-end collisions. When Wang Hanqing said this, he didn't even blink, his face still expressionless, as if it were just an everyday occurrence. The boss was playing poker in the back seat with the driver's pregnant wife. In order to help the boss finish the remaining cards in his hand, the driver had to keep tapping the brakes. Oh my goodness, what an obscure sentence. Each of these words makes sense on its own, but when integrated into a sentence, it feels oddly strange. In an instant, Su Chen's clever little brain was completely bewildered, momentarily forgetting the task at hand. Gao Yuanyuan was equally surprised, her small mouth hanging open. Wait, are you saying that the driver, his wife, and the boss were all in the same car? Su Hanqing doubted his hearing for a moment, repeatedly confirming. Yes. Wang Hanqing nodded lightly, as if he thought such a thing was normal and not worth making a fuss over. So, the driver and his wife should be real, not fake, right? Bro, what are you talking about? Of course, it's real. Just now, I saw the driver comforting the pregnant woman, and it seemed like the boss was quite unhappy, getting into a fight with the driver, arguing about whose child the pregnant woman was carrying. but in the end, they were all taken away by an ambulance. This series of explosive news instantly cleared Su Chen's muddled mind. He shook his head, quickly adjusting his mindset. Yuan, it's getting late, the judo competition is probably over. Why don't you just stay and have dinner with me? Having dinner and staying for a drink afterwards wouldn't be too much. That was his brilliant plan. After finishing the meal, Gao Yuan's mood had improved a lot, but upon hearing about the judo competition, a dark cloud instantly covered her face. No, thank you, I'd better go back to school first. Su Chen was determined not to let the roasted duck slip away, immediately racking his brains to find a way to keep her. But the main thing was to improve her impression of him, not to force her. So he decided to take a detour and play the emotional card. Alright, I'll just take you back then. Su Chen looked ahead, took a deep breath, and smiled with relief. You know, just being able to see you today already makes me very happy. After all, it's our first meeting, you still have some guard against me, that's normal. I want to apologize again for what happened today. I don't expect you to forgive me, but it was truly unintentional. If you really dislike me, then I promise not to bother you again in the future. As he spoke, Su Chen took out his phone and transferred 3 million directly. Silly girl, when you have money, you must be willing to spend it. Yuan, you must be happy. There was a hint of sadness in the man's eyes, his voice choked with sobs. As he finished the last word, a tear rolled down his cheek. The setting sun shone perfectly on the man's resolute face, outlining a perfect profile. It was truly a case of everything falling into place. This divine operation was undoubtedly a blow to Gao Yuan, a naive girl who had never even been in love. Without a doubt, it deeply moved her, even causing a hint of guilt. She held onto her pants tightly, not understanding why her heart had skipped a beat just now. Goodwill from Gao Yuan plus 10, indeed, deep affection is the ultimate skill. Su Chen was ecstatic inside, but he maintained a look of sorrow on his face, continuing to strike a pose. Gao Yuan never expected her words to have such a profound impact on the man before her. I'll go with you to eat. Hearing this, Su Chen was overjoyed, immediately instructing Wang Hanqing to turn the car around. Zaya Wangba, forget about going to school, head to the nearest hotel. Okay, bro. The car obediently made a U-turn. Hotel. Didn't we agree to have dinner? Why are we going to a hotel? Gao Yuan looked shocked. Silly girl, what are you thinking? Su Chen smirked, moving closer to Gao Yuan and placing a hand behind her back. The food at the hotel is much better. Really? Su Chen nodded with a smile. Looking into her innocent eyes, he had already come up with over a dozen excuses to make the girl stay with him that night. Alright then. In the end, Gao Yuan chose to compromise, her woman's intuition giving her some faint trust in Su Chen. From the moment they met, he had always been there to support her from her perspective. This made Gao Yuan feel an inexplicable sense of reliability and even dependence on Su Chen. That's right, you're such a good girl for your big brother. Su Chen naturally placed his hand on the girl's shoulder. Gao Yuan was still immersed in her thoughts, completely unaware of his actions. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Gao Yuan's phone. Okay, I'm fine, I'm in the car now, I'll head back later. After the call, her expression darkened, and her eyes lost their previous sparkle. What's wrong? Su Chen asked curiously. Gao Yuan just brushed it off with a few words. It's nothing, just my coach checking on my whereabouts. The girl's explanation couldn't fool Su Chen's sharp eyes. It was clear she was hiding something from him. Since being with Ma Jelly, his ability to read people had improved significantly. After all, that girl loved to speak in contradictions, pretending not to be angry when she clearly was, or saying she didn't want something when she actually did. Suddenly, he noticed a gray stain on Gao Yuan's seat and came up with a plan. He reached towards her legs. Startled, Gao Yuan clamped her legs together and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Su Chen remained calm. "What's the rush? I'm not touching you. If you don't let go, I won't be polite." With that, Su Chen extended his other hand, pretending to reach for Gao Yuan's stomach. Blushing, Gao Yuan reluctantly opened her legs, feeling embarrassed as if she was inviting trouble. Su Chen spread her legs slightly and pointed at the cushion, asking sternly, "What's the stain?" Gao Yuan looked and gasped. There was indeed a gray-white stain on the seat. She had been careful while eating her ice cream, making sure not to waste a drop, so how could there be a missed spot? But the evidence was there, and she couldn't deny it. The only explanation was the sudden break earlier. Su Chen rolled up his sleeves, his gaze icy. He seemed ready to discipline his little pet for misbehaving. He didn't speak, waiting for Gao Yuan to confess. Only when she admitted it herself could she make a request. Scared and confused, Gao Yuan worried he might ask her to replace the seat. She had never dealt with such a situation before. Rolls-Royce was known for its luxury and extravagance. A single seat would cost tens of thousands, and if he didn't let her pay with the money he gave her, she would have to work for him for a lifetime. That was unacceptable to her. Okay, I'm willing to accept the punishment, but please don't go too far. Gao Yuanyuan trembled as she spoke. Achieving his goal, Suchen smiled triumphantly. Call me master. Master? Gao Yuanyuan looked puzzled. Her reaction was a bit slow, taking 2 seconds to understand. No, that's too much. Choose another one. Suchen was truly growing fond of this naive girl. Little fool, didn't you already call out? Call out again, more coquettishly. Upon hearing this, Gao Yuanyuan's ears turned red. Seeing her hesitation, Suchen continued, if you don't want to, forget it, I'll come up with another punishment. Gao Yuanyuan thought to herself that she had already called twice in the live broadcast room. A few more calls wouldn't make a difference, especially since she didn't know anyone here. If she didn't accept this request, there might be even more outrageous demands. So she reluctantly agreed. No, can't I just call out? Gao Yuanyuan gritted her teeth and mechanically uttered, Master. Suchen furrowed his brows slightly, finding her call less pleasing than the previous one. However, his fondness for her didn't diminish. It seemed that she didn't mind calling him master, so it was worth cultivating. No, too stiff, no emotion at all. Master, why shout so loudly? Are you yelling at me? Try to find the feeling. Have you played Wang Zhirong? Try to channel that dodgy feeling. Wang Zhirong? Gao Yuanyuan cleared her throat and made up her mind to go all out. Master, after a moment of preparation, she softly called out. The voice flowed like a spring from the bottom of her heart, with a hint of coquettishness, sweet but not cloying, gentle and melodious, making people want to hear it again. Su Chen's heart trembled upon hearing this call. Subsequently, joy blossomed on his face. Call out once more. Master, call out 100 times. Master, master, master. Gao Yuanyuan seemed to let go completely, as if venting, closing her eyes and shouting freely. Su Chen was immersed in this tender moment, unable to extricate himself. If it weren't for the concern about affecting Gao Yuanyuan's fondness, he really wanted to act immediately. Freebies are enjoyable, it seems this chair is really worth it. In fact, the stains on the chair were not from ice cream but from the milk Su Chen and Ma Jelly forgot to clean up during their intimacy in the car while not wearing the blue elf. Having taken advantage of the situation, Su Chen had to focus on the task at hand. I won't tease you anymore, now let's start the real punishment. Gao Yuanyuan was momentarily speechless. Her expression was puzzled as if questioning life, yet her eyes seemed to hold a hint of anticipation. Just a few calls of master and I'll let you off tens of thousands, isn't that too cheap for you? You. Gao Yuanyuan was choked up, unable to speak, her chest heaving rapidly. She strongly condemned such behavior but felt helpless at the same time. Tell me, what's the punishment? Su Chen asked, pushing further, do you know what you did wrong? Yes. Where did you go wrong? In Gao Yuanyuan's mind, she thought she shouldn't have done the live broadcast that day, shouldn't have added you on WeChat, and definitely shouldn't have invited you to watch the game. But she answered differently, I was wrong not to clean up the ice cream properly and drop it on the chair, making Master angry. Because she had been calling out earlier, it had become a habit. She had forgotten to change it back, and by the time she realized, it was too late. Next time when brother feeds you ice cream, can you promise to clean it all up without leaving a drop? Yes. Gao Yuanyuan's eyes were determined, nodding her head like a woodpecker. Su Chen smiled satisfactorily and hooked his pinky finger towards her. Despite some hesitation, Gao Yuanyuan leaned in. Admitting mistakes is good, but I still have to punish you. Punish you. From now on, you're not allowed to hide anything from me. Gao Yuanyuan was surprised, is that all? Yes. Su Chen crossed his legs, looking completely at ease. Having learned her lesson from the previous incident, Gao Yuanyuan added cautiously, are you sure there are no other requests? No requests for spending the night or special services? You silly girl, so that's what you're thinking. Su Chen smirked mischievously, revealing his wolfish grin again. If that's what you want, then Big Brother is always ready to accompany you. Gao Yuanyuan quickly shook her head like a rattle drum, smiling wryly. Hee, let's forget about it. I definitely didn't mean that. Can Big Brother agree to the request just now? Without hesitation, Gao Yuanyuan nodded in agreement. It wasn't like she was selling herself or selling blood, so why not agree? Alright, from now on, you're not allowed to keep anything from Big Brother. Okay. Gao Yuanyuan straightened her chest, agreeing. Tell me, what really happened during the match just now? In fact, every move and expression of hers on the field, Su Chen observed carefully. Her expression changed after being defeated by Lu Ran on the ground, not with disappointment or anger, but with confusion, even a sense of grievance. This cheerful girl, joking with her teammates before the match, happily saying it didn't matter if she lost, just coming to spar with her idol and shake hands. But after the match, her behavior was extremely abnormal, even ignoring her idol's attempt to help her up. Something must have happened to make a girl's temperament change so drastically, something that made her angry and powerless. Combined with her unusual behavior after that phone call, Su Chen was almost certain that Gao Yuanyuan was hiding something from him, and it was definitely related to Lu Ran. At this moment, Gao Yuanyuan was still stubbornly holding on to that last bit of stubbornness. Hee, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Her laughter was very forced, her smile very stiff. To show his sincerity, Su Chen decided to go all out. He must let this little girl see his extraordinary skills. You silly girl, tell me what happened. Big brother promises to help you solve it. Even if it means taking away this Rolls Royce, or even 10, Big Brother will spare no effort. Since Big Brother has said it, if you don't tell me, I'll throw this car into the river. There's no face in driving it anyway. Hearing this, Gao Yuanyuan was touched, her nose slightly sour. This was a Rolls Royce, worth tens of millions, and he would throw it into the river? How many bowls of braised pork trotters could she eat with those millions? She wouldn't finish them in a lifetime. If an ordinary person said this, Gao Yuanyuan might think he was bragging and completely ignore it. But he was a rich man, and rich people usually had different minds. And if he really had a Rolls Royce, Gao Yuanyuan was afraid he might actually throw the car into the river. If you don't feel sorry, I will. Gao Yuanyuan was afraid that Su Chen would really do it, then she would probably be shrouded in guilt for the rest of her life. Finally, under Su Chen's sincere gaze, Gao Yuanyuan let go of her last bit of stubbornness. She was willing to open up and talk about what happened at that time. It turned out that when Lu Ran pinned Gao Yuanyuan down, not only did she say dirty words in her ear asking for a relationship, but she even took advantage of the public eye to make advances. Su Chen, confused face, damn. So she was competing with me for a woman. But Gao Yuanyuan directly rejected her. After the match ended, Lu Ran continued to twist her arm until it dislocated. Thinking of these painful memories, Gao Yuanyuan couldn't help but shed tears of grievance, crying bitterly. It's okay, come here, let Big Brother hug you. At times like this, Su Chen didn't need to be ambiguous, he just hugged the girl directly, pressing her body against his. His shoulder was a haven for many girls, and they all praised it. Gao Yuanyuan seemed to have found an outlet for her emotions, crying even more vigorously, tears falling like broken pearls. Her shoulders trembled lightly, each quiver seemingly carrying endless sorrow. Su Chen enjoyed this very much, as it was a great opportunity to shape his own image. He found that each goddess cried in their own unique way. Ma Jelly liked to wipe her nose and tears all over herself when she cried, making her clothes dirty and sticky. But it definitely wasn't as sticky as what Su Chen wiped on her. Xia Ling, although not wiping all her snot and tears on herself, would hit or pinch herself to vent. Among the three, Gao Yuanyuan cried the most gently yet powerfully. She was like a polite child, very well behaved. Sobbing quietly, like a little bird chirping. She wouldn't wipe her snot on herself, let alone raise her fists to hit herself. The full details of the incident are unknown, no comments will be made. If the full details are known, immediate action will be taken. Urgent as an imperial decree, may the judge of hell possess me. Don't be afraid, I'll help you seek justice in this matter. Su Chen patted Gao Yuanyuan's back, comforting her softly. He raised his head, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. In a cold tone, he said, let's not go to the hotel first, let's go to the gym. Wang Hanqing felt like 10,000 grass mud horses were galloping through his mind. We were just 50 meters away from turning left to reach our destination, and now you're telling me to turn around? But the boss's orders were like military commands. Military orders are as unyielding as a mountain, they cannot be disobeyed, so we had to turn around once again. A luxurious golden Rolls-Royce swiftly turned around and headed quickly towards the gym. Inside the Sioux City Central Gymnasium, the lights were bright, and the voices were lively. Amidst the enthusiastic applause and cheers, the teams ranked tonight slowly ascended the award podium. Standing in the center of the team was the triumphant Lu Ran. She was dressed in a bright teen uniform, standing tall and proud. Her once messy middle parting was now meticulously arranged, the parting line clearly visible. Not only did she lead the school's judo team to first place in the South China Regional Tournament, but she also received the honor of the individual MVP. Just as the presenter was about to hand the trophy to Lu Ran, a sudden voice rang out. Wait a minute! The voice was powerful, unquestionable, instantly quieting down the previously noisy gym. All eyes turned sharply towards the source of the voice. Su Chen emerged from the crowd, his gaze firm, his steps strong. Lu Ran is not qualified to receive this trophy, let alone stand on this competition stage. This statement was like a depth charge, instantly causing an uproar in the entire gym. Who is he? What does he want with that lousy horn? Hiss. Wasn't he the guy who rushed onto the stage and hugged a little girl before? What did he mean by what he just said? Could there be some earth-shattering revelation? A familiar chubby figure instantly woke up from a dream. Revelation? Where's the watermelon? I want to eat. Su Chen's appearance forced the award ceremony to temporarily halt. Lu Ran still stood on the stage, staring fixedly at Su Chen. She didn't recognize this man from her memory, so why was he suddenly causing trouble for her? She was also curious about what this man wanted. Su Chen looked at the intrigued crowd, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Everyone, please calm down and listen carefully to every word I'm about to say. Apples, fresh Fuji apples, 3 kilograms for 5 yuan, very sweet. Rarely did he get to show off in front of so many people, but his horn suddenly malfunctioned. A strong accent-laden hawking voice echoed continuously in the gym. The whole place fell into a few seconds of silence, followed by a wave of booing. Tisk, what's this? Turns out he's here to sell fruits. Is this guy crazy? Where are the organizers? Why aren't they coming to kick this troublemaker out? This trumpet was a treasure that Su Chen acquired on his way here, spending a hefty sum of 20 yuan to snatch it from a fruit-selling ant by the roadside. The sound was very clear and loud, but unfortunately, it had a few issues. Su Chen pressed every button on the trumpet, but to no avail. He decided to let go and gave it a slight toss to the ground. Honk! After a burst of ear-piercing noise from the trumpet, it miraculously returned to normal. Indeed, sometimes old relics required the most primitive methods to work. Su Chen picked up the trumpet from the ground, dusted it off, and continued. Not only did she continue to attack after the final bell rang, she also tarnished the spirit of sports. She even harassed a female player, showing complete disrespect and lacking any moral boundaries. This is contempt for the referee, and even disrespect for everyone present. With these words, everyone was stunned, and the entire sports arena fell into a long silence. Upon hearing her mistakes being listed out so vividly, Lu Ran felt a hint of panic in her heart. Fortunately, having been involved in various competitions and interviews since childhood, she had seen it all and had developed a strong heart, quickly regaining her composure. Boldly snatching the microphone from the host beside her, she sneered and said, "Who did I harass? Who did I foul? With thousands of eyes on the scene, not to mention so many referees, do you think you understand the game better than the referees? Everything must be based on evidence. Without evidence, accusing me is defamation, and I could sue you for that. Fine, go ahead and sue me. I hope you end up regretting it." Su Chen completely disregarded her threats. Evidence? I even have a witness. With that, Su Chen pulled out Gao Yuanyuan, who had been hiding behind him all along. Gao Yuanyuan lowered her head, tugging at Su Chen's sleeve with one hand, still half hiding timidly behind him. She seemed even more nervous than when she first stepped onto the competition stage. So, it was her after all. Seeing this timid little bunny, Lu Ran couldn't help but smirk openly, feeling confident in her heart. Although she had only faced this little bunny today, she had already figured out her character. Recalling how Gao Yuanyuan almost cried when she was pinned down earlier, Lu Ran licked her cracked lips with satisfaction. She looked so plump and juicy, indeed, she must feel good to touch. It was a pity she didn't yield to her advances, or she could have enjoyed some delicious and succulent rabbit meat tonight. If only she hadn't been so eager to defeat her, she could have continued to engage with her and satisfy her cravings a bit longer. Lu Ran was certain that Gao Yuanyuan would never dare to reveal the absurd and unspeakable incident in front of thousands of people. And even if she did, who would believe her? A mediocre grassroots athlete and a well-known celebrity athlete, in terms of credibility and persuasiveness, it was quite obvious who held the upper hand. As soon as Gao Yuanyuan reappeared, the crowd's emotions instantly heightened. Some even started to speculate conspiracies. Oh, this girl has the nerve to come back. Isn't she afraid of being drowned and spit by everyone? They must be in cahoots, one disturbing people on the field, the other coming to tarnish someone's reputation, deliberately inflating this matter. Let's set up a live broadcast, put out a broken bowl, and start collecting Maybach fragments. Exactly, people like her should be banned for life, and the man should be permanently barred from entering here. The crowd began to attack them, all rallying behind Lu Ran, mocking and ridiculing the two. Su Chen furrowed his brows slightly. He knew he would face criticism at the beginning and had long been mentally prepared for it. Anyway, during the years when she was a licking dog, her face had become thicker than the Great Wall, so she could handle any insults. But as soon as someone spoke a little harshly, Gao Yuanyuan, who was usually calm and collected, would start sweating profusely. Her legs would tremble slightly, and she would wish to quickly retreat to the warmth and quiet of her little bed. She gently tugged at Su Chen's sleeve, pleading, "Brother, I don't need to seek justice anymore. Shall we just leave?" Su Chen gently rubbed her soft hand and whispered comfortingly in her ear, "Don't be afraid, I'm here for you. If anyone should leave, it should be her, not us. Brother not only wants to help you seek justice but also make her kneel down and apologize to you." Under Su Chen's comforting words, Gao Yuanyuan finally agreed to step forward and seek justice for herself. With her eyes closed, she tightly held Su Chen's hand, intertwining their fingers. Turning her endless fear into courage, she quickly recounted the whole incident. By the time she mentioned the violation of her sensitive areas, Gao Yuanyuan's face was so red it could have dripped blood. After narrating everything, Gao Yuanyuan leaned into Su Chen, burying her face deeply in his chest, seeking solace. At that moment, Su Chen's heart bloomed with joy. Indeed, the feeling of a beauty taking the initiative to seek comfort and the effort he put into consoling her was incomparable. Without hesitation, his hands began to roam freely over Gao Yuanyuan's body. It wasn't a lewd act. He intended to divert Gao Yuanyuan's attention in this way and alleviate her stress. Meanwhile, Lu Ran had not yet grasped the seriousness of the situation, maintaining a carefree expression on her face. "You've said so much, but where is the evidence? In the end, the two of you are in cahoots, so how credible are your words? Since you have so much free time and want trouble, then be prepared to receive a lawyer's letter when you return." Lu Ran's credibility was still strong, leading everyone to echo her words like parrots. "That's right, you two are in cahoots, so what's the point of all this talk?" When the words "green corpse cold" were mentioned, Coach Zhang, who was eating on the sidelines, suddenly lost his composure. He couldn't continue being invisible. The food in his hand suddenly lost its appeal, so he quickly abandoned it and rushed onto the stage, snatching the microphone from the other host. "Hey, you!" The host hesitated, and the other host held him back. After exchanging a glance, the two hosts silently left the battlefield. "Gao Yuanyuan." Upon hearing this familiar voice, Gao Yuanyuan quickly looked up and saw her coach on stage. She thought he was going to speak up for her, clear her name, and felt elated. But the next moment, the coach's words extinguished the spark of hope that had just ignited. She felt a chill from head to toe. "I officially announce that you are expelled from the judo team. From now on, you have no relation to the judo team whatsoever. Whatever punishment, lawyers' letters, they are all your personal affairs, unrelated to the judo team, and even less related to me." Upon hearing that she was expelled from the team, Gao Yuanyuan could no longer contain the suppressed emotions within her and burst into tears. Lu Ran looked at Coach Zhang, who suddenly appeared to assist, with approval. "I remember your name is Coach Zhang, right? Even an ordinary university coach had to show deference to the genius judo player Lu Ran." "Yes. If there are any more troublemakers like her in the team in the future, and I can't handle them, send them to me. I'll help you set some rules and teach them some technical moves." Coach Zhang was so excited that he almost jumped up. With a judo genius guiding them, advancing to the group stage next year would be a piece of cake, even a chance to win a prize. They might even secure more funding from the school effortlessly. The thought of this beautiful thing was so exciting that he immediately wanted to send his two precious daughters over tonight. At this moment, Su Chen was too busy comforting Gao Yuanyuan to pay much attention to the dealings between the two on stage. Seeing that he was silent, Lu Ran thought he was completely scared of her and had no way out. She arrogantly said, "What are you security guards eating? Letting these two delay everyone for so long, why don't you hurry up and kick them out?" As soon as she finished speaking, several security guards immediately surrounded them. But Wang Hanqing was not someone to be trifled with. He boldly picked up the wine bottles thrown by the troublemakers on the ground, one in each hand, staring fiercely at them. "I dare you to touch my boss." Although he was alone, his powerful aura and intimidation made those troublemakers hesitate and dare not approach. "Xiao Wangba, don't be like this. We are civilized people here to reason and seek justice. We can't be like some people who even abandon their parents and start acting shamelessly." Su Chen's tone was unusually calm, his expression changing unpredictably. Despite having the war wolf system, which basically allowed him to have countless goddesses, he never forgot his original intentions. Women were still his bottom line. Only he could make his woman cry, no one else. "If you break her wings, I will destroy your heaven." Listening to his ambiguous words, Lu Ran became furious and shouted angrily to the audience below, "Can't you speak properly? Are you out of your mind?" Su Chen didn't mince words in his response. "Then swear that you haven't done those things to Gao Yuanyuan. If you have, swear by your parents." "Why should I listen to you?" Although China was technologically advanced, many Chinese still believed in some superstitions. Lu Ran began to feel a bit uneasy. "Security, why aren't you taking action? Do I have to complain to your superiors?" As soon as their livelihoods were at stake, the security guards dared not hesitate and gradually closed in on them. The atmosphere at the scene became extremely tense, on the verge of a battle. Just then, Soo-chan calmly spoke again. "Who says I have no evidence?" "I do. The cameras have captured all the footage of the match. Isn't that the best evidence?" With this statement, everyone suddenly realized. The security guards relaxed and continued to stand by, watching quietly. This time, when Wang Hanqing returned, he parked his car at the entrance, which many security guards noticed. Could an ordinary person afford a Rolls-Royce? They didn't want to offend a big boss. So when Soo-chan and the others entered, they pretended to be busy, turning a blind eye and letting the three of them come back in. What? Can it really be like this? Lu Ran suddenly showed a terrified expression, her steps unsteady, as if she was about to collapse at any moment. But the next moment, she bent over on stage and burst into laughter. Laughing wildly, laughing wantonly. "Go ahead, investigate all you want. If you don't find any valid evidence, you'll have to compensate me for mental damages and loss of income." Her acting skills were superb. Even Coach Zhang on stage was deceived and subconsciously wanted to go help. As a repeat offender, when she carried out her evil plan for the second time in her early years, she had already considered the issue of cameras. So she specifically chose moments when the on-site cameras turned away, entering blind spots to carry out her mischief. After years of practice, her mischief had reached a mysterious and profound level. Her subtle movements were so skillful that the on-site cameras couldn't capture them at all. As the saying goes, the devil is in the details. How could Soo-chan not have thought of this possibility? The referee team quickly reviewed the match replay. Even in slow motion with high-speed cameras, they still couldn't find evidence of Lu Ran's wrongdoing, as there were too many blind spots in the footage. So far, everything seemed to point to Soo-chan and his group being troublemakers. However, Soo-chan remained calm. He tried to speak, but his megaphone malfunctioned again, rendering even makeshift solutions useless. With hands in his pockets, he nonchalantly walked up to the stage, facing the ceiling in front of everyone. Without a word, he reached out his hand to Coach Zhang. After a brief hesitation, Coach Zhang took his hand, only to receive a slap. "What are you doing, microphone?" Soo-chan, looking disdainful, wiped his hand on his pants. Feeling played by a young upstart, Coach Zhang, somewhat annoyed, threatened to strike. He wasn't really going to hit Soo-chan but wanted to show loyalty and prowess in front of Lu Ran. Seeing his master about to be bullied, Wang Hanqing leaped onto the stage. With a fierce glare, Coach Zhang handed over the microphone. Soo-chan walked to Lu Ran, rolled up his sleeves, and stretched his sore neck, ready for action. The spotlight shone on him, as if adorning him with a golden halo. Lu Ran, who had been angry with him earlier, now couldn't help but be captivated by his charm up close. His tall, angular figure and sharp features, enhanced by his tight suit and confident demeanor, appealed to her taste. At that moment, Lu Ran's admiration for him surged, and she couldn't help but imagine some inappropriate scenes. Nearly kneeling down, she almost handed Soo-chan a whip. Oblivious to the infatuated face beside him, Soo-chan raised the microphone high and shouted, "Use the live competition recording. If it's useful, there will be a reward." Despite the lackluster response, an elderly lady at the far end of the venue stood up shakily, holding an old-fashioned phone. Although her video was blurry and full of heads, Soo-chan generously handed her 500 without hesitation. After receiving the money, the lady joyfully leaped around, feeling rejuvenated. Seeing the money, the audience couldn't contain themselves and eagerly joined in, hoping to benefit. Chaos ensued, overwhelming the security guards. Panicked, the organizers rushed out to control the situation and were about to expel Soo-chan. Without delay, Soo-chan requested two things, a contract and a pen. He intended to donate to the stadium in Gao Yuan's name. Bewildered, the organizers initially doubted their sanity until they received 10 million and signed the donation contract. Realizing their mistake, they acknowledged the unexpected turn of events. Grateful for the investment, they organized the crowd orderly, impressed by Soo-chan's integrity and determination to seek the truth. Almost everyone in the audience was willing to provide videos, and the reputation of the two instantly reversed, as if the victory trumpet had been blown in advance. Lu Ran on the stage couldn't sit still, realizing that she couldn't continue to be infatuated. Unfortunately, she shouted until she was hoarse, but no one was willing to listen to her lies anymore. Soo-chan didn't really need so many videos, but he knew well the principle that water can carry a boat, but also capsize it. He had spoken so well earlier, and if he let everyone leave empty-handed now, no one would probably be pleased. It might even provoke public anger, with people organizing to spread rumors about him. So he didn't directly refuse everyone but chose another way. "Fellow villagers, thank you for being willing to provide clues for us, but I only need a few videos. As soon as these words were spoken, the enthusiasm in the room was dampened by half, and disappointment was written all over everyone's faces. However, to thank everyone for their enthusiasm, I will commission the temporary establishment of a fund at the sports arena, and everyone present can receive a token of appreciation. With these words, the enthusiasm reignited, and the room buzzed once again. Su-chan organized the people in the front row, negotiated prices with each of them, and everyone was willing to cooperate actively. It is well known that there are no videos that netizens cannot capture, only videos that have not been published. They always manage to capture some unexpected scenes. Now, videos cover every angle, leaving no room for escape. Seeing everyone obediently lining up to hand over their videos for inspection, Lu-ran couldn't sit still anymore. She began hysterically demanding that the award ceremony take place immediately, even attempting to rush the stage to attack Su-chen. However, she was swiftly tackled to the ground by Wang Hanqing. This was the first time Lu-ran felt a sense of despair and powerlessness about her combat skills. It should be noted that for a professional judo athlete to quickly take down an ordinary person is a matter of instant eruption. Yet, the man in front of her, with even stubble unshaven, not only could break her moves but also effortlessly tackle her to the ground. She lay on the ground, losing control of her emotions, angrily shouting, "Is no one going to do anything about this?" The organizers shifted their gaze, whistling as if they hadn't seen anything. They treated her with indifference, ignoring her pleas. Without concrete evidence, how could the big shots make a scene in front of so many people? It seemed that Lu-ran was already a dead fish on the chopping block. Moreover, having had enough of Lu-ran, who relied on her genius status, had all sorts of flaws, and hadn't even learned basic respect, they wouldn't bother. Through everyone's relentless efforts, several highly suspicious videos were selected. They all happened to capture blind spots that the on-site cameras couldn't reach. At first glance, they seem like normal actions, considering that judo involves a lot of body contact. But when these different videos were put together, a hint of something sinister emerged. Accidentally touching someone once or twice could be excused, but in a normal match that lasted over 10 seconds, what did it mean to keep your hand in the same place? Even when Gao Yuan was in a dominant position, she was still being taken advantage of. One of the guys used a professional camera, and the footage was just as good as the on-site cameras, capturing a close-up shot of Gao Yuan at the end of the match. When the video was slowed down, through the lens, you could clearly see Gao Yuan's pained expression, even the beads of sweat on her forehead. And at the moment the final bell rang, Lu-ran didn't immediately get up but continued to lock shoulders. It was evident that Gao Yuan's shoulder suddenly shifted, a sign of dislocation. It was in that instant that Gao Yuan's expression changed dramatically. No wonder her subsequent behavior seemed so strange. Being taken advantage of by her idol on the field, not receiving respect, and being slyly attacked. Anyone in her shoes would have complex feelings. The shoulder shift was hard to detect from the front. Because the cameras on site were all facing towards Lu-ran, this detail went unnoticed. The video played repeatedly for confirmation, and Su-chan's anger burned in his heart over and over again. If it weren't for the rule of law society now, he would have really wanted to take action directly. Although he might not win in a fight, he had his little tricks. Gao Yuan noticed Su-chan's abnormality. She took the initiative to hold his arm and coquettishly said, "Brother, Yuan doesn't feel any pain at all. Look, I'm all better now." With that, she even moved her injured shoulder. Despite looking relaxed, there were a few more beads of sweat on her forehead. Feeling the warmth of those two peaks, Su-chan's clenched fists loosened. His blood rushed elsewhere, but his hatred did not diminish in the slightest. After accepting Su-chan's donation, the organizers were very understanding of human relationships and mobilized everyone at the stadium. They even invited some senior judo experts to study the video together. Although the awards ceremony couldn't continue, and half an hour had passed since the normal closing time, the venue was still packed, and no one was willing to leave. Even the usually rowdy kids quieted down in this vast investigation, obediently sipping their weak juice. Time was precious, and the journalists didn't even want to go to the bathroom, busy wiping their cameras. Their keen professional instincts made them realize that there would definitely be more to come, afraid of missing out. Through everyone's relentless efforts and various testimonies, it could be basically confirmed that Lu-ran disrespected Gao Yuan and continued to attack even when the final bell rang. As soon as this result was announced, the scene immediately became lively. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Journalists eagerly turned on their long-awaited cameras. The devoted fans threw down their glow sticks and banners, trampled underfoot without mercy. Lu-ran's legs trembled, her eyes no longer showing the arrogance from before. She shook her head desperately, trying to make one last struggle. "No, you're lying, you're all in cahoots." Based on one person's word and a bunch of baseless videos, does the association believe you? Ridiculous. Ha ha ha. Lu Ran laughed wildly as if going mad. Recognizing such familiar criminal tactics and how she had carried out the whole thing so discreetly, Su Chun was convinced she was a habitual offender. Gao Yuan wasn't the first, but he hoped she would be the last. It was highly likely that others had also fallen victim to her. So Su Chun shouted loudly, "Everyone saw it, Lu Ran's mistake is a fact. We just need that last bit of evidence. I believe many of you here have been victims of her claws. Are you willing to let such a person stay in the sports world and endure this humiliation in the future? As long as everyone stands united, I can assure you that the bad guys will definitely face the consequences they deserve." Some athletes clenched their fists secretly, their lips turning white. When power declines, everyone pushes the falling wall. With Su Chen's strong call and powerful assurance, someone finally stood up. Surprisingly, it was someone from Lu Ran's own team. Sun Xin, Su Xiaoruan, what are you doing? Do you want to go back and get cleaned up? Sit down now. At first, the two were instinctively timid, but seeing Su Chen's encouraging gaze, they gradually gathered their courage. Observing the scene carefully, they realized she was no longer the judo little emperor she used to be. Maybe she would even be expelled from the team and never return to the arena in her life, so what was there to fear? Lu Ran, I'm going to diss you. Sun Xin took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "I've had enough of you. From today on, I will never eat those unclean abalones again. They stink, you should really smell them yourself." Lu Ran, I'm going to diss you too. Su Xiaoruan weakly responded, You have bullied all of us, I can testify. Finally, everyone in the team stood up, even the middle-aged female coach who had been silent stood up. All eyes focused on her. The coach lowered her head and stuttered, My pants are wedged, I need to adjust them." Then she sat back down. Witnessing the collective rebellion of the team, others gathered courage and stood up one by one. Nearly a third of the nearly 100 athletes present had been harassed. You all. Lu Ran looked at the crowd in front of her, unable to speak from excitement, her blood pressure soaring. A moment of dizziness hit her head, staggering a few steps, almost losing balance, only able to reach out to grab someone's arm. "Hey, don't touch me, I find it dirty." Wang Hanqing dodged. Lu Ran missed and ended up kissing the ground passionately, right at Gong Yuan's feet. Out of kindness, she subconsciously wanted to help, but was stopped by Su Chen. "This kind of person is not worth your sympathy." Su Chen coldly said, "Brother said not only to help you get justice but also to make her kneel and apologize to you. Brother always keeps his word." His unwavering gaze and decisive tone made Gong Yuan hesitate slightly. However, the next moment, she went against Su Chen's words and reached out to help Lu Ran up. But Lu Ran was ungrateful. She struggled to raise her head, knelt on the ground, completely ignoring Gong Yuan. With hands clasping Su Chen's thighs, her eyes were full of pleading, begging for forgiveness in a low and submissive tone. Sir, I really know I was wrong. Please have the author delete the video taken. I will come to your room tonight, let you do as you please. If you're angry, vent it on me, whether it's a whip or candles, I can take it. And I have a background in judo since elementary school, my body is flexible, I can do any move or posture, really. What she knows, I know, what she doesn't, I do too. Saying this, Lu Ran glanced at Gong Yuan. If she apologized to Gong Yuan, Su Chen might not make her die too miserably on the spot. But quite the opposite, she was stubbornly blind to the impending doom. Su Anqing looked at the woman on the ground, his eyes empty and indifferent, as if looking at a dead person. Coldly he said, "Are you worthy?" Then he signaled to Wang Hanqing. Immediately, with a few security guards he had just befriended, they forcibly dragged Lu Ran away. Finally, the surroundings were quiet. He looked down at Gong Yuan in his arms. Although he had helped her vent her anger, there was still no hint of happiness on her face, staring blankly in the direction Lu Ran was taken. Su Chen held her face in his hands, kneading it like dough. "Silly girl, don't forget our agreement, don't keep anything from me in the future." Gong Yuan hummed softly, obediently letting Su Chen knead her face. Her eyes looking at him sparkled again, full of admiration. Reporters swarmed around, eager to interview Su Chen, this mysterious hero. They had never heard of his heroic deeds, yet he could astonish everyone with a single move. "Sir, can you reveal your identity? Sir, may I ask what your relationship is with the athlete beside you?" Surrounded by so many microphones, cylindrical objects in front of him, Su Chen felt uncomfortable, sensing something odd. The barrage of questions made his head ache. How could he answer them? He never wanted to accept any interviews, but he was captivated by a beautiful sight in the crowd. A dignified-looking female journalist squeezed her way to the front line, exerting great effort to barely stand firm. Her information board popped up. Name, Liao Huimin. Age, 24. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Occupation, journalist. Characteristics, eloquence. Charm, 93. Favorability, 60 times. Charged, 0. Strategy. Reward system. Store amount spent, 0. Oh, she seems to have quite a high favorability towards herself, worth cultivating. Su-Chen couldn't bear to see such a delicate red rose surrounded by a group of men. He spoke up. No need to fight, I'll only accept an interview from one person. Then, pretending to hesitate for a moment, he lightly pointed towards Liao Huimin. You, come. Liao Huimin smiled happily and quickly followed. These journalists were incredibly crazy for fame and fortune, sticking to wherever they went like flies, even resorting to getting on a Rolls-Royce to escape. The interview had to take place in the car. Su-Chen refused a video interview, fearing it might affect his future supporting the goddess plan, so he insisted on an audio recording only. Liao Huimin didn't persuade him and agreed readily. She asked questions about thoughts, like why are you willing to step forward? And why donate to the gym? Su-Chen responded with textbook-like answers, all revolving around the phrase, everything is for the rectification of the sports world, everything is for the people. When asked about their relationship, Gao Yuan, sitting in the front passenger seat, curiously perked up her ears. Her heart couldn't help but beat faster, seemingly anticipating something. A young girl's heart is most prone to fantasies. Su-Chen answered without hesitation, we are siblings. Upon hearing this response, Gao Yuan unexpectedly felt a hint of sadness. Despite not wanting to admit it, that was the reality. Liao Huimin packed up the recorder, indicating she had asked all her questions. Since you're done, do you mind if I ask you a few questions too? Sure, go ahead. Liao Huimin maintained a professional smile and replied, but please forgive me if I evade some questions. Are you single? Liao Huimin was slightly taken aback. Huh? She thought Su-Chen wanted to bring her into his fold. After all, who wouldn't want more journalist friends, especially from the largest media group in Huaxia? The battlefield of business lies in information. The information reported by journalists is the most down-to-earth, capable of touching the hearts of the common people and playing a significant role in guiding directions. Why, is this question off limits? Liao Huimin covered her mouth and chuckled. No, I'm single. The atmosphere in the car instantly relaxed, shedding the initial seriousness. Su-Chen took the opportunity to pull out a bottle of champagne from the mini fridge. Sorry, it's working hours for me, I can't drink. Oh, my apologies. Su-Chen awkwardly put away the alcohol and pulled out a bottle of tea instead. How about chrysanthemum tea then? Liao Huimin accepted it, realizing it was a brand unique to her hometown. She couldn't understand why chatting with Su-Chen felt so easy, without any airs of a big shot, just like talking to an ordinary person. As they chatted, they discovered they were almost hometown folks. Not from the same village, but from the same town. Su-Chen remarked, I didn't know our town once produced a top scorer in the college entrance examination. Liao Huimin's eyes curved in a crescent shape as she replied, I didn't know our town also had a super big boss. Listening to the laughter and chatter from the back seat, Gao Yuan felt a different kind of emotion stirring within her. It's like having something you like suddenly snatched away by someone else. From Gao Yuan's favorability-1, Su-Chen instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Ah, we're going to have dinner later, Miss Liao, would you like to join us? Liao Huimin politely declined, saying, thank you, it's not necessary, you can drop me off at the next intersection. Then let's exchange contact information, so I can reach out to you when I have any news. Okay. A few hurried words ended the conversation. Gao Yuan's favorability had reached 84, just one step away from success, and he didn't want any mishaps at this moment. After Liao Huimin got off the car, Su-Chen quickly got out to open the door for Gao Yuan, wanting to have her sit in the back seat again. But Gao Yuan turned her head away, pretending not to see him, and said stubbornly, I want to go back to school. Su-Chen dared not argue with her now, so he had Wang Hanqing follow her wishes. As the streets around became more familiar, Gao Yuan's mood grew more complex. Although she was still a bit jealous, deep down, she didn't want to be apart from Su-Chen. She had developed an inexplicable sense of reliance on him, feeling that as long as he was by her side, she wouldn't have any worries. Turning another corner would lead them to the school gate, and it would be embarrassing to change her mind then. With a flushed face, Gao Yuan gathered her courage and stuttered, I have never eaten at a hotel before, I want to give it a try. Su-Chen's face lit up at her words, turn around, let's go to the nearest luxury hotel. Wang Hanqing looked troubled, feeling like crying inside. After all, the fuel consumption of a Rolls-Royce was surprisingly high, and Su-Chen never gave him money for gas, always paying from his own pocket. Although the salary was high, the feeling of money flowing out of his pocket like that was still uncomfortable. Little ancestor, why can't you just eat at the cafeteria? Can the hotel offer you something special to eat? On the way to the hotel, Su-chen wanted to buy Gao Yuan a new outfit. At first, she hesitated. Silly, have you ever seen anyone go to a hotel wearing a judo uniform? Su-chen asked seriously, do you want me to embarrass myself? It sounded reasonable, and Gao Yuan quickly shook her head like a tambourine. No. Then pick something, but nothing too revealing. Don't worry, I'm very stingy, I can't bear to let others see you. She stood there like a doll, letting Su-chen have his way. JK plus deadly weapon plus white stockings equals explosive combo. Slowly pushing open the fitting room door, Gao Yuan delicately stepped out. She looked as pure and lovely as a blooming cherry blossom, dressed in a standard JK uniform, looking exceptionally charming. The top was a simple white blouse, slightly open at the collar, the hem lightly tucked at the waist, outlining her slender figure. She wore a deep blue pleated skirt on the bottom, her legs long and shapely, clad in white stockings with a thin and breathable texture, adding a layer of hazy beauty to her legs. Su-chen was mesmerized. Ma Jelly had worn a similar JK uniform before, but the effect was completely different between the two. One had a mature charm, the other a cute style, different in nature and incomparable. Su-chen had completely mastered the mature style, but he wasn't sure if he could handle this cute style. The first thing Gao Yuan said when she came out was "I'm sorry," which left Su-chen bewildered, thinking she was going to change her mind about going to the hotel. Just as he was about to say something, she pointed at the white button on her chest and murmured, "I can't button this up, I accidentally tore it." Su-cheng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "It's okay, if it won't button up, just leave it like that, it looks good this way." Still thoughtfully, he took a ribbon and squatted down to tie it around her leg. The girl held onto her skirt tightly the whole time, her whole body trembling slightly. The more scared she was, the more excited Su-chen became. Brother, you've dressed me up so beautifully, like a gift. Are you planning to keep me for yourself?" Seeing her little scheme exposed by the girl, Su-chen pretended to be calm and said, "Nonsense, speak the truth, or I'll spank you." No, don't." Gao Yuan covered her bottom and quickly ran away. Night fell, the lights of the city began to shine. Su-chen elegantly held Gao Yuan's hand and walked into a well-known 5-star hotel in the city center. Inside the hotel lobby, it was magnificent, with crystal chandeliers shining brightly, resembling a grand palace. Passing through the bustling crowd, they arrived at the luxurious restaurant in the hotel. In the restaurant, soft music floated in the air, each table was set with exquisite tableware and flowers, creating a romantic and elegant atmosphere. However, the waiter informed them that the restaurant was about to be full and could only accommodate one person. Su-chen frowned slightly. He appeared impatient on the surface, but he was already overjoyed inside. Tisk, sigh. He asked Wang Hanqing to stay in the restaurant and directly booked the most luxurious presidential suite for 10,000 yuan for the night. The two took the elevator to the top floor. The door opened slowly, revealing a spacious corridor. There were not many rooms on this floor, and they quickly found the door to the presidential suite. Su-chen took out the room card, swiped it gently, and the door lock clicked open. He pushed the door open, and a luxurious scent rushed over them. The suite was luxuriously and elegantly decorated, with a view of the city's night scene outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. The presidential suite had exclusive meal delivery, and the Supreme Presidential Suite took it a step further, offering multi-person service, of course, genuine multi-person service. Soon, several waiters came pushing a small cart, presenting the most expensive dishes of the day from the restaurant. Delicious food, flowers, and candles were all there, but it still seemed like something was missing. Following the example of a domineering CEO from a TV drama, Su-chen snapped his fingers in a practiced manner. "Waiter, bring me a bottle of 82 Lafite." The waiter hesitated, smiling as he explained, "I'm sorry, sir, we don't sell that wine here." Su-chen furrowed his brows slightly. "You don't even have such a basic wine, and you dare to run a hotel?" The waiter felt 1,000 grass-mud horses galloping in his heart. There are only a total of 180,000 bottles of Lafite 82, with only 160,000 circulating in the market. It's been decades, how could there be Lafite 82 available at any time? The waiter maintained a humble attitude. "I'm truly sorry, sir. I suggest you try a different red wine, like the 09 Bordeaux. It has a similar taste to the Lafite you wanted." Gao Yuan interjected at this point. "Brother, I don't drink alcohol, so let's forget it." "Not drinking alcohol is good. I wouldn't want you to drink even if you could." "Fine, just bring the wine you mentioned earlier." After giving the order, Su-chen turned to guide Gao Yuan's thoughts. "You're 20 years old, you can't go without drinking. Nowadays, bad people target young people like you who don't drink. What if one day you're targeted and I'm not by your side?" After a brief hesitation, Gao Yuan chose to compromise. "Okay, When the wine arrived, Xiuchen eagerly opened it. Pop! The waiter who was about to decant the wine awkwardly withdrew his hands. Sir, we'll leave you to it. If you need anything, just ring the bell or call. Okay. As they slowly walked out of the room, they whispered gossip about Xiuchen. It was all just some satire about fools with money and nouveau riche, mostly driven by jealousy. Everyone criticized everything, except for Xiuchen's appearance. Come back! A roar startled the two, thinking someone had overheard them saying something bad. Just as they were about to turn around and kneel down to beg for forgiveness skillfully, they suddenly found a few thick wads of cash in their hands. Why the rush to leave? No tip needed. The two exchanged a glance, stunned before finally reacting. They were moved to tears instantly. Gratitude and guilt intertwined in their hearts, wishing they could slap themselves right there. Seeing them crying and praising him, Xiuchen felt embarrassed. Bro, to be honest with you, we poked holes in the Smurfs in the drawer. A waiter pulled out a few things from his pocket that looked like disposable gloves and handed them to Xiuchen. These are all intact, feel free to use them. Another one took out a small bottle. Bro, don't use the lubricant in the drawer, use this instead. Xiuchen scratched his head in confusion. I can understand the burst balloon, but what's this for? He hesitantly explained, I added some of my own ingredients secretly before. Sigma, winky face. Damn, it seems you really can't just use anything in the hotel casually. Half of Xiuchen's face turned black, barely holding back his anger as he asked, anything else? The two shook their heads in unison. Get lost. Just one word, with such momentum, scared the two into running away in fear. Xiuchen was about to consider whether to teach those two a lesson later when a soft voice suddenly came from behind. Brother, what did they give you? As Xiuchen turned around, he quickly hid the things behind him, forcing a smile. They didn't give me anything. But Gao Yuanyuan suddenly became suspicious and insisted on seeing what Xiuchen was holding. The two moved around the room. Xiuchen only remembered that Gao Yuanyuan was not very skilled, forgetting that she was a professional judo athlete. Coupled with underestimating her, he was easily deceived, and the things in his hand were taken away directly. Hey, you! Xiuchen half covered his face, trying to figure out how to explain. Just a few pairs of gloves and a small bottle, was it necessary to hide them like that? Gao Yuanyuan put the things back on the table nonchalantly. Xiuchen breathed a sigh of relief, thanking the disposable glove factory for making the packaging of these two items so similar. The lubricant had symbols on it, not Chinese or English, somewhat similar to Hindi. So Gao Yuanyuan didn't recognize it. Xiuchen tried to take the items back but was stopped by Gao Yuanyuan. These gloves are still useful, just leave them on the table. With that, Xiuchen had to change the subject. Alright, let's have some drinks and food first. Gao Yuanyuan picked up a tall glass, sniffed it at the tip of her nose. The red wine was very strong, making her head spin. She had never even drunk beer before, but she didn't want to spoil the mood, so she forced herself to swallow it. The deep red liquid slid over her tongue, carrying a rich and complex aroma. However, as the red wine slowly flowed down her throat, a strange spicy sensation suddenly hit her. She frowned slightly, feeling as if there was a fire burning in her throat, the spiciness making her throat tighten, involuntarily coughing a few times. Her slightly red face looked particularly charming under the light, like a budding peach blossom, with a hint of shyness and innocence. Gao Yuanyuan gently put down the glass, lightly touching her slightly warm cheeks. No, I really can't drink. Seeing her struggle, Xiuchen didn't insist. Later, there was still important work to be done, requiring a clear mind. So, the bottle of red wine, which had only been sipped, was recorked. After dinner, the hotel's lights appeared particularly warm in the soft night. Seeing that it was still a bit early, Xiuchen suggested experiencing other activities in the hotel, such as beauty treatments, body care, aromatherapy spa, and so on. At first, Gao Yuanyuan hesitated, but upon learning that all these activities were complimentary, she readily agreed. Subsequently, the two went to soak in the hot springs, steam in the sauna, and watch a movie. The hotel offered a variety of activities, and by the time they had experienced them all, it was almost 11 o'clock. Sensing the timing was right, Xiuchen deliberately checked the time on his phone and exclaimed, "Wow, time flies, it's already 11 o'clock. Gao Yuanyuan, who was lying leisurely in a reclining chair with a face mask, was startled upon hearing this news. She became anxious instantly, and the mask on her face fell off. What should we do? The dormitory closes at 11. Yeah, what should we do? Xiuchen stroked his chin, pretending to ponder. Then he slowly revealed his true intention. Well, if all else fails, we can just stay at the hotel. After all, I've already booked a room. Stay at the hotel? A look of dilemma appeared on Gao Yuanyuan's face. Seizing the moment, Xiuchen continued, yes, that room costs 100,000 a night. Can we recoup the cost just by dining and experiencing these activities? If we don't stay, we'd be letting those despicable capitalists off cheap. Plus, we can take back all those odds and ends like toothbrushes and toothpaste from the room. Su Chen was well versed in Gao Yuanyuan's psychological traits, and every word of his hit her innermost thoughts, causing her to waver. Especially the last sentence, which played a crucial role. If soaking in the hot springs costs 150, and sauna is 100. Gao Yuanyuan absent-mindedly counted on her fingers, realizing that Su Chen's words did make sense. In the end, she agreed. What's the most expensive thing in a room? Of course, the bed. And this bed was quite unique, a combination of a waterbed and a hammock. In the center of the bed was a blue liquid, resembling a giant sapphire. The edges of the waterbed were secured with several barely noticeable strong ropes. The bottom was made of a special transparent material with rapidly circulating water inside, similar to the principle of a floating teapot. The bed was made of high-quality silk fabric, soft and light, as if it were a white cloud supported by a fountain. Returning to the room, they stood in front of the bed, both wide-eyed in amazement. Even Su Chen couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. "Darling, you go wash first, I'll take over after." Gao Yuanyuan, still staring at the large bed, was blank-minded, forgetting that she had just bathed and soaked in the hot springs earlier. "Oh, okay." She absent-mindedly took a bath, wrapped in a towel, and walked out. The oversized towel barely covered her alluring beauty. Su Chen, unable to contain his desire, symbolically rinsed his body and eagerly pulled her onto the bed to sleep. "You're still growing, go to sleep early." Less than 3 minutes after turning off the lights, Su Chen couldn't resist revealing his wolfish side to the adorable Gao Yuanyuan. "Darling, my stomach hurts, can you massage it? The air conditioning is so cold, let's snuggle closer and sleep, I promise not to touch you inappropriately." "Brother, move over a bit, it's crowded." "It's okay, I'll just snuggle." "Ah." After a series of screams, Su Chen, in pain, got up from the floor, clutching his stomach. Gao Yuanyuan on the bed looked panicked. She picked up the towel from the floor and swiftly disappeared into the bathroom, locking the door behind her, indifferent to Su Chen's knocking. Su Chen knocked on the door for nearly half an hour, trying all sorts of methods and sweet talk, but the bathroom door remained shut. Eventually, Su Chen had to reluctantly admit defeat and left dejectedly. "All right, you can come out in peace now, brother is gone." After hearing the door close, Gao Yuanyuan, who had been hiding in the corner of the bathroom, finally breathed a sigh of relief and cautiously opened a crack in the door to observe the situation outside. After confirming that Su Chen had indeed left, she finally let her guard down and stepped out of the bathroom. The luxurious presidential suite costing 100,000 per night was not just in name. With over 700 square meters of space, a private cinema, a pool table, a small bar, all kinds of entertainment facilities were available. The house was large, but it felt particularly desolate. Gao Yuanyuan returned to bed, feeling wide awake and a strange sense of emptiness in her heart. She had been scared just a moment ago, so why did she feel so empty now that Su Chen had really left? After some hesitation, she decided to message Su Chen. "Brother, where did you go? Brother, shall we talk?" At this moment, Su Chen was reveling in the hotel's underground bar. Tonight, the bar was hosting a party with many beautiful and lively girls, too many to even keep track of. The noisy surroundings made him completely oblivious to the messages Gao Yuanyuan sent. It wasn't until 1:30 in the morning when the party was winding down. Exhausted, Su Chen slumped on the sofa, his face marked with lipstick from the girls. The girls nowadays were just too enthusiastic. Without even showcasing his abilities, just relying on his handsome appearance, he had captured the hearts of many girls who actively approached him. He was still surrounded by them, and tonight they even wanted him to take them away directly. "Hey handsome, let us sisters accompany you tonight." "Yes, handsome, we have studied abroad and learned a lot, we can help you with your studies." All right. Su Chen responded vaguely while taking out his phone. The emptiness that followed the revelry brought an indescribable void. His mind was not on these two open and enthusiastic girls, he particularly missed that innocent little bunny. He wondered if that little bunny was feeling better now. Checking his phone, he found that Gao Yuanyuan had sent him over 99 messages. It started with text messages and then progressed to voice messages. Su Chen opened the last voice message. "Brother, Yuanyuan knows she was wrong, can you come back? Please, Yuanyuan is feeling really bad now, her head hurts, she really wants her brother." Her voice sounded strange, as if she were drunk, speaking incoherently with a hint of tears. Worried that she might be in trouble alone in the room, Su Chen unceremoniously pushed aside the two beautiful women beside him, grabbed his coat, and was about to leave. "Hey, handsome, don't go. Yeah, we'll cover the room fee, you just need to put in the effort." Shuchen glanced coldly at them, leaving with just one sentence: "We are good men, we should wield our spears to demonstrate our prowess in foreign lands, not till the fields of foreign countries." And he walked away without looking back. Because he had rushed out earlier and forgotten his room key, he had to knock on the door and wait outside. Soon, the door opened, and a dark figure suddenly stumbled towards him. Shuchen quickly took a step forward and reached out to embrace. What followed was a strong smell of alcohol. Gao Yuanyuan, lying in his arms, slowly lifted her head. Her eyes were unfocused, cheeks flushed, and hair disheveled. Gao Yuanyuan took the initiative to hook her hand around his neck, looking up and smiling foolishly. "Brother, you finally came back." The next moment, emotions seemed to spiral out of control, undergoing a 180-degree shift. Tears welled up, lips quivered, and she cried, "Brother, please don't be angry anymore. Yuan knows she was wrong. Please don't leave Yuan again. It's Yuan's fault for not listening. Yuan is willing to accept any punishment." She proactively arched her back, as if ready to be at his mercy. The gesture was so shameful that despite Shuchen's body reacting involuntarily, there was no thought of taking advantage in his mind. It was more of heartache. He circled her legs with his arms and lifted her up like a princess. "Brother is not mad at you, you did nothing wrong. It was just some business matters earlier that needed attending to." Gao Yuan stopped sobbing and asked with her head tilted, "Really? Then what are those red marks on your face?" "Ah, those are mosquito bites." Shuchen quickly placed her back on the bed and went to wash his face in the bathroom. The room's floor was a mess, indicating that this little bunny was quite unruly when drunk. An empty wine bottle lay on the floor, and Shuchen bent down to pick it up, noticing a few oddly shaped balloons nearby. "Wait, balloons?" Looking at the cylindrical pointed tips on the balloons, Shuchen suddenly felt uneasy. Could this little girl be? At that moment, Gao Yuan jumped off the bed, holding a few balloons that couldn't be inflated in her hands. Pouting, she complained, "Brother, you were gone for too long." Yuan was so bored that she found a few balloons in the drawer, but unfortunately, they were all broken. But luckily, there are a few that can still be blown up, hee. The girl's innocent demeanor made Shuchen unable to tell her the truth, so he forced a smile and praised, Yuan, "You're amazing, the balloons you blew up are so big." Gao Yuan believed him wholeheartedly, smiled naively, and insisted on having a balloon-blowing competition with Shuchen. "Little rascal, it's getting late, go to sleep quickly." After saying that, Shuchen turned to fetch a basin of hot water for her and carefully wiped her face. At that moment, he truly treated Gao Yuan as his own sister. Before turning off the lights, he even placed a pillow between them like a Milky Way, so he wouldn't suddenly lose control and scare her. As a result, this time Shuchen remained very well behaved, while Gao Yuan was the one crossing boundaries. "Brother, are you asleep? Yuan feels so hot, brother, can you check if Yuan has a fever? Brother, your body is so strong and smells so good. Yuan, don't touch there. It's so hot." Shuchen shuddered, his muscles tensing involuntarily. He never expected this tipsy little bunny to be so bold. The suppressed desire reignited, his throat churning uncontrollably. Gao Yuan even took the initiative to undress, pressing her body against his completely. Lying on top of Shuchen, she was as quiet as a kitten, refusing to let go. If Shuchen didn't take the initiative now, would he still be a man? Rolling over, their positions switched. Gao Yuan hummed softly, wrapping her arms around Shuchen's neck and lifting her legs. The hammock finally began to sway rhythmically, sometimes gently like a breeze caressing a lake, creating ripples, sometimes fiercely like a storm, stirring up violent waves. As the saying goes, slightly drunk on wine, the spring mood thickens, and the mandarin duck's brocade tent flips over the blue waves. At this moment, Shuchen was like a worker on a construction site, a farmer tending the fields, bearing the heavy burden of responsibility. Was he merely indulging in pleasure and joy? No, that wasn't it. This battle was about increasing favorability, about earning rewards. With more money, he could do more good for society and improve people's well-being. To provide more homeless and helpless goddesses with a warm home, a reliable shoulder. Friends who have farmed before know that reclaiming a piece of land requires more strength and energy. First of all, reclaiming land means starting from scratch, breaking the land's original state. You need to consider how to plan the land's use reasonably, how to irrigate and fertilize effectively. In addition, due to the land's original state and changes in environmental factors, you need to constantly try and adjust planting schemes to find the most suitable way to plant. This process requires enough patience and perseverance. At this moment, Shuchen was already sweating profusely, his voice trembling. Yuan, I love you so much, so much. Yuan loves brother too. With a few light kicks of Yuan's little rabbit legs, she then weakly drooped. Finally, Su Chen heard the long-awaited response in his heart. Goodwill from Yuan Yuan +5. The night before, in order to obtain Ma Jelly's strong soul and body, Su Chen exerted all his strength, breaking through his body's limits time and time again. His body was excessively strained, and he still hasn't fully recovered. Unfortunately, he only managed to raise Ma Jelly's goodwill to 99, still 1 point short. This more than half an hour really exhausted Su Chen. But he knew deeply, goddesses cannot be conquered by the weak, only a steel-like will can empower the strong. During this time, he kept encouraging himself, silently repeating in his mind, just one more minute, God, let me hold on for just one more minute. This allowed him to successfully raise Yuan Yuan's goodwill to 89 points, just one step away from the crucial point. Su Chen wanted to sit up and have a drink of water to relax, but Yuan Yuan, like a sloth, clung to him and refused to let go. She was panting, still not calming down from the intense passion just now, murmuring continuously, Yuan Yuan wants to be with brother like this forever, don't want to be apart from brother. Su Chen helplessly sighed and could only get a little sweetness from her mouth. Can brother wipe it off at least? Yuan Yuan doesn't want to wipe it off. How can you sleep all sticky like this? Yuan Yuan can sleep. From the 32nd floor of the high-rise building, you could see the bright red sun rising. The warm light shone through the thin curtains into the room, falling on Yuan Yuan's exquisite body. Su Chen was awakened by a ray of sunlight, only to find that the clingy little bunny had somehow crawled back onto him, hugging him tightly. No wonder he felt chest tightness and difficulty breathing in the middle of the night, unable to wake up. He thought he was being pressed by a ghost in the middle of the night, but it turned out this girl had crawled back onto him. His temper was already fiery in the morning, and with the girl so close, Su Chen could already feel a spark igniting. Before obtaining strong soul and body, he didn't dare to act recklessly. What if he overworked himself and caused permanent damage? That would truly not be worth it. He had to extinguish this spark from the root. Smack! A loud sound, and a bright red palm print appeared on Yuan Yuan's buttocks. Yuan Yuan suddenly opened her hazy eyes, only to see the serious face of a man. Wake up, it's time to get up. Yuan Yuan blushed shyly, but didn't shift her gaze. The two of them stared at each other for a while. She didn't act as Su Chen expected, moving away in anger. Instead, she lightly snorted, rubbed her head against Su Chen's chin, and grabbed his hand to the spot where she had just been hit. She softly said, "It hurts, please massage it." Su Chen was truly surprised by this behavior. Could there be such a big change in just one night? Seeing that being tough didn't work, Su Chen had to try a softer approach, saying gently, "Spare me, please, brother can't hold his pee all night." He seemed really urgent when he said that, not at all like he was acting. Because it was real, he really couldn't hold it any longer. Gao Yuan reluctantly let go of his hand. The water flowed into the toilet, making a plop sound and creating dense foam. Indeed, the first morning pee was refreshing. Su Chen calmly picked up his pants from the floor. Seeing the spotted bloodstains on the bed, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up, reminiscing about the beautiful moment of last night's spring night. From the hammock to the bathroom, the ripe peach buttocks silhouette to the magnificent waves on the glass, every scene was vivid. Just a little contemplation made the blood boil. Suddenly, the little bunny lying on the bed sprang up as if facing a formidable enemy. Su Chen asked with concern, "What's wrong? I almost forgot about my class. There's only 10 minutes left, what should I do?" Su Chen zipped up his pants and smiled slightly. "It's okay, with me here, don't panic. Brother Su." Yes. In a flash, Su Chen managed to get Gao Yuan to the school gate before she was late. Passing students stopped in amazement, their faces filled with surprise and awe as they were captivated by the luxury car. In full view of everyone, Su Chen, like a true gentleman, took the initiative to open the car door for Gao Yuan and even held her hand as she got out of the car. Gao Yuan clearly had never experienced such an entrance and shyly buried her head low. Su Chen comforted her by putting his arm around her shoulder and whispered, "It's okay, this is how it is when you're with me, you'll get used to it." Okay. Passing by, the young boys and girls couldn't help but make a few comments. A cynical boy said, "That girl looks like she's being kept by a man. Didn't you notice how weird her walking posture is? Probably deflowered last night. What's wrong with being kept? Being kept by such a handsome and wealthy man, who wouldn't be willing? I would be too." A girl blushed and shyly smiled, starting to imagine that the person Su Chen was holding in his arms was herself. Seeing that his previous argument didn't work, the cynical boy changed tactics. "He's so young, looks about the same age as us, can he earn money legitimately? Besides, all this is useless, these houses, money, cars are all superficial, only when you acquire knowledge in your own mind is it real." Someone nearby couldn't stand his words and retorted, "Then why do you study all this knowledge?" "For employment." "Employment for what?" "Money." Ah, the cynical boy finally wisely shut his mouth. Various idle gossip more or less reached Gao Yuan's ears, making her angry and upset. But wanting to be with such an outstanding person as her brother, she couldn't avoid facing these difficulties. So she secretly resolved to make her inner self stronger. Little bunny, fighting. Brother, there are so many beautiful sights here. Wait until I finish class later, I'll take you around, okay? Of course, but it might have to wait until next time. Su Chen's tone suddenly changed. Baby sister, brother has something to attend to and needs to go back immediately. While in the car, he received a bunch of messages. Xiaomei messaged that she had found a suitable shop location, and the prices were negotiable. Ma Jieli questioned the wild party she hosted in her space. Xiaoling asked about her face's recovery, why she didn't come over for the ointment application yesterday. Lu Xueli sent an invitation to make up for the last mistake. Susan mentioned a new cuisine at the restaurant, welcoming Su Chen to visit anytime. Even Chen Shuyan messaged asking why she didn't attend yesterday's public class. In short, suddenly everyone came knocking at the door. It seems that he cannot leave the capital of Fujian at the moment, as a large group of people are waiting for him to nourish them. He cannot favor one person for his own selfish desires, he must share his love with the beautiful world. When Su Chen mentioned leaving, Gao Yuan immediately panicked. Oh, when will Big Brother come back here? Not sure, it could be a week, or it could be half a month. Gao Yuan's face showed a hint of loneliness. Okay. Su Chen noticed her worry, grabbed her small hand, and handed her something. Gao Yuan opened her 5 fingers to see that it was a small jade button with a round outer shape and a square inner shape resembling a copper coin. Su Chen explained with a smile, this is a family heirloom that can ward off evil and ensure safety. Keep it safe with you for now. Hearing that it was a family heirloom, Gao Yuan refused to take it no matter what. Su Chen gently stroked her hair, full of indulgence in his eyes. It's okay, you can keep it. I trust you. If you really lose it, then you'll have to compensate me, deal? Gao Yuan's eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help but murmur, Big Brother. She then nodded heavily, yes. Yuan will definitely keep it safe for Big Brother. Gao Yuan's favorability towards the host +1, detected Gao Yuan's favorability towards the host reaching 90, successfully achieving an intimate relationship. Wolf coins cashback in progress. Cashback successful, totaling 17.9 million yuan. Woohoo, another one in the bag. It's indeed easy to please a naive girl. From a certain perspective, Su Chen had already become a billionaire. Watching Gao Yuan enter the school, Su Chen embarked on his return journey to the capital of Fujian. Su Chen arrived at the busiest commercial area in Fujian City, Dongko Street, and found the address given by Xiaomei. The foot traffic here was really good, with pedestrians bustling on the street even in broad daylight. Across the street was Baolong Shopping Mall, on the right was Arahai City Square, and on the left was Awanda Plaza. The shop was neither too big nor too small, with an area of 600 square meters and a small loft, making it possible to open dozens of migu shui bingcheng here. Upon entering, Su Chen saw Xiaomei talking to a Mediterranean man. The man's eyes glanced around as soon as Su Chen entered. His expression immediately turned fierce as he scolded, Hey, who are you? Who let you in to touch things everywhere? While I'm still calm, get out quickly before I lose my temper, or I'll beat you up even if I go crazy. Xiaomei turned around and saw Su Chen, her face almost losing its makeup in fear, and hurried over to defuse the situation. Upon learning that the other party was his major benefactor, the man's face twitched, and he quickly changed his attitude. Ha, so you're Mr. Su, I've heard so much about you. I didn't expect you to be so young, truly a hero in his youth. I was really offensive just now, please forgive me. Su Chen didn't dwell on it and went straight to the point, how much for this shop? Xiaomei replied, 50,000 a month, starting from 6 months, and you need to pay 3 months deposit up front. Seeing Su Chen's calm demeanor, the Mediterranean man quickly said, Boss, this price is really not expensive. Our shop's location is truly unbeatable. He pointed to the floor, full of pride. This place is where the dragon veins converge, rumored to bury a giant dragon, and with the ground high around and low in the middle, it's a treasure trove. After pondering for a moment, Su Chen interrupted, I want to buy the shop, not rent it. These words made Xiaomei's heart skip a beat. Oh no, the big shot wants to buy the property directly, but she mistakenly thought he wanted to rent it. Would the big shot be angry and kick her out in a fit of rage? She quickly bent over, apologizing repeatedly. But Su Chen just waved his hand casually and instructed her to draw up a new contract. Xiaomei couldn't believe it and confirmed again, the owner of the property has to write Xiaoling's name, right? Su Chen nodded, yes. Xiaomei was slightly stunned, then immediately understood. Truly wealthy people keep their assets clean and tidy on the surface. Some luxury cars and mansions are kept out of sight, registered under the names of others in various ways to avoid drawing attention. The Mediterranean man's face was filled with astonishment. They were already entering the contract signing stage without even discussing the price? For a moment, he felt dazed, even questioning if he was having a mental breakdown and experiencing hallucinations. It wasn't until Chiao Mei returned with a freshly printed contract. Just write the price directly. Su Chen pushed the contract towards the man. The Mediterranean man looked at the blank space on the contract, unable to help but swallow nervously. On one hand, there was greed for money, on the other, there was respect for the big shot. Su Chen simply didn't want to waste time, but he sensed a hint of threat. Boss, no, bro, please don't make it difficult for me. Let's sit down and discuss it properly. Su Chen had to go to school later and didn't have time for nonsense. A bit of impatience crept up. He impatiently twisted his neck. Fill it in yourself, put down whatever amount you want, no need for so much talk. The man glanced at Su Chen, then at Wang Hanqing, who had been staring at him since he entered. He instantly understood that he couldn't afford to provoke the person in front of him. Oh no, could he have encountered the underworld? The Mediterranean man gritted his teeth, quickly calculated the value of the shop in his mind, and finally tremblingly wrote down a few numbers. 8,750,041.3 cents? Su Chen looked at the contract, furrowing his brows slightly. He had let him fill it in as he pleased. How could he come up with such an unsightly number? Is he looking down on me? Times have changed. Su Chen was annoyed by the messy numbers and transferred 10 million directly. The man looked at his phone, his legs went weak, and he knelt down in front of Su Chen. Su Chen was already accustomed to such scenes, his heart undisturbed. Stay calm, don't get so worked up. He turned to Chiao Mei and transferred 2,500,000, instructing, you'll be in charge of the decoration. There are 2,500,000 in the account, the rest is your reward. Su Chen wasn't worried that Chiao Mei would run off with the money. Her expression of awe had been noticed by Su Chen, and her judgment was indeed good, with a wide network that led her to secure such a fantastic shop. Afraid of missing the chance to make amends, Chiao Mei quickly agreed. Thank you for your trust, I won't let you down this time. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. When Xia Ling was drunk before, she had mentioned her dream of opening her own massage parlor. With a traditional Chinese medicine-style decoration, ginger tea, ox tendon scraping tools. Su Chen remembered all these beautiful aspirations. Chiao Mei earnestly noted everything down on paper. After giving all the instructions, he left. Darling. Ma Jelly turned her head, caught sight of the handsome man's face, and rushed into Su Chen's arms, almost knocking him over. Honey, where did you go yesterday? I went to the rental house and knocked on the door for a long time. It was a pretty neighbor who came out to remind me, otherwise, I wouldn't have known how long I had to wait foolishly. Su Chen was startled. You went to my rental house last night? And you saw the pretty neighbor? Yes, the one you introduced as your godsister. Ma Jelly's eyes curved, suddenly showing a mischievous smile. She's quite nice, she even invited me in for a chat. Su Chen instantly became nervous. What did you talk about? We talked about. I'm not telling you. Ma Jelly laughed, then her expression suddenly froze as she wrinkled her nose and sniffed. She sniffed all the way to Su Chen's collar. Did you spray perfume? No. Then why do you have a very special fragrance on you? Su Chen buried his head in his collar and carefully sniffed, indeed catching a scent that belonged solely to Gao Yuan. He remembered that he shouldn't have eaten fresh and tender rabbit meat directly that night, which made a mess of his face, but unexpectedly left behind the sweetness of last night. Su Chen scratched his head and chuckled. Really? How come I didn't smell it? Maybe it's the scent of the hotel shower gel. Ma Jelly responded with an oh and continued to act coquettish in his arms. Su Chen saw the crisis averted and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The students coming out of the lecture hall, both male and female, looked at the two with envy. Which guy wouldn't want to hold the sexy and hot school beauty in his arms, with his hands free to roam on her body? And which girl wouldn't want to be pampered by a handsome and wealthy man? Su Chen also enjoyed the attention of the crowd. But he soon noticed a strange problem. Zhao Gang and Ma Jelly were in the same major, so they should both be in this large classroom for this class. Why didn't he see Zhao Gang anywhere? Su Chen paid special attention and observed, indeed not finding any trace of Zhao Gang. At this moment, a man dressed strangely, wearing a duckbill cap, sunglasses, and a mask, quickly walked out of the classroom through the back door. Although his body was completely covered, not a single feature visible, from his physique and habitual movements, Su Chen was completely sure that the strange man in front of him was Zhao Gang. Shouting his name, he chased after him. But the man, like a deaf mute, ignored Su Chen's calls, walking on his own, even quickening his pace. Su Chen was now even more certain of the man's identity and directly rushed in front of him. Gangzi, why are you avoiding me? The man didn't expect Su Chen to run up and block him directly, instantly panicking. "Who are you? I don't know Su Chen. I'm not Zhao Gang." Su Chen was speechless, directly pulling down the mask. Two very distinctive sausage lips were revealed. "Gangzi, why are you avoiding me?" Su Chen even wanted to take off his sunglasses, but Zhao Gang still refused to admit, resisting strongly. "Classmate, please don't do this, don't," butterfly curse. In the struggle between the two, the sunglasses couldn't withstand the pulling force and broke apart. A pair of dark panda eyes flashed by, and Zhao Gang quickly covered his face with his hands. However, Su Chen directly used a move called monkey stealing peaches, easily making Zhao Gang reflexively put down his hands. Seeing Zhao Gang with a swollen face, Su Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Gangzi, were you caught peeking at girls showering? You don't need to do this, times have changed. You can choose any club or foot bath. I can afford it all. Want to wash for how long? Just tell me." Zhao Gang hung his head without replying, silently picking up the mask from the ground and putting it back on. Su Chen, realizing something was wrong, put away his playful smile and started to show genuine concern. "Gangzi, what happened to your face?" Zhao Gang turned his head away, unwilling to speak, and Ma Jelly, who had been silent, spoke up. "It's my fault that Gangzi got beaten up. Yesterday in class, Feng Tao brought people to." Ma Jelly hadn't finished speaking when her face already blushed slightly. Zhao Gang sighed. "Let me explain. Yesterday, Feng Tao brought people over wanting to come and hit on Jelly. Jelly told him about the relationship between you two. This guy, actually made me come and undermine you. Of course, I refused, and the result is what you see." After saying this, Zhao Gang, such a resolute man, visibly changed color. Hearing the whole story, Su Chen suddenly became furious. It's one thing to be unaware of one's own faults and act strangely, but being so twisted is another matter. The thought of his good brother being beaten for no reason fueled his anger even more. He immediately wanted to go settle the score with Feng Tao. "Anzi, where are you going?" "To avenge you." Su Chen swiftly arrived at the student union's headquarters and unused lounge. It had been abandoned at first, but later people started coming here to smoke and drink. With more and more people coming, it gradually became their base. Su Chen had once been carried here by a few strong men. That time was extremely embarrassing, the scenes of the past vivid in his mind. But this time, Su Chen could walk in with his head held high. "This time, I will reclaim all the dignity I once lost." It's perfect timing to settle both old and new scores. With a swift kick, he pushed open the door of the room. Bang! A loud noise echoed as the chopsticks in the hands of the dozens of men around the 8 round tables froze in the air, their puzzled gazes turning towards him. Among this group of hot pot diners, Su Chen unexpectedly spotted a familiar face. That figure was squatting on the ground while everyone else was eating at the table. "Shang Gu!" Bai Xia exclaimed with joy, setting down his bowl and chopsticks. Su Chen was speechless, wondering why this guy was everywhere. He quickly got up and rushed to Su Chen's side. "Bro, do you want to join the student union too? We really think alike. This student union is quite impressive." Su Chen completely ignored this simpleton, his eyes scanning the room continuously. After searching several times without finding Feng Tao, he noticed Feng Tao sitting at the far end, squinting and observing Su Chen for a long time. With a wicked smile, he said, "You little brat, last time you tricked me and got lucky to escape. This time you dare to come again, and with the campus bell. Oh, I see, you came here specifically to beg for mercy, right? Who's talking?" Su Chen looked around in confusion. He couldn't see anyone speaking, but the voice kept echoing in the room, making him feel like he had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. This unintentional act completely infuriated Feng Tao. He angrily jumped off his chair and ordered, "Close the door. If I don't turn you into shit this time, then I am shit." The door was shut, and dozens of students under his command stood up to surround the three of them. Su Chen felt regretful. It was over, he had rushed in and forgotten to bring Xiao Wangba with him. Despite feeling a bit flustered inside, he remained composed. This unusual calmness left the thugs who usually bullied weaker students bewildered, and no one dared to approach him. Feng Tao laughed wildly, showing his yellow teeth. "Stop pretending, this time I won't give you any chance to make a phone call. I'll give you 2 choices, either kneel down and send your girlfriend to me obediently, then scram. Or let my brothers beat you up, and I'll snatch her myself, do it right in front of you, ha." Ma Jelly, looking terrified, tightly held onto Su Chen's arm. But Su Chen was not flustered, instead, he became excited. It wasn't because he had any special preferences, but he realized this was a rare opportunity. Ma Jelly's affection level towards him had always been stuck at 99, just missing that final goal. Despite shooting countless times, he still couldn't score that last point. Often, when faced with difficulties, opportunities tend to arise. Su Chen felt that this opportunity was worth a try. Life and death are predetermined, wealth and honor are bestowed by fate. Can someone with a C1 driver's license drive an A1 car? Feng Tao was taken aback, clearly not understanding why Su Chen was asking this. But he still replied, of course not. Well, that settles it then, Su Chen shrugged. If you don't have an A1 driver's license, don't try to drive an A1 car. Just practice more if you're not good. Oops, sorry, I forgot that even if you practice, it's useless. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at each other. A few classmates with vivid imaginations chuckled, and more students soon grasped the hidden meaning in the conversation, leading to an increasing wave of laughter around them. Even the straightforward Zhao Gang could sense the underlying message and struggled to contain the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Only Feng Tao remained puzzled. Hey, what are you all laughing about? Seeing everyone laughing uncontrollably, he was jumping around in confusion. Boss, it's better if you don't know. Feng Tao jumped up and punched his henchman's knee, angrily saying, if you have something to say, just say it. Do you want to get beaten up too? The henchman's jaw trembled uncontrollably, about to speak but couldn't help bursting into laughter. Ma Jelly naturally understood Su Chen's joke and pinched his waist in a helpless manner. Ugh, why are you teasing me too? Seizing this opportunity, Su Chen earnestly expressed his true feelings. Darling, anyone can drive a car, but not everyone can drive well. Do you think as a seasoned driver, I would be willing to give up my beloved car? He even let his hands wander over Ma Jelly in front of everyone. Ma Jelly's eyes were strained from this provocative act, but her fondness for him remained unchanged. Su Chen started to feel uneasy. After the henchman calmed down a bit, he translated Su Chen's words into plain language. Boss, he's mocking you, saying you can't do it, like a calf pulling a cart. This time Feng Tao finally understood the meaning and was so furious that his eyes seemed to shoot flames. Get him, I'll deal with him myself. Despite Zhao Gang's martial arts skills, he was outnumbered last time and didn't want to repeat that mistake. Su Chen, on the other hand, was not skilled in such a confined space. After a few exchanges, he was firmly caught. I'll give each of you 10,000, just let me go. Su Chen could afford this price, but no one believed him, they thought he was scared silly. Damn it, shut up. Feng Tao punched Su Chen hard in the stomach. Although he was small in stature, there was still some force behind it. A yellowish-black paste accurately spat onto Feng Tao's face, some even splattering onto his mouth and nose. What the hell did you eat? It stinks so bad. Feng Tao immediately covered his face in pain, unable to see clearly, stumbling around and groping blindly. The henchmen around him all dodged away. Su Chen forced a weak smile. I treated you to authentic stinky tofu, no need to thank me. Seeing her beloved man being hit, Ma Jelly could no longer contain her emotions and burst out emotionally, shouting hysterically, don't you dare hit my husband. Finally, Su Chen heard the response he had been hoping for deep down. Ma Jelly's fondness level +5, current fondness level, 104, congratulations to the host for winning the Goddess Exclusive Strategy Award, Strong Soul, Healthy Body. Strong Soul, Healthy Body, based on the body's inherent qualities, receive a 5-fold comprehensive boost. After the system's voice faded away, gurgle gurgle, a strange sound emanated from Su Chen's stomach. His face turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Oh no! Could his stomach have been damaged from the blow? Su Chen gradually felt his nerves weakening, struggling to control the valve. At this point, he had no choice but to take a gamble. Plop dash. Phew, luckily, it was just a fart. After a loud noise, everyone was unharmed. No one covered their nose or mouth, and no one fainted. Because loud farts don't stink, and stinky farts aren't loud. The huge loud fart released by Su Chen was all sound and no power. Of course, there was no leakage either, all clean and refreshing. After releasing this super loud fart, Su Chen felt a wave of relaxation throughout his body. It was as if he had been carrying a suit of armor before, and now it was suddenly removed. Not only did his movements become more agile, but his strength also seemed to have increased significantly. Just by lightly clenching his fist, he could make a crackling sound. Wow, after trying all sorts of methods and postures before with no success, now he directly cleared his governor vessel with a punch? Did he have to take a beating for this final step? If he had known, he would have just had Chiu Mei find some actors to act in a melodramatic play with him. Why endure this real punch for nothing? Protect the leader, protect the leader. Su Chen, who had gained a strong body and spirit, was like possessed by Bai Qi, the god of war. Grabbing the opponent's finger and slightly exerting force, he could hear a crisp cracking sound. Before long, a large number of people were lying all over the ground. Zhao Gang behind him was completely stunned. Wow, are you supposed to be acting as me in front of me? Feng Tao's men were losing ground. Everyone fought without spirit, and some even opened the door and fled. Su Chen didn't stop them either. His goal was clear, to seek revenge on Feng Tao. Seeing no way out, Feng Tao saw the tall and sturdy Bai Xia beside him and immediately came up with a plan. "New big guy, let me lie in your arms. Safely get me out and you'll be greatly rewarded. I'll make you the vice president of the student union." Hearing this, Bai Xia's face showed a hint of disdain. He grabbed Feng Tao by the neck and dragged him in front of Su Chen. "Big brother, I've brought you this person." Su Chen's eyes gleamed, revealing a fierce smile. Like a wolf catching its prey, he roared loudly, "No one is allowed to leave. Whoever dares to run out of this door will regret it." The remaining dozen or so lackeys in the room shivered in fear and lined up as Su Chen instructed. "Strip him of his clothes." Everyone was dumbfounded. This was too twisted, no wonder they had to line up. Feng Tao was sweating profusely, terrified. He stuttered, "Bro, if you want to play, you should find someone who enjoys eating peaches and feeling cool, not me, right?" Seeing no one obeying his orders, Su Chen directly bent a nearby steel pipe. After witnessing absolute power, everyone acted promptly, without Su Chen needing to remind them, not even leaving a shred of dignity. Feng Tao, stripped bare, curled up in a corner, not daring to show his back. Speaking in broken neon language, clearly learned from short videos. "Hit, what, dumb butterfly." The first revenge was taken, but Zhao Gang's revenge for the punch he received was still pending. Su Chen gestured for Zhao Gang to act, but he was unwilling to fight. His attitude was resolute. As a good brother, Su Chen naturally wouldn't force him, but he couldn't let it go either. He wanted to be a saint, Su Chen couldn't control that. He would rather avenge like the king of hell than back down and get angrier. Su Chen quickly came up with a brilliant plan. He walked up to the group of people. The overwhelming pressure and icy gaze made them all too afraid to look up. Su Chen asked coldly, "Those of you who have been bullied by him, step forward." Having experienced Su Chen's power, none of them dared to play tricks. The result was somewhat unexpected for Su Chen, but at the same time, he was pleasantly surprised. Each person took a step forward, without exception. "I'm giving you all a chance for revenge. Whatever this beast has done to you before, you can all take your revenge now. Just don't take it too far. I'll cover any medical expenses. If he dares to bother you again, come to me." With these words, everyone no longer hesitated and rushed forward. Even from dozens of steps outside the house, Feng Tao's screams could be heard, showing how deep the hatred towards him ran. "You like kicking my ass, don't you? Well, I'm turning the tables now. No, please, don't hit me." At dusk, in front of the Golden Phoenix Gate, a luxurious Rolls-Royce elegantly drifted into the parking lot. Startled, the driver who was about to exit the parking lot stepped on the gas, crashing into the Maybach in front. Compensation, 100,000 yuan plus. Upon receiving the message that Su Chen was coming, Susan instructed the chef to start cooking early. Even without a reservation, a luxury private room was opened. Mr. Su, good evening. Originally, Su Chen had also received an invitation from Lu Xueli, but after the last incident, a shadow had already formed in his heart. Upon entering, he saw that beautiful smile and enjoyed the attentive service. Su Chen felt even more convinced that his choice this time was not wrong. Despite the generous rewards promised by Lu Xueli, he decided to put that on hold for now. It was just too difficult, his level wasn't high enough. Like playing a game, he needed to gain more experience, level up, and then go challenge the bosses. "Don't be so formal, just call me brother." Su Chen opened his arms wide. After hesitating for a moment, Susan hugged him. Truly attentive service, heartwarming. Feeling the warmth in his arms, Su Chen was immersed in the moment, momentarily forgetting that the beauty in front of him had not yet been conquered by him. "Brother, did your sister not come?" Susan's cheeks blushed as she asked hesitantly. "Sister?" Su Chen was momentarily puzzled, then realized she might be referring to Ma Jelly. He smiled and shook his head. "She had something to do today, so she didn't come with me." In fact, it was the opposite. Ma Jelly had wanted to come along, but Su Chen didn't allow it. Since her affection level had surpassed 104, Ma Jelly had become even clingier, even insisting on accompanying Su Chen to the restroom. It almost led others to mistake her for being a sister. If she had come, how could he? While Su Chen was answering, Susan tried to push him away and retreat. Placing her hand on his chest, she found she couldn't push him away at all. Surprisingly, his body felt firm and muscular, with well-defined lines. How could he be so strong, feeling like he was holding onto a wild donkey? Susan was stunned. Counting on her fingers, she realized it had been 6 years since she had been with a man. Since her ex-husband's death, she had been alone, striving daily for a better life for her daughter. Now, that once dried-up well had become moist again. The two of them were in an extremely awkward position, resembling a couple's flirtation. After locking eyes for a moment, they both released their hands simultaneously, coughing awkwardly. "Where is the room?" Can you show me? Mr. Sue, this way please. I've told you not to call me Mr. Sue, it's too formal, just call me brother. Okay, brother Sue inside the private room. Brother, when will the dishes be served? Without even looking at the menu, Su Chen ordered a few dishes he often ate. They can be served now. Judging by the amount of food, it seemed like it was meant for Su Chen alone, maybe with the addition of the driver from outside. There was a minimum spending requirement for the private room, especially for the supreme one, and the dishes Su Chen ordered were clearly not enough. If Qinshou, the boss, found out, not only would there be a deduction in salary, but it might also affect his bonus. If there were no bonus, Yo-Yo's plan to transfer to a better school would be in jeopardy. Yo-Yo is Susan's daughter, and her sole motivation. Su Chen noticed a glint in Susan's eyes. I remember you mentioned there are quite a few new products recently, right? Yes. Susan, seeing a chance to redeem herself, began enthusiastically introducing them. Su Chen decisively interrupted. Bring me one of each. Okay. Susan was overjoyed, feeling a sense of relief as if she had narrowly escaped a disaster, momentarily forgetting her usual composure. She skipped out holding the menu, resembling a young girl.